I transmigrated into a high martial world, only to become an F-rank trash macaque publicly whipped by a wealthy young lady. On the brink of death, he was saved and bound by a contract with the top genius of Yunqing, a wealthy woman possessing an SSS-level beast-taming talent. In the direst of circumstances, I bound myself to the Divine Devouring System, capable of consuming anything and converting it into evolution points. One blood chi pill adds 100 points? The rich lady's resources are more than enough. I devoured 20 pills in a single day, instantly evolving as my bloodline sword. Everyone mocked my Beastmaster for being blind and SSS-tier talent paired with an F-tier trash. They have no idea that my devouring knows no limits, and evolution is endless. The moment I transformed into the great sage equal to heaven and swept through the secret realm with my staff. How amusing will the expressions of those who once mocked us be? Behind this seemingly accidental contract lies an even greater secret. Chapter 1, There are no useless Beastmasters, only useless Beastmasters. Blue Star, Huaxia, Yunqing, Yunhai Banquet Hall. Here gathered the young masters and ladies of Yunqing's prominent families. At this moment, all their gazes were fixed on a strikingly beautiful young girl, who was wielding a long whip and viciously lashing a frail macaque, her lovely face now twisted with cruelty and ferocity. After spending so much money to buy you, who would have thought you'd turn out to be a worthless F-grade bloodline? Trash like you doesn't deserve to be my tamed beast. You've humiliated me, just die. The whip tore through the air with a sharp whistle before brutally striking the macaque. Ugh, it hurts so much. The excruciating pain gradually roused Jiang Shang's consciousness. He opened his eyes in confusion, and then a flood of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind. Did I just transmigrate? Jiang Shang's heart was roiled by towering waves of shock. Transmigration was supposed to be a good thing, but Jiang Shang couldn't bring himself to feel happy about it, because he wasn't a human, but a monkey. This is a high martial world, where exotic beasts run rampant and danger lurks at every turn. At the age of 18, humans have the opportunity to awaken the taming talent, which allows them to form a soul contract with their destined tamed beast and become beast masters. Beast tamers are special entities formed when native creatures on Blue Star activate their latent bloodlines. The original owner of this body was mistaken for possessing rare bloodline due to a distinctive lock of golden hair on his forehead. Therefore, Su Lingyuan, the eldest daughter of the Su family in Yunqing, spared no expense to purchase it. Today, Su Lingyuan specially hosted a banquet at the Cloud Sea Ballroom, inviting the young members of prominent families in Yunqing to witness the bloodline awakening ceremony of her unique macaque. Yet the outcome left Su Lingyuan utterly humiliated. The original host had awakened the lowest tier F-grade bloodline. It's just an ordinary macaque, so utterly unremarkable. Su Lingyuan was furious. As the eldest daughter of the Su family, she could never contract an F-grade bloodline macaque as her lifebound beast. It would make her the laughingstock of Yun City. So she vented all her fury upon this innocent macaque, intending to whip it to death. Jiang Shang felt the searing pain coursing through his body, each lash splitting his flesh and leaving him drenched in blood. Anger burned in his chest. Su Lingyuan could have just refused the contract if she was dissatisfied. Why did she have to beat him so cruelly? Although Jiang Shang was seething with anger, he felt utterly powerless. His entire body was now covered in blood and gore, with excruciating pain assaulting every inch of him. He felt he couldn't hold on for another moment. In this world, it is almost impossible for a beast without the protection of a beastmaster to survive on its own, especially one with an F-grade bloodline like him. Jiang Shang's heart was filled with helplessness, and he could only grit his teeth and endure. Just then, a clear and melodious female voice rang out, like a ray of dawn. Su Lingyuan, enough! Beast and beastmaster are meant to complement each other. Even if you dislike it, you can't treat it with such cruelty. Jiang Shang struggled to lift his head, and what met his eyes was a young woman of breathtaking beauty and an ethereal aura. She wore a light cyan dress, her skin fairer than snow, her features as exquisite as a painting, looking like an exiled immortal. She was none other than the eldest daughter of the Lin family in Yunqing, Lin Qingyao. Upon hearing Lin Qingyao's voice, Su Lingyuan's expression grew even colder, her eyes filled with resentment and jealousy. She had always regarded Lin Qingyao as her greatest rival because, in every aspect, Lin Qingyao always managed to outshine her. At yesterday's Beastmaster Talent Awakening ceremony, she, Su Lingyuan, awakened the rare S-class Beastmaster talent, believing she could finally outdo Lin Qingyao once. Lin Qingyao unexpectedly awakened the legendary SSS-level beast-taming talent, the highest rank possible. How could she bear such injustice? Su Lingyuan gave a cold sneer and said with biting sarcasm, "Since Miss Lin is so kind and compassionate, why don't you go ahead and form a contract with this useless monkey then?" Lin Qingyao's delicate brows furrowed slightly, a faint trace of anger flickering through her clear eyes. "Deal it is. Let me tell you, there are no useless spirit beasts, only useless beastmasters. If you don't want it, I'll take it." With that, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Qingyao walked straight to Jiang Shang's side and crouched down. She extended her delicate hand and softly asked, "Little one, would you like to make a contract with me and become my partner?" Jiang Shang gazed at the kind-hearted, fairy-like young woman before him, warmth flooding his heart. He never expected someone would willingly accept him in such circumstances. Moreover, this man's status is so noble. With great difficulty, yet unwavering determination, he nodded. A soft glow lit up between Lin Qingyao and Zhang Shang, the sacred power of the contract binding them together. At the very moment the contract was completed, a cold, mechanical prompt sounded in Zhang Shang's mind. Ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully signed the beast-taming contract, and the divine-level devouring system has been successfully bound. Zhang Shang's spirit suddenly perked up upon hearing this, his heart brimming with wild joy. Great, absolutely fantastic. The golden finger has finally arrived. He immediately visualized the system's function in his mind. Divine Devouring System, the host can obtain evolution points by devouring all things, evolve their bloodline, and continuously grow stronger. As long as I devour, I can grow stronger. Zhang Shang could barely suppress the urge to raise his head and roar at the sky. Just as Zhang Shang was immersed in the joy of obtaining the system, Su Lingyuan's mocking voice rang out again. Lin Qingyao, you're truly foolish beyond measure, can't even recognize such an obvious provocation? You actually went and contracted an F-grade waste monkey. You're going to disgrace the entire Lin family. The young masters from prominent families around were buzzing with comments. What's wrong with Miss Lin? Even with her supreme talent, contracting an F-level beast will limit her future achievements. Exactly, such a rash move. Pairing SSS-level talent with an F-level beast is simply squandering heaven-sent gifts. Su Lingyuan played a ruthless hand. Lin Qingyao turned a deaf ear to the murmurs around her. Gazing tenderly at Zhang Shang, her eyes brimmed with compassion as she whispered, "Little one, don't be afraid. I'll take you home." Zhang Shang was severely injured, and now, stirred by the awakening of the system, he felt his vision darken before fainting. The Lin family, Lin Qingyao's room. After what seemed like an eternity, Zhang Shang slowly regained consciousness. He found himself lying on a soft and comfortable bed, surrounded by an elegant and cozy environment, with a faint fragrance lingering in the air. The excruciating pain in his body had mostly subsided, and upon checking, he discovered that his injuries were nearly healed. "You're awake!" A voice filled with surprise and concern sounded by his ear. Zhang Shang turned to look and saw Lin Qingyao sitting by the bed, her beautiful eyes tinged with a hint of redness, clearly having waited for him all this time. At the sight of him waking up, Lin Qingyao's worried expression was instantly replaced by joy, but then a flicker of heartache flashed through. A surge of warmth welled up in Zhang Shang's heart as he nodded gently to signal he was fine. Since this young lady of the Lin family disregarded others' mockery and chose to form a contract with him in his most desperate hour, he in turn could not betray her kindness and trust. Chapter 2, Lin Qingyao has SSS-grade talent. Lin Qingyao's Lin family was one of the top aristocratic families in Yunqing, possessing countless resources. Perhaps I can rely on the Lin family's resources and use the Divine Devouring System to quickly grow stronger, so that I can properly repay this kind-hearted girl in the future. As for me having F-grade bloodline and low potential, so what? As long as there's enough for me to devour, I can keep evolving and growing stronger. Don't talk about S rank or SS rank, even SSS rank bloodlines might not be out of reach. Check the personal panel. Zhang Shang silently chanted in his heart. Host, Zhang Shang. Race, rhesus macaque. Tier, initial stage of first order. Bloodline, F-grade. Potential, peak of first order. Skill, bite. Evolution points, 0. Special ability, none. Seeing the words first order peak on the panel, Zhang Shang's enthusiasm cooled slightly. Sure enough, his foundation was too weak. Without relying on the system, he would at most reach the peak of the first rank in this lifetime, unable to even break through to the second rank. I must quickly obtain something containing energy to devour and gain evolution points. But where can I find it? Just as Zhang Shang was pondering this, Lin Qingyao's voice sounded again. Little one, you've just woken up and are still very weak. Here, take this vitality pill, it'll help you recover faster. With that, she retrieved from her small bag a pill the size of a longan fruit, emitting a faint sanguine glow and medicinal fragrance, and handed it to Zhang Shang. By the way, I haven't given you a name yet. Lin Qingyao looked at the tuft of unique golden fur on Zhang Shang's forehead, tilted her head in thought, and said, seeing how spirited you are, how about I call you Little Shang? Doesn't it sound nice? Zhang Shang's gaze was riveted on that vitality pill. The vitality pill. This was a commonly used auxiliary cultivation elixir among beast masters, refined from various medicinal herbs containing vital energy. It had excellent restorative and enhancement effects for both low-tier beast masters and their spirit beasts. Even the most ordinary vitality pill on the market cost at least 10,000 federal coins. How could he have forgotten? His master was none other than the first lady of the Lin family. A genuine wealthy beauty, an absolute heiress. This isn't some elixir, it's literally walking evolution points. A gleam of determination flashed in Zhang Shang's eyes. Without hesitation, he swiftly caught the chi blood elixir between his teeth and swallowed it in one gulp. The pill dissolved upon entering the mouth, transforming into a warm current that surged through every limb and bone. Ding! Successfully consumed one low-grade chi and blood pill. Congratulations, host. You've received 100 evolution points. Current evolution requires 500 evolution points. Holy shit, one pill gives 100 points. Just 4 more, and he'll be able to evolve. Overwhelmed with joy, Jiang Shang immediately raised his paw, pointed at his mouth, and gazed at Lin Qingyao with pleading eyes, letting out a series of chirp sounds to signal that he wanted more. Seeing this, Lin Qingyao burst into laughter. "You're quite the little glutton, aren't you?" She tapped Jiang Shang's forehead affectionately, saying in a doting tone, "I only have this one with me." Noticing the disappointment in Jiang Shang's eyes, Lin Qingyao quickly added with a smile, "No worries, we've got plenty more at home. Come on, I'll take you to get them right now." With that, she picked up Jiang Shang, opened the door, and walked outside. Just as the girl and the monkey entered the living room, they spotted a distinguished middle-aged couple sitting on the sofa. The man had an imposing demeanor, exuding authority without anger. He was none other than Lin Jinyue, the head of the Lin family. The woman, elegant and dignified with a graceful charm still evident, was the matriarch of the Lin family, Lu Qingyun. Lin Jinyue frowned instantly when he saw his daughter holding an ordinary-looking macaque in her arms, especially upon sensing its faint F-grade bloodline aura. His expression abruptly changed when he noticed the subtle contractual bond between his daughter and the macaque, and he suddenly stood up from the sofa. "Qi Niao, you've contracted with this monkey?" Lin Jinyue's voice carried an air of incredulous shock with a hint of suppressed anger. Lin Qingyao was startled by her father's sudden reaction, but she still nodded and replied matter-of-factly, "Yes, Dad, this is my newly contracted beast. Its name is Xiao Shang." "Nonsense!" Lin Jinyue finally couldn't hold back his furious shout, pointing at Jiang Shang with fingers trembling in anger. "Unfilial daughter, you've gone too far this time. How could you contract with a mere F-grade bloodline common macaque? You've utterly disgraced our Lin family." Lin Qingyao shrank her neck at the shout, but stubbornly retorted, "Dad, isn't this what you've always taught me? There are no useless spirit beasts, only useless beastmasters. Although Little Saint's bloodline is a bit weak now, I believe that as long as I nurture it properly, it will definitely become strong in the future." Lin Jinyue was left speechless by his daughter's words for a long moment. He had indeed said something similar to encourage his daughter not to underestimate any spirit beast and to have compassion and patience. But he never expected his daughter to take this saying as a command and go contract an F-rank spirit beast with almost zero potential. Seeing this, Lu Qingyun quickly stood up, walked to her husband, and gently patted his back to calm him down. Then, she softly said to her daughter, "Qingyao, look how angry you've made your father. You're such a willful child." She paused for a moment before continuing earnestly, "Mom knows you have a kind heart. But this isn't a small matter. You've awakened an SSS-tier beast-taming talent, something our Lin family hasn't seen in 100 years, and even across all of Huaxia, it's exceedingly rare. An SSS-tier talent paired with an F-tier bloodline macaque? People would laugh if they heard this. Its potential is far too low. Even if you pour all your resources into it, it would be lucky to reach the second tier in its lifetime. It simply won't be able to keep up with you and will only hold you back. Be good, while the contract is newly signed and the bond isn't too deep yet, quickly dissolve it. Mom will find you a beast with even better talents." "What?" Nestled in Lin Qingyao's arms, Jiang Shang's heart was rocked by tempestuous waves upon hearing Lu Qingyun's words. "An SSS-tier beast-taming talent? Lin Qingyao's talent is actually the highest tier SSS level?" He knew Lin Qingyao couldn't be worthless, but never expected her to possess an SSS-tier talent. This is the supreme beast-taming aptitude. Historically, fewer than 100 people have awakened an SSS-level talent. No wonder Lin Jinyue and his wife reacted so intensely. An SSS-level prodigy beast-tamer contracting an F-level bloodline beast is practically a waste of heaven-sent gifts. For a moment, Jiang Shang's heart also hung in suspense. Would Lin Qingyao really obey her parents and dissolve her contract with me? However, Lin Qingyao furrowed her delicate brows, her face showing an angry expression. "Mom, no!" She took a step back while holding Jiang Shang, her tone resolute. "Xiao Shang is my partner. I've chosen him, and there's no need to say more. I believe in my judgment, and I believe in myself. I will surely raise him to be the most formidable beast tamer." Feeling the unshakable determination of the young girl in his arms, a surge of warmth flooded Jiang Shang's heart. Touching. Chapter 3, The Wealthy Lady Lin Qingyao. First evolution. This girl, whom he'd known for less than a day, dared to defy her parents for this useless monkey, even risking her SSS-tier talent's future. After speaking, Lin Qingyao paid no heed to her father's livid expression or her mother's resigned sigh. Holding Jiang Shang, she walked straight to a storage cabinet beside the living room, opened the door, and pulled out several exquisite boxes labeled Qi blood pills. Judging by the quantity, there were easily over 100 pills. Then, clutching Jiang Shang and the pills, she turned without a backward glance and strode straight back to her room. With a loud slam, the door closed, shutting out the complex gazes of her parents in the living room. Only after returning to her room did Lin Qingyao breathe a sigh of relief. She deftly stowed most of the pill boxes into an ordinary-looking silver ring on her left ring finger. It was a spatial ring, a common storage item among beast masters, though prohibitively expensive, affordable only to the offspring of prominent families. Finally, she left one opened box of qi and blood pills on the bedside table. The rich, soothing fragrance of medicine instantly filled the air, and Jiang Shang's eyes lit up immediately. Lin Qingyao couldn't help but chuckle at his eager expression. She took out a qi blood pill and handed it to him. Little Shang, take it. Zhang Shang didn't hesitate, swallowing it whole in one gulp. Ding! Successfully consumed one low-grade chi blood pill. Congratulations, host. You have gained plus 100 evolution points. Bliss. Zhang Shang narrowed his eyes contentedly, then looked at Lin Qingyao with lingering desire, extending his claw to point at the pillbox. Lin Qingyao furrowed her delicate brows, her concern evident. Xiao Shang, chi blood pills contain significant energy. Consuming too many at once could overwhelm your body, it might even cause you to explode and die. She genuinely feared this little fellow wouldn't know when to stop. Zhang Shang quickly shook his head and patted his chest with his paw, insisting he was fine and could eat more. As if. With a god-tier devouring system, why would he fear digesting a mere chi blood pill? Seeing his persistence and noting he showed no signs of discomfort, Lin Qingyao hesitated before reluctantly handing him another pill. Zhang Shang swallowed it once more. Ding! Successfully devoured one low-grade chi blood pill. Evolution points plus 100. Again! Lin Qingyao offered another pill. Ding! Successfully consumed one low-grade chi blood pill. Evolution points plus 100. Just one more to go. Zhang Shang stared longingly. Lin Qingyao sighed and handed over the 5th chi blood pill of the day. Ding! Successfully consumed one low-grade chi blood pill. Evolution points plus 100. Ding! Host's current evolution points have reached 500, meeting evolution requirements. Proceed with evolution immediately? Evolve! Zhang Shang silently commanded in his mind. Almost instantly, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over him. His eyelids grew heavy, and he fell fast asleep in Lin Qingyao's arms. At the same time, a faint, gentle golden glow began to emanate from his small body, enveloping him entirely. Ha! What's this? Lin Qingyao was puzzled by the little guy suddenly falling asleep when she witnessed this strange phenomenon. She froze for a moment, then her beautiful eyes burst with disbelief and delight. Golden light. This is a sign of evolution. Little saint. Isn't he a macaque? How could he evolve? Could he be not just an ordinary F-rank macaque, but some kind of extremely rare mutated spirit beast? Lin Qingyao's heart pounded so hard it felt like it might leap from her chest. She truly believed she had stumbled upon a treasure. She carefully placed the golden glowing Zhang Shang on the bed, held her breath, and stood guard beside him, tense yet hopeful. Time ticked by second. About an hour later, the golden light enveloping Zhang Shang gradually receded, finally sinking completely into his body. Zhang Shang slowly opened his eyes, feeling an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his entire body. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your first successful evolution. Reward, Special Ability Big Eater. Gluttony, Passive Ability. Greatly enhances the host's digestion and absorption capabilities, allowing consumption of food far exceeding physical capacity limits and faster energy conversion. Zhang Shang's heart leapt with delight. This ability had arrived at the perfect moment. It seemed tailor-made for the devouring system. View Personal Panel. Host, Zhang Shang. Race, Spirit Monkey. Tier, Mid-Tier 1. Bloodline, D grade. Potential, Tier 2 peak. Skill, Bite. Evolution points, 0. Special ability, Big Eater. Not bad, not bad. Its species has evolved from a common macaque to a spirit monkey bearing the character. Bloodline rank skyrocketed from the lowest F class to D class. Rank has been successfully broken through, reaching mid-stage Tier 1. Potential has even surged to peak Tier 2. This evolution brought tremendous gains. Evolution points required for next evolution, 10,000 points. Seeing this number, Zhang Shang clicked his tongue in astonishment. 10,000 points, 20 times the previous requirement. Glancing at the half-full box of vitality pills beside him and the rich lady staring at him with excitement, Zhang Shang felt that 10,000 points might not be too difficult after all. Xiao Shang. You really evolved. Lin Qingyao saw Zhang Shang had awakened. Though his appearance hadn't changed much, he seemed more spirited and vibrant. Overjoyed, she couldn't help but pick him up. Could you be the legendary mutant beast tamer? I wonder what your evolution limit is. She'd struck gold. This was absolutely a treasure beyond measure. Lin Qingyao grew more and more excited the more she thought about it, her eyes brimming with pride and affection as she looked at Zhang Shang. Come on, Xiao Shang, take some more chi blood pills to replenish the energy expended during your evolution. She couldn't wait for him to eat more and grow even stronger. With his Big Eater ability as a foundation, Zhang Shang naturally accepted without hesitation. 1, 2, 10, 20. Ding! Successfully consumed a low-grade chi blood pill. Evolution points plus 100. Ding! Successfully consumed a low-grade chi blood pill. Evolution points plus 100. Ding! Successfully consumed a low-grade chi blood pill. Evolution points plus 100. Ding! Successfully consumed one low-grade chi blood pill. Evolution points plus 100. Current evolution points, 2,000 10,000. Ding! Host's daily evolution point absorption limit reached. Continue tomorrow. Only when the system's notification sounded again did Jiang Shang pause. He had devoured 20 pills in one go, boosting his evolution points to 2,000. Awesome! Soon after, a wave of pleasant exhaustion washed over him, and Jiang Shang drifted back into a deep sleep. Watching Jiang Shang fall back into a deep sleep, Lin Xingyao carefully placed him beside the pillow and lay down herself. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Lin Xingyao awoke early, gazing at Jiang Shang still snoring soundly beside her. A gentle smile spread across her face. Xiao Shang, wake up! Today we're going to the newbie secret realm. She gently nudged Jiang Shang. Jiang Shang stirred groggily. Huh? Where? Today, Yunqing First High School is opening the novice secret realm for us seniors who've just contracted our life-bound beasts. Lin Xingyao explained, the novice dungeon is filled with plenty of tier 1 and tier 2 beasts. It's an excellent place for hands-on training. Killing or devouring the beasts inside will greatly boost your strength. Chapter 4, The Novice's Secret Realm. The moment he heard devouring exotic beasts and enhancing strength, Jiang Shang perked up instantly. The flesh and blood of these beasts must contain energy far purer and more potent than cheap blood pills. They were like walking evolution point gift packs. He had to go. Soon, Lin Xingyao led Jiang Shang to the entrance of the beginner's secret realm located on the outskirts of Yunqing. Before the entrance lay a vast plaza, where hundreds of students in Yunqing First High uniforms had gathered. Most were accompanied by various beasts. They were gathered in small groups, chattering excitedly. Hey, what beast did you contract? Mine's a C-grade bloodline Swiftwind Wolf. I contracted a D-grade ironclad rhinoceros. Its defense is incredible. Wow, is that a B-grade bloodline flame bird? So cool. Amidst the clamorous chatter, Lin Xingyao stood quietly to the side, cradling Jiang Shang in her arms. She didn't engage with anyone, yet her exquisite beauty and unique aura still drew numerous glances. Just then, the crowd stirred, all eyes turning in one direction. A girl of equally breathtaking beauty, yet radiating an icy, haughty aura, slowly approached, accompanied by a sleek, dark red tiger. It was Su Ling Yuan. Whoa! That's an S-grade shadow flame demon tiger. Someone recognized the tiger's origin and sucked in a sharp breath. Among S-class bloodline beast-type tamers, the shadow flame demon tiger is considered one of the absolute elite. Truly worthy of the title Su Campus Beauty. Not only has she awakened an S-rank beast master talent herself, but her contracted lifebound beast is this powerful too. The Su family really went all out this time. Envy and astonishment rippled through the crowd. Su Ling Yuan basked in the spotlight, a haughty curve lifting her lips. Her gaze swept casually over the crowd before settling on Lin Xingyao nearby, her eyes flashing with a hint of provocation and disdain. At the same time, others also noticed Lin Xingyao nearby. Su Cold Kite's shadow flame demon tiger is S-rank. I wonder what kind of beast the other Lin Campus Beauty has contracted. Rumor has it, an F-rank bloodline monkey. Impossible. Yeah, Lin Xingyao awakened a legendary SSS grade talent. Her beast must be even stronger, right? Not necessarily. Word is the Lin and Su families have always been at odds. This newcomer's secret realm is bound to be a showdown between the two campus beauties. If Lin Xingyao's beast falls short of Su Xiaohua's, the Lin family would lose face big time. Relax. The Lin family will definitely equip Lin Xingyao with the absolute best beast. An SSS-tier talent deserves nothing less than a top-tier beast. I'd bet it's at least S-tier, maybe even SS-tier bloodline. The crowd buzzed with anticipation, all eager to see what beast Lin Xingyao would wield. Just then, a student near Lin Xingyao caught sight of the seemingly ordinary monkey she held in her arms except for its unusually glossy fur. He rubbed his eyes, scrutinizing it uncertainly, sensing the bloodline aura emanating from the monkey. The next second, his face contorted with utter shock and disbelief as he gasped in disbelief. That's a D-grade bloodline spirit monkey? The surrounding students rubbed their eyes, double-checking again and again. The monkey in Lin Xingyao's arms was indeed emitting only the aura of a D-grade bloodline. D-grade? Did I hear that right? An SSS-grade talent binding a D-grade beast? You've got to be kidding me. Has the Lin family lost their minds? Or did Lin Xingyao get kicked in the head by a donkey? This is a complete waste of talent. The clan scions who had witnessed everything at yesterday's Yunhai banquet hall erupted in raucous laughter. Chapter 5, Being Kept Feels So Good. Hey, isn't this the worthless monkey Miss Su rejected? It actually evolved? From F rank to D rank? That's hilarious, a big piece of junk just turned into a smaller piece of junk. Lin Xingyao really is a fool, she fell for Miss Su's bait. Picking up trash and treating it like treasure. The barbs and jeers came thick and fast, utterly unrestrained. Su Ling Yuan elegantly stroked the imposing shadow flame demon tiger beside her, a smug sneer curling her lips as she glided toward Lin Xingyao. TSK, Lin Xingyao, how pitiful. With your SSS-tier talent, you actually brought such a worthless thing into the novice secret realm? She eyed Jiang Shang up and down, her gaze brimming with contempt. I bet you plan to feed it to the beasts inside, huh? Oh, right, Su Ling Yuan feigned sudden realization. I heard it was originally an F-grade bloodline? How difficult it must have been for you. Cultivating it to degrade must have consumed a lot of the Lin family's resources, right? What a shame. No matter how much you pile resources on trash, its ceiling is crystal clear it'll never become a phoenix. Su Lingyuan's words were dripping with humiliation. Lin Qingyao's face drained pale with fury, her chest heaving, yet her arms tightened around Zhang Shang. Her gaze remained unwavering. Su Lingyuan, how Xiao Sheng is far beyond your place to judge. Mind your own business. Zhang Shang, nestled in Lin Qingyao's embrace, felt an inexplicable rage surge within him. That damn Su family woman was utterly arrogant. If only his strength weren't lacking, he'd charge at her right now, tear that filthy mouth of hers to shreds, and teach her a lesson she'd never forget. Unfortunately, the aura emanating from her S-rank Shadow Flame Demon Tiger was undeniably far stronger than his own. Seeing Lin Qingyao still talking back, Su Lingyuan's disdain deepened. Talking tough won't help you. Lin Qingyao, dare you take a bet with me? Let's wager the top points in this newcomer's secret realm. The loser not only publicly admits defeat but also pays the winner 10 million Federation credits. Su Lingyuan stared at Lin Qingyao relentlessly. What's the matter? Miss Lin, surely your Lin family isn't too proud to lose a mere 10 million? Or are you afraid? Afraid that your precious monkey will drag you down and make you lose face in front of everyone? All eyes instantly focused on Lin Qingyao, some filled with pity, others with scorn, but most with schadenfreude, eager for the spectacle. Zhang Sheng couldn't take it anymore. Damn it, he was cheating. Why should he fear this little tiger? Lin Qingyao felt Xiao Sheng's tiny claws gently scratch her palm. Taking a deep breath, her gaze hardened with unwavering resolve. Fine. Bet it is. I'll take you on. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. Su Lingyuan, triumphant in her scheming, laughed smugly. It's settled. Everyone here is a witness. Lin Qingyao, just wait and see how you and your useless monkey die in the secret realm. The surrounding students erupted once more at the scene. She's crazy. Lin Qingyao must be insane. How could she possibly beat Su Lingyuan? Exactly. Su Lingyuan's contracted beast is an S-rank Shadow Flame Demon Tiger. What does that D-rank little monkey have to compete with? This is going to be a show. A D-rank beast master against an S-rank beast master? This bet is practically throwing money away. Just then, several teachers in Yunqing first high uniforms approached, followed by a dignified-looking middle-aged man, the school's principal. The principal cleared his throat and began announcing the rules for the novice secret realm. Students, the novice secret realm is about to open. The beasts within range from Tier 1 to Tier 2. Upon defeating a beast, your wrist-mounted student badge will automatically record points. Final rankings will be determined by point totals. Most crucially, everyone must prioritize their safety above all else. If you encounter danger you cannot overcome, crush your badge immediately. You will be teleported out of the realm at once. Understood? Understood. The students responded in unison. As the principal's voice faded, the light gate at the plaza center hummed and flared brightly, officially opening the realm's entrance. Su Lingyuan shot Lin Qingyao a final, contemptuous glance before striding proudly through the portal, her Shadow Flame Demon Tiger at her side. Useless pair, enjoy your last moments together. Lin Qingyao took a deep breath, ignoring the surrounding gazes, some sympathetic, some gloating, and tightened her embrace around Zhang Shang. Xiao Shang, let's go. This time, we'll show them all just how formidable we are. With that, she embraced Zhang Shang and resolutely stepped through the secret realm's light gate. The light gate swirled, and the scene before her eyes shifted instantly. Ancient trees towered overhead, their canopy blocking out the sky. Lin Qingyao entered combat mode almost the instant she stepped into the secret realm. Her beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings warily, her focus razor sharp. Rustling. A faint rustling sound came from the bushes ahead. Here they come. Lin Qingyao hissed. Several plump rats, bearing sharp steel fangs, suddenly burst from the grass. Each possessed mid-first tier strength, the steelfawn rats, common beasts in novice secret realms. Without hesitation, Lin Qingyao flicked her jade-like hand, producing a stack of talismans. Yes, not one or two, but an entire stack. First-grade fireball talisman. First-grade wind blade charms. She flung out several fireball charms and wind blade charms as if they were worthless, their brilliant trails slicing through the air to precisely blanket the charging steel-tooth rats. Boom! 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 Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The scorching fireballs exploded, flames billowing wildly. A fierce wind blade followed close behind, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. In a single exchange, the vicious steel-toothed rats were obliterated before they could even scream, some scorched black and tumbling, others sliced to pieces, dead in an instant. Zhang Shang stared in disbelief. Holy crap! Is he that loaded? These talismans aren't cheap. Even the most basic first-grade talisman fetched at least several thousand Federation coins on the market, and Lin Qingyao had just thrown out a whole handful. The Lin family truly lived up to its reputation as one of the wealthiest clans in all of Yunqing. As for me, this is definitely being sponsored by a super rich woman, right? Before the beast tamers could even make a move, the beast tamer had already cleared the field with talismans. Gotta say, this feeling, damn, it's just so damn satisfying. Jiang Shang wasted no time, leaping down from Lin Qingyao's warm embrace. His tiny form transformed into a streak of golden light, darting toward the corpses of the steel-toothed rats. Opened his mouth, devoured. Ding! Successfully devoured a mid-stage steel-tooth rat corpse. Congratulations, host, you have gained plus 150 evolution points. Ding! Successfully devoured mid-stage steel-tooth rat corpse. Congratulations, host, you have gained plus 150 evolution points. Chapter 6 Evolution. Golden-haired spirit war monkey. After devouring 4 steel-toothed rats in succession, Jiang Shang's evolution points skyrocketed by 600. Lin Qingyao watched Jiang Shang wolfing down his meal and asked with concern, "Xiao Shang, you eating this much, won't your stomach burst?" Jiang Shang smugly patted his little belly and chirped at Lin Qingyao twice, signaling he was totally fine and could eat even more. With the divine skill of gluttony, digesting these low-tier beast corpses was a breeze. What followed was a display of astonishing coordination between the man and the monkey. Leveraging her substantial wealth, Lin Qingyao produced an endless array of colorful talismans, handling long-range clearing and crowd control. She blasted down any beasts that dared to approach. Jiang Shang followed closely behind, like the most efficient battlefield janitor, swiftly devouring every slain beast's corpse and converting it into his own evolution points. Ding! Successfully consumed a late-stage Thorn's Vine Demon. Congratulations, host, you have gained plus 2,300 evolution points. Ding! Successfully consumed a peak tier 1 Iron Armor Lizard. Congratulations, host, you have gained plus 3,000 evolution points. With each successive devouring, Jiang Shang felt his power steadily increasing. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyao seemed to receive a power boost from her growing beast-tamer abilities. She noticed her mental energy consumption when casting talisman spells had decreased, allowing her to sustain combat longer. The pair advanced efficiently, soon penetrating deep into the inner regions of the novice secret realm. Ahead, a small valley shrouded in misty spiritual energy came into view. At the valley's center, a small tree radiated a fiery aura, its entire form a deep crimson. Hanging from its branches were 3 fist-sized fruits, glowing like burning flames. These fruits were none other than the second-grade heavenly treasure, the crimson flame fruit. Beneath the tree lay a massive lizard, its body covered in thick, rock-like armor plates. It crouched there, its crimson pupils vigilantly scanning the surroundings. This was a peak-tier first-rank rock giant lizard. It's the crimson flame fruit. Lin Qingyao's beautiful eyes lit up as she recognized the heavenly treasure. Jiang Shang's face also lit up with joy. He had never consumed a heavenly treasure before and wondered how many evolution points this second-grade treasure could grant him. Roar! The rock giant lizard had clearly detected the intruders. It let out a deep, rumbling roar as its massive body abruptly rose to its feet, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Battle was imminent. Xiao Shang, be careful. This creature has formidable defenses. Lin Qingyao warned, her jade-like hands fluttering once more as several pale green talismans shot forth. First-grade armor-piercing talismans. The green talismans stuck precisely to the rock lizard's thick, stone-like skin. As the talismanic runes flashed, a faint cracking sound emanated from the lizard's outer rock scales, its defenses visibly weakened. The rock lizard roared in pain, then stomped forward with its heavy limbs, charging toward Lin Qingyao and Xiao Shang like a miniature tank. Oomph! Lin Qingyao remained unflinching as several crimson talismans flew from her hands. First-grade explosive flame talismans. Rapid fire. Boom! 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 A barrage of explosive flame talismans detonated along the rock giant lizard's path, sending flames skyward and shattering rocks flying everywhere. The violent explosions relentlessly pounded the rock lizard's massive body. Despite its astonishing defense, the relentless barrage forced it to roar in agony, its charge momentarily halted. At that very moment, Jiang Shang, who had been crouched at Lin Qingyao's feet, sprang into action. His figure darted out like a ghost, targeting not the lizard's vital organs, but its relatively vulnerable eyes and joints. Squeak! Jiang Shang moved with incredible agility, weaving around the colossal lizard's massive frame. He repeatedly harassed it with sharp claws, successfully drawing most of the creature's attention. The rock lizard was enraged by this pesky little monkey. It lashed out with its massive tail and snapped its huge jaws, yet failed to touch even a single hair on Jiang Shang. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyao seized the opportunity, continuously hurling various attack talismans that struck precisely at the rock giant lizard's weakened armor, weakened by the armor-piercing talismans. Through the perfect coordination of Chaoyang's abilities and Jiang Shang's actions, after a fierce battle, the once formidable peak-tier first-rank rock giant lizard now lay charred black, its rock armor shattered, barely clinging to life on the ground. A gleam of determination flashed in Jiang Shang's eyes. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, his sharp claws slicing through the rock giant lizard's relatively soft neck to deliver the finishing blow. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Shang proceeded to devour the rock giant lizard, a creature several times his own size. Ding! Successfully consumed the corpse of a peak-tier first-stage rock giant lizard. Congratulations, host, you have gained plus 800 evolution points. Phew, only 1,200 points left. Jiang Shang's heart surged with excitement. He was so close, just a little more, and he could undergo his second evolution. His gaze immediately fixed on the crimson flame fruit, radiating an enticing energy fluctuation. Without hesitation, Jiang Shang leapt onto the crimson flame fruit tree, plucked one of the fruits, and swallowed it whole. Blazing, pure energy erupted instantly within his body. Ding! Successfully consumed crimson flame fruit grade 2 heavenly treasure. Congratulations, host, on gaining plus 1,200 evolution points. With these 1,200 evolution points added, Jiang Shang's total evolution points instantly surpassed the 10,000 point threshold. Ding! Host's current evolution points have reached 10,800, meeting evolution requirements. Proceed with evolution immediately? Yes. Jiang Shang silently affirmed without hesitation, choosing to evolve immediately. In an instant, the familiar soft golden light surged forth from his body once more, completely enveloping his small frame. An overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over him. Jiang Shang's eyelids grew heavy, and he instantly plunged into a deep sleep for evolution. He evolved again? Lin Qingya watched beside him, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief and delight. Good heavens! Xiao Shang, what level of treasure are you? She couldn't help but exclaim, her voice brimming with excitement and pride. In less than 2 days, Xiao Shang had evolved twice. First, it had evolved from an ordinary F-grade bloodline macaque into a D-grade bloodline spirit monkey, and now it was about to evolve again. Lin Qingya immediately focused her mind, her eyes darting warily around the area. Simultaneously, she swiftly retrieved several defensive talismans from her spatial ring, deploying a small protective formation around Jiang Shang to guard him carefully. As time ticked by, the golden light enveloping Jiang Shang grew increasingly intense. After an unknown duration, the dazzling golden light finally began to slowly recede, eventually sinking completely into Jiang Shang's body. Jiang Shang slowly regained consciousness, feeling explosive power coursing through his entire body. It seemed as though he could shatter stone and split boulders with the slightest movement. His appearance had also undergone a significant transformation. His stature had noticeably increased, growing from his original petite frame to nearly half a person's height. His limbs had become thicker and more powerful, brimming with explosive energy. But the most striking change was the distinctive tuft of golden hair on his forehead. It now shone with an even more dazzling brilliance, as if currents of light danced within it, giving it an otherworldly aura. Xiao Shang! You've succeeded! Lin Qingya gazed at Jiang Shang's transformation with delight. She could clearly sense that the bloodline aura emanating from Little Saint had now reached a staggering C-grade. C-grade bloodline? That's fantastic. Lin Qingya was visibly moved. From the moment of the contract to now, in just 2 short days, Xiao Shang had evolved from F rank to C rank. This was utterly unheard of, unprecedented. Even the legendary, extremely rare mutant spirit beasts couldn't possibly evolve at such a terrifying speed, could they? Lin Qingyao's mind was filled with questions, but even more so with indescribable joy and anticipation. Whatever secrets Xiao Shang held, this was an enormous blessing. Jiang Shang couldn't wait either, silently chanting in his mind. Check personal panel. Host, Jiang Shang. Species, golden-haired spirit war monkey. Tier 1 peak. Bloodline, C grade. Potential, Tier 3 peak. Skills, claw rip, spirit monkey agility. Evolution points, 50,000. Special ability, glutton. Chapter 7, Rich Lady Mode, Full Throttle. Evolved from Spirit Monkey to Golden-Haired Spirit War Monkey. Its tier skyrocketed from mid-tier to peak tier. Bloodline firmly entered C class. Potential has reached peak tier 3. Plus 2 extremely practical skills, Claw Rip and Spirit Monkey Body Art. Jiang Shang felt the surging power within his body, his heart filled with quiet delight. This sensation of rapidly growing stronger felt incredibly satisfying. However, when he saw the 50,000 evolution points required for the next evolution, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. Damn system, you're way too greedy. You just quintupled the cost. Just as Jiang Shang fretted over the points, a powerful surge of spiritual energy suddenly erupted from Lin Qingya beside him. Thanks to her soul-bound beast Xiao Shang's consecutive advancements and bloodline enhancement, she, as a beast tamer, received immense reciprocal power. Lin Qingya felt a surge of pure spiritual energy flow into her body through the contract, instantly shattering her bottleneck. Her spiritual energy reserve surged dramatically, officially breaking through from a 1-star beast master to a 2-star beast master. I've broken through too. Lin Qingya felt the changes within her body with delight. Now, I can wield more powerful second-tier talismans. Both the girl and the monkey were exhilarated, their power greatly enhanced. After a brief rest, they pressed deeper into the novice secret realm. After advancing to a 2-star beast tamer, Lin Qingya wielded talismans with greater ease. She began employing more potent second-tier talismans, such as the Chain Lightning Strike talisman capable of summoning chain lightning to strike multiple enemies within a small area, and the Ice Prison talisman, which created a solid ice cage to powerfully restrain opponents. However, these talismans were extraordinarily valuable. A single scroll cost as much as an ordinary family's annual income. But Lin Qingya didn't bat an eye. Money was the last thing she lacked. Zhang Shang remained responsible for harvesting and devouring, though he had clearly grown stronger. His devouring efficiency had skyrocketed. Encountering a pack of first-tier beasts was practically a one-sided slaughter. Ding! Successfully devoured the corpse of a late-stage level 1 swift-wind wolf. Congratulations, host, you have gained plus 200 evolution points. Ding! Successfully devoured the corpse of a peak-tier stage 1 poison dart frog. Congratulations, host, you have gained plus 300 evolution points. As his evolution points steadily climbed, Zhang Shang felt that the 50,000 points required for his next evolution no longer seemed so unattainable. Just as they charged forward triumphantly, a swift black shadow suddenly burst from the dense forest ahead. Carrying a fierce gust of wind, it lunged straight for Lin Xingyao. Watch out! Zhang Shang's pupils contracted as he issued the warning instantly. Lin Xingyao's reflexes were equally swift. Almost the instant the shadow appeared, she activated a second-tier ice prison talisman. Crack! A flash of ice blue light erupted as a prison formed from frozen ice instantly solidified before the shadow, narrowly blocking its attack. Thud! The shadow collided with the ice prison, emitting a dull thud. Only then did they recognize the attacker, a jet-black, agile beast radiating the powerful aura of an early second-tier beast, a Shadow Panther. Shadow Panthers excelled in speed and stealth, making them extremely difficult to deal with. Wretched beast! You seek death! Lin Xingyao's fair face grew cold as her jade-like hands flicked out, sending several more second-tier talismans flying. Second-tier slowdown talisman. Second-tier restraint talisman. Several talismans with different effects landed on the Shadow Panther. Despite its desperate attempts to dodge, the slow talisman affected its speed, causing its movements to become noticeably sluggish. Xiao Shang, now! Lin Xingyao commanded sharply. Squeak! Zhang Shang understood instantly, unleashing the monkey spirit technique. He transformed into a golden streak of lightning, circling the restricted Shadow Panther at high speed, searching for an opening. Though a second-tier beast, the Shadow Panther could barely unleash half its power under Lin Xingyao's relentless spell-based control. Seizing an opening, Zhang Shang's razor-sharp claws flashed with a cold gleam as he lunged from an awkward angle, tearing at the Shadow Panther's relatively vulnerable belly. Claw rip! Rip! The sound of fabric ripping echoed as the Shadow Panther let out a piercing howl. Its belly was slashed open with several deep gashes down to the bone, blood gushing wildly. Lin Xingyao seized the moment to cast several more attack talismans, completely extinguishing the Shadow Panther's life force. Zhang Shang moved forward without hesitation and began devouring. Ding! Successfully consumed the corpse of an early-stage second-tier Shadow Panther. Congratulations, host, on gaining plus 1,500 evolution points. After devouring this early-stage second-tier Shadow Panther, Zhang Shang felt a colossal surge of energy flood his body, instantly shattering his tier bottleneck. He successfully broke through from peak stage 1 to early stage 2. Wonderful! Xiao Shang, you've reached tier 2. Lin Xingyao was genuinely delighted for Zhang Shang. However, just as the man and monkey were immersed in the joy of their simultaneous breakthroughs, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from the depths of the nearby dense forest. Roar! The roar was filled with savagery and overwhelming pressure. The sound alone sent a chill through Lin Xingyao and Zhang Shang. Immediately afterward, the ground began to tremble faintly, as if some colossal creature was rapidly approaching their location. Thud! 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 The heavy footsteps grew louder and closer, violently snapping towering trees in their path. The next moment, a massive bear covered in thick, earth-colored fur and bulging muscles burst into view. The instant Lin Xingyao saw the beast, she gasped in shock. It's a ground-splitting berserker bear. A peak second-tier ground-splitting berserker bear. This is likely the most powerful beast in this entire novice secret realm. Lin Xingyao's voice trembled slightly as she nervously glanced at Zhang Shang beside her. Xiao Shang, this is too powerful. Should we retreat first? Facing Lin Xingyao's concern, fierce battle intent blazed in Zhang Shang's eyes. He extended his claw, pointing first at himself, then at the ferocious earth-shattering raging bear. He shook his little head firmly, his gaze unwavering. No retreat. We fight. Are you kidding? This is a peak second-tier earth-shattering raging bear. Zhang Shang could clearly sense that devouring this massive beast would grant him an immense amount of evolution points. Fortune favors the bold. Besides, with Lin Xingyao, that super-rich woman, around, talismans were practically free. Honestly, the danger level wasn't as high as he'd imagined. Worst case? Crush the badge and exit the secret realm. The loss would be nothing more than a bit of time. But if they won? Seeing Zhang Shang's resolute stance and sensing the fierce fighting spirit radiating from him, Lin Xingyao took a deep breath and gritted her teeth. Alright. Xiao Shang, let's go all out against it. If Xiao Shang had confidence, then she'd see it through to the end. The Lin family's Eris mode was activated, unleashing full firepower. Chapter 8, Want to be the yellow bird? That depends on who's the hunter. Roar! The earth-splitting ferocious bear, enraged that these two insignificant humans and a monkey not only refused to flee but had adopted a fighting stance, roared furiously and prepared to charge. But Lin Xingyao was faster. With a flick of her jade-like hand, several talismans shimmering with earth-yellow light flew from her grasp, landing precisely on the earth-splitting raging bear. Second-tier gravity talisman. Crush it. The talismans ignited without flame, an invisible gravitational field instantly enveloping the earth-splitter. Its massive body suddenly sank, its previously swift movements instantly becoming sluggish. Immediately after, Lin Qingyao drew two more talismans, gleaming with golden light. She slapped one onto her own body and flung the other toward Jiang Sheng across the air. Second-tier diamond body protection talisman. Empower. A solid golden light shield instantly enveloped Lin Qingyao and Jiang Sheng, providing them with formidable defense. Only after completing these actions did Lin Qingyao calmly draw forth a crimson talisman radiating the most ferocious aura. Its intricate runes seemed to emit faint dragon-like roars. Second-tier supreme attack talisman, Roar of the Flame Dragon. Go! As Lin Qingyao channeled her spiritual energy into it, the talisman erupted with blinding crimson light, transforming into a fiery dragon several meters long that roared as it charged toward the earth-splitting berserker bear. Boom! The fiery dragon slammed into the earth-splitting berserker bear's chest, erupting in an earth-shaking roar. A violent shockwave of flames radiated outward, igniting the surrounding trees. Yet the earth-splitting berserker bear proved worthy of its peak second-tier status as a formidable beast, possessing astonishing defense. It withstood the full force of the flaming dragon roar talisman. Though its fur was scorched black and it staggered back several steps, it suffered no fatal wounds. Roar! The searing pain enraged the earth-splitting berserker bear. It violently pounded its chest, then slammed both palms into the ground. Thud! A powerful shockwave radiated outward from its center. The ground cracked open, sending shards of rock flying. Jiang Sheng's pupils contracted sharply as he instantly executed the spirit monkey technique. His small form darted dangerously between the trembling ground and the colossal paws of the earth-shattering raging bear. He knew his defenses were no match for the earth-shattering raging bear. A direct confrontation would be suicide. Instead, he exploited his vastly superior speed, constantly circling around to the bear's flanks and rear. His claw rip skill slashed viciously at the bear's relatively vulnerable joints and eyes. Rip! Rip! Though his current attack power could scarcely inflict fatal damage on the thick-skinned, tough-hided earthshaker, each strike sent a small spray of blood flying. More crucially, it succeeded in enraging the beast and effectively diverting its attention. The earth-splitter berserker bear was thoroughly irritated by this slippery little monkey's harassment, roaring madly yet unable to land a single blow on Jiang Sheng. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyao functioned like a mobile talisman cannon. While deftly dodging the earth-splitting berserker bear's attacks and shockwaves, she methodically retrieved various second-tier talismans from her spatial ring and unleashed them upon the beast. Second-tier ice chain talisman. Freeze it. Second-tier paralysis net talisman. Stun it. Second-tier powerful armor-piercing talisman. Break its defenses. Second-tier weakening curse talisman. Debuff it. Second-tier chain lightning strike talisman. Second-tier whirling wind blades. Freeze, paralyze, weaken, attack. The dazzling glow of multicolored talismans flashed relentlessly across the battlefield. Lin Qingyao was showcasing the power of heavy spending to the fullest. For a moment, the overwhelmingly powerful earth-splitting raging bear was driven back step by step by this human and monkey duo, relying solely on their seamless coordination and an endless barrage of talismans, plunging the beast into a dire disadvantage. Just as Jiang Sheng narrowly dodged another bear swipe, his keen senses suddenly picked up faint breathing sounds from the bushes behind him and a faint, almost imperceptible aura of killing intent. Jiang Sheng's heart stirred. Without betraying a flicker of emotion, he swiftly scanned the area with his peripheral vision. Through the dense foliage, he glimpsed a familiar dark red coat and a pair of eyes that glowed with greed and malice in the dim light. It was Su Lingyuan and her shadow flame demon tiger. A cold sneer instantly rose in Jiang Sheng's heart. That woman from the Su clan truly hasn't given up her thieving ways. She actually still wants to be the third party? Oof. I wonder who the real hunter is. Since you all enjoy lurking in the shadows to watch the show, I'll let you watch a little longer. Meanwhile, in the thickets dozens of meters away, Su Lingyuan stared fixedly at the battlefield, her teeth clenched in fury, her pretty face twisted with rage. Damn it! Does the Lin family have so much money they don't know what to do with it? Are those second-tier talismans just free cabbages? She could scarcely believe her eyes. Every single second-tier talisman Lin Qingyao had flung out was exorbitantly expensive. Even she didn't possess many of them. Yet Lin Qingyao was tossing them out like trash. And that stinking monkey. It's already second-tier too? Its bloodline has evolved to C rank? Su Lingyuan's eyes burned with jealousy. How long had it been? That worthless monkey had improved this fast? It must be Lin Qingyao forcing it up with countless rare treasures. A waste is a waste. No matter how many resources you pile on, it won't change its trashy nature. Su Lingyuan thought viciously. She whispered orders to the Shadowflame demon tiger poised beside her. Shadowflame, keep a close watch. Once they take down that earth-splitting berserker bear, they'll be severely drained, both sides battered. Especially that stinking monkey. It might even be mortally wounded. Follow my command. The moment they succeed, charge out immediately and tear that stinking monkey to shreds. Then seize the ground-shattering berserker bear's carcass. That's a peak second-tier beast. On the battlefield, the fight had reached a fever pitch. After a grueling battle, Lin Qingyao's fair face glistened with sweat, her breathing uneven. To combat this earth-splitting berserker bear, she had expended a vast quantity of second-tier talismans. The ones she had just unleashed alone were roughly valued at over 1,000,000 Federation coins. Jiang Shang bore several claw marks, sustaining minor injuries, though they were all superficial and posed no serious threat. Finally, the opportunity arrived. Under the assault of a powerful second-tier immobilization talisman, the colossal bear's massive frame froze for an incredibly brief moment. Now! Lin Qingyao's beautiful eyes flashed with determination as she hurled the last and most powerful offensive talisman in her grasp. Second-tier Supreme Talisman Annihilation Thunder Talisman. A terrifyingly thick, dark purple thunderbolt descended from the heavens, carrying an aura of utter destruction, and slammed down hard on the earth-splitting raging bear's head. Simultaneously, Jiang Shun unleashed his full power, pushing his monkey spirit technique to its absolute limit. Soaring high into the air, he aimed directly for the scorched, smoking crown of the earth-splitting raging bear's skull. Rending claws. Die. His claws, gleaming with a cold light like two razor-sharp daggers, plunged viciously into the cracks of the earth-splitting berserker bear's skull. Roar. The earth-shattering raging bear let out a roar of unwillingness and despair. Its massive body swayed, then crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud, kicking up a cloud of dust as it breathed its last. Huff, huff. Lin Qingyao and Jiang Shang were both utterly exhausted, gasping for breath, their spirits strained. Just as they were about to catch their breath. Now! Shadowflame Demon Tiger, kill that stinking monkey! Su Lingyuan's shrill cry pierced the air. The Shadowflame Demon Tiger, poised for attack, let out a deep growl and transformed into a crimson blur, darting out of the thicket like lightning. Its target was none other than Jiang Shang, who had just landed, covered in blood, and appeared utterly exhausted. The tiger's claws, gleaming with a sinister cold light, tore through the air with a whistling wind, aiming straight for Jiang Shang's throat. The timing of this ambush was utterly vicious. Chapter 9, The Shadowflame Tiger, defeated. In the blink of an eye. Jiang Shang, who seemed utterly spent, suddenly flashed a sly gleam of triumph in his eyes. He had waited for this moment for a very long time. Spirit Monkey Body Technique. Full Power Burst. Jiang Shang's body twisted sideways at an impossible angle, evading the Shadowflame Demon Tiger's throat-grabbing pounce. Su Lingyuan. You coward. Lin Qingyao was both shocked and furious, her heart racing to her throat. But her reaction was equally swift. Almost simultaneously with Jiang Shang's evasion, her jade-like hand flicked out, sending several defensive and restraining talismans flying toward both Jiang Shang and the Shadowflame Demon Tiger. Second-tier Light Shield Talisman. Second-tier Vine Entanglement Talisman. After dodging the Shadowflame Demon Tiger's lethal strike, Jiang Shang did not retreat or panic as Su Lingyuan had anticipated. Instead, he seized the moment when the tiger's attack missed its mark, its body still off balance, and its momentum momentarily hindered by Lin Qingyao's talismans. He launched a thunderous counterattack. As the saying goes, iron head, iron tail, but a soft underbelly. Jiang Shang aimed precisely for the Shadowflame Demon Tiger's relatively vulnerable midsection. Claw rip. Every ounce of his early second-tier strength poured unreservedly into his claws. Rip. A bone-chilling sound of flesh being torn filled the air. Jiang Shang's razor-sharp claws savagely ripped through the Shadowflame Demon Tiger's fur and muscles at its midsection, exposing bone. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. Arg. The Shadowflame Demon Tiger, gravely wounded, let out a piercing, agonized howl. Its savage nature fully unleashed, it violently whipped its ferocious head around, gaping its blood-stained maw to strike back. But Jiang Shang, having landed his strike, showed no inclination to linger in battle. Using the monkey spirit technique, he had already leapt back the instant the tiger's jaws closed in, instantly creating several meters of distance. At the same moment, Lin Qingyao's talisman arrived just in time. A luminous shield materialized precisely in Jiang Shang's retreat path. The Shadowflame Demon Tiger's furious claw strike slammed into the shield, causing the light to shimmer violently but failing to harm Jiang Shang in the slightest. Several resilient vines shot up from the ground, tightly binding the Shadowflame Demon Tiger's limbs. Though the beast's strength meant breaking free was only a matter of time, its movement was severely restricted for now. The opening grew wider. A cold gleam flashed in Jiang Shang's eyes as he seized the opportunity, closing in once more. This time, his target was clearer and deadlier. The Shadowflame Demon Tiger's eyes and throat. Fast. Accurate. Ruthless. One claw shot like lightning toward the Shadowflame Demon Tiger's eye, the fierce gust of wind forcing the beast to instinctively twist its head away. In that instant, his other claw traced a cold arc, slicing with pinpoint precision toward the exposed throat. Whoa! The Shadowflame Demon Tiger's frenzied roar abruptly ceased, replaced by a despairing whimper. A deep, bone-exposing gash appeared across its throat, crimson blood gushing forth and instantly staining the ground before it red. Its massive body convulsed violently several times, its eyes filled with unwillingness. Finally, it crashed heavily to the ground with a thud. Its limbs twitched a few times before it fell completely silent. Shadow Flame Demon Tiger, dead. But the instant the Shadow Flame Demon Tiger collapsed dead, Su Lingyuan, far away, was struck as if by lightning. Her body jerked violently, and she spat out a large mouthful of blood. The death of her life-bound beast had triggered an extremely severe backlash. Su Lingyuan fixed her gaze on Jiang Shang nearby, her eyes filled with venom, shock, and profound disbelief. No. Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. She screamed hysterically, my Shadow Flame Demon Tiger, it possessed an S-grade bloodline, how could it possibly die at the hands of a stinking C-grade bloodline monkey like you? Lin Qingyao. You owe me an S-rank bloodline beast. Ignoring Su Lingyuan's raving, Lin Qingyao hurried to Jiang Shang's side, nervously scanning him up and down. Xiao Shang, how are you? Are you hurt? Only after confirming Jiang Shang had only superficial wounds and was otherwise unharmed did she breathe a sigh of relief. She then turned with fury, glaring at Su Lingyuan. Su Lingyuan. You were the one who acted despicably, striking first with a sneak attack. Your beast is dead because you brought it upon yourself. Serves you right. Jiang Shang merely shot Su Lingyuan a disdainful glance, his eyes treating her like a pile of disgusting trash. He had no time to waste on this ruined, madwoman. He strode directly to the still-warm corpse of the Shadow Flame Demon Tiger and devoured it without hesitation. An S-grade bloodline beast. This was a tremendous tonic. Ding. Successfully devoured the corpse of an S-rank Shadow Flame Demon Tiger late stage 1. Acquired massive essence. Congratulations, host, on gaining plus 5,000 evolution points. Next, Jiang Shang devoured the stage 2 peak earth-splitting Raging Bear. Ding. Successfully devoured B-grade bloodline Shadow Flame Demon Tiger stage 2 peak corpse. Acquired massive essence. Congratulations, host, on gaining plus 10,000 evolution points. Though the earth-shattering Raging Bear was higher in realm, its bloodline was rather mediocre, yielding only 10,000 evolution points. Having devoured numerous ferocious beasts, Jiang Shang's aura surged relentlessly, effortlessly shattering his cultivation bottleneck. Mid-stage tier 2. Late-stage tier 2. After devouring this S-grade Shadow Flame Demon Tiger, Jiang Shang's cultivation successfully broke through to late-stage tier 2. Su Lingyuan watched helplessly as her prized soul-bound beast became nourishment for that stinking monkey in the blink of an eye. Rage made her body tremble violently, and a sweet taste filled her throat as another mouthful of blood spurted forth. Her trembling fingers pointed at Lin Qingyao and Jiang Shang, her voice hoarse and venomous. Fine. 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 Lin Qingyao. And you damned monkey. This time, Su Lingyuan has fallen. But you just wait. The Su family will not let this rest. I will make you pay the most painful price for this. With that, seemingly fearful of Lin Qingyao's retaliation, she forced herself to endure the excruciating pain of the backlash and crushed the badge without hesitation. A flash of light erupted, and Su Lingyuan's figure vanished from the spot in a disheveled state, retreating from the novice secret realm. Wait all you want. As if I, Lin Qingyao, would ever fear you. Lin Qingyao snorted coldly with disdain at the spot where Su Lingyuan had vanished. She then turned to Jiang Shang, whose aura had grown even more formidable, her beautiful eyes practically sparkling with admiration. Little Shang. You're absolutely amazing. So incredible. Lin Qingyao excitedly pulled Jiang Shang into her arms, rubbing her face against his increasingly soft and glossy golden fur. You're already late second stage now. Let's keep going. We'll max out the points in this beginner's secret realm. Chapter 10, not very painful, but extremely humiliating. Having dealt with the considerable nuisance that was Su Lingyuan, Jiang Shang and Lin Qingyao plunged back into their sweeping campaign through the novice secret realm. Jiang Shang's strength had firmly reached the late second tier. Combined with Lin Qingyao's power as a 2-star beastmaster and her relentless supply of talismanic support, their monster-clearing efficiency reached an almost terrifying level. Wherever they passed, beasts fell, becoming nourishment for Jiang Shang's evolution. Ding! Successfully consumed the corpse of a late-stage tier 1 swift-wind wolf. Congratulations, host, you have gained plus 200 evolution points. Ding! Successfully consumed the corpse of a peak stage 1 poison dart frog. Congratulations, host, you have gained plus 300 evolution points. Ding! Successfully consumed the corpse of an early-stage shadow leopard. Congratulations, host, you have gained plus 1,500 evolution points. Jiang Shang's evolution points steadily increased, drawing ever closer to the 50,000 points required for his next evolution. Suddenly, the entire space of the novice secret realm violently trembled without warning. It felt like an unprecedented earthquake had erupted. A terrifying aura, far surpassing that of a second-tier beast and even exceeding the might of the previous earth-splitting Raging Bear, erupted from the deepest depths of the realm. Under this terrifying pressure, countless low-tier beasts still active within the realm cowered to the ground in unison, trembling violently, not daring to entertain even a flicker of resistance. Lin Qingyao's expression changed instantly, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. This aura? It's third tier. It's definitely the aura of a third-tier beast. A beast broke through to 3rd tier in the novice secret realm? How is that possible? The level cap of the novice secret realm should theoretically never allow a 3rd tier existence. At that very moment, a beastly roar erupted from the source of that terrifying pressure, a cry filled with boundless fury and extreme agony that reverberated throughout the entire secret realm. Judging by the sound, the beast's breakthrough process was clearly far from stable or smooth. Lin Qingyao immediately turned to Jiang Shang beside her, her pretty face etched with gravity and anxiety. Her tone was stern as she declared, "Xiao Shang, the situation has changed. A 3rd tier ferocious beast possesses power far beyond that of a 2nd tier beast. It's simply beyond our current capabilities to handle. It's too dangerous. We must exit the secret realm immediately and notify the teachers and principal outside about this situation." Yet Jiang Shang seemed oblivious to Lin Qingyao's words. His gaze remained fixed on the source of that terrifying pressure, his golden eyes now burning with an unprecedented intensity and fervor. A 3rd tier ferocious beast. If only he could devour it. Jiang Shang shook his small head forcefully, then extended his claw, pointing resolutely in that direction. The intent conveyed in his gaze brooked no argument. He was going to investigate. Lin Qingyao gazed at Jiang Shang's stubborn, yearning eyes. Taking a deep breath, she bit her red lips slightly. "All right. Little Shang, I believe in you. We'll approach cautiously to assess the situation. Remember, if things go south, we must retreat immediately, no lingering in battle." The human and monkey reached a consensus, instantly suppressing their presence as they cautiously crept toward the core area of the secret realm. The closer they approached the core, the more terrifying the oppressive aura in the air became. Cracks in the ground grew more numerous and wider, and vast swaths of surrounding trees lay toppled, clearly victims of the disturbance. When they finally reached the edge of the core zone and beheld the scene before them, even with their mental preparation, they were profoundly shaken. At the center of a completely devastated forest stood a massive pit where the ground had collapsed. Within the pit, a monstrous beast enormous in size and resembling a giant scorpion roared toward the heavens. Early Stage 3, Earthfire Poison Scorpion. Protected by its high-arching scorpion tail, a peculiar plant stood quietly growing there. It was fiery red throughout, about half a meter tall, resembling a lingji mushroom in form, yet emanating astonishing energy fluctuations and an enticing fragrance. A 4th-grade heavenly treasure, the Crimson Young Fire Lingji. The Earthfire Poison Scorpion, having just completed its breakthrough, still radiated a wild and unstable aura. It greedily absorbed the pure fire attribute energy emanating from the Crimson Sun Fire Lingji, attempting to solidify its newly attained realm. It even sought to seize this opportunity to surge directly into the mid-stage of the 3rd tier. A dazzling light instantly flared in Jiang Shang's eyes. Red Sun Fire Lingji. It was actually a 4th-grade heavenly treasure. No wonder this Earthfire Poison Scorpion managed to forcefully break through to the 3rd tier in such a place. It was aided by such a treasure. Just as the Earthfire Poison Scorpion lowered its hideous head, opening its mouth filled with sharp fangs, preparing to devour the Crimson Sun Fire Lingji root and all in one gulp. "You vile beast! Take this slap from this young master." A cry rang out, slightly immature yet brimming with arrogance and provocation. Jiang Shang pushed his spirit monkey technique to its absolute limit, transforming his entire body into a golden bolt of lightning so swift it left only a faint afterimage behind. His speed, in that instant, surpassed all limits. In the blink of an eye, he covered dozens of meters, appearing beside the massive head of the Earthfire Poison Scorpion. Then, he raised his claw not particularly large, channeling every ounce of his late 2nd stage power. With brutal, merciless force, he lashed out at the scorpion's hard-shelled cheek. Smack! A crisp, loud, almost comical smacking sound suddenly echoed across the battlefield. Damage? For a 3rd-tier Earthfire Poison Scorpion with its thick hide and astonishing defense, the physical damage inflicted by this slap was practically negligible, 0. But the insult factor, however, skyrocketed to max. The scorpion's lantern-sized compound eyes froze in stunned disbelief, seemingly unable to comprehend what had just transpired. It, a formidable 3rd-tier beast, having just broken through its power barrier, poised to savor the fruits of victory and solidify its dominance over the secret realm, had actually been slapped in the face by some insignificant little bug that appeared out of nowhere? After a moment of stunned confusion, a volcanic eruption of fury erupted from its depths. The Earthfire Poison Scorpion abandoned the Crimson Young Fire Lingji within arm's reach, letting out a shrill roar. Then, it swung its scorpion tail, lashing out horizontally toward Jiang Shang. The battle erupted in an instant. Jiang Shang pushed his spirit monkey technique to its absolute limit, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. However, the power and speed of a 3rd-tier ferocious beast were truly terrifying. Even with Jiang Shang's current late 2nd-tier strength and the profound subtleties of the spirit monkey technique, he could only barely evade. The slightest misstep would mean being torn to shreds. But Lin Qingyao's cash power proved to be the turning point in the battle. Chapter 11, No Way. It evolved again? Lin Qingyao knew full well that ordinary 2nd-tier talismans would be ineffective against a 3rd-tier beast. Without hesitation, she unleashed her entire stash of life-saving and enhancement third-tier talismans as if they were worthless, flinging them out in a reckless barrage. Third-tier rock-solid protection talisman. Fortress-like defense. A thick, earth-colored talisman transformed into a protective light barrier, shielding Lin Qingyao completely. Third-tier swiftness talisman. Speed. A streak of green light shot into Jiang Shang's body, propelling his speed to new heights. Third-tier divine strength talisman. Power. A golden light merged into Jiang Shang's arms, instantly amplifying his strength to staggering levels. After completing these actions, Lin Qingyao did not pause. While carefully maintaining a safe distance from the earth-fire poison scorpion, she continuously pulled various powerful second-tier control-type talismans from her spatial ring, desperately hurling them at the creature. Freezing talisman. Paralysis talisman. Gravity talisman. Restraint talisman. Though these second-tier talismans could barely inflict substantial damage on the third-tier earthfire poison scorpion, they successfully disrupted and slowed some of its movements, creating precious moments for Jiang Shang to dodge and counterattack. Immediately after, Lin Qingyao drew out her last few third-tier attack talismans, her final trump card. Third-tier Heavenly Thunder Summoning. Third-tier Mountain Burning Blaze. Her gaze intensified as she seized the fleeting openings exposed by Jiang Shang's speed-driven assaults on the earthfire venom scorpion. She unleashed these two devastating third-tier attack talismans, slamming them directly into the scorpion's weak points. Boom! Sizzle! Lightning and flames intertwined, unleashing astonishing destructive force upon the colossal body of the earthfire poison scorpion. The battle plunged into a brutal, white-hot phase from the very start. Lin Qingyao's talismans rapidly depleted. Her lovely face grew increasingly pale from the immense drain on her spiritual energy, and a fine sheen of sweat beaded on her forehead. Jiang Shang's situation was equally dire. Even with the powerful reinforcement of various third-tier talismans, the vast gap in raw strength remained impossible for him to overcome. During a perilous evasion, the scorpion's tail swept across his back. A searing, icy agony instantly spread through his entire body. The venomous fire entered his flesh, causing his limbs to stiffen and his movements to falter even slightly. That split-second hesitation nearly cost him his life. The earthfire poison scorpion's massive venomous pincers descended toward him with a force capable of tearing through anything. At the critical moment, Lin Qingyao, who had been intently observing the battlefield, suddenly saw an opportunity. She noticed the earthfire poison scorpion had inadvertently exposed a small, charred wound on its lower abdomen, a scar left by the Heavenly Thunder summoning talisman earlier. That spot was the weakest point in its carapace defense. Xiao Shang. Now, its weakness is below that charred spot on its abdomen. Ignoring everything else, Lin Qingyao frantically channeled every last ounce of her remaining spiritual energy into the final talisman in her hand, the third-tier armor-piercing heart talisman, renowned for its unmatched penetrating power, shouting with all her might. Jiang Shang understood instantly. Gritting his teeth against excruciating pain, his golden eyes blazed with unyielding resolve. Pushing the Divine Speed talisman's final effect to its absolute limit, Jiang Shang neither dodged nor retreated, ignoring the venomous pincers closing in to seize him. He perfectly combined the tearing force of his claws with the amplified power of the Divine Strength talisman, channeling it into his paws as he stabbed toward the exposed, charred wound on the underbelly of the earthfire poison scorpion. Die! Splash! The sound echoed like a blade piercing rotten flesh. Jiang Shang's claws plunged deep into the earthfire poison scorpion's abdomen. SSS. Roar! The earthfire venom scorpion let out a piercing, agonized howl. Its massive body convulsed violently, its scorpion tail and giant pincers flailing wildly, yet it could no longer stem the rapid drain of its life force. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Lin Qingyao detonated the last shred of spiritual energy within her body, precisely hurling an ordinary Grade 1 explosive flame talisman into the earthfire poison scorpion's gaping maw. Boom! Attack from both inside and out. The fatal blow. Explosions erupted simultaneously within the scorpion's head and abdomen. Its massive body convulsed wildly in place a few times before crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud, utterly defeated and utterly lifeless. Huff, huff. Finally, it's over. Lin Qingyao could no longer hold herself up. She collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, her fair face drained of all color. Jiang Shang, too, was covered in blood, his body riddled with wounds large and small. The area on his back scorched by the poisonous flames was particularly charred black. Yet, his golden eyes shone with astonishing brilliance, filled with excitement and ecstasy. Without pause, he forced himself to his feet and charged toward the Crimson Sun Firelingji. In one swift motion, he seized it and swallowed it whole. Ding! Successfully consumed the third-tier heavenly treasure, Crimson Sun Firelingji. Acquired massive essence. Congratulations, host, on gaining plus 20,000 evolution points. Jiang Shang felt a warm current surge through his entire body. His injuries were healing at a visible pace. The charred wound on his back rapidly scabbed over and fell away, revealing fresh, pink skin beneath. Propelled by this immense energy, his cultivation realm instantly shattered its bottleneck, surging from late stage 2 to peak stage 2. Lin Xingyao, receiving the energy backflow, seamlessly broke through to become a 3-star beast tamer. Her spiritual power surged instantly, restoring her bodily functions. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Shang lunged once more at the colossal corpse of the earthfire poison scorpion and began devouring it. Ding! Successfully consumed the corpse of an early-stage earthfire poison scorpion. Acquired massive essence. Congratulations, host, on gaining 20,000 evolution points. Current evolution points, 60,000, 50,000. Evolution conditions met. Evolved now? In an instant, blinding golden light erupted from Zhang Shang's body, shooting skyward. The golden light completely enveloped Zhang Shang. His small figure flickered within the radiance, yet his aura surged upward at a terrifying speed. The third evolution had begun. Lin Xingyao stared blankly at Zhang Shang, her lovely face filled with shock, bewilderment, and delight. No. This can't be. He's evolved again? This is just too unbelievable. 2 days? Maybe even less than 2 days. Little Shang has already evolved 3 times? If word got out about this, who would believe it? This can't be explained away as just a mutated spirit beast anymore. It's nothing short of a miracle. Chapter 12, First Place. The golden light retracted, sinking entirely into Zhang Shang's body. He stood tall, his outward appearance barely changed, yet his aura was utterly transformed. The muscles along his limbs flowed with new fluidity, while the golden hair on his forehead gleamed with a deep, molten gold luster. Most crucially, the bloodline aura emanating from him had already broken through the shackles of C rank. It was an entirely new, powerful aura belonging to the B rank. To leap 4 tiers from F rank to B rank in just 2 days, this was a miracle capable of shaking the very foundations of Cloud City. Zhang Shang immediately checked his interface. Race, Diamond Spirit War Monkey. Tier, Peak Tier 2. Bloodline, B rank. Potential, 5th Tier Peak. Skills, Claw Rip, Spirit Monkey Agility, Emulate Heaven and Earth Beginner. Innate Divine Ability, Emulate Heaven and Earth Basic, Active Skill. Consumes vast amounts of spiritual energy to temporarily enlarge the body, significantly boosting all attributes. Duration and enhancement effects increase with rank and proficiency. Note, this ability possesses immense potential and extremely high growth potential. Evolution points, 5,000, 200,000. Lin Xingyao felt the solid and powerful B-grade bloodline aura emanating from Zhang Shang, her heart filled with awe. She understood that this advancement proved Xiao Shang possessed stable and terrifying growth potential. She resolved to guard this secret at all costs. At that moment, the entire novice realm began to violently tremble. The sky split open, the earth collapsed, clearly unable to withstand the lingering energy shockwaves. A cold, authoritative mechanical voice echoed throughout the realm. Warning! Irreversible damage detected in the realm space. Emergency evacuation protocol activated. All trainees, proceed immediately to designated teleportation points for evacuation. Lin Xingyao and Zhang Shang exchanged glances, both seeing gravity in each other's eyes. A massive spatial fissure was forming in the distance, emitting a terrifying suction force. Xiao Shang, we have to leave now. Lin Xingyao urged. Zhang Shang spun around and sprinted toward Lin Xingyao. Man and monkey dashed across the collapsing terrain, racing toward the sole teleportation point. Along the way, they encountered numerous fleeing trainees. Both the students and their beasts were in disarray, utterly terrified by the apocalyptic scene. Run! The spatial rift is closing in. What on earth is happening? Amidst the chaos, a familiar figure appeared. It was the same male student who had boasted about his C-grade swift wind wolf at the entrance earlier. Now he scrambled forward on all fours, his wind wolf cowering with its tail tucked between its legs, whimpering incessantly. As he brushed past Lin Xingyao and Zhang Shang, who were rushing toward him at full speed, he instinctively glanced over. That single glance froze him in his tracks. He saw Zhang Shang running side by side with Lin Xingyao, even subtly shielding her behind him. The overwhelming aura emanating from that monkey sent a shiver through both him and his swift wind wolf, a tremor that shook them to their very souls. His swift wind wolf was so overwhelmed by the aura that it collapsed in terror on the spot. Impossible. The male student's voice trembled. That monkey, its aura, is far stronger than my swift wind wolf. Could it be a B-grade bloodline? He couldn't believe this conclusion, but the palpable pressure of its might was undeniable. In just 2 days, a monkey he'd dismissed as worthless had become a being he now had to look up to? Yet Zhang Shang and Lin Xingyao didn't even glance at him, their figures had already vanished into the distance. Ignoring him was the ultimate contempt. The male student stood frozen in place, his face etched with endless regret and horror. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, the gravitational pull of the spatial fissure intensified. Lin Xingyao pulled Zhang Shang, preparing to dash through the portal. Just as they were about to step through the light gate, Zhang Shang's gaze locked onto the remains of the earthfire poison scorpion. Xiao Shang? Lin Xingyao sensed his hesitation. Zhang Shang offered no reply. Instead, in the final second, his body blurred into a streak of motion. With lightning speed, he lunged toward the scorpion's corpse, his sharp claws plunging beneath its shattered carapace. With pinpoint precision, he extracted a fist-sized, oddly shaped crystal stone still warm and stained with scorpion blood. Without pausing to examine it, Jiang Shang sprinted back and thrust the crystal into Lin Qingyao's hand. Hold it tight. Before the words had fully left his mouth, both were swallowed by the teleportation portal. The next instant, they materialized in the exit plaza. Chaos reigned on the square, filled with students still reeling from the shock. Qin Yao, Principal Qin Jinghua and several teachers immediately surrounded them. Seeing Lin Qingyao and Jiang Shang unharmed, they all breathed sighs of relief. Thank goodness, you're both okay. Among the crowd stood Su Lin Yuan. Her face was pale, her eyes filled with venom as she glared at Jiang Shang and Lin Qingyao. The backlash from her life-bound beast being slain left her breathless and weak. Qin Jinghua's expression turned grave as he demanded, Lin Qingyao, what exactly happened deep within the secret realm? What was that aura of a third-tier ferocious beast? Lin Qingyao and Jiang Shang had already coordinated their story. Taking a breath, she answered, still shaken. Principal, after we ventured deeper, we had the misfortune of encountering a peak second-tier earth-splitting raging bear. What? A ground-splitting raging bear? Several teachers gasped in shock. Yes, Lin Qingyao nodded. I had prepared a large number of talismans, and with Xiao Sheng risking his life to distract it, we barely escaped death and managed to kill it by sheer luck. As for that third-tier aura, she continued. After defeating the earth-shattering berserker bear, we sensed a terrifying energy surge emanating from deeper within. It seemed an even more formidable beast was undergoing advancement. We dared not approach and retreated immediately. But collapse of the secret realm is likely connected to that unknown beast. This account was half-truth, half-fiction explaining their survival while hinting at the source of their high score. Qin Jinghua pressed, your beast, what's its current strength? Lin Qingyao glanced at Jiang Shang and replied according to plan, it broke through during the battle and is now at peak C rank. Its decisive role in tying up the enemy was crucial to our victory. C rank peak. While this rank was still surprising, it fell within the realm of plausibility compared to the feat of slaying a peak second-tier beast. After all, Lin Qingyao possessed SSS-tier talent. Cultivating her beast to this level was entirely plausible. This explanation accounted for the high score without revealing the secret of Jiang Shang's B-rank bloodline. Qin Jinghua nodded, provisionally accepting this explanation. Alright, everyone is present. The secret realm is temporarily sealed off, awaiting the association's handling. Now, begin calculating the final scores. On the Central Plaza's large screen, all trainees' names and scores began scrolling. Most scores ranged from several thousand to tens of thousands. Soon, Su Ling Yuan's name appeared. 10th place, Su Ling Yuan, points 185,000. This score was already quite impressive, causing a small stir among the crowd. A flush returned to Su Ling Yuan's cheeks, her eyes gleaming with pride. Even with her soul-bound beast dead, her ranking remained among the top. However, when the final name appeared, the entire venue fell instantly silent. First place, Lin Qingyao, points 3,685,000. Chapter 13, Luck is part of one's strength. On the screen, Lin Qingyao's name was followed by a long string of zeros. That terrifying number seemed to possess a magical pull, capturing everyone's gaze. The silence gave way to a roar of discussion. 3,680,000? Am I seeing things? Her score is 20 times Su Ling Yuan's? She really killed that earth-splitting berserker bear. Unbelievable. The smug expression on Su Ling Yuan's face froze instantly, twisting into utter disbelief. She lunged forward, finger jabbing at the screen, screaming hysterically. Impossible. She must have cheated. Principal. Teacher. This can't be possible. Even if her monkey evolved to peak C rank, it couldn't possibly score this high. Her voice was shrill and piercing, filled with refusal to accept defeat and sheer madness. All eyes were fixed on her and Lin Qingyao. Su Ling Yuan turned to Qin Jinghua and shouted, I demand a thorough investigation. There must be a system error. Otherwise, our wager is null and void. Qin Jinghua also frowned. This score was indeed too outrageous. He looked toward Teacher Wang, who was in charge of tallying the results. Under immense pressure, Teacher Wang repeatedly checked the data in the system's backend. After several minutes, he lifted his head, stepped forward with an odd expression, and addressed the entire hall in a loud voice. Class, quiet, please. The scoring system for the Novice Secret Realm is provided by the City Beastmaster Association. Its system permissions are extremely high, making it absolutely impossible for trainees to cheat. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the room before settling on Su Ling Yuan's face. Regarding Lin Qingyao's points. After repeated cross-checking with the back-end data source, they have been confirmed to be accurate. Her records of slain beasts indeed include a peak second-tier earth-splitting raging bear, along with numerous high-tier beasts. Her points perfectly match her kill records. Teacher Wang's voice rang out with unwavering certainty, shattering Su Ling Yuan's last shred of hope. He looked at Su Ling Yuan, whose face had turned ashen, and said slowly, enunciating each word. Su Ling Yuan, please honor the wager. Teacher Wang's words struck Su Ling Yuan's heart like a heavy hammer. The system is accurate. The points were correct. Then the only one at fault was herself. The gazes of thousands of teachers and students in the hall converged on her, filled with pity and schadenfreude. Su Lingyuan's face flushed crimson then drained pale, her body trembling slightly with intense shame and fury. Lin Xingyao merely watched her calmly, saying nothing. Sometimes, silence speaks louder than any words. Principal Qin Jinghua, observing the scene, spoke in a deep voice, breaking the suffocating silence. Su Lingyuan, the entire school is watching. As a beastmaster, you must take responsibility. If you make a bet, you must accept the consequences. These words proved to be the final straw that broke the camel's back. Su Lingyuan clenched her fists so tightly her nails dug deep into her palms. She glared fiercely at Lin Xingyao before finally grinding out the words through clenched teeth. I lost. I was outmatched. 10 million Federation credits will be delivered to the Lin family. After uttering these words, she seemed drained of all strength. Her spirit shattered completely. Darkness engulfed her vision and she collapsed backward. The Su family members, who had been waiting nearby, immediately rushed forward, catching her. They shot venomous glances at Lin Xingyao and the principal before hastily carrying the unconscious Su Lingyuan away. This scene would undoubtedly become the biggest laughingstock at Yunqing First High School for a long time to come. Su family mansion. From the study came a furious shout, accompanied by the shattering crash of porcelain. Useless! Su Zhentian, the family patriarch, curled an expensive blue and white porcelain vase to the floor with a thud, his face ashen. She's brought utter disgrace upon the Su family. Beneath the blow, a middle-aged man who appeared to be a steward kept his head bowed, not daring to breathe. Su Zhentian paced the room, his eyes dark and menacing. 10 million? My Su family doesn't care about such a trifling sum. What I care about is my daughter, with her S-grade beast-taming talent, actually losing to a monkey with SSS-grade talent and a C-grade bloodline. There must be foul play involved. Su Zhentian abruptly halted, his gaze turning fierce. Transmit my orders. Mobilize every intelligence network the family possesses. Investigate this thoroughly. Uncover every single move Lin Xingyao and that monkey made within the secret realm. I'll see what underhanded tricks they pulled. The Su family's retaliation arrived silently. Meanwhile, at Yunqing First High School, the sudden upheaval and collapse of the novice secret realm quickly alarmed Yunqing's true high command. Two figures arrived at the cordoned-off plaza, accompanied by the principal. One was Shi Gondang, commander of the city guard. He was a towering figure with a stern countenance, radiating an aura of iron discipline and lethal resolve. The other was Lu Changfeng, president of the Yunqing Beastmaster Association. Dressed in an elegant scholar's robe, he exuded a gentle demeanor, yet his eyes were as deep and unfathomable as the sea. President Lu, Commander Shi. Principal Qin Jinghua briefly reported the situation, emphasizing the actions of Lin Xingyao and Jiang Shang. After listening, Shi Gondang turned to Lin Xingyao and nodded. Impressive. She kept her composure under pressure. That takes guts. Lu Chengfeng's gaze lingered on Jiang Shang for a long moment. He approached slowly, studying Jiang Shang with keen interest. Young lady, your beast companion is quite intriguing. Lin Xingyao's heart tightened as she respectfully replied, Chairman Lu, you flatter me. Xiao Sheng was merely fortunate to break through by chance in the secret realm. Lu Chengfeng smiled, his words carrying a hint of deeper meaning. Luck is also a part of strength. However, its qi and blood are abundant, its foundation solid, and its spiritual awareness far surpasses others of its rank. This is hardly the typical performance of an ordinary C-grade beast. Nurture it well, and it holds boundless potential. With that, he asked no further questions and turned to discuss the aftermath of the secret realm's collapse with Shi Gondang. Lin Xingyao, however, broke out in a cold sweat. The discerning eyes of these seasoned powerhouses were indeed sharp. It seemed she must conceal the little saint's secret with even greater care from now on. Lin Family Villa. When Lin Xingyao returned home bearing the honor of Secret Realm Champion and that staggering score of over 3 million points, Lin Xinyue and Lu Qingyun's attitudes underwent a complete reversal. In the living room, Lin Xinyue held a copy of the ranking list, his face flushed with excitement. Excellent! 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 Truly the daughter of Lin Xinyue! He exclaimed 3 times in succession before scooping up Jiang Shang beside him and hoisting him high into the air. And our little Shang! You're the top contributor this time. You're the lucky charm of the Lin family. Lu Qingyun beamed with pride, offering Jiang Shang spiritual fruits and pouring him specially brewed beast-taming elixirs. After hearing Lin Xingyao's version of the story plenty of talismans, good luck, narrowly escaping death to slay the earth-splitting raging bear, their view of Jiang Shang was completely transformed. How could he be a liability? This was clearly their daughter's keen eye, snagging a treasure with boundless potential. Lin Xinyue roared with laughter, splendid. That old codger Su Zhentian this time, we've stomped his face into the dirt. The family basked in joyous harmony, the atmosphere overflowing with delight. Amidst the joy, Lin Xingyao suddenly remembered something. She retrieved the peculiar crystal stone from the remains of the earthfire-poisoned scorpion from her spatial ring. Dad, look at this. What do you think it is? We found it in a cave near the nest of that earth-splitting raging bear. It was covered in blood back then, but now the bloodstains seemed to have been absorbed. She skillfully concealed the crystal's true origin. Lin Jinyue took the crystal stone. Being well-traveled and knowledgeable, he examined it closely. As he looked, his expression suddenly changed. Clang! He flung the crystal onto the table as if scalded, exclaiming in shock. This is the venom-infused Scorpion Emperor's heart crystal. Chapter 14, Using the Lin family's forbidden artifact victory without honor. This object holds the essence of the third-tier Earthfire poison scorpion's venom and power. It's a potent tonic for poison attribute in insect-type beast tamers, but for tamers of other attributes, it's a deadly poison that tears through the intestines and rips open the belly. He stared at Jiang Shang in horror and shouted urgently, Xiao Shang! You absolutely must not touch this. Quick! Get away from it! Yet, the instant Lin Jinyue's words fell silent. A starkly different notification sounded in Jiang Shang's mind. Ding! Rare body tempering material Scorpion Emperor's heart crystal detected. This item can neutralize residual Scarlet Sun Fire Lingji energy within the host, initiating fire poison tempering. Quenching successful. High probability of enhancing the host's physical form and advancing the innate divine ability emulate heaven and earth. Warning, the fire poison tempering process is excruciatingly painful and extremely dangerous. The slightest misstep will result in bodily explosion and death. Lin Jinyue's warning echoed in his ears, while the system prompt flashed through his mind. Lethal poison. Or a rare body tempering material? Jiang Shang stared at the dark red crystal stone on the table, his eyes showing not a hint of hesitation. Fortune favors the bold. He immediately transmitted an unwavering thought to Lin Qingyao through their mental link. I want it. Trust me. Lin Qingyao's body trembled. She looked at Jiang Shang, seeing in his golden eyes an unquestionable resolve. Qingyao, throw that thing away. It's too dangerous. Lin Jinyue urged anxiously. But Lin Qingyao took a deep breath, stepped forward, and picked up the Scorpion Emperor's heart crystal. Dad, wait. Meeting her father's stunned gaze, she spoke softly yet firmly, Xiao Shang, it wants this. Nonsense. Lin Jinyue exclaimed. It's deadly poison. It will kill him. Lin Qingyao shook her head, her eyes clear as she looked at her father. I trust Xiao Shang. Ever since we formed our bond, it has worked countless miracles. This time, I trust it too. Lin Jinyue gazed at his daughter's stubborn expression, then glanced at the composed Jiang Shang beside her. His heart was torn. Finally, he recalled Jiang Shang's extraordinary qualities, sighed deeply, and relented. Fine. I'll see what surprises this little one has in store for me. I will personally guard the ritual. Should anything go awry, I will intervene immediately. Lin Family, Secret Cultivation Chamber. Crafted from a special alloy, it was impregnable, capable of blocking most energy fluctuations. Lin Jinyue stood guard nearby, his expression grave. Lin Qingyao waited anxiously outside the chamber, her heart in her throat. In the chamber's center, Jiang Shang stared at the Scorpion Emperor's heart crystal in his hand. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. The instant the crystal entered his stomach, two utterly opposing, terrifying energies collided with a thunderous crash. One was the cold, domineering fire poison power contained within the Scorpion Emperor's heart crystal. The other was the supremely virile, pure yang energy lingering within him from the Crimson Sun Fire Lingji he had devoured earlier. Boom! Unimaginable agony instantly engulfed every inch of Jiang Shang's flesh and every cell in his body. It felt as though billions of venomous insects were gnawing at his meridians, or as if molten lava flowed through his veins. The two forces threatened to tear his body apart and melted away. Roar! Jiang Shang let out a suppressed growl, his eyes instantly turning blood red. His skin alternated between the scorching red of a red-hot iron and a poisonous, inky black. His skin continuously cracked open, oozing a mixture of golden and black blood, only to be swiftly repaired by a powerful vitality in the next instant. Split open, heal, split open again, heal once more. Such extreme agony would shatter the resolve of even the most steadfast warrior. Outside the sealed chamber, Lin Qingyao could sense the violent energy fluctuations emanating from within. She paced frantically, her heart wrenching in agony. Mom, Xiao Shang, he'll be okay, right? She asked Lu Qingyun, her voice breaking. Holding her daughter, Lu Qingyun reassured her, don't be afraid. Your father is guarding him inside. Inside the chamber, Jiang Shang's consciousness teetered on the brink amidst waves of agony. Just as he felt he could barely hold on, his soul on the verge of being torn apart. Roar! A primal roar, filled with defiance and fighting spirit, echoed throughout the chamber. Stimulated by this desperate will to survive, his innate divine ability triggered passively. Emulate heaven and earth. Boom! Jiang Shang's tiny form suddenly grew larger within the chamber. 1 meter, 3 meters, 5 meters. Only when he transformed into a colossal ape towering over the heavens and earth did he cease growing. The expansion of his body finally provided an outlet for the previously congested and violent energy. A torrent of energy, a twisted blend of fire poison and pure yang, surged wildly through his broadened, resilient meridians like a raging river. As it surged, the two opposing energies were forcibly fused and voraciously absorbed by his enlarged body's veins, bones, and flesh. After an unknown span of time, the light within the chamber slowly faded. Jiang Shang's massive form returned to its original state. He knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, his aura somewhat weary, clearly having expended immense energy. Yet his golden eyes shone brighter and more vibrant than ever before. Body tempering successful. He could distinctly feel that the strength of his physical body had increased by at least 30%. More importantly, his innate divine ability had advanced. Innate divine ability emulate heaven and earth minor achievement, active skill. Consume spiritual energy to temporarily enlarge the body, significantly boosting all attributes. Enhancement effects and duration increased by 50%. The very next day after Jiang Shang's successful body tempering, rumors suddenly began circulating throughout Cloud City. Have you heard? The eldest Miss Lin won first place in the secret realm by using the Lin family's forbidden artifact of victory achieved by foul means. I heard too. Some even say that monkey of hers isn't normally evolved, it's a monster spawned by some evil secret technique. No wonder it evolved so quickly. So that's how it is. She'll stop at nothing to win. These rumors spread like wildfire through every street and alley of Yunqing overnight. Everyone knew exactly where they originated. It could only be the Su family. Unable to retaliate openly, they resorted to these underhanded tactics, attempting to smear the Lin family and ruin Lin Xingyao's reputation. At the Lin family residence, Lin Xingyao's face flushed crimson with anger upon hearing the rumors. She could care less about what others said about her, but she absolutely could not tolerate them slandering the little saint like this. Just then, Shi Gandang, the commander of the city guard, arrived once more. Ignoring the rumors, he handed Lin Xingyao a formal invitation. In 3 days, outside the city at Blackwind Forest, there will be a multi-clan joint eradication operation. Shi Gandang's expression was grave as he looked at Lin Xingyao. This operation will involve the younger generations of the Wang family, the Li family, and even the Su family. His voice grew solemn as he added meaningfully. For a beastmaster, the best response to rumors is to shatter them with strength on the battlefield. But you must be cautious. Outside the city walls, it's not like the secret realm. Anything could happen. Chapter 15, the Su clan actually bows their heads. After Shi Gandang departed, Lin Xingyao stared at the invitation in her hand, her gaze hardening with resolve. Xiao Shang, the Su family intends to deal with us outside the city, she relayed through their mental link. Are you afraid? Jiang Shang's response was a surge of battle intent that shot skyward. Perfect. Let's test my new power. Lin Xingyao smiled. She knew her comrade never shied away from battle. Alright. Let's go then. Let's crush those rumors with our strength. Seeing his daughter's resolve, Lin Jinyue no longer tried to dissuade her. Instead, he gave her his full support. Since you've made up your mind, you mustn't bring shame upon the Lin family. He retrieved a thick stack of brand new second-tier talismans from his storage equipment and pressed them into Lin Xingyao's hands. Take all of these. If you need more, just ask me. Then, he solemnly handed her a talisman radiating a deep, golden glow. This third-tiered Vajra protective talisman, never use it lightly unless you're facing a life or death crisis where there's no other choice. Lin Xingyao felt a wave of warmth wash over her heart and nodded firmly. 3 days later, the day of the eradication operations report. Lin Xingyao brought Jiang Shang to the Grand Hall of the Yunqing Beastmaster Association. The hall was bustling with noise, crowded with young beast tamers gathered to report. The moment Lin Xingyao and Jiang Shang appeared, they became the center of attention. Recent rumors about them had run rampant, drawing gazes filled with curiosity, scrutiny, or disdain from everyone present. Just then, a discordant voice rang out. Well, if it isn't our secret realm champion, Miss Lin herself? Several lavishly dressed youths approached, led by none other than Wang Tang of the Wang family. Having witnessed Jiang Shang's F-grade bloodline awakening at the secret realm's entrance, he scoffed at the news of Lin Xingyao's victory. Wang Tang eyed Lin Xingyao up and down with a lecherous gaze, his words dripping with sarcasm. Heard your little monkey's quite the force to be reckoned with, running rampant through the secret realm. Wonder if that's true? This trial outside the city isn't like the novice secret realm. If you die, no one will even collect your body. He deliberately threatened, Miss Lin, don't go crying your eyes out over some beasts out there, now. His entourage burst into mocking laughter. Beside Wang Tang, a sleek and agile fiery windhound sensed its master's hostility. It bared its teeth at Jiang Shang, growling menacingly from its throat, poised to pounce at any moment. It was a genuine C-grade bloodline beast. Faced with this blatant provocation, Lin Xingyao's expression turned cold. But before she could speak, Jiang Shang made his move first. No, he didn't even move. He merely lifted his eyelids, casting a faint glance at the blazing windhound. In the next instant, an invisible, terrifying pressure originating from the depths of his bloodline crashed down. The B-grade bloodline, the awe-inspiring presence of the diamond spirit war monkey, unleashed without restraint. Woo! The fierce wind dog's threatening growl abruptly ceased, replaced by a short, despairing whimper. It couldn't even muster a proper resistance, let alone a scream. Its body stiffened, then its limbs went limp, collapsing with a thud onto the ground. Immediately, a foul stench filled the air. In the grip of utter terror, this C-grade bloodline hound had soiled itself right there on the spot. The entire registration hall, once filled with noisy chatter and laughter, fell instantly silent. Dead silence fell over the entire room. Everyone stared in stunned silence at the scene. The mocking expressions on Wang Tang and his henchmen's faces froze solid. The color drained from their faces, replaced by boundless horror. B-grade bloodline? Someone shouted the words in a trembling voice. Wang Tang's body jerked violently as he stared intently at Jiang Shang, as if trying to see right through him. Impossible. This absolutely couldn't be true. He had seen this monkey with his own eyes. It possessed only the lowest tier F-grade bloodline. Rumors claimed it had evolved to the peak of C-grade at most. Yet the terrifying pressure before him now, one that made even his own heart race, was unmistakably the genuine aura only a B-grade bloodline could possess. In that instant, every gaze directed at Jiang Shang shifted. No wonder it could earn over 3 million points. No wonder he could make Su Ling Yuan's S-rank beast fall in the secret realm. It turned out he wasn't merely a C-rank P cultivator at all, he was a B-rank beast lurking in the shadows. The Lin family had been hiding their true strength far too well. Wang Tang felt the stares from all directions, as if they were looking at a clown, and his face burned with pain. Humiliation. This was outright humiliation. His face flushed from pale to crimson, then turned a deep liver-like hue, yet he dared not utter another word. In the face of overwhelming power, any provocation was nothing but inviting humiliation. He dared not linger another second. Fumbling frantically, he scooped up his limp, filthy dog, its bowels and bladder emptying as it went. Amidst the crowd's roaring laughter, he slunk away, his tail between his legs. Jiang Shang's display of authority successfully intimidated all the petty troublemakers. But in doing so, he had also laid bare the true power of his B-grade bloodline for all to see. In a corner of the hall, a young man clad in Su family attire watched the entire scene unfold with a cold gaze. Unlike the others, he showed no shock. Instead, a sinister smile curled his lips. He discreetly retrieved his communicator and swiftly sent a message. Target beast confirmed as B-rank bloodline. Power far exceeds expectations. The original plan requires adjustment. 3 days later, at the gathering point on the outskirts of Yuncheng, young beast masters participating in the joint eradication operation gathered here, the atmosphere tense yet charged. Shirgandang, commander of the city guard, stood atop a towering armored vehicle, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. Everyone! His booming voice echoed across the field, instantly silencing all murmurs. Today's mission is to purge the beast herds that have gone berserk due to energy anomalies on the outskirts of the Black Forest. Operate in small teams, form your own squads and proceed to your designated sectors. Remember, safety comes first, glory second. Advance. At the command, the crowd began to surge. Familiar beast tamers swiftly formed teams. Yet around Lin Qingyao and Jiang Shang, a vacuum formed. Her SSS-tier talent and Jiang Shang's displayed B-tier bloodline power deterred all their peers from approaching. A mix of awe, apprehension, and complex gazes converged upon them. Lin Qingyao paid no mind. She had always intended to act alone with Jiang Shang. Just then, a young man with a warm smile cut through the crowd and walked straight toward them. He appeared to be in his early 20s, possessing a steady demeanor and an air of refined politeness. It's Su Ming from the Su family. He's the rising star of the Su family's younger generation. Word is his beast companion, the three-eyed demon fox, has already reached peak B rank. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Su Ming approached Lin Qingyao, bowing slightly with an extremely humble posture. Miss Lin, I've long admired your reputation. A apologetic smile graced his face as he spoke sincerely. My cousin Su Ling Yuan is young and inexperienced. She has caused you much offense at school. I am here to apologize on her behalf. I hope you won't hold it against her. These words stunned everyone present. No one had expected someone from the Su family to proactively bow their head and extend goodwill toward Lin Qingyao. Chapter 16 Su Ming. What do you mean? Lin Qingyao felt a pang of wariness but outwardly remained composed. Brother Su Ming, you're too kind. It's all water under the bridge now. Su Ming's smile broadened. Miss Lin is truly magnanimous. In that case, I have a favor to ask. This mission is fraught with danger and teeming with beasts. Why don't our two families join forces to form a team? We can watch each other's backs. What do you think, Miss Lin? He issued the team invitation in front of everyone. Lin Qingyao's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She knew full well that the Su family harbored deep hatred toward her and Jiang Shang. How could they possibly cooperate sincerely? There must be a hidden scheme behind this. But Su Ming adopted a humble demeanor and spoke earnestly, publicly extending goodwill. If she outright refused, it would only make the Lin family appear petty and lacking in magnanimity. Glancing at Shirgandang observing them nearby, she made up her mind. Since brother Su Ming is so sincere, Lin Qingyao smiled faintly, then Qingyao would be rude to refuse. Excellent. Miss Lin is refreshingly straightforward. Su Ming clapped his hands and laughed heartily, as if they had truly struck a delightful deal. Under the watchful eyes of Shi Gondang and the others, they collected their mission documents together and headed toward the designated Gung sector for the purge operation. As the group set off, Jiang Shang lay sprawled across Lin Xingyao's shoulder, a cold gleam flickering deep within his golden eyes. From that youth named Su Ming, he sensed a repulsive aura identical to Su Lingyuan's. It was the venomous coldness lurking beneath the smile. Upon entering the Black Forest, towering ancient trees blocked out the sunlight, casting the forest floor in gloom. As the team advanced, reckless beasts repeatedly burst from the shadows. Su Ming was exceptionally proactive, directing the other members of the group to methodically eliminate the threats. Wang Mang, have your rock turtle lead the way. Lili, have your vine spirit harass them from the flanks. His commands were decisive and well-reasoned, advancing and retreating with purpose, as if he truly were a reliable leader. With such efficient coordination, their advance proceeded smoothly. Some beastmasters in the group who had initially remained wary gradually relaxed their guard, believing the Su family might genuinely seek to resolve past grievances. But as the group ventured deeper, Jiang Shang's brow furrowed ever tighter. It was too quiet. The surroundings were eerily silent. Apart from the sound of their own footsteps, not a single chirp of insects or call of birds could be heard in the forest. All was silent. This was the deathly stillness before the storm. It was the instinctive dread of the forest's creatures, sensing some immense terror. Xingyao, be careful. Jiang Shang quietly warned Lin Xingyao through their mental link. Something's wrong. There's an ambush here. Lin Xingyao's heart sank. She nodded imperceptibly, her grip on the talisman tightening. Finally, they reached the center of the Gung sector. It was a vast basin surrounded by dense forest, its complex terrain making it easy to defend but difficult to attack and equally easy to enter but hard to leave. Alright, everyone, let's rest up here for a bit. Su Ming said with a smile to the group. Yet just as everyone relaxed their guard, the warm smile on his face suddenly twisted into something utterly sinister. He abruptly leapt backward, instantly creating dozens of meters of distance between himself and Lin Xingyao. His men from the Su family simultaneously fanned out in all directions, sealing off the basin's exits. Su Ming! What do you think you're doing? Someone in the group realized something was terribly wrong and shouted angrily. Su Ming offered no reply, merely fixing Lin Xingyao and Jiang Shang now isolated in the basin's center with a gaze as cold as death, laced with pity. He drew a whistle crafted from rare beast bone from his robe. Then, he placed the whistle to his lips and blew it with all his might. No sound emerged. Instead, an invisible infrasound wave inaudible to humans and most beast tamers spread out like ripples in an instant. The next moment, from the dense forests surrounding the basin, 1 pair, 10 pairs, 100 pairs, countless pairs of blood-red, greedy, frenzied eyes suddenly lit up. Roar! Wah-ah! Earth-shattering beast roars erupted simultaneously from all directions. Hundreds of monstrous beasts surged forth from the forest like a black tide. Steel-toothed rats, swift-winged wolves, venom-veined spiders, iron-clawed savage bulls. Their target was singular. Lin Xingyao and Jiang Shang, trapped in the center of the basin. The black tide of beasts surged in from all directions, completely engulfing the small basin. Su Ming and his men had long since retreated to the high ground at the basin's edge. Looking down from above at Lin Xingyao and Jiang Shang, trapped by the beast tide like a lone boat in a raging sea, a cruel and triumphant smile spread across his face. He burst into loud laughter, his voice carrying clearly above the roar of the beasts. Lin Xingyao, you didn't see this coming, did you? I've long since laid a trap here using specially crafted beast-attracting incense and frenzy whistles. The beast-attracting incense draws every beast within 10 miles, while the beast-raging whistle drives them into a frenzied, relentless rage. Su Ming's eyes brimmed with satisfaction. Today, you and your damn monkey will both meet your end in the beast's bellies. Rest assured, this is merely an accident and unfortunate beast-tide outbreak. No one can blame our Su family for this. Ha 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 ha. His laughter rang with the maniacal triumph of a scheme gone perfectly to plan. Just as he said, the beast tide before them had already surpassed what ordinary beast tamers could handle. Among the hundreds of beasts, there were not only countless first-tier cannon fodder but also dozens of powerful second-tier beasts. And at the rear of the horde, 3 exceptionally potent auras shot skyward, 3 terrifying beings that had reached the peak of Tier 2. Such power was enough to make any 3-star beast tamer despair. Roar! The beast tide surged forward, closing in upon them. Lin Xingyao's face instantly drained of color, but her elite training kept her from collapsing. Acting decisively, she flicked her jade-like hand, instantly activating dozens of second-tier defensive talismans. Second-tier light shield talismans. Activate! Layers of translucent spiritual energy screens shot upward from the ground, forming a massive protective dome that temporarily shielded her and Jiang Shang. Boom! 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 Countless monstrous beasts slammed into the barrier, claws, fangs, and horns lashing wildly at the sole line of defense. The barrier shook violently, its luminous glow visibly fading as spiderweb-like cracks spread across its surface. No, the talisman's energy is draining too fast. Lin Xingyao gritted her teeth, cold sweat beading on her forehead. At this rate, we won't last 3 minutes. For the first time, a wave of despair washed over her heart. Yet, as Lin Qingyao burned with anxiety, Zhang Shang beside her remained eerily composed. He stood there like a solid rock, his golden eyes showing not a single ripple of emotion. The next instant, the golden light in his eyes flared intensely. The innate eye technique golden eye of destruction. This was the brand new ability that had naturally awakened after his body was tempered by fire poison and his bloodline advanced. Chapter 17, Truly Clueless About Death. Under the gaze of those golden eyes, the entire world transformed. The chaotic battlefield became organized and orderly in his eyes. The energy levels of every beast, the trajectory of each attack, the flow of power within the entire beast tide, and their formation patterns all were vividly displayed within his mind. He instantly saw through the true nature of this beast tide. This seemingly chaotic beast tide was far from random. It resembled a tightly organized legion, driven by the 3 most powerful second-tier peak beasts commanding from the rear. One was the iron-backed gray wolf, its steel-gray fur as thick as armor and its body as massive as a small mountain. One was the giant rock porcupine, covered in hard stone quills, resembling a mobile fortress. And the third was the double-headed lizard, possessing 2 ferocious heads and covered in slick, slippery scales. They were the kings of this beast tide. To catch the thief, first catch the king. Once these 3 beasts are dealt with, the entire horde will collapse. He immediately transmitted his entire plan to Lin Qingyao through telepathy, word for word. Lin Qingyao, struggling desperately to hold up the light barrier, froze in shock the moment she heard the plan. Little saint, you want to charge in alone and slay those 3 beast kings? That's far too dangerous. Absolutely not. She instinctively tried to veto the idea. There were hundreds of ferocious beasts, plus 3 peak second-tier beast kings. Zhang Shang charging in alone, how was that any different from suicide? Yet when she looked at Zhang Shang, she met a pair of golden pupils radiating unshakable confidence and unwavering resolve. That gaze seemed to say, "Trust me. I can win." Lin Qingyao's heart trembled violently. Indeed, since the day they met, hadn't Xiao Shang created miracle after miracle? From F rank to B rank, from the novice dungeon to the fire poison tempering. Time and again, he shattered everyone's expectations and achieved the impossible. Why doubt him now? The worry and fear in Lin Qingyao's heart were instantly replaced by an overwhelming resolve. She clenched her teeth, her gaze hardening into unwavering resolve. She made her decision. She would take the gamble. She would stake everything on her partner, Xiao Shang. She pulled out every single one of the dozens of offensive talismans she possessed from her spatial ring. Scarlet explosive flame charms, violet chain lightning charms, azure whirling wind blade charms. The multicolored glow of the talismans illuminated her pale cheeks in a kaleidoscope of light. Go! I'll create an opening for you. With that, Lin Qingyao poured every last ounce of her remaining spiritual energy into the talismans without reservation. Chain lightning. Explosive flame. Whirling wind blades. Clear the way for me. Dozens of second-tier attack talismans erupted simultaneously in that instant. Boom! 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 Terrifying bolts of lightning and searing flames, interwoven with countless razor-sharp wind blades, rained down like a celestial shower upon the densest flank of the beast tide. Dozens of beasts in that area were instantly reduced to charred remains and scattered flesh before they could even utter a scream. The violent shockwave forcibly tore a 10-meter-wide gap in the impenetrable beast tide. Now! Lin Qingyao screamed at the top of her lungs, every ounce of strength in her body. The instant her voice rang out, Zhang Shang moved. His figure transformed into a golden lightning bolt tearing through the darkness. He did not use that gap to flee. On the contrary. He charged headlong into the beast tide, facing countless monstrous beasts snarling maws and razor-sharp claws without hesitation. His target was the 3 most powerful second-tier peak beast kings lurking at the rear of the horde. To Su Ming and the others, that golden figure charging into the beast tide was no different from a moth flying into a flame. He truly doesn't know when to quit. Su Ming stood on the high ground, arms crossed, a cruel smile on his face, addressing his subordinates beside him. Watch closely. This is the fate of those who overestimate themselves. A mere B-rank beast master dares to challenge my meticulously arranged beast formation? What a colossal joke. He could already envision the golden monkey being torn to shreds by the raging beasts. Meanwhile, in the basin center, Lin Qingyao struggled desperately to maintain the light barrier, her heart pounding in her throat. Her gaze fixed intently on the golden lightning darting through the beast horde. Zhang Shang wasn't stumbling around like a headless fly. His target was crystal clear. Spirit monkey technique. He pushed this skill to its absolute limit, his entire body transforming into an elusive streak of light. He planted his foot on the head of an ironclad savage bull, using its momentum to leap high into the air. Then, using the back of a swift-winged wolf as a springboard, he darted nimbly through the herd, steadily closing in on the left flank of the beast tide. There, among the beasts, lay the position of one of the 3 beast kings, the 2-headed serpent lizard. Hiss! The 2-headed snake lizard had spotted this audacious intruder. Both of its ferocious heads snapped upward simultaneously, gaping wide as they unleashed dozens of streams of dark green venom. Like a hail of arrows, the poison shot toward Jiang Shang in midair. Facing this attack that sealed off all evasion routes, Jiang Shang remained unflustered. He used a charging giant porcupine as a stepping stone once more, executing an incredible mid-air twist that narrowly evaded every drop of venom. At that very moment, the shattering golden eye activated. Within his vision, every energy flow and vulnerability on the two-headed snake lizard became crystal clear. He instantly locked onto his target, a seemingly insignificant, slightly discolored scale at the neck junction connecting the two heads. There lay the vital point of this ferocious beast. Die! Jiang Shang's figure plummeted from the sky like a golden meteor. His claws tore through flesh. He channeled every ounce of his strength into his right claw. A flash of cold steel. Splatter! Blood spattered. That hardened scale, along with the flesh beneath, was torn open by Jiang Shang's claw, revealing bone and a deep gash. Roar! Both heads of the two-headed snake lizard let out a piercing, heart-wrenching wail that split the sky and shattered rocks. Its massive body convulsed wildly, its combat effectiveness drastically diminished. One strike landed. Yet, Jiang Shang had also placed himself in the most perilous position. The moment he landed, the other two beast kings moved. Awah! The iron-backed gray wolf transformed into a gray lightning bolt, charging head-on to block his path, its sharp claws gleaming with a metallic sheen. Rumble! The giant rock porcupine charged from behind like a heavy tank, completely sealing off all his escape routes. Flanked on both sides. This was a deadly trap. It's over. Su Ming, watching from afar, saw the scene unfold, his smile growing even brighter. Xiao Shang! Watch out! Lin Qingyao screamed in alarm. Yet, at this critical moment of life or death peril, Jiang Shang, trapped in the center, showed not a trace of fear. Instead, he let out a primal, domineering roar that echoed to the heavens. The roar bore no resemblance to that of a mere ape, it echoed like the primal cry of an ancient demon god. In the next instant, he unleashed his innate divine ability with brutal force. Chapter 18, Who's Ruining My Fun? Formula. Heaven. Form. Earth. In an instant, blinding golden light erupted from his body. His once small frame swelled dramatically in the wind. Bones cracked and popped with explosive force, while bulging muscles rose like hills. Golden hairs stood on end like steel needles. 1 meter, 3 meters, 5 meters. Under the stunned gazes of everyone present. Amidst Su Ming's frozen smile, Jiang Shang transformed into a colossal figure standing 5 meters tall, radiating an imposing presence and a frenzied aura, a god-like demon incarnate. Golden giant ape. Boom! A terrifying aura far surpassing the peak of the second tier, firmly stepping into the early stages of the third tier, erupted violently from the giant ape. This is? What kind of monster is this? How is this possible? Su Ming's smile froze on his face, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. His voice rose to a shrill, piercing pitch from sheer shock. Jiang Shang, transformed into the giant ape, didn't even bother with any tricks. Facing the two charging beast kings, he swung his massive palms left and right, grabbing fiercely. He seized the iron-backed gray wolf's head in one swift motion. The once mighty wolf king now lay in his grasp like a chicken with its throat clamped shut, crashing wildly yet utterly helpless. His other hand transformed into a colossal hammer, imbued with terrifying force, and smashed viciously into the giant rock porcupine's back. Boom! A deafening roar. The rock porcupine's pried its stone-hard carapace shattered instantly. It let out a wail of agony as its massive body was knocked flat to the ground by a single punch. The two beast kings that had once seemed invincible in Jiang Shang's eyes were now, in his hands, nothing more than playthings. This utterly mind-shattering scene left Su Ming's mind blank. Roar! The giant ape Jiang Shang roared, grabbing the iron-backed gray wolf by the head and slamming it down onto the giant rock porcupine lying on the ground. Crash! The two gravely wounded beast kings collided like two battered punching bags, their bodies crashing together with a bone-chilling crack that made teeth ache. Then, Jiang Shang released his grip and raised his mountain-like paw. One stomp, one kill. Boom! Boom! He crushed the two already dying beast kings completely into the ground, reducing them to a pile of bloody pulp. With 2 of the 3 beasts slain and the third gravely wounded. With the beast kings dead, the entire beast tide's command structure collapsed instantly. The frenzied beasts plunged into chaos, even turning on each other. The encirclement broke apart without a single blow. Jiang Shang stood bathed in warm beast blood, like a demon god emerging from hell. Slowly, he turned that enormous head. His golden pupils, vast as mountains, pierced through hundreds of meters of distance and the chaotic beast horde, coldly locking onto the figure atop the hill, a figure already drained of color from sheer terror. Su Ming! Caught in that gaze, Su Ming felt a chill surge from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his entire body turning to ice. For the first time in his life, a feeling called fear welled up within him. Those mountain-sized golden pupils were cold, merciless, and filled with primal killing intent. Locked in that gaze, Su Ming felt like prey targeted by a primordial beast, chilled to the bone from head to toe. His carefully crafted schemes, his meticulously laid traps for the beast tide all crumbled into a colossal joke before this monkey's absolute power. No. I haven't lost. Intense fear and jealousy twisted his handsome features into a hideous grimace. How could I possibly lose to a worthless beast tamer like you? Like a madman, he violently pulled a black metal sphere covered in eerie magical runes from his robe. This was his final trump card. So what if it's a monster? Su Ming sneered savagely, raising the sphere high above his head. This is the magic energy explosive my Su family paid a fortune for on the black market. Even a third-tier beast master hit head-on by this blast would lose layers of skin. Now, die. With every ounce of strength, he hurled the black orb toward Jiang Shang, the colossal ape rampaging through the beast horde. The blast orb traced a sinister arc through the air, trailing ominous demonic energy and radiating heart-stopping energy fluctuations. Lin Qingyao's face drained instantly at the sight of the orb. It's a forbidden item. Xiao Shang, get out of the way. However, the colossal ape Jiang Shang was too massive and entangled by countless beasts to evade in time. The explosive projectile was about to strike Jiang Shang. At that critical moment, whoosh! A piercing whistle cut through the air. A cyan wind blade materialized out of nowhere, arriving before its target despite being launched later, striking the Madare explosive projectile with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! The mana blast bomb detonated with a thunderous explosion dozens of meters above Jiang Shang. A black mushroom cloud shot skyward. A violet-black energy shockwave rippled outward like waves, flattening trees in dense patches around the blast site. Yet this terrifying explosion, triggered prematurely, ultimately failed to harm Jiang Shang below in the slightest. Who ruined my plans? Su Ming roared in fury at this unexpected turn of events. His words had barely left his mouth. Several imposing figures slowly emerged from the woods behind him. At the head of the group stood none other than Shi Gondang, the commander of the city guard. Accompanying him were several members clad in the elite armor of the city guard, each radiating a fierce aura. You Su family brat, you have some nerve. Shi Gondang's face was as still as water. His gaze was icy as he looked at Su Ming, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. To openly murder your comrades during a joint purge operation led by the city guard. And using such black market contraband, expressly forbidden by decree. Su Ming froze upon seeing Shi Gondang appear, his mind going blank as if struck by lightning. How could he be here? Sure. Commander Shi. How did you? He stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. Why am I here? Shi Gondang snorted coldly. Ever since you pretended to seek out Lin Qingyao at the assembly point to form a team, I knew something was off about you. Lin Qingyao is a once-in-a-century SSS-tier talent in Yuncheng. Her status is special. How could I let anything happen to her under my watch? I had already secretly dispatched an elite squad to trail you from a distance, just in case. Shi Gondang's eyes brimmed with scorn. We saw everything, how you laid out the beast-luring incense, blew the frenzied beast whistle, and set this elaborate trap. Shi Gondang had intended to observe the situation, waiting until Lin Qingyao was cornered before intervening to save her, thus doing the Lin family a favor. But he never expected. The team members behind him glanced at the colossal ape below, which resembled a demon god, their eyes filled with shock. Who would have thought Miss Lin's beast could single-handedly turn the entire tide of battle? Shi Gondang's words proved the final straw, plunging Su Ming into utter despair. Chapter 19, Conspiring Against Comrades, Using Forbidden Items, Multiple Crimes Punished Together. Exposed. Everything was exposed. His face drained of color. Knowing the tide had turned against him, only one thought remained in his mind. Run. He spun around abruptly, about to flee deep into the forest. Think you can run? Shi Gondang snorted coldly with disdain, not even bothering to act himself. Beside him, a sleek, agile windchaser leopard let out a low growl. Whoosh! The windchaser leopard transformed into a blur too fast for the naked eye to follow, covering dozens of meters in an instant. Ah! Su Ming only had time to let out a piercing scream before the windchaser leopard pounced on him, pinning him to the ground with its sharp claws. He was completely immobilized. This was a genuine grade A bloodline beast. Shi Gondang strode forward, planting his foot firmly on Su Ming's body. He searched the man's pockets, retrieving the specially crafted beast-summoning whistle and a small packet of beast-attracting incense powder. Caught red-handed. His gaze was as cold as ice, like he was pronouncing a death sentence. Attempting to kill a comrade, using forbidden items, multiple offenses. Take him away. Two city guards immediately stepped forward, cuffing the still thrashing Su Ming with special spiritual energy restraints and dragging him away like a dead dog. The trap had been foiled, the mastermind apprehended. Everything seemed settled. Below, the giant ape Jiang Shang, seeing the crisis averted, finally relaxed. Maintaining the emulate heaven and earth divine power had taken a tremendous toll on him. His massive form flickered with light, rapidly shrinking back to his original small monkey form. A wave of profound exhaustion washed over him, causing him to stagger and nearly collapse. Xiao Shang. Lin Qingyao immediately rushed forward to steady him, her eyes filled with concern and lingering fear. But at that very moment, just as everyone thought the battle had ended, A snarl filled with resentment, venom, and savage fury suddenly erupted from deep within the pile of beast corpses crushed by Jiang Shang. The next instant, boom! The ground violently erupted, sending mud and flesh fragments flying everywhere. A monstrous beast of unimaginable size, its entire body covered in pitch-black armor, emerged from the earth like a giant mantis crawling out of hell. Its body radiated a thick, black demonic aura unlike any other beast encountered before. Its enormous blood-red compound eyes locked onto Jiang Shang, who had just exhausted himself and reverted to his original form, now in his most vulnerable state. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the sparrow behind. The giant mantis that burst from the earth was pitch black, with menacing bone spines protruding from its joints. The thick demonic energy emanating from its body was nauseating. Its aura had reached the terrifying early 3rd tier, far surpassing the 3-peak 2nd tier beast kings encountered earlier. Clearly drawn by the energy of the demonic energy blast earlier, it had identified the weakened Jiang Shang sharing the same origin as the perfect prey. No! It's a 3rd tier demonic beast. Shi Gandong's face paled as he roared, "Quick! Protect Miss Lin and her beast!" He and his elite squad members immediately rushed forward to rescue them. But the demonic giant mantis's speed was simply too swift. In a flash of shadow, its 2 forelimbs like sides of death slashed down toward Jiang Shang with a piercing screech that tore through the air. Rescue was already too late. In that split second of life and death, Lin Qingyao hesitated not a moment. Her petite form surged forward, shielding Jiang Shang. Without a moment's hesitation, she activated the 3rd tier defensive talisman her father had entrusted to her for protection. Vajra Bodyguard Talisman. A thick, golden light barrier instantly coalesced before them, solid as a colossal bell forged from diamond, shielding them completely. Clang! A deafening metallic clang echoed. The demon-corrupted giant mantis twin blades struck the golden light barrier with brutal force. The barrier trembled violently, its surface instantly covered in fine cracks, as if it would shatter at any moment. Yet it ultimately withstood the deadly blow. Put! The immense force of the backlash made Lin Qingyao's face pale as she coughed up a mouthful of blood, her body swaying precariously. Qingyao! Seeing Lin Qingyao injured, Jiang Shang's eyes instantly turned red. A torrent of rage overwhelmed his physical exhaustion, exploding violently within his chest. He forcibly squeezed the last remnants of strength from his body, violently tearing a large chunk of flesh from the corpse of a nearby beast king and swallowing it with all his might. The God-tier devouring system activated, swiftly converting the flesh into a faint energy that circulated within him. Monstrous beast! Die! Just then, Shi Gandong and the others finally arrived, engaging the demonic giant mantis in a fierce struggle. A brutal and merciless battle erupted. This demonic giant mantis possessed not only immense strength and astonishing speed, but its jet-black carapace was also incredibly hard. The attacks of the elite city guard troops merely sparked sparks upon impact. Even Shi Gandong's A-class windchaser leopard could only rely on its speed advantage to harass the creature, unable to inflict any substantial damage. Its weak points are the joints. Jiang Shang, suppressing his physical weakness, joined the fray. He couldn't emulate heaven and earth again, but he still possessed the annihilation golden eye. He pointed out every vulnerable spot on the demonic giant mantis to Shi Gandong. The tide of battle began to shift subtly. Jiang Shang focused on finding openings and drawing fire. Shi Gandong and his windchase leopard led the main assault. The rest of the team provided flanking support, continuously using various skills to restrict the giant mantis's movements. After over half an hour of brutal combat, with everyone paying a price, they finally found an opening. Jiang Shan used himself as bait, provoking the giant mantis into unleashing a full power slash. In that split second when the giant mantis's old strength faded and new power hadn't yet gathered, exposing a vulnerability. Now! Shi Gandong roared furiously. His windchase leopard transformed into a streak of light, its razor-sharp claws slashing viciously toward the giant mantis's vulnerable compound eyes. The demonic giant mantis let out a piercing, agonized howl. Its massive body crashed to the ground, its life completely extinguished. The battle was finally over. Everyone collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Shi Gandong approached the mantis's corpse, slicing open its hardened chestplate with his battle blade. His expression grew grim. On the tip of his blade lay a fist-sized demonic energy core, still faintly pulsating and radiating an eerie black energy. "Miss Lin, come see." Shi Gandong presented the core to Lin Qingyao and Jiang Shang. Such demon-corrupted beasts are not naturally occurring. The demonic energy within it shares nearly the same origin as the demonic energy blast grenade Su Ming used earlier. A cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "I suspect a sinister beastmaster organization is artificially creating these terrifying monsters near Yuncheng. And the Su family is likely deeply colluding with this mysterious organization. The nature of this incident has completely changed. I will immediately report to the military headquarters and the Beastmaster Association to conduct a thorough investigation into the Su family. There will be no leniency. Lin Qingyao felt a chill run through her heart. She knew the Su family had truly brought down a colossal disaster upon themselves this time. Chapter 20, Divine Demon Evolution. After handling these matters, Shigandang looked at Lin Qingyao and Zhang Shang with eyes brimming with admiration and gratitude. Miss Lin, your contributions were paramount in this operation, and you bore the greatest risks. As compensation and reward, beyond generous monetary compensation and cultivation resources, I present you with something else on behalf of the city guard. With solemn gravity, he drew from his robe a token crafted from a rare metal, engraved with the image of a towering structure. This is a special pass for the trial tower. Shigandang handed the token to Lin Qingyao. Both you and your beast have demonstrated extraordinary potential, but your combat experience and fighting skills still require refinement. The Tower of Trials is Yun City's premier training ground for elite beast tamers. Enter at your own peril. Life and death are your responsibility. Yet each floor holds rich rewards. He paused, glancing meaningfully at Zhang Shang before adding. Moreover, I've heard that the upper levels of the tower hold rare treasures capable of purifying alien energies. They might benefit your beast taming. Lin Qingyao accepted the token, her heart filled with gratitude. She knew that Shigandang had discerned the potential hidden danger within Zhang Shang's body after he had devoured the Scorpion Emperor's heart crystal. Zhang Shang understood as well. He lifted his head, gazing toward the direction of Cloud City. There, faintly visible to the naked eye, loomed the outline of a towering structure that seemed to pierce the clouds. In his golden eyes, dulled by exhaustion, a fierce battle intent reignited. The Tower of Trials. The battle in the Black Forest had finally drawn to a close. Su Ming had been apprehended, and the collusion between the Su family and the mysterious organization was about to be exposed. Yet, Lin Qingyao felt no sense of relief. In the Lin family's brightly lit medical chamber, Lin Qingyao carefully tended to Zhang Shang's wounds using the finest spiritual medicines. The claw marks left by the demonic giant mantis cut deep to the bone. Even with his formidable self-healing abilities, the sight was still horrifying. Xiao Shang, Commander Shi was right. Lin Qingyao's voice carried lingering fear. That dark energy within you is far too overwhelming. We must find a way to purify it as soon as possible. As she spoke, she retrieved the ancient-looking token from her spatial ring. This is the special access token for the trial tower. Commander Shi said there are rare treasures within the tower capable of purifying foreign energies. This is the safest approach. Once your injuries heal, we'll go, okay? The girl's eyes brimmed with hope and concern. To her, this was undoubtedly the best choice. However, Zhang Shang, who was lying on her lap, slowly shook his head. Just moments ago, as he attempted to suppress the lingering demonic energy with his own power, the system's alert sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected mid-tier third-stage demonic energy residue within host. Extremely high purity, containing alien primordial essence. Host faces an evolutionary path choice. Option 1, journey to the Tower of Trials to seek a purifying artifact. Eradicate the demonic energy and solidify the foundation of your B-grade bloodline. This choice is safe and risk-free. Option 2, devour the demonic energy. Use yourself as a crucible, risking everything for victory to unlock the hidden evolution path. God-demon evolution. Success rate, unknown. Risk, extremely high. High likelihood of demonic energy backlash, consciousness annihilation, and becoming a mindless killing machine. Two choices, two starkly divergent paths. One is a sunlit path, smooth and secure. The other leads to an abyssal precipice. One misstep, and you're doomed beyond redemption. Yet beneath that abyss lies an unparalleled opportunity to ascend to a higher realm. Zhang Shang hesitated not a moment. He raised his claw, and through the sacred bond between him and Lin Qingyao, he clearly conveyed to her the system's second option, the path of divine demon evolution, fraught with unknowns and perils. Instantly, Lin Qingyao's face drained of color. No! No! Her reaction was fiercer than ever, her voice rising 8 octaves in sheer agitation. Absolutely not. She clung tightly to Zhang Shang, as if terrified he might vanish the next second. Xiao Shang, have you lost your mind? Swallowing that energy? The system clearly warned it's extremely dangerous. What if that evil energy takes control of you? The girl's eyes instantly reddened, crystal clear tears welling up in her sockets. You're already so strong. You've reached B-grade bloodline. We don't need to risk our lives like this. Why not take it step by step, steadily growing stronger? This was the first time she had ever voiced such intense doubt in opposition to Zhang Shang's decision. A subtle, tense emotional tug developed between them. Seeing Lin Qingyao so anxious for him that she was nearly in tears, a wave of warmth surged through Zhang Shang's heart. He knew this girl genuinely feared for his safety. Yet his gaze remained unwaveringly resolute. Grade B bloodline? Second-tier peak? To ordinary people, this might seem like an unattainable height. Yet after witnessing the mid-tier third-stage demonized giant mantis and the unfathomable organization behind the Su family, one capable of artificially creating demonized creatures, Zhang Shang felt the crisis deep within him. The organization mentioned by Shurgondang, known as the 10,000 Beasts Cult, was terrifying even by its name alone. Future enemies would only grow stronger and more bizarre. To protect this kind-hearted girl before him, to keep her forever carefree and untroubled, he must possess absolute power capable of crushing all opposition. The pace of conventional evolution was no longer sufficient. He had to gamble. Bet on that unknown success rate. Jiang Sheng extended his claw, gently and tenderly patting Lin Xingyao's hand. He lifted his head, his golden eyes, bright as stars, fixed intently on Lin Xingyao. Not a trace of hesitation flickered in his gaze, only an unquestionable will and resolve. Once more, he conveyed his thoughts through their bond. Xingyao, I never want to see you shielding me again, spitting blood in the process. Only by becoming strong enough to make every enemy tremble can I truly protect you. Trust me, I can succeed. Lin Xingyao understood everything from that resolute gaze. She understood his resolve, understood his heart that yearned to shield her. The young girl bit her lip tightly, but the tears in her eyes finally couldn't be held back. They fell like broken strings of pearls. Finally, she nodded slowly, tears streaming down her face. All right. I agree. Her voice was thick with a nasal tone, filled with resignation and helplessness. But you must agree to several conditions. We must use the Lin family's top-tier Mystic Gold Earth Fire Chamber. It provides the strongest energy isolation and is the most fortified. And my father must personally stand guard outside to protect you. If the worst happens, we must terminate the ritual immediately. This was the final, most crucial safety measure she could secure for Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng nodded firmly, accepting her terms. Chapter 21, God and Demon United. At the entrance to a chamber forged entirely from an unknown black metal, deep within the Lin family's core territory. Lin Xinyue stood at the entrance with a grave expression, meticulously inspecting the chamber's protective formation. This mystic gold earth fire chamber, built at an astronomical cost by the Lin family, was specifically designed for clan members to break through critical cultivation barriers or practice dangerous techniques. Its defenses were strong enough to withstand a full power strike from a fourth-tier powerhouse. Xiao Shang, Xingyao, are you certain about this decision? Lin Xinyue's voice brimmed with concern. Father, we've made our decision. Lin Xingyao held Jiang Sheng's hand, her eyes reflecting reluctance yet also a newfound resolve. Lin Xinyue gazed at Jiang Sheng's small figure, then at his daughter's resolute expression, before finally letting out a long sigh. Very well. You're just like your mother when she was young. Xiao Sheng, remember this, never force anything. Your life matters more than any evolution. Jiang Sheng shot Lin Xinyue a grateful glance before stepping before Lin Xingyao. From his storage space, he retrieved the crimson crystal he had obtained in the novice secret realm, a stone radiating a fiery red glow, as if a dragon's shadow coiled within it. It was none other than the dragon blood sulfur crystal. He gently placed the crystal into Lin Xingyao's hand, gesturing for her to keep it safe for him. It felt like a silent entrustment. Wait for me to come out. Lin Xingyao clutched the stone, still warm to the touch, her knuckles turning white. Little saint, I'll wait for you. You must succeed. Jiang Sheng cast one final glance at her before turning resolutely and stepping through the massive black alloy door. Boom! The door slowly closed, sealing off the two worlds completely. Within the chamber, utter darkness descended so deep one couldn't see their hand before their face. Jiang Sheng sat cross-legged, drew a deep breath, and began to actively channel and devour the demonic energy within him, an energy he had long suppressed, brimming with savagery and the scent of destruction. Roar! Almost the instant it made contact, a terrifying energy storm erupted violently within his body. Streams of pure, black demonic energy raged through his meridians, tearing at his flesh and blood. The excruciating agony forced Jiang Sheng to unleash an uncontrollable roar. Simultaneously, the golden blood essence within him belonging to the Vajra spirit war monkey sensed the intrusion of this alien energy and launched a frenzied counterattack. Gold and black, two utterly contrasting forces, engaged in the most primal, savage battle within his body. Boom! 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 His body alternated between radiant golden light, sacred and majestic, and surging demonic energy, wicked and violent. His skin tore apart, only to heal instantly under his formidable regenerative power, the cycle repeating endlessly. This agony far surpassed the torment of the fire poison tempering his body. Roar! Ugh! Ah! Outside the chamber, Lin Xingyao and Lin Xinyue could only hear Jiang Sheng's agonized roars, suppressed to the absolute limit, echoing from behind the thick alloy door. Each syllable felt like a heavy hammer striking Lin Xingyao's heart. Her heart felt as though it would shatter. As time ticked by, the howls inside gradually grew faint and hoarse. Suddenly, all sound abruptly ceased. The entire chamber plunged into an eerie, deathly silence. As if the battle had ended, or as if life had reached its final breath. Xiao Shang? Lin Xingyao's heart clenched violently, an indescribable dread gripping her chest. No, it can't be. Her face drained of color, her body swaying unsteadily, she nearly lunged forward to push open the heavy door. Xingyao! Calm down. Lin Xinyue grabbed her arm, his expression equally grave. Wait. Trust him. But just then. Snap, crack. A faint sound, like something shattering, suddenly echoed through the air. Father and daughter snapped their heads up. On the solid chamber door, forged from mystical gold and reputed to withstand attacks from fourth-tier powerhouses, slender black cracks began to appear. Immediately afterward, an indescribable, terrifying aura half divine, half demonic, as if transcending all existence began seeping slowly through the dark crevices of the door. Crack, crackle. The faint cracking sounds echoed eerily in the deathly silent corridor. Lin Qingyao and Lin Jinyue's eyes were glued to the thick, mystical gold door, their hearts skipping a beat. On the seemingly indestructible alloy door, black cracks spread like a spider web. The next second. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as an unstoppable force blew the entire door apart from within. Countless metal shards, mixed with a violent blast wave, sprayed outward, pocketing the solid passageway walls with deep craters. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, a figure emerged, bathed in an eerie aura of black and gold. It was Jiang Sheng. He had succeeded. Yet he seemed no longer the same man. His physical form remained unchanged, yet his entire aura had undergone a profound transformation. Amidst his once pure, radiant golden fur, faint strands of black thin as threads yet tangible now subtly emerged. It was as if darkness and sanctity had been woven together in the most perfect manner. His golden pupils remained luminous, yet occasionally, as they shifted, a heart-stopping, eerie crimson glow would flash within them. Sacred, majestic, yet tinged with an indescribable hint of wickedness. Little saint. Lin Qingyao stared at him blankly, momentarily at a loss for words. The Jiang Sheng before her felt unfamiliar, yet the soul-deep bond between them told her unequivocally that he was still him. This is... Lin Jinyue, the worldly wise patriarch of the Lin family, stood utterly stunned, his voice thick with awe. What an overbearing aura! Sacred and ominous, two utterly opposing forces perfectly fused together? He had never witnessed, nor even heard of, such a bizarre evolutionary form. Jiang Sheng said nothing, merely stepping forward to gently brush his forehead against Lin Qingyao's hand. That familiar, warm gesture instantly dispelled all unease from Lin Qingyao's heart. She could no longer hold back, pulling Jiang Sheng tightly into her embrace as tears once again streamed down her face. Thank goodness, you're safe. I'm so relieved. Jiang Sheng felt the warmth of the girl's joy and concern, filling his heart. He immediately focused his mind, checking his personal interface and sensing the new power within him, a force that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. Host, Jiang Sheng. Race, Vajra Spirit War Monkey Divine Demon Transformation. Bloodline, B+ Grade Divine Demon Potential. Tier, Early Stage 3. Passive Talent, Divine Demon Physique Initial. Ability description: the host's physique, tempered by divine and demonic energies, exhibits significantly enhanced resistance to mind control techniques and all negative energies. Simultaneously, all attacks inflict the demon energy corrosion effect, gradually eroding enemies' spiritual shields and vitality. Divine ability: emulate heaven and earth minor mastery. Ability description: upon casting this divine ability, the golden giant ape form is enveloped in a faint layer of black demonic flames, significantly enhancing its intimidation and destructive power while exerting an additional deterrent effect on evil creatures. Chapter 22, Unappreciative. Success. Not only had he successfully devoured the demonic energy, but his power had skyrocketed beyond recognition. My bloodline leaped from B rank to B+ rank. The notation Divine Demon Potential following it hinted at boundless possibilities on this path. My tier had also solidified from the peak of Tier 2 into the coveted Tier 3 realm, a domain every beastmaster dreams of reaching. Third tier. This meant that Jiang Sheng was now a genuine, high-tier beastmaster capable of dominating any region. Not to mention his brand new passive talent, Divine Demon Physique, and the enhanced Emulate Heaven and Earth, which granted him epic level boosts to both offense and defense. Xiao Shang, while you were in seclusion these past 3 days, Yun City was turned upside down. Lin Jinyue composed himself after the initial shock and spoke. The Su family is finished. He briefly recounted the events of the past 3 days. Su Ming had been apprehended on the spot, with irrefutable evidence against him. Shi Gandang acted swiftly, immediately coordinating with the Beastmaster Association to launch a comprehensive, surprise investigation into the Su family. Although Su Jintian, the head of the Su family, vehemently denied the allegations, shifting all blame onto Su Ming alone and claiming the family had no prior knowledge. The scandal of a Su family member colluding with a cult to murder a fellow disciple still swept through the entire city of Yun like a storm. The Su family's century-old reputation plummeted overnight, falling from grace. Every family and merchant guild with ties to the Sus immediately severed all contracts and distanced themselves, terrified of being implicated in the scandal. Though not entirely uprooted, the Su family now lay severely weakened, becoming a pariah, shunned by all. In stark contrast, the Lin family's prestige soared as Lin Qingyao emerged as a heroic young woman who defied authority and exposed corruption, solidifying their standing in Yun City. After hearing all this, a cold gleam flashed in Jiang Sheng's eyes. The Su family was merely the beginning. That mysterious 10,000 beasts cult was the true, deep-seated threat. He turned to Lin Qingyao, signaling with his eyes. It was time to go there. Lin Qingyao nodded firmly, fully understanding Jiang Shang's intentions. Dad, we're heading to the trial tower. Lin Jinyue watched them with satisfaction and smiled. Go ahead. This is perfect. Let those backbiters in Yunqing see just how formidable the geniuses of the Lin family truly are. We can use the excuse of searching for the purifying artifact to enter the trial tower openly. Lin Qingyao added. This way, we fulfill our promise to Commander Shi while perfectly concealing Xiao Sheng's true path of evolution, presenting it as if he were merely tainted by demonic energy and in need of purification. A perfect disguise. It would test their strength while lulling any potential future enemies into complacency. At the heart of Cloud City stood the Tower of Trials. This ancient tower, constructed entirely of white granite and piercing the clouds, stood as Yun City's most iconic landmark. At this moment, the vast plaza at its base teemed with crowds young beast tamers gathered from every corner of Cloud City. This was the stage for geniuses and the grave for mediocrities. Every day, countless individuals came to challenge it, hoping to soar to fame and make a name for themselves in Cloud City. At the very center of the plaza stood a colossal spirit energy stele, towering dozens of meters high. Golden runes scrolled across its surface, displaying the fastest clear times for each floor and the names of the challengers. Look! The top 15 floors on the overall leaderboard all belong to the same person. Lei Ao. Lei Ao again. Is this guy even human? Rumor has it he's the Lei family's once-in-a-century prodigy, awakening an SS-grade beastmaster talent. His contracted lifebound beast is the A-grade bloodline purple lightning mad lion. Too strong. He's leaving us ordinary folks no room to breathe. The crowd buzzed with discussion, their eyes filled with awe and envy as they gazed upon the name dominating the top ranks of the leaderboard. Lin Qingyao cradled Jiang Shang in her arms as she looked up at the stone tablet. The name Lei Ao loomed like a mountain, weighing heavily on the hearts of every challenger. Just then. Well, isn't this the Lin family's eldest daughter who's been making waves lately? A voice tinged with flippancy and mockery drifted over from the side. A group of young men dressed in matching, luxurious robes, radiating an air of superiority, surrounded a youth with haughty eyes and a look of disdain on his face as they strode over with great swagger. The youth at the head of the group was none other than Lei Ao. The one who spoke was one of his hangers-on. His gaze swept over Lin Qingyao, finally settling on the seemingly ordinary monkey perched on her shoulder. A sneer curled his lips, utterly unrestrained. Brother Lei, look, another fool hardy enough to challenge your record. A little girl, bringing a monkey along, dares to storm the trial tower. What a laugh! The sidekick's sharp, biting mockery rang out clearly across the bustling square. In an instant, all eyes focused on Lin Qingyao and the seemingly ordinary golden-haired monkey perched on her shoulder. Ha! A monkey? Did I hear that right? Miss Lin's talent is indeed SSS grade, but this beast taming, it's a bit too childish. Shoo! Keep your voice down. Haven't you seen who's standing beside her? Within the crowd, someone quickly recognized the group's origins, and a wave of hushed gasps rippled through the crowd. It's Lei Ao. He's the super genius who came to our Yun City from the provincial capital, Thunder City, for training. The Lei family of Thunder City. That's one of the most prominent clans in the entire province. The surrounding flattery and awe failed to stir the slightest emotion in the haughty-eyed youth. Lei Ao didn't even deign to look directly at the lackey who had spoken up to provoke him. He merely cast a faint glance at Lin Qingyao and Jiang Shang, his gaze brimming with the disdain and indifference of a superior toward inferiors. In his eyes, this pair of geniuses revered by Yunqing's populace were no more than common ants scattered along the roadside, unworthy even of a word from him. This silent contempt felt far more humiliating than any vicious words. Yet Lin Qingyao's lovely face remained as still as a deep well. She didn't even glance at the group, merely stroking Jiang Shang's head gently. Little Shang, let's go. She picked up Jiang Shang and walked straight toward the light gate of the trial tower, which pulsed with spatial fluctuations. Ignoring them was the best response. Watching Lin Qingyao's slender, resolute figure retreat, the henchman beside Lei Ao felt his face grow hot with embarrassment. She doesn't know a good thing when she sees it. Brother Lei, just you wait, she'll be crying her eyes out and teleported back from the very first floor. Lei Ao remained silent, only a faint, almost imperceptible curve lifting the corners of his mouth, the contempt in his eyes deepening. A flash of light later, Jiang Shang and Lin Qingyao materialized within a vast, boundless white void. Chapter 23, What the hell are you? This was the first floor of the trial tower. Xiao Shang, get ready. Lin Qingyao's expression turned solemn as dozens of first-grade talismans were already clasped between her fingers. She knew well that the trial on the first level involved defeating a pack of energy-formed first-tier swift wind wolves within a time limit. Though not particularly powerful, these energy wolves were overwhelmingly numerous, appearing in endless waves. This trial severely tested a beastmaster's sustained combat endurance and clearing efficiency. Lei Ao's record stood at 300 kills within 3 minutes. It was a near-terrifying figure, enough to deter the vast majority of challengers. Woo! With a wolf's howl, energy began to coalesce within the space. 1, 10, 100. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of swift wind wolves formed from pure energy materialized. Their eyes blazed crimson, sharp fangs bared, as they closed in, surrounding the human and the monkey. Yet, just as Lin Qingyao prepared to act, Zhang Shang leapt from her arms. He raised his paw and gently pressed it against Lin Qingyao's hand, signaling her not to intervene. The next moment, Zhang Shang stood alone in the center of the arena, slowly raising his head. He made no unnecessary movements. He didn't even glance at the snarling pack of energy wolves. He simply unleashed his B+ bloodline pressure, fused with the overbearing, demonic aura emanating from his divine demon body, in a thunderous release. Hum! An indescribably terrifying aura erupted from Zhang Shang's small frame, sweeping outward like a mountain collapse or a tsunami, engulfing all directions. This was no longer mere sovereign pressure. Within that golden pressure lay dark demonic intent, as if summoned from the depths of the nine hells. Sacred and ominous. Creation and destruction. Two utterly opposing essences intertwined perfectly, forming an absolute suppression transcending all life instincts, a force born from a higher plane of existence. Ah! Wah! The energy wolf pack across the entire arena seemed to have encountered the most terrifying predator in existence. Their bodies, composed of pure energy, began to flicker violently, like a television signal with poor reception. The crimson glow in their eyes instantly extinguished, replaced by utter terror. Bang! 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 Amidst a series of soft pops like bursting bubbles, the hundreds of ferocious energy wolves collapsed in unison amidst intense flickering, unable even to utter a single howl. Ultimately, they dissolved into the purest energy particles, vanishing into the air. The entire process unfolded with fluid precision. The arena fell silent once more. First layer passed. Time taken, 3 seconds. Kills, all cleared. Rating, God tier. The cold mechanical announcement echoed through the empty space, leaving Lin Qingyao frozen in place. 3 seconds? That's it? Meanwhile, outside the trial tower. Before the massive spirit energy steel, the crowd remained in an uproar. Guess how far Lin Qingyao made it? I doubt it. With her monkey bloodline being so obscure, the 5th layer is probably her limit. You're right. Lei Ao's record isn't going to be broken easily. Lei Ao's sidekick basked in the crowd's murmurs with smug satisfaction, already picturing Lin Qingyao's humiliating defeat. But in the very next second. Buzz! The massive stone monument at the plaza's center erupted without warning in a blindingly brilliant golden light. This golden light only appeared when a newcomer broke the historical record. Look at the steel. The record for the 1st layer has been broken. A gasp of astonishment drew everyone's attention. Thousands of gazes on the square turned simultaneously toward the very top of the monument. Amidst the dazzling golden light, the name Lei Ao was slowly erased by an invisible force. In its place appeared 3 unfamiliar black characters. First place, Anonymous. Clear time, 3 seconds. Clearance rating, God tier. As these words appeared clearly before everyone's eyes, the roaring clamor of the entire square abruptly fell silent, as if someone had pressed pause. Everyone stared in disbelief, eyes glued to the words as if unable to trust their own eyes. 3 seconds? What did that even mean? This wasn't just clearing a stage, it was an instant kill. A complete annihilation. This defied all logic of the trial tower. Am I seeing things? Did the steel malfunction? God tier rating. I've challenged this over 100 times and never even got an excellent rating. What the hell is God tier? Anonymous? Who is this? Is some hidden powerhouse toying with us? After a brief deathly silence, an eruption of chaos erupted like a volcano. At the front of the crowd, the smug, gloating grins on Lei Ao and his companions' faces froze solid the moment they saw the stone tablet. Especially the sidekick who had just spoken insolently, his face was now deathly pale. But this was only the beginning. Before the crowd could process the unfathomable inscription. Hum. Golden light flared once more upon the stone tablet. 2nd tier record refreshed. Clearer, Anonymous. Time, 5 seconds. Buzz. 3rd tier record refreshed. Clearer, Anonymous. Time, 10 seconds. Buzz. 4th tier record refreshed. The golden light on the stone tablet flashed wildly, like a deathly incantation, over and over again. The 3 characters Anonymous were like an unstoppable, peerless blade, sweeping away the once unassailable name Lei Ao from the rankings layer by layer, layer by layer. The entire plaza had fallen into a numb, deathly silence. Everyone stared upward at the constantly updating stone tablet as if witnessing a miracle. Lei Ao's expression had shifted from initial shock to an agonized pallor. Then, from grim, to a dark, furious black. His fists had clenched tightly at some point, knuckles turning white from the force. His entourage dared not even breathe, terrified of provoking the young master who was on the brink of exploding. Lei Ao glared fixedly at the glaring characters Anonymous etched into the stone tablet, his words practically ground out between clenched teeth. Good. Very good. Lei Ao stared fixedly at the stone tablet, his chest heaving violently with rage. You cowardly rat hiding in the shadows. I'll see just what you really are. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he could no longer contain the arrogance and fury boiling within him. Purple lightning mad lion. Let's go. Lei Ao roared, leading his lion whose body crackled with purple lightning as they charged resolutely through the light gate of the trial tower. He would pursue. He would personally trample that audacious anonymous challenger off the rankings. An invisible chase had begun. Chapter 24, I want that monkey of yours. Inside the tower, Jiang Sheng's journey through the trials could only be described as unstoppable. The trials on the lower levels presented no challenge whatsoever. The fifth level was the gravity maze, where gravity reached 10 times normal. Countless challengers were crushed here, their bones shattered, struggling to move. But Jiang Sheng, relying on his spirit monkey body technique, moved as light as a swallow. He traversed that terrifying gravitational field as if walking on level ground, strolling leisurely to find the exit. The seventh layer was the Golden Armor Golem trial, testing ultimate defense. The Golden Armor puppet's shell was reputed to withstand a full power strike from a Stage 3 early-tier cultivator. Jiang Sheng, however, didn't even bother to activate his emulate heaven and earth technique. He merely extended his seemingly delicate claw, lightly scraping the golden armor. SSS-tier. No earth-shattering roar, only a teeth-grinding sound of corrosion. His claw, imbued with the demon energy corrosion effect, acted like the world's most terrifying venom. It effortlessly tore a gruesome gash through the sturdy armor, striking straight at its core. The ninth layer was the Endless Illusion, a realm capable of driving countless resolute souls mad. Yet, as the endless horrors of illusion invaded Jiang Sheng's mind, he merely yawned. The formidable mental resilience of his divine demon body allowed him to completely disregard all illusions. The mind-warping demons and illusions that could drive a third-tier beastmaster mad were but a gentle breeze to him, failing to cause even the slightest flicker in his gaze. His ascent through the tower was breathtakingly swift. Meanwhile, Lei Ao's rage and competitive spirit were fully ignited. Roar! The purple lightning lion roared, shaking the heavens as the power of its great bloodline surged to its peak. Wherever it passed, purple lightning swept away all obstacles, reducing everything in its path to charred remains. His strength was undeniable, overwhelmingly formidable. Yet ultimately, he still couldn't achieve the near-rule-defying dominance that Jiang Sheng possessed. He watched helplessly as the records he had painstakingly set, expending immense effort, were relentlessly shattered time and again by that damned anonymous at an unimaginable speed. Each layer he conquered drained considerable spiritual energy. Yet that anonymous advanced as if strolling through his own backyard. The rage burning within him grew ever more intense, threatening to consume the heavens. The 10th layer. This was the first safe zone within the trial tower, serving as a unique supply point. The entire space resembled a jade plaza suspended above a sea of clouds, where challengers could rest, exchange information, and even conduct simple resource trades. At this moment, dozens of challengers on the plaza all had their heads tilted upward, staring blankly at the spirit energy steel synchronized with the outside world. The records displayed were now completely dominated by three characters, anonymous. The 9th floor. That anonymous has already reached the 9th floor. Too fast. That speed is inhuman. What about Lei Ao? Where has Lei Ao been left behind? Lei Ao just reached the 8th layer and he's been overtaken. The gap keeps widening. As the crowd buzzed with speculation about the mysterious identity of this anonymous, a soft glow emanated from the teleportation array at the center of the plaza. All eyes instantly focused on it. Was it that anonymous? He had finally broken through the 9th layer and reached the 10th. What kind of overwhelmingly powerful being could he be? And what kind of majestic beast would his mount be? Under the gaze of the crowd, the light faded. A girl dressed in pale blue robes, possessing breathtaking beauty and an ethereal aura, appeared on the teleportation array cradling a golden-haired monkey that looked utterly harmless. The entire plaza instantly fell into an eerie silence. Everyone froze in shock. This was the one who had crushed Lei Ao's record with overwhelming force, stirring up the entire trial tower? A little girl and a monkey? The stark contrast left everyone utterly incredulous. At the opposite end of the plaza, Lei Ao, who had been waiting there all along, narrowed his eyes the moment he witnessed the scene. His gaze locked onto the seemingly ordinary monkey perched on Lin Qingyao's shoulder. His instincts screamed that all the secrets lay within that monkey. He pushed through the crowd, advancing step by step. With each step, the formidable aura of a mid-tier third-stage powerhouse radiating from him intensified. The invisible pressure caused the surrounding challengers to pale and involuntarily step back. Finally, he came to a halt before Lin Qingyao and Jiang Sheng. "You are the anonymous one?" Lei Ao's voice was icy, radiating an undeniable sense of oppression. His gaze remained fixed on Jiang Sheng the entire time. Lin Qingyao's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she pulled Jiang Sheng closer into her embrace. "So what if I am? So what if I'm not?" "Ha!" Lei Ao scoffed coldly. "I don't care what underhanded tricks you used to break the previous record. But those petty tricks end here." He pointed toward the massive light gate leading to the 11th level, his eyes blazing with arrogance and battle intent. "Starting from the 11th floor, that's where the true test of beast tamers and their beasts begins. Do you dare to compete with me? We'll see who reaches the 20th floor first." This was no longer a mere race for records, it was a face-to-face, direct clash of strength. We have no interest in engaging in such a pointless contest with you. Lin Qingyao refused without hesitation. She could sense the unmasked hostility radiating from him and naturally didn't want to drag Zhang Sheng into unnecessary trouble. Scared? The sneer on Lei Ao's lips deepened. He seemed to have anticipated their refusal all along. Instantly, he drew a peculiar crystal stone from his robe, its entire surface shrouded in purple lightning light. The moment it appeared, an incredibly pure thunder attribute energy radiated out, causing every thunder attribute beast present to let out a low, yearning growl. Thunder Source Stone. Good heavens! That's a great marvel, a Thunder Source Stone. They say even this small piece is worth tens of millions of Federation credits. It can dramatically enhance a lightning attribute beast's evolutionary potential and skill power. A chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd. Lei Ao was pleased with the reaction. Holding the Thunder Source Stone, he raised it contemptuously in Zhang Sheng's direction. Alright then, I'll give you a chance. If I lose, this Thunder Source Stone which can help lightning attribute beasts break through to higher realms is yours. His tone abruptly shifted, his gaze turning greedy and cruel as he fixed it on Zhang Sheng. But if you lose, I want this monkey of yours. I'll personally skin it alive, strip it of its tendons, then blast it into charcoal with purple lightning heavenly thunder to see what secrets lurk within its body. The words sent shockwaves through the entire crowd. This was no longer a wager. It was a naked, murderous, humiliating battle to the death. Chapter 25, We Don't Have to Win. Sensing that unmasked malice, a demonic crimson light suddenly flashed deep within Jiang Sheng's normally serene golden pupils. He's gone mad. This man is insane. Betting his life-bound beast? That's the most forbidden, most severe wager between beast tamers. If you lose, not only will your beast be taken, but the beastmaster themselves will suffer severe backlash from the contract, potentially shattering their very foundations and rendering them unable to contract new beasts for life. This isn't a contest anymore, it's a grudge match to the death. The surrounding challengers erupted in an uproar, their gazes toward Lei Ao now tinged with fear. This guy isn't just arrogant, he's ruthless. You're dreaming. Lin Qingyao's face flushed crimson with fury, her chest heaving uncontrollably. She clutched Zhang Sheng tightly to her chest, glaring furiously at Lei Ao. Xiao Sheng is my partner. He's family. Not some pawn you can humiliate at will. Why should we gamble with someone like you? Heh, too scared now? The scorn on Lei Ao's face grew even more pronounced. He was about to continue his verbal taunts, forcing them to submit. But at that very moment, an ethereal, ancient voice devoid of any human emotion echoed serenely throughout the entire 10th layer. All who enter the 10th layer, the challenge becomes a contract. The voice seemed to come from the heavens above, yet also resonated deep within every soul, carrying an undeniable, supreme force of law. With the Grade A artifact, Thunder Source Stone, as the catalyst. The wager of the Tower Ascent race is hereby notarized by the Trial Tower, effective immediately. The moment the words fell. In the open space between Lei Ao and Zhang Sheng, the fabric of reality warped slightly. A vague humanoid form, composed entirely of pure energy and radiating a soft white glow, slowly materialized. It possessed no facial features, no physical form, yet radiated an awe-inspiring majesty that made direct gaze impossible. The Tower Spirit. The guardian and embodiment of the rules governing this ancient Tower of Trials, the Tower Spirit. The Tower Spirit has appeared. Good heavens! I've climbed this tower countless times, yet this is my first glimpse of the legendary Tower Spirit. The crowd erupted instantly. The smug look on Lei Ao's face froze. Clearly, he hadn't anticipated things escalating to this point. The Tower Spirit's ethereal face turned toward the crowd. Its otherworldly voice sounded once more, dispassionately explaining everything. The Tower of Trials encourages competition and honors the strong. Any formal challenge initiated within the safety zone using an artifact as bait, once witnessed by the Tower Spirit, becomes immediately binding and cannot be refused. The sole consequence of refusal. The Tower Spirit paused briefly, its intangible pressure causing everyone present to feel a wave of suffocation. The challenger and their beast companion shall be permanently banished from the Tower of Trials and stripped of all trial rewards already obtained. This is an ironclad rule. These words struck Lin Qingyao's heart like thunderbolts from the heavens. Arrogant. This was an utterly tyrannical, unreasonable ironclad rule. In an instant, every possible retreat was blocked. Either accept this life or death gamble brimming with malice and peril. Or be branded a coward and banished from the trial tower forever. For any beastmaster aspiring to grow stronger, this was an unbearable disgrace. How could this happen? Lin Qingyao's face paled as she anxiously looked at Zhang Sheng in her arms, her mind in turmoil. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. After a moment of stunned silence, Lei Ao erupted into a burst of utterly exhilarated laughter. Heaven truly favors me. He had feared the other party would stubbornly refuse, but unexpectedly, he had triggered the hidden rules of the trial tower. Now, let's see how you escape. He looked at Lin Qingyao and Zhang Sheng, his eyes brimming with the satisfaction of a scheme gone perfectly. In his eyes, they were trapped like fish in a barrel, utterly at his mercy. The atmosphere across the entire square reached an oppressive peak at that moment. All eyes were fixed on the cornered girl and monkey, filled with pity and sympathy. Yet, within this deathly silence, Jiang Shang, who had been silent and seemed frozen in fear, slowly rose from Lin Qingyao's warm embrace. He gently patted Lin Qingyao's hand reassuringly, signaling her not to worry. Then, his small figure stood on Lin Qingyao's shoulder, facing the gaze of the entire crowd. He ignored the tempting energy emanating from Lei Ao's great artifact, the Thunder Source Stone. His golden pupils, flickering with an eerie crimson glow, shot past Lei Ao and locked onto the great beast beside him, a muscular, lightning-shrouded beast, the purple lightning mad lion. That gaze held neither anger nor gravity. Instead, the most primal, the most raw. Like a ferocious beast starved for 3 days and nights, gazing upon the most delicious prey. The next instant, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, Jiang Shang slowly extended his claw toward his mouth, gently mimicking the motion of eating. The motion was light, slow. Yet the meaning it conveyed was more arrogant than any words could express. More brazen. More earth-shattering. Your wager? I take it. But this worthless rock? I have no interest in it. My target is your prized great beast. I'm going to devour it. This silent provocation, this utter contempt, instantly ignited the atmosphere across the entire square. Lei Ao's smug, triumphant grin froze solid on his face in that very instant. That silent provocation, that gaze treating an rank beast as mere food, it was the most humiliating insult Lei Ao had ever endured in his life. After a brief, deathly silence, rage twisted his features into a bitter laugh. Very well. Very good. I hope your bones prove as tough as your mouth. His handsome features twisted slightly with extreme fury, the composure of his noble lineage finally shattered. Without another word of nonsense, he stomped his foot. Purple lightning mad lion. Let's go. Lei Ao roared furiously, leading his roaring lion as the first to charge through the light gate to the 11th layer. Boom! Furious purple lightning energy exploded behind his vanishing figure, leaving scorched black marks on the hard white jade floor. It was both the show of force and the uncontrollable rage boiling within him. Only after Lei Ao's departure did the suffocating pressure in the square slowly dissipate. Lin Qingyao hurried to Jiang Shang's side, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. Through telepathy, she urgently communicated within Jiang Shang's mind. Xiao Shang, you were too impulsive just now. Lei Ao's strength is formidable. His purple lightning mad lion bloodline and rank both surpass yours. Never engage him head-on. Starting now, I'll immediately analyze all data from the 11th to 20th floors. In every safe zone, I'll prepare the most essential pills and recovery talismans for you. Just stay steady. We don't have to win, but we absolutely must ensure your safety. Facing the girl's anxious admonitions, Jiang Shang turned back and calmed her with an unwavering gaze. Don't worry. Chapter 26, I thought you were faster. Gazing into those confident golden pupils, Lin Qingyao's turbulent heart miraculously settled. Jiang Shang lingered no longer. His small figure transformed into a streak of golden light, vanishing into the light gate behind her. Trial Tower, 11th layer. Putrid toxin swamp. The moment Jiang Shang materialized, a foul stench mingled with decay and venom assaulted his senses. As far as the eye could see stretched an endless expanse of black muddy swamp, shrouded in a layer of pale green toxic mist. This toxic mist not only obscured vision but also contained a peculiar energy capable of steadily eroding the spiritual power within both beast masters and their beasts. Beneath the murky mud, countless slimy forms lurked, the trial monsters of this level, the foul marsh venom lizards. At that moment, deep within the swamp, a furious thunderous feast erupted. Lei Ao chose the most direct, most domineering way to break through. Roar! His purple lightning mad lion now seemed to embody the very essence of thunder itself. Opening its massive jaws, thick chains of purple lightning spread wildly across the swamp, weaving a colossal web of thunderstorms. Boom! 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 Vast swaths of the swamp were blasted apart by the thunderous force, mud flying everywhere. Any lurking swamp poison lizards struck by the lightning were instantly fried into charred husks. Lei Ao expended a massive area of effect thunderstorm, forcibly blasting a path through the poisonous swamp. His pace through the gauntlet was blindingly fast. Meanwhile, Jiang Shang displayed a completely different approach. As he stepped into the swamp's reach, the soul-corroding toxic mist surged toward him. Yet the moment it touched his body, it dissolved and dissipated as if encountering its nemesis. Divine demon physique allowed him to almost completely ignore this level of toxic corrosion. His toes lightly tapped a piece of driftwood in the muddy swamp, propelling his entire body forward as if weightless. The spirit monkey body technique transformed this treacherous swamp where countless beast tamers struggled to advance into a smooth path for him. Unlike Lei Ao's ostentatious approach, he moved through the swamp like the most skilled hunter. His annihilation golden eyes easily pierced the swamp's camouflage, pinpointing the location of every venomous lizard. He didn't even need to strike personally. The magic energy corrosion effect on his claws meant he only needed to lightly swipe past a venomous lizard in a fleeting moment. The overwhelming magic energy swiftly destroyed the lizard's vitality. With minimal expenditure and maximum efficiency, he hunted down every enemy that stood in his path. Outside, before the Trial Tower's stone monument, all eyes were fixed on the two progress bars racing neck and neck on the 11th floor. The bar representing Lei Ao surged forward at a frenzied pace from the start, far ahead of the rest. Look! Brother Lei's speed. It's insane. Brother Lei is unstoppable. This terrain doesn't faze him at all. Lei Ao's supporters erupted in cheers. But soon, their smiles faded. The light bar representing Anonymous started slightly slower, yet steadily followed behind. What was truly terrifying was that no matter how hard Lei Ao pushed, that streak of light always managed to keep up. The gap between them refused to widen. What's going on? That Anonymous can actually keep up with Lei Ao's speed? No, look. Lei Ao's light bar seems to be slowing down. But Anonymous' speed hasn't changed at all. Someone keenly spotted the problem. Lei Ao's burst came at the cost of immense energy expenditure. The Anonymous one, however, operated like an unyielding precision machine, maintaining peak efficiency from start to finish. This was no longer a simple contest of speed. It was a battle of endurance and strategy. Finally, under the tense gazes of countless spectators, the light bar representing Jiang Shang reached the endpoint of the 11th layer. Inside the tower, before the light gate leading to the 12th level, Lei Ao stood waiting, his purple lightning mad lion panting slightly beside him. Evidently, the previous exertion had taken its toll. Seeing Jiang Shang arrive late, a forced sneer spread across his face. I thought you were so fast. Turns out you're just a slow-moving turtle. However, Jiang Shang ignored his provocation. He merely lifted his head slowly, his pupils flickering with an eerie crimson glow, staring back at him in utter stillness. Faced with Jiang Shang's icy, utterly emotionless gaze, Lei Ao felt a chill surge through his heart. He forced down the inexplicable pang in his heart and snorted coldly. Playing tricks. Without another word, he turned and strode proudly through the light gate leading to the 12th level, accompanied by his purple lightning mad lion. He would use sheer speed to leave this arrogant monkey far behind. Jiang Shang, however, moved at a leisurely pace, following him inside. The 12th layer, Cave of 10,000 Voices. This was a vast subterranean cavern, its walls densely covered with black soundwave bats. The moment any living creature entered, they would simultaneously emit a piercing, shrill screech. These screeches not only inflicted severe auditory damage on intruders, but the special psychic energy within them could also conjure endless terrifying illusions, striking directly at the challenger's soul. Lei Ao resorted to his tried-and-true tactic. Roar! His purple lightning mad lion opened its gaping maw, unleashing a continuous barrage of thunderous sonic waves. The frenzied thunderclaps rolled like rolling thunder across the entire cavern, using a more violent, more domineering sound to completely suppress and shatter the bat's shrill sonic waves. This tactic proved effective, but it also caused the purple lightning lion's already depleted spiritual energy to drain rapidly. It was a double whammy of exhaustion. Meanwhile, Jiang Shang's approach to clearing the stage left all spectators utterly bewildered. As the endless illusions invaded his mind, he didn't even flinch. The divine demon body possessed near immunity to all mental attacks. Illusions powerful enough to drive other beast masters mad were to him merely a gentle breeze. He ignored all illusions, strolling through the dark cavern as if taking a leisurely walk. Golden Eyes of Ruin activated, exposing every leader bat serving as a sound source core. He simply swung his claws again and again. Precise. Efficient. Lethal. Each strike inevitably claimed the life of a leader bat. From the 11th to the 14th layer, the race continued. On the external monument, the light bar representing Lei Ao maintained a razor-thin lead over Anonymous. But anyone with eyes could see something was amiss. Lei Ao's bar slowed progressively, its momentum fading with each surge. Meanwhile, Anonymous maintained the same steady, composed pace from the start. Lei Ao's supporters had long since fallen silent. The worry etched on their faces was becoming impossible to conceal. Chapter 27, Your Turn, Loser. The safe zone leading to the 15th layer. A jade-white platform suspended above a sea of clouds. Lei Ao had arrived long ago, leaning against a stone pillar and gasping for breath, his face pale as death. He kept pulling expensive recovery pills from his storage equipment, stuffing handful after handful into his mouth. Beside him, the purple lightning mad lion lay sprawled on the ground. The electric aura surrounding its body had dimmed considerably, its eyes filled with utter exhaustion. Moments later, a flash of golden light streaked across the sky. Jiang Shang's figure materialized at the opposite end of the platform. His aura remained steady, his steps light, not even a strand of hair out of place. It seemed as though the previous 4 layers of intense trials had truly been nothing more than a warm-up exercise for him. This stark contrast felt like a resounding slap across Lei Ao's face. His arrogant pride was utterly shattered. He could no longer contain himself. He lunged forward, blocking Jiang Shang's path, his eyes bloodshot and filled with disbelief. You monster. His voice cracked with emotion. Why? Why does your spiritual power seem endless? He couldn't comprehend it. Nor could he accept it. How could a mere B+ rank beastmaster possess endurance so many times more terrifying than his own A rank bloodline, the Violet Lightning Mad Lion? This defied all the principles of beast taming. Yet, faced with his questioning, Jiang Shang remained utterly indifferent. That persistent disregard made Lei Ao feel like a clown jumping around like a fool. Jiang Shang merely raised his head calmly, gazing toward the massive light gate ahead that led to the 15th layer. At that moment, a line of golden trial information slowly materialized upon the gate. 15th layer, Gatekeeper Trial. Trial content, defeat the A-rank Gatekeeper Beast the Diamond Fierce Ape. Trial rules, challengers will enter in batches for one-on-one combat. One-on-one combat. Upon seeing this rule, Lei Ao's eyes, which had been clouded by jealousy and rage, suddenly snapped clear. He stared intently at the words, and then, a look of intense, calculating fervor flashed in his eyes. An opportunity. His chance to turn the tables had arrived. So what if he couldn't match endurance? What if his strategy for clearing the stages was inferior to yours? In the face of absolute power, everything else is meaningless. In a one-on-one, head-to-head battle, there's no room for tricks. What matters is the purest bloodline, rank, and combat instinct of the beast. And his purple lightning mad lion boasts an A-grade bloodline. And your monkey? At best, it's a B+ grade. The suppression of bloodlines is an insurmountable chasm. Ha! Ha ha ha! Lei Ao suddenly burst into loud laughter, his laughter filled with the relief of having survived a catastrophe and the exhilaration of impending revenge. Heaven is on my side. Truly, heaven is on my side. His gaze turned haughty and cruel once more as he looked at Jiang Shang. Your luck ends here. Next, I'll make you experience firsthand what absolute bloodline suppression truly means. I will shatter every bone in your body before everyone's eyes and win our wager. Lei Ao stared at Jiang Shang. The relief of surviving the ordeal and the thrill of impending revenge unleashed his arrogant nature completely. I'll go first. He strode ahead of Jiang Shang toward the light gate leading to the 15th layer, his voice brimming with unquestionable dominance. He would end this race with a swift, satisfying kill. He would use his absolute power to utterly shatter this monkey and its master's laughable confidence. He turned back, gazing at Jiang Shang with the pity one reserves for lifeless objects. I'll show you the unbridgeable chasm between A rank and B rank. With that, he charged resolutely through the light gate, accompanied by his equally battle-frenzied purple lightning lion. Within the 10th layer's safety zone, all eyes converged upon the massive synchronized light screen. The screen clearly displayed the scene within the 15th layer's trial space. It was a colossal ancient arena where a 4-meter-tall giant ape stood in the center. Its body was a mass of coiled muscles, as if cast from molten iron. Great A Beast Master, the diamond heart raging ape. It was the guardian of this layer. Roar! The battle erupted the instant Lei Ao stepped inside. The violet lightning lion roared, transforming into a purple bolt of lightning as it launched its attack. The gatekeeper, the golden fierce ape, pounded its own rock-hard chest, unleashing a thunderous roar as it swung its iron fists, each as large as a claypot, charging headlong into the fray. Boom! 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 The collision of thunder and iron fists unleashed a violent shockwave throughout the arena. Sparks flew everywhere, and fragments of rock scattered wildly. This was the most primal, most savage clash of raw power. Though the purple lightning lion had expended immense energy in previous trials, the foundation of its A-grade bloodline remained. Now, at its master's command, it unleashed every ounce of its latent potential. The golden fierce ape, fearless in the face of death, unleashed each punch with terrifying force capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks. The battle raged with unparalleled ferocity. Outside, every spectator watched with hearts pounding in terror. Too powerful. Is this what a battle between A-grade beasts looks like? Lei Ao's purple lightning mad lion is nearly at its limit. Look, it's already covered in multiple wounds. But that golden ape isn't faring well either. Paralyzed by the lightning power, its movements have slowed considerably. Time ticked by second. Finally, at the terrible cost of the purple lightning lion losing one hind leg and being covered in bloody wounds, Lei Ao seized a moment of vulnerability in the golden ape. Commanding the purple lightning lion, he unleashed a devastating purple lightning heavenly charge, finally knocking down the tenacious gatekeeper with a thunderous crash. The light screen clearly displayed the clearance time. Clear time, 5 minutes 30 seconds. Though the journey was arduous and the cost immense, it remained an outstanding achievement that would leave the vast majority of challengers in awe. The light gate of the 15th layer illuminated. Lei Ao emerged, leading his limping, exhausted purple lightning mad lion. His own face was pale, and he was gasping for breath, clearly having expended immense energy. Yet the gaze he directed at Jiang Shang brimmed with the pride and contempt of a victor. Your turn, loser. He tilted his chin toward Jiang Shang with an air of superiority. 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Let me see how you'll desperately struggle against my record. In his view, even his A-grade beast had paid a heavy price just to barely make it through. Even if that B+ monkey managed to win, it would inevitably take far longer and suffer far heavier losses. This wager was already his to win. Yet Jiang Shang merely gave him a calm glance, his eyes seeming to regard him as a pitiable clown. He took a step forward, walking leisurely toward the light gate. Chapter 28, I will watch you die with my own eyes. Everyone's hearts clenched in suspense. This is bad. Lei Ao may have won, but he's still an A-grade beastmaster. Yeah, the golden fierce ape is also a primate. It might have some kind of kin suppression effect on this monkey. Winning is going to be incredibly difficult for him. I reckon it'll take him at least 10 minutes, he might even get eliminated outright. Amidst the complex murmurs of the crowd, Jiang Shang's figure vanished behind the light gate. 15th layer, the Colosseum. The new gatekeeper, the diamond fierce ape, spotted another challenger and immediately began pounding its chest excitedly, entering battle mode. Its eyes, as large as copper bells, blazed with savagery and fighting spirit. It opened its massive jaws, poised to unleash a soul-shaking roar. But then, at that very moment, that golden monkey, seemingly insignificant in its eyes, moved. He did not charge. He did not roar. He didn't even use any conventional combat skills. He merely raised his head slowly, meeting the ferocious gaze of the golden fierce ape. Then, under its gaze, he unleashed his innate divine power with utter defiance. Emulate heaven and earth. Boom! In an instant, Jiang Shang's body surged in size against the wind. 1 meter. 3 meters. 5 meters. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from a small monkey into a colossal figure standing 5 meters tall. His body was covered in bulging muscles, his golden fur stood on end like steel needles, and a faint, eerie black gold aura swirled around him. The golden giant ape. An indescribable aura, born from the deepest recesses of his bloodline, a blend of sacred and demonic, emanating the overbearing presence of a supreme being that seemed to tower above all creation. It swept across the entire arena like a tsunami. The roar of the raging golden ape, deafening as thunder, abruptly ceased. Facing this fellow of its kind, radiating an aura of both god and demon, the A-class golden ape's will to fight shattered completely in an instant. The savagery and ferocity in its eyes vanished without a trace. What remained was only the deepest, most primal submission and reverence, ingrained in its very bloodline and etched into its genes. Amidst the deathly silence of the entire arena, Jiang Shang, transformed into a 5-meter colossal ape, slowly advanced toward the gatekeeper golden fierce ape. With each step forward, the overbearing pressure of a superior being, a potent blend of sacred and demonic, grew stronger. The colossal form of the golden fierce ape began to tremble uncontrollably under this overwhelming pressure. Far from launching an attack, it cowered and retreated 2 steps backward. Finally, when the giant ape Jiang Shang stood before it, gazing down with his black gold pupils that seemed to survey all living things. Thud! Its mountain-like form knelt on one knee without hesitation. It bowed its proud head, one that had never yielded to any challenger. This act transcended race and language. It was pledging allegiance to its king. Silence fell over the arena. The tower spirit's emotionless electronic voice abruptly sounded, declaring the outcome of this battle. Trial complete. Clear time, 30 seconds. Outside, before the massive stone monument of the trial tower, the entire plaza fell into a frozen, deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at the scene, their minds blank, utterly unable to comprehend what had just unfolded before their eyes. Then, golden light erupted from the monument. The record of 5 minutes and 30 seconds belonging to Lei Ao was ruthlessly erased. In its place appeared a blindingly bright new record. 15th layer record broken. Conqueror, anonymous. Clear time, 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Holy! What the hell am I seeing? Defeating the enemy without a fight? Making an A-rank gatekeeper surrender willingly? What kind of bloodline is this? 30 seconds. He spent over 20 seconds transforming and walking. Actual combat time, 0 seconds. This isn't clearing a stage, it's an inspection. A god surveying his domain. Monster. That anonymous and his beast master, they're true monsters. Meanwhile, within the safety zone of the 15th layer, Lei Ao stared fixedly at the images on the light screen. The pride and contempt that had once graced his face had vanished without a trace. In their place was the madness of disbelief. He saw it. He saw it with his own eyes. That A-rank golden fist ape that had forced him and his purple lightning mad lion into a grueling battle, one they'd barely won at tremendous cost. And now, before that ape, it bowed its head like a docile subject. How could this be possible? How dare it? A wave of overwhelming humiliation and defeat swept away all his reason in an instant. Put. He could no longer contain the turmoil within his heart. Overwhelmed by rage, he suddenly coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Impossible. His hair stood on end, his eyes wild with fury. He pointed at the light screen and screamed hysterically. Cheating. This must be cheating. Tower spirit. This isn't fair. He's cheating. As chaos erupted both inside and outside the tower. Amidst the crowd in the square, a figure clad in black stood out starkly from the surrounding clamor, his aura cold and ominous. His gaze was fixed intently on the records etched into the stone monument. His eyes held no shock, only boundless greed and fervor. He was none other than Ghostbat, an outer circle steward of the 10,000 Beasts cult. Interesting. Truly interesting. Ghostbat chuckled softly to another similarly clad figure beside him.
This monkey's bloodline is truly extraordinary, far beyond a mere B+ rank.
To make an A-grade beastmaster of the same ape lineage submit willingly, this must be the legendary emperor-grade bloodline, 1 in 10,000. He extended his tongue, licking his parched lips, his eyes burning with greed. Such a divine treasure must be captured alive.
Present it to His Holiness the Holy Sun, it would be an immense merit.
With that, he hesitated no longer. Silently, he drew a black crystal the size of a fingernail from his robe. Then, he crushed it with all his might. An unseen black energy instantly seeped into the foundation of the trial tower. Inside the tower, on the 15th level, the light gate flickered, and Jiang Shang, restored to his original state, calmly stepped out. Without so much as a glance at the now maddened Lei Ao, he strode directly toward the light gate leading to the 16th level. I haven't lost yet. Seeing Jiang Shang's figure, Lei Ao, driven by intense hatred, staggered after him. I will see you die with my own eyes. One after the other, they stepped through the light gate leading to the 16th layer. But the instant they entered, the surrounding space violently trembled. Instead of the anticipated new trial scene, an endless, pitch-black darkness engulfed them. Thick, nauseating demonic energy seeped in from all directions. Awu. In the darkness, pair after pair of blood-red eyes, brimming with murderous intent, lit up one after another. Several massive third-tier demonized shadow wolves, their aura far surpassing any previous foe, silently materialized from the darkness, encircling the two. At that very moment, the tower spirit's emotionless voice took on a tone of urgent warning, ringing in their minds. Alert! Alert! Detected unknown hostile energy intrusion. Interfering with trial protocol. Forced modification of the 16th layer trial protocol. Survival mode activated. Chapter 29, can't dodge it? Then I won't dodge. The tower spirit's icy warning tone rang like a death knell in Lei Ao's mind. Surrounded by shadow wolves emerging from the darkness, radiating thick demonic energy and exuding a presence at least at the early third tier, Lei Ao was utterly stunned. Third tier, demonic beasts? How is this possible? How could such things appear in the trial tower? Lei Ao screamed, his voice piercing with sheer terror. The purple lightning mad lion beside him had already been severely wounded in the previous battle, its spiritual energy depleted. Now, buffeted by these powerful waves of demonic energy, it trembled violently, the purple lightning swirling around its body, flickering as if about to extinguish. Where was the majesty of an A-rank beast tamer? These demon-corrupted creatures possessed an innate, overwhelming resistance to sacred attributes like lightning. A shadow wolf with keen senses immediately detected Lei Ao as the weakest link. With a low growl, it transformed into a black bolt of lightning, lunging unexpectedly at Lei Ao from the flank. Its claws, gleaming with a sinister black light, aimed straight for Lei Ao's throat. Too fast. Too fast for Lei Ao to react at all. His mind went blank. His pupils reflected the approaching, snarling wolf's jaws. The shadow of death had never loomed so clearly over him. Was this the end? He, the peerless genius from Thunder City, was going to die so pitifully in this godforsaken place? At that critical moment. Boom! A golden figure as massive as a mountain suddenly blocked his path. It was Jiang Shang. Once again, he unleashed the emulate heaven and earth technique. Boom! A thunderous, muffled explosion. The early-stage third-tier demonic shadow wolf was struck squarely in the midsection by a golden fist larger than its own head. Its agile body flew backward like it had been struck by a speeding truck. It let out a wail and slammed hard into a distant dark wall, its fate unknown. Lei Ao collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath after narrowly escaping death. His face blank as he stared at the towering golden figure before him, as imposing as a demon god. He was saved. The monkey he had regarded as his mortal enemy, as his wager it had saved him. An utterly absurd, intensely complex emotion surged through him. You? His lips moved, and in a dry voice, he asked instinctively. Why, did you save me? The giant ape Jiang Shang did not turn to look at him. His enormous golden pupils scanned coldly the surrounding pack of shadow wolves, growing increasingly frenzied as their comrades were blown away by a single strike. A chill, filled with supreme arrogance and contempt, pierced Lei Ao's mind like steel needles. Your life is my stake. Until I take it myself. These scum have no right to touch you. These words carried not a shred of pity or goodwill. It was the absolute, unquestionable dominance of a sovereign declaring ownership over his possessions. More bone-chilling than any humiliation. Lei Ao's body jerked violently. The blank expression on his face was instantly replaced by a mixture of rage, humiliation, and a hint of awe he hadn't even recognized within himself. He stared at the figure before him, divine yet demonic, then glanced down at the purple lightning mad lion trembling helplessly at his feet, utterly defeated. He knew Jiang Shang spoke the truth. Alone, he would die today. Meanwhile, outside the trial tower, the massive stone tablet's light screen had long since turned a blood-red warning color due to the forced alteration of the 16th layer protocol. Everyone was stunned into confusion by this sudden turn of events. Amidst the chaotic crowd, a mysterious woman stood quietly, her gaze fixed upon the tower. She wore a moon-white robe, her face veiled by a sheer gauze, her figure slender and graceful. The space around her seemed to be shielded by an invisible force, blocking out all the clamor and chaos. The beast cult. Her crimson lips parted, her voice as cool and clear as moonlight. To dare extend their hands directly into the Beastmaster Association's trial tower, their audacity grows by the day. She was none other than Yue-chan, the inspector dispatched by the Beastmaster Association headquarters to Yun City to secretly investigate the demonized creature's incident. She could have intervened immediately, forcibly halting this corrupted trial. But she did not. Her gaze seemed to pierce through the tower's barriers, observing the golden giant ape within with keen interest. An interesting little monkey. Let me see what kind of miracle you can still create in such a desperate situation. Inside the tower, 16th level. After a brief standoff, Lei Ao finally made his decision. Life or death, pride or survival. He chose the latter. Struggling to his feet, he addressed Jiang Shang's broad back in a voice so filled with humiliation even he recoiled at its sound, gritting his teeth as he spat out. I'll help you. This was his last shred of pride. But remember, this is only to survive. Once we're out, our wager remains unchanged. The giant ape Jiang Shang remained silent. For he had no energy left to spare for this defeated foe. Just then, the predatory shadow wolves, which had been lurking menacingly, suddenly parted like a receding tide, clearing a path. Tap. 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 Steady, oppressive footsteps echoed slowly from the deepest darkness. A colossal wolf, twice the size of its fellow shadow wolves, strode forward. Its fur was a pure black as deep as the night itself. 3 pairs of blood-red eyes, blazing with savage fury, glowed on its forehead. A terrifying aura, far surpassing its peers and firmly reaching the peak of the 3rd tier, enveloped the entire space. The demonized Wolf King. Its 6 crimson eyes completely ignored Lei Ao, who stood beside it like an insignificant insect. Its gaze locked dead set upon the sole figure in the arena, that colossal being radiating divine and demonic aura. Golden Giant Ape. The 3rd tier peak demonized Wolf King gave Jiang Shang and Lei Ao no chance to breathe. The moment it appeared, it unleashed a thunderous, deadly assault. Its body streaked through the darkness, leaving trails of afterimages. 3 ferocious heads lunged simultaneously from 3 different angles, biting at vital points all over the giant ape, Jiang Shang. One aimed for his lower body, seeking to immobilize him. The other 2, accompanied by a blood-curdling wind that tore through everything, aimed straight for his thick neck. It was a flawlessly coordinated, seamless killing move. No escape. No retreat possible. Outside, everyone watching this scene through the light screens felt their hearts sink to their feet. It's over, a guard behind Yue-chan cried out in shock. There's no way to dodge from this angle. Inside the tower, Lei Ao's face drained of color at the sheer terror of this assault. He knew all too well had he been in her place, this strike would have been fatal. Yet, in this life or death instant. Instead of fear, Jiang Shang's eyes blazed with a madness and resolve that staked everything on this one move. Can't dodge? Then he wouldn't dodge. He abandoned all defensive postures and instead actively met the 2 wolf heads lunging for his neck with a thunderous strike from his right fist. Exchanging injury for life. He would pay the price of injury to seize the chance for a single, decisive strike. Chapter 30, the bet is off. Roar. With a defiant roar, Jiang Shang poured every ounce of divine and demonic power within him into his unleashed right fist. The fist wind howled, black gold flames coalescing around his knuckles as if poised to shatter space itself. Divine Demon Annihilation Fist. Simultaneously, the divine demonic aura around his neck rapidly coalesced into an incredibly solid black gold shield. This was his final defense. The next instant. Attack met attack, colliding with a thunderous crash. Crack. A crisp cracking sound echoed. The black gold shield around Jiang Shang's neck shattered under the Wolf King's razor-sharp fangs. The demonic wolf fangs plunged deep into the flesh of his neck. Golden divine blood mingled with black demonic blood gushed forth. Agonizing pain washed over Jiang Shang's nerves like a tidal wave. Yet that shield had ultimately bought him a fraction of a second, enough to slightly deflect the wolf fang's attack, preventing them from severing his neck in the first strike. And at that very instant, Jiang Shang's divine demon annihilation fist, charged to its absolute limit, slammed squarely into the central head of the Wolf King. Boom! No screams. No wails. Only a dull, thunderous crack like a watermelon being smashed. The Wolf King's most vital central head, along with its brain matter and bones, was shattered into a sky-filling mist of blood by that single punch. 1 strike, 1 kill. The excruciating pain in his neck, combined with the exhilaration of shattering his enemy's skull, sent Jiang Shang, already in a state of divine demonic transformation, plunging into utter madness. He ignored the bone deep wound on his own body and disregarded the other wolf head that had sunk its teeth into his thigh. His arms, thick as mountain peaks, clamped down like giant iron pincers, seizing the Wolf King's remaining 2 heads. Die for me! A thunderous roar that shook the entire dark space. Jiang Shang's arms surged with power, violently smashing the 2 dazed wolf heads together. Crash! Brains splattered. The Wolf King's 2 pairs of bloodshot eyes instantly lost all their light. Its massive body collapsed to the ground as if all its bones had been pulled out, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. The third-tier peak demonic Wolf King dead. With this core threat fallen, the giant ape Jiang Shang could no longer sustain his emulate heaven and earth transformation. The golden light and demonic flames swiftly faded from his body. His massive frame rapidly shrank, ultimately reverting to the form of that blood-soaked little monkey. He crashed heavily to the ground, his breath faint. Oh whoa! The ordinary demonic shadow wolves around him, deprived of their leader, fell into brief chaos and fear. But soon, their bloodthirsty instincts overpowered their fear. Their gazes locked in unison upon Jiang Shang, who lay unconscious and defenseless in the center of the field. In their eyes, this little monkey that had just slain their king was now the finest source of nourishment. The pack began to advance slowly. At this most critical moment, Lei Ao moved. He gazed at the tiny figure, gravely wounded and now fighting for life after saving him, then glanced at his own purple lightning mad lion, still trembling with fear. An overwhelming emotion called shame surged through his heart. Dragging his own exhausted body, he recalled the battle-worn purple lightning mad lion into his beast-taming space. Then, step by step, he walked before Jiang Shang. With his own body, he positioned himself as a shield against the relentlessly advancing horde of demon-corrupted shadow wolves. He prepared to meet the inevitable charge. Poof! Staring into those crimson eyes, he suddenly let out a bitter, self-mocking laugh. He turned his head, glancing at the unconscious Jiang Shang on the ground, murmuring to himself in a voice only he could hear. I, Lei Ao, owe no one any favors. Especially, no favors to someone like you who looked down on me. He clenched his fists, preparing for a final stand even if it was utterly futile. Just as the wolf pack was about to launch their final assault, the tower spirit's cold, utterly emotionless voice rang out once more, like a divine decree. Core threat neutralized. Survival mode ended. Calculating special trial rewards? Teleportation imminent. As the voice faded, the demonic shadow wolves already mid-air, along with the entire dark space, instantly dissolved into a swirling cloud of black dust, vanishing without a trace. Immediately afterward, an incredibly gentle, life-filled white light descended from the heavens. It enveloped Lei Ao and also covered Jiang Shang, who lay unconscious on the ground. That gentle white light, brimming with warm vitality, nourished the nearly depleted bodies of Jiang Shang and Lei Ao. When the light faded, they found themselves teleported back to the safety zone of the White Jade Plaza on the 10th layer. Meanwhile, outside, a massive crowd had gathered before the trial tower's colossal stone monument, the air thick with deathly silence. All eyes were fixed in stunned silence upon the crimson warning on the light screen and the two names frozen at the 16th layer. Just as the crowd began speculating whether the two were doomed, the crimson warning on the light screen suddenly faded. The light points representing Anonymous and Lei Ao simultaneously reappeared in the area designated for the 10th floor. They had made it out alive. They're out. They're all out. Good heavens. They survived under those conditions? What happened? Who won the race bet? The square erupted in a deafening roar of astonishment and speculation. Within the tower spirit's ethereal, ancient voice reverberated throughout the entire 10th level, simultaneously transmitting to every corner of the outside world. Due to malicious external interference, the 16th layer trial has experienced severe anomalies. The tower climb race wager is hereby null and void. The wager nullified? Hearing this outcome, the crowd erupted in astonishment, yet soon accepted it as inevitable. After all, with an incident of this magnitude, continuing the wager had lost all meaning. However, the tower spirit's next words sent a chill through everyone's hearts once more. In recognition of the two challengers who faced danger without flinching and successfully eliminated the high-level demonic threat, the Tower of Trials hereby grants a special reward. As the words fell, two dazzling orbs slowly materialized in the open space between Lei Ao and Jiang Shang. As the light dissipated, two objects radiating terrifying energy fluctuations hovered silently in midair. One was an A-grade artifact enveloped in purple lightning, its pure thunder energy nearly solidified the Thunder Source Stone. The other was a fist-sized, pitch-black core. Its surface seemed to echo with the howls of countless vengeful spirits, radiating boundless demonic energy, the terrifying, third-tier Demon King's hardcore. This was the essence of the third-tier peak demonized Wolf King from earlier. Its value far surpassed that of the Thunder Source Stone. Chapter 31, Soul Collapse, Complete Obliteration. Xiao Shang. Yet, Lin Qingyao's eyes were not fixed on these rare treasures. All she could see was that tiny figure, covered in blood, barely clinging to life, unable to even stand steadily. The moment the two appeared, she was the first to rush forward. She clutched the utterly weakened Jiang Shang to her chest without a second thought, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Xiao Shang, you scared me to death, you scared me to death. Sobbing, she fumbled to retrieve the highest-grade healing potion from her spatial ring, carefully feeding it to Jiang Shang. Her voice was thick with lingering fear and heartache. On the other side, Lei Ao stood frozen in place. He stared at the two top-tier rewards treasures that would drive any beastmaster mad with desire, then shifted his gaze to the monkey clutched tightly in Lin Qingyao's arms, a creature that had nearly sacrificed its life to save him. In his mind, the events that had unfolded in the dark space kept replaying. Jiang Shang's figure, towering like a demon god.
That domineering declaration, "Your life is my stake. These scum have no right to touch you."
And finally, his own pathetic and laughable act of stepping in front of her to avoid owing a favor.
He had lost. He had been utterly defeated.
He lost not just the wager, but also his innate, laughable pride.
A long silence fell.
Under the complex gazes of everyone present, Lei Ao slowly moved. He made a move that stunned everyone. He stepped forward, ignoring the more valuable, third-tier demon Lord Core. He reached out and picked up the bet that should have been his own, the Thunder Source Stone. Then, he walked over to Lin Xingyao. Lin Xingyao looked up warily, shielding Jiang Shang more tightly.
Lei Ao didn't look at her.
He simply placed the Thunder Source Stone gently into Lin Xingyao's hand. His voice, no longer carrying the arrogance and frivolity of before, was now hoarse and imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. "This is what he deserves." He paused, then gave a self-deprecating chuckle.
"My life is worth more than this stone." With that, he ignored Lin Xingyao's stunned gaze. His gaze fixed on Jiang Shang, who lay in Lin Xingyao's arms.
A flicker of consciousness had returned to him, and he stared back with golden pupils.
"The wager is null and void. But the outcome between us remains undecided." Lei Ao's gaze was utterly serious, utterly stern.
"Once I've healed my wounds and restored my comrades,
I will challenge you again. In a fair and square, one-on-one duel, I will wash away the shame of today." With that, he turned away without a moment's hesitation. He paid no further attention to the rewards or the stares around him. He simply straightened his own equally scarred spine and walked step by step toward the exit of the 10th level. His former pride and arrogance seemed shattered and reshaped within this life or death ordeal. The figure departing now was no longer an arrogant, self-important prodigy, but a true warrior who had found his path. Lei Ao's figure vanished into the teleportation portal. He carried away his shame, and with it, a heart forged anew into that of a true warrior. On the white jade plaza of the 10th layer, the atmosphere remained thick with tension. All challengers gazed at the girl and monkey duo in the center with eyes that held nothing short of awe. "Xiao Shang, let's go home."
Lin Xingyao gazed tenderly at the faintly breathing Jiang Shang in her arms, desperate to take him away immediately for the best possible treatment. Yet, having regained a sliver of strength, Jiang Shang weakly extended his claw. His gaze fixed firmly on the third-tier demon king's heart core, which hung motionless in midair, radiating boundless demonic energy. Lin Xingyao's heart clenched sharply. It was happening again. The exact same look in his eyes as when he faced the Scorpion Emperor's heart crystal before. Filled with an insatiable hunger for power and an unwavering resolve. Though her heart was filled with worry, her absolute trust in her companion compelled her to obey his command. She slowly stepped forward, removed the demon king's heart core that radiated an ominous aura, and carefully handed it to Jiang Shang. The instant Jiang Shang's claws touched the core. Buzz! A surge of demonic energy more overpowering and purer than the Scorpion Emperor's heart crystal violently attempted to invade his body. Simultaneously, the system's frantic warning tone exploded like an alarm bell within his mind. "Warning! Warning! High-purity homogeneous tertiary demonic energy detected. Force-devouring evolution possible. Stability of the divine demon evolution path is estimated at 35%. Extremely high failure rate. Without ample, high-grade external pure energy to assist in harmonization, the host is highly likely to fail evolution due to energy conflict. Failure consequences, divine soul disintegration, complete annihilation. Divine soul disintegration." These 4 words instantly cooled Jiang Shang's feverish mind, which had been consumed by his craving for power. He knew full well that in his current state of utter exhaustion, the success rate of forcibly devouring this demon king's core would likely be less than 10%. This was no longer a risk, it was pure suicide. Through their mutual contract, Lin Xingyao also vaguely sensed the lethal danger emanating from the core. Her face drained of color in an instant. "No! Xiao Shang! This thing is far too dangerous." Without waiting for Jiang Shang's response, she snatched the demon king's heart core back and sealed it with an especially crafted jade box designed to block energy at the fastest possible speed. "We're leaving this place. We're going home immediately." Lin Xingyao's voice carried an unwavering resolve. She clutched Jiang Shang tightly in her arms and turned toward the light gate leading to the exit. This time, Jiang Shang didn't insist. He knew the girl was genuinely worried about his life. As Lin Xingyao carried Jiang Shang out through the gates of the trial tower, the tens of thousands of beast masters gathered in the square fell into absolute silence the moment they caught sight of them. Immediately, the crowd parted automatically, forming a wide passageway. All eyes along the corridor fixated on the petite girl and the blood-soaked golden monkey in her arms. Gone were the earlier looks of contempt, mockery, and curiosity. They were paying homage to a true powerhouse. Meanwhile, in an obscure, shadowy corner of Cloud City, the black-clad butler, Ghost Bat, who had been observing from outside the tower, knelt on one knee. He respectfully reported into a black communicator. "Reporting to the Holy Sun, this operation has failed.
Not only did the target escape, but his potential far exceeded our expectations. He managed to kill a third-tier peak demonized Wolf King with only a B+ bloodline. This subordinate is incompetent and willingly accepts punishment. Kibatsu's body trembled slightly. He knew all too well how unpredictable and terrifying the master he served truly was. Chapter 32. This man wants to kill us all. A moment of silence hung heavy on the other end of the communicator. Then, a young voice devoid of emotion, as if devoid of any feeling, slowly emerged. It matters not. Hearing those two words, Ghostbat did not relax. Instead, he bowed his head even lower. The voice continued. The pawn has been exposed. So be it. Such an intriguing sacrifice hasn't appeared in quite some time. He is worth my personal trip to Yuncheng. Guifu, your mission remains unchanged. Keep your eyes on him. On the opposite end of the city, atop the tallest building, Yue-chan, clad in a moon-white robe, stood facing the wind. The veil covering her face could not conceal the gravity in her eyes. She too dialed a communication. This is Patrol Officer Yue-chan. Regarding the target in Cloud City, his potential rating requires reassessment. I recommend immediately designating it as the highest priority celestial prodigy sequence, subject 1 for observation. A commanding voice came through the line. Reason? Yue-chan gazed at the distant trial tower and spoke slowly. With a B+ bloodline and peak 2nd tier cultivation, he defeated a peak 3rd tier demonized Wolf King in direct combat. Furthermore, based on my observations, 2 entirely contradictory supreme auras coexist within him. The 10,000 Beasts cult has already risked exposing a crucial pawn to target him within the trial tower. Their target is most likely him. The events unfolding within the trial tower sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of Yun City. The very next day after Lin Qingyao and Jiang Shang returned to the Lin family for recuperation, Shi Gandang, commander of the city guard, and Lu Chengfeng, president of the Beastmaster Association, arrived together. They brought 2 pieces of news. First, following their joint report, the military headquarters and the association headquarters had taken the matter extremely seriously. The activities of the 10,000 Beasts cult in Yun City had been classified as a threat of the highest level. Second, the city guard had established a special task force personally led by Shi Gandang, immediately escalating the investigation into the Su family. The entire Su family residence was now virtually sealed off by the city guard. All core members of the Su family were confined to the premises, awaiting summons at any moment. In the Lin family's reception hall, Lin Jinyue's face twisted into a cold smile upon hearing the news. What goes around comes around. Xingyao, rest assured. I will mobilize every resource of the Lin family to launch a full-scale commercial strangulation against the Su family. They will pay the most painful price for their foolishness. Lin Qingyao nodded, her eyes devoid of pity. She could tolerate fair competition, but she would never tolerate the Su family's use of underhanded schemes, even colluding with cults to secretly harm her and her partners. Yet, an unexpected visitor arrived at the door. Master! Young miss! The Lin family's elderly butler rushed into the parlor with a peculiar expression. The head of the Su family, Su Zhentian, has personally come to pay his respects. He says he has come specifically to apologize to you and the young mistress. The moment these words were spoken, the entire parlor fell silent. Lin Xinyue and Lu Qingyun exchanged glances, both seeing astonishment in each other's eyes. Su Zhentian? That old fox who had spent his entire life competing with them, always looking down on everyone else, he would actually come personally to apologize? Let him in. Lin Xinyue was determined to see what tricks this old fox had up his sleeve. Moments later, Su Zhentian entered the parlor alone, under the hostile stares of the Lin family guards. Gone was his usual haughty and sullen expression, replaced by a bitter smile bordering on humility and filled with remorse. He bowed deeply toward Lin Jinyue seated at the head of the room. Brother Lin. That single phrase, Brother Lin, made Lin Jinyue raise an eyebrow. I have failed in my duty as a father. Su Zhentian beat his chest and stamped his feet, looking utterly heartbroken. I never imagined that wretched fool Su Ming would be seduced by heretical cultists and commit such an unforgivable, heinous crime, one that nearly endangered my niece Qingyao. The entire Su family knew absolutely nothing about this beforehand. By the time we found out, it was already too late. With a few well-chosen words, he absolved the entire Su family of any involvement in this colossal scandal, pinning all blame squarely on Su Ming, who had already been apprehended. Lin Jinyue, being the seasoned figure he was, merely sneered inwardly without calling him out. He wanted to see how Su Zhentian would play out this charade. Brother Lin, I know it's too late for words now. To express the Su family's deepest apologies and to compensate for the fright my niece Qingyao endured. Su Zhentian solemnly drew a deed made of special material from his robe and presented it with both hands. This is a token of our family's goodwill. I implore you, Brother Lin, and my niece Qingyao, please do not refuse. Lin Jinyue accepted the deed and glanced at it once. The location marked on the deed and the vermilion seal both pointed to one place. Blackstone Mountain, on the outskirts of the city. Blackstone Mountain, the very place that held the cultivation treasure coveted by all of Yuncheng, the Earth Vein Spirit Spring. The Earth Vein Spirit Spring was a sacred spring formed by absorbing the essence of the earth over centuries. Its waters contained the purest, gentlest energy, making it a sacred sanctuary for healing wounds and aiding beast tamers in breaking through cultivation bottlenecks. Its value was utterly beyond measure in monetary terms. What a grand gesture! Lin Jinyue's heart skipped a beat as he instantly grasped Su Zhentian's intent. Cutting off the tail to save the body. This was a classic strategy of cutting off the tail to save the body. He intended to use this gift one so substantial even the Lin family couldn't refuse to placate their anger, hoping they would spare the Su family during the impending storm. Moreover, he intended to use this gesture to declare to the outside world, the Su family has paid a bitter price. This matter ends here. To completely extricate the Su family from the deadly vortex of colluding with a cult. What a sly old fox. As Lin Jinyue plotted in his mind, Jiang Sheng, who had been held in Lin Qingyao's arms and observing coldly all along, suddenly narrowed his golden pupils. He stared at the elderly man before him, his face plastered with insincere smiles and his posture feigned humility. Through his golden eye of ruin, he keenly detected a trace of the most deeply concealed. A bone-chilling, venomous intent to kill. This was no ordinary anger or resentment. It was the kind of killing intent possessed by a venomous snake fixated on its prey, patient, icy, and utterly determined to strike. Jiang Sheng immediately sent a warning to Lin Qingyao through their mental link. This man intends to kill us. All of us. Lin Qingyao tightened her grip on Jiang Sheng's arm, yet her expression remained impassive. Finally, Lin Jinyue slowly withdrew the deed. The Su family head has been thoughtful. His voice betrayed no emotion. This generous gift, the Lin family accepts. However, his tone shifted abruptly, his gaze sharpening to a piercing intensity. My daughter and her companions narrowly escaped death within the trial tower. This terror, this hatred, cannot be extinguished by a mere plot of land. Chapter 33, May heaven strike you down, may your soul be destroyed. Su Zhentian's smile stiffened slightly, but quickly returned to normal. He bowed once more. Brother Lin, you are absolutely right. From now on, my Su family will enforce strict discipline and dare not transgress again. With that, he took his leave without a moment's hesitation. The moment Su Zhentian's figure vanished at the doorway, Lin Qingyao immediately relayed Jiang Sheng's warning to her father. Father, Xiao Sheng just said Su Zhentian wants to kill us. Lin Jinyue's expression instantly turned grave. He picked up the scorching deed and paced back and forth in the living room. A man who wants to kill our entire family sends us an offer we can't refuse. This is utterly illogical. He muttered to himself, his gaze settling on 3 characters printed on the deed. Earth Vein Spirit Spring. Pure and abundant energy. Suddenly, it dawned on him. He halted abruptly, whirling around to stare at Jiang Sheng. Qingyao, you told me earlier that Xiao Sheng needs massive amounts of pure external energy to assist and harmonize his next divine demon evolution, or else he risks his divine soul disintegrating? Lin Qingyao nodded. Lin Jinyue's breathing grew slightly ragged at that moment. He raised the deed in his hand once more, his eyes filled with unprecedented suspicion and apprehension. Is this truly the Su family's sincere attempt to sever ties and seek peace? Or a deadly trap? Lin Jinyue paced back and forth in the living room, clutching the scorching deed, his expression shifting constantly. Dad, should we still go? Lin Qingyao's voice trembled. This is too dangerous. If this truly was a trap, going there would be like walking straight into a trap. Just then, Jiang Sheng, cradled in Lin Qingyao's arms, suddenly let out a suppressed, agonized growl. A slender yet intensely pure strand of black demonic energy began seeping uncontrollably from his body. Simultaneously, the sealed 3rd-tier demon king core encased in a jade box and stored within Lin Qingyao's spatial ring began to violently tremble, resonating intensely with the escaping demonic energy. Lin Qingyao's expression turned pale. Dad! The demonic energy within Xiao Sheng is becoming unstable. If we don't find pure energy to suppress and guide it immediately, the consequences will be unimaginable. She knew all too well that if the energy within that demon king core spiraled completely out of control, Jiang Sheng's body would be the first to be blown to smithereens. Seeing his daughter's anxious expression and sensing the increasingly unstable energy within Jiang Sheng, every trace of hesitation vanished from Lin Jinyue's eyes in that instant. Replacing it was the overwhelming resolve and decisiveness of a patriarch, the helmsman of Yunqing's most powerful aristocratic family. Bang! His palm slammed down on the table with a thunderous crash. Fortune favors the bold. His words rang out with unwavering conviction. If the Su family dares to set this trap, the Lin family dares to break it. We're going. Not only are we going, but I'll make sure Su Zhentian watches with his own eyes as all his schemes become the stepping stones for my Lin family's prodigy to soar to new heights. 3 days later, at Blackstone Manor on the city outskirts. This was the location of the Earth Vein Spirit Spring. Today, the entire estate was under complete martial law. The entire Lin family had mobilized. Hundreds of elite guards from the Lin family had sealed off the estate inside and out, not letting a single fly slip through. Within the estate, 3 top-tier family protective arrays had been simultaneously activated. The first layer, the trace binding array. A thick white mist shrouds the grounds, blocking all external surveillance. The second layer, the golden barrier array, erected a sky-piercing light barrier capable of withstanding the full assault of a peak third-tier powerhouse. The third layer, the spirit-gathering array, frantically drew in the surrounding celestial and terrestrial energies, channeling them toward the estate's center. At the very core of the formations, in the estate's center, Lin Jinyue stood with hands clasped behind his back. His formidable aura as a fourth-tier beastmaster radiated like a divine pillar anchoring the entire scene. He personally presided over the proceedings, guarding Jiang Shang. Beside the spirit spring of the earth veins a mere 10 meters square at the array's heart. The spring water glowed milky white, emitting a refreshing fragrance and radiating pure, crystalline energy. Lin Qingyao's eyes were red-rimmed as she embraced Jiang Shang tightly. "Xiao Shang, you must succeed." Her voice trembled with tears. Jiang Shang gently brushed her cheek with his forehead, his gaze unwaveringly resolute. Then, step by step, he walked to the center of the sacred spring. He sat cross-legged. Under the tense gaze of Lin Qingyao and Lin Jinyue, he retrieved the jade box containing the sealed, third-tier Demon King's heart core. He opened it. Then, he swallowed it whole. Boom! Almost the instant the core entered his stomach. An indescribable, terrifying demonic energy brimming with savagery, destruction, and foreboding erupted within him like a volcano dormant for 1,000 years. Black demonic chi violently surged through his limbs and bones, threatening to devour his very mind and flesh. And at that very moment, as if stimulated by this demonic energy, the earth vein spirit spring below also began to boil. Pure, gentle, and vast amounts of celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy, as if finding an outlet, transformed into a milky white pillar of energy, surging madly into Jiang Shang's body. Black demonic energy. Milky white spiritual energy. Two utterly contrasting energies clashed within Jiang Shang's body, engaging in the most savage, primal collision and battle. The next second, a colossal pillar of energy, half inky black and half dazzling gold, erupted from Jiang Shang's head, tearing through the barrier of the formation and piercing the clouds. The entire Blackstone Mountain region was thrown into chaos. Above the estate, the once clear sky darkened in an instant. Rolling black clouds converged from all directions, coalescing into a colossal vortex of calamity clouds radiating boundless celestial might. Crack! Purple thunderbolts as thick as water barrels, like furious thunder dragons, darted wildly through the pitch-black clouds, radiating a destructive aura powerful enough to make all living things tremble. Meanwhile, deep within the Su family's secret chamber, dozens of kilometers away, Su Zhentian sipped his fragrant tea with evident satisfaction. Before him, a massive crystal ball hovered in midair. Clearly projected within the crystal was the terrifying, world-shattering spectacle unfolding above Blackstone Manor. As he watched the churning storm clouds and the darting purple lightning, a malicious yet utterly satisfied grin spread across his face. "Fool! Lin Jinyue, you self-important fool! Did you truly believe the Su family would willingly part with such a treasure as the Earth Vein Spirit Spring?" His laughter echoed through the secret chamber. "How could you possibly know that buried beneath that Earth Vein Spirit Spring lies the 9 heavens thunder summoning killing array, an array I spent a full decade crafting, using countless rare materials? This array can manipulate celestial phenomena, harnessing the might of heaven and earth to amplify the energy anomalies unleashed during a cultivator's breakthrough by a staggering tenfold." His gaze fixed intently on the terrifying purple divine thunder gathering form within the crystal ball, poised to strike down, his eyes burning with venomous hatred. "Let your Lin family's prodigy taste this on the memorial day of my descendants. Taste it well, the taste of being struck by heavenly lightning, soul and spirit utterly annihilated. Ha 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 ha." Chapter 34, He's devouring my killing array? 9 heavens thunder summoning killing array activated. As his seal descended, the churning calamity clouds above Blackstone Manor surged madly toward the vortex's center. Finally, they coalesced into a terrifying black-purple thunderbolt. Within that thunder, the destructive aura of the laws of heaven and earth was contained. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar that shook the entire city of Yunqing, the divine thunderbolt, bearing the wrath of heaven's punishment, crashed down. Its target was the black gold pillar of energy piercing the heavens and earth below. No! Within the estate, the first layer of the trace-binding array, laid by Lin Jinyue, shattered into pieces the instant it touched the divine thunder's aura. Immediately after, the light barrier of the second layer, the golden barrier array, held out for less than a second before shattering into pieces with a wail of strain. Finally, the divine thunder crashed down upon the core third layer of protective formations. Crack! Crack! The entire protective formation, along with the very ground beneath it, shook violently. Grim cracks spread wildly across the light barrier. This isn't an ordinary lightning-attracting formation. Lin Jinyue's voice grew hoarse. This is a death array that has triggered the laws of heaven and earth. That madman Su Zhentian. He doesn't want to teach us a lesson, he wants us all dead here. He frantically channeled his fourth-tier beastmaster's spiritual energy into the formation, desperate to delay its collapse. But this was nothing more than a futile struggle. Xiao Shang. Lin Qingyao stared at Jiang Shang, frozen in place at the most critical moment of his evolution, her fair face drained of all color. Boom! Finally, the protective formation shattered completely.
The divine thunderbolt, imbued with the laws of destruction, now faced no further resistance. With unmatched ferocity, it plunged into the black gold energy storm. A searing agony, potent enough to shatter his very soul, instantly engulfed Jiang Shang's entire being. In that moment, he felt as though he had been hurled into a raging furnace of energy. His body, his consciousness, everything about him was about to be utterly shredded by this annihilating force, reduced to nothingness. Is this the end? Just as darkness threatened to swallow Jiang Shang's consciousness in its final instant, a cold, mechanical alert sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected high-tier anomalous lightning containing fragments of the law of ruin. Judged, this energy can be consumed. Can be used to complete the destruction attribute of the divine demon body. Significantly increases the success rate of this divine demon evolution. Destruction? No! This is a colossal opportunity. That old bastard Su Jintian, the deadly trap he meticulously laid out, has become the very stairway to my ascension. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. From the very heart of that raging energy storm, a wild, defiant, and utterly unyielding laugh erupted, a laugh brimming with boundless fighting spirit. Come on then. This laughter caused Lin Qingyao and Lin Jinyue, who had been plunged into despair below, to freeze in shock. Facing the world-shattering, annihilating divine thunder, Jiang Shang at the storm's core did not resist. He frantically channeled his cultivation techniques, transforming his evolving body into a bottomless vortex. He was devouring the heavenly thunder. Outside, Lin Jinyue and Lin Qingyao watched in utter horror. Thousands of lightning bolts converged like rivers flowing into the sea. All the destructive force was swallowed, absorbed, and transformed by the vortex. Su family's secret chamber. The savage grin on Su Jintian's face hadn't yet faded. He held his teacup, poised to savor the spectacle within the crystal ball, a scene of flesh and bone scattered, everything reduced to rubble. Yet the image unfolding within the crystal ball instantly froze the smile on his face. He witnessed the divine thunderbolt, the ultimate killing strike he had spent a decade crafting, powerful enough to annihilate a peak third-tier existence, being devoured by a vortex. Clatter! The blue and white porcelain teacup slipped from his grasp, shattering into pieces. Yet he remained utterly oblivious. Impossible, impossible. He's devouring my ultimate killing array? In the Su family's secret chamber, Su Jintian stared fixedly at the crystal ball, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably from extreme distortion. No! Impossible! My killing array, my life's work. Unable to accept the reality unfolding before him, he frantically formed magical seals like a madman, desperately trying to reclaim control of the array. Break it! Break it now! Yet all was in vain. The Nine Heavens thunder-summoning killing array, which had consumed a decade of his life to construct, was now utterly beyond his control. It no longer obeyed his commands as a deadly weapon, but instead frantically channeled the power of divine thunder punishment toward the very target it was meant to annihilate. Above Blackstone Manor, the apocalyptic storm clouds obscuring the sky were drained dry by a black gold energy vortex. Within mere seconds, the sky cleared to a cloudless expanse. As if the world-shattering thunder tribulation moments before had been nothing but an illusion. Nine Heavens thunder-summoning killing array, broken. As the power of heavenly retribution exhausted itself, the pure energy within the Earth's spiritual spring finally drained its last thread. Deprived of all external energy, the black gold storm that had stirred the heavens began to slowly subside. The light faded. A new figure stood silently in the center of the now dry spiritual spring. Lin Qingyao and Lin Jinyue both held their breath. That form remained that of a monkey, yet compared to before, it was worlds apart. Its physique was no longer the bulky, explosive mass it once was, but had become more slender and proportionate, radiating a streamlined and harmonious beauty. The brilliant golden fur remained, but at its roots and tips, intricate black magical patterns now emerged. Sacred and demonic, light and darkness, these two diametrically opposed essences achieved an eerily perfect equilibrium within him. He slowly opened his eyes. His entire eye sockets were filled with a pure, dazzling gold. He had succeeded. Not only had he survived, but he had undergone a complete metamorphosis, a ultimate evolution. Jiang Shang slowly raised his palm, feeling the terrifying power within him, power strong enough to overturn seas and oceans, power that even made his own heart tremble. He immediately focused his mind to check his personal interface. The next instant, the brand new information sent shockwaves through his very soul. Race, Chaos Divine Demon Ape. Bloodline, Grade A growing. Tier, Early 4th tier. Innate Divine Ability I, Emulate Heaven and Earth mastered. Ability description: upon activation, the might of divine manifestations is greatly enhanced, duration extended, and energy consumption reduced. The demon energy corrosion effect granted by the divine demonic physique will fuse seamlessly with divine manifestations. Innate Divine Ability 2, Divine Demon Annihilation Gaze. Ability description: perceives the illusory nature of all things and their energy vulnerabilities, granting immunity to all illusion-based skills. The pupils can channel divine demonic power to unleash the annihilation beam imbued with the law of destruction, possessing terrifying penetration and destructive force. Chaos Binding Divine Demon Ape.
Grade A bloodline. Early stage 4. Chapter 35, Wretched Beast. How dare you? The gains from this evolution far exceeded his wildest expectations. His bloodline had finally broken through the shackles of B rank, soaring into the coveted A rank realm every beastmaster dreams of. His tier had even leaped 2 levels, soaring from the peak of tier 2 directly to the early tier for a strength sufficient to dominate any region. A 4th tier powerhouse. Across the entire city of Yunqing, and even the surrounding cities, he now stood at the absolute pinnacle of the pyramid. The evolution and rebirth of his 2 innate divine abilities granted him terrifying combat prowess far surpassing others at his tier. Emulate heaven and earth had reached the grand mastery realm, its power incomparable to before. The newly awakened Divine Demon Annihilation Gaze was an unparalleled divine technique, combining insight, defense, and attack into one. Little Saint. Lin Qingyao stared at the figure that felt both familiar and alien, her voice trembling. Jiang Shang snapped back to reality. He paid no heed to his surging power, nor did he glance at Lin Jinyue beside him, who had long since fallen speechless. His gaze pierced through spatial barriers, penetrating layer upon layer of obstruction, fixing on a point dozens of miles away. Divine Demon Shattering Gaze activated. Within his vision, the entire world instantly transformed. His gaze instantly locked onto a dimly lit chamber. It locked onto an old man, enraged and overcome with fury after his grand formation was shattered. Su Zhentian. Su family chamber. Put. The instant the killing formation was shattered, Su Zhentian, whose mind was linked to it, spewed a mouthful of blood and instantly collapsed, his entire body going limp. Failure. He had poured 10 years of effort into this, staking everything on this decisive move, and yet, it had failed. Not only had it failed, but it had become nourishment for his opponent. The thought of how terrifying that monster would become after devouring his power filled Su Zhentian's heart with endless chill. But then, at that very moment, who? Su Zhentian screamed in terror, every hair on his body standing on end. He instinctively glanced at the crystal ball before him, used for observation. The image within the crystal sphere had vanished long ago. But on its smooth surface, a pair of eyes reflected back at him, eyes that made his heart freeze in terror. Pure golden eyes, with blood-red stars slowly rotating deep within their pupils. The eyes of the divine and demonic. Crack. A piercingly crisp shattering sound echoed through the deathly silent chamber. A minute crack appeared on the crystal ball, forged from 4th grade illusion light crystal. Then, crack. 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 A dense web of cracks spread across the entire crystal sphere like a spider's web. Finally, boom! Before Su Zhentian's horrified gaze, the crystal ball shattered into dust. Su Zhentian slumped in his armchair, drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath. He was being targeted. From dozens of miles away, he was being targeted by the very monster he had created. Quick! Quick! He mustered every ounce of strength, letting out a hoarse roar. Activate the clan protection array. Everyone, go on high alert. Now! Meanwhile, at the Blackstone Manor dozens of miles away, Lin Jinyue let out a piercing howl to the heavens, his laughter brimming with boundless murderous intent and exhilaration. Su Zhentian. His voice echoed across the heavens. You schemed relentlessly, setting a deadly trap, yet unwittingly forged a true god demon for the Lin clan. Such immense favor, the Lin family shall never forget. Your Su family has chosen its own path to destruction. Lin Jinyue swept his arm in a commanding gesture, issuing orders to the assembled Lin family forces already at the ready. Transmit my command. All revered elders, senior members, and elite guards of the Lin family mobilize every last one. Annihilate the Su family. Leave not a single one alive. Yes. Hundreds of Lin family warriors roared in unison, their morale soaring as they prepared to charge toward the Su family's direction. Yet one figure moved faster than all of them. Wait for me. A calm thought echoed in Lin Qingyao's mind. Lin Qingyao froze, only to see Jiang Shang give her a reassuring glance. Su family manor. The entire Su estate was enveloped by a massive energy shield, emitting an ominous dark green glow. Countless mystical runes swirled across the shield, radiating powerful energy fluctuations. This was the ultimate defense the Su family had forged with a century of accumulated resources, the Mystic Turtle Poison Marsh Formation. This formation was reputed to withstand repeated assaults from 4th-tier powerhouses. It was the Su family's greatest reliance. Seeing the array successfully activated, every member of the Su family breathed a slight sigh of relief. Yet before they could fully relax, a golden figure appeared above their formation. What is that? A member of the Su family pointed skyward, screaming in terror. All eyes turned upward to behold the divine demon ape suspended in midair, its entire form covered in black gold magical patterns. He had arrived. He actually came here alone, just like that. What's there to fear? A Su family elder bellowed, his voice trembling beneath a mask of bravado. No matter how powerful he is, he's still just one man. Does he think he can breach our century-old clan defense array? Yet, the moment his words fell, Jiang Shang in the sky moved. He merely cast a cold, dismissive glance at the massive energy shield below. Divine Demon Annihilation Gaze activated.
In his vision, the seemingly impenetrable array instantly became riddled with holes.
Countless energy nodes and intricate circulation pathways lay exposed before his eyes. He effortlessly located the two most crucial, most vulnerable nodes at the very core of the entire formation.
In the next instant, a jet-black beam shot from each of his pure golden pupils.
The entire Mystic Turtle Poison Marsh formation flickered violently at that instant. Then, after a violent surge of chaotic energy, crashed down with a thunderous roar. It dissolved into countless green specks scattered across the sky, vanishing into thin air.
Put. With the array shattered, all the Su family disciples sustaining the formation simultaneously spat out mouthfuls of blood and collapsed, utterly spent.
The Su family's final line of defense had been breached. "You vile beast! How dare you!" A horrified roar erupted from the Su family's main residence. Su Jintian and over a dozen elders of his clan appeared in the sky, confronting Zhang Sheng from afar. Gazing upon that godlike, demonic figure and feeling the terrifying aura that made souls tremble, Su Jintian's heart was already filled with endless regret and fear. But he knew there was no turning back now. Kill him. All elders, heed my command. Join me in action. Summon your life-bound beasts. Shatter this beast into 1,000 pieces. Su Jintian roared madly, summoning his own life-bound beast first. Roar! A netherworld venomous serpent over 30 meters long, covered in dark purple scales and radiating the powerful aura of an A-grade bloodline, materialized out of thin air, coiling around Su Jintian. It opened its gaping maw, spewing corrosive toxic mist capable of dissolving all matter, its vertical pupils locked dead on Zhang Sheng. Chapter 36, One Finger, Instant Kill. Yet, facing this formidable A-rank venomous dragon and the encircling assault of over a dozen Su family experts, Zhang Sheng's face remained utterly expressionless. He gazed upon them as though they were a swarm of dead ants. He slowly raised one hand. A flash of the power of the Divine Demon Annihilation Gaze erupted from his eyes. The beam effortlessly pierced through the corrosive, steel-eating toxic mist, encountering no resistance whatsoever. In the next instant, it pierced precisely through the forehead of the Yomi venomous serpent, still flaunting its might. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. The massive body of the netherworld venomous serpent froze mid-air, its roar abruptly silenced. Moments later, a trickle of crimson blood slowly seeped from the gaping wound between its brows. Its massive body plummeted from the sky. Grade A Beastmaster, the netherworld venomous serpent. Dead. Instantly slain by a single finger. Put. Su Jintian, whose mind was bound to his soul-bound beast, was struck as if by lightning the instant the venomous dragon died. He felt as though his soul had been torn open by a massive gash. An unimaginable backlash exploded within his body. He violently coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his own entrails, his body plummeting helplessly from midair. Su Jintian collapsed onto the ground. The century-old legacy of his clan, his proudest achievement, proved as fragile as a sheet of paper before that monkey. All his emotions ultimately crystallized into the most frenzied, venomous hatred. Kill him. All elders, heed my command. Form the formation. By me time I will take him down with me. Su Jintian let out his final, hysterical roar. He intended to detonate his beast core, dragging Zhang Sheng down with him. Kill. The dozen or so remaining Su family elders, though long since terrified by Zhang Sheng's godlike and demonic prowess, were now driven to the brink. Red-eyed, they summoned their beasts and charged Zhang Sheng with frenzied ferocity. In an instant, the sky was painted in a kaleidoscope of colors: poisonous mist, wind blades, fireballs, and the blinding flashes of every conceivable skill. Yet, in the face of overwhelming power, all this seemed laughably futile. Facing an assault that would make any third-tier beast master pale with fear, Zhang Sheng didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. His figure flickered, strolling through the storm of skills as if taking a leisurely stroll. With a single punch, he shattered the prideful defense of a Su family elder's B-rank beast, the iron armor rhino, as if it were made of paper. Both beast and master were instantly reduced to a mist of blood in the sky. With a flick of his finger, a beam of annihilation flashed. Another elder and his prized flying beast froze mid-air, then plummeted to the ground as two severed corpses. This was not a battle. It was a one-sided slaughter. In mere moments, the Su family's last remaining strength, a dozen third-tier elders whose presence alone could shake Yun City, had been utterly annihilated. When Lin Jinyue and Lin Qingyao led the Lin family's forces to the Su family estate, what greeted them was not the fierce battle they had anticipated. Instead, they found utter stillness. The clan's protective formation lay shattered, the ground littered with the corpses and remains of beasts and humans alike. Blood flowed like a river. Amidst the chaos, a small figure stood motionless, its entire body covered in black gold magical runes. Beneath his feet lay a man clinging to his last breath. Su Jintian. Xiao Sheng. Lin Qingyao rushed over immediately, nervously scanning Zhang Sheng from head to toe, terrified he might have suffered even the slightest injury. Lin Jinyue surveyed the devastation spread across the floor. Even with his composure, he couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Too fast. From the moment they set out to arriving here, barely 10 minutes had passed. A once powerful clan that had stood shoulder to shoulder with the Lin family for a century had been wiped out? By Xiao Shang, single-handedly?
At his feet lay Su Zhentian, the once mighty head of the Su family, now curled up like a dead dog, his eyes brimming with endless despair and venomous hatred. He stared at Jiang Shang, his lips twitching as if he still wanted to curse something. But Jiang Shang had no interest in listening to a dead man's nonsense. He shifted his weight slightly beneath him. Snap! Su Zhentian's life force was completely severed. Immediately, the god-tier devouring system activated. Before the stunned gazes of the Lin family members, Su Zhentian and the corpse of his great venomous dragon transformed into two streams of pure energy, swallowed whole by Jiang Shang. Ding! Successfully devoured a mid-stage 4th-tier beast master. Gained 200,000 evolution points. Ding! Successfully devoured an A-grade bloodline netherworld venomous dragon. Gained evolution points plus 150,000. A massive influx of evolution points. Jiang Shang could feel he had taken a giant leap closer to his next evolution. Overnight, the Su family, once the unrivaled powerhouse among Yunqing's 4 great clans, declared its downfall. However, just as the Lin family members were still reveling in the sweet taste of revenge and reeling from the sheer terror of Jiang Shang's overwhelming power, a vast shadow descended upon the ruins of the Su family estate. Everyone instinctively looked up. Hovering above them, seemingly out of nowhere, was an enormous airship. Crafted entirely from an unknown dark old metal, the airship boasted a luxurious yet eerily beautiful design, resembling a primordial beast lurking above the clouds. Etched onto its side was a colossal, supremely regal emblem. It was a sinister crown formed from the piled-up skulls of thousands of bizarre beasts. The 10,000 Beasts cult. Upon seeing the emblem, Lin Xinyue gasped in shock. No! It's the 10,000 Beasts cult. How dare they show themselves so brazenly in Cloud City? The moment his words fell silent, a hatch at the bottom of the airship opened silently. A young man dressed in an exquisitely ornate platinum and white robe stepped out, his bearing regal and his features strikingly handsome. Without any aid, he descended step by step, his feet touching the void as if walking down invisible stairs. Following behind him were 2 black armored guards whose aura was as deep and towering as mountains. Lin Xinyue merely sensed their presence, and a tidal wave of shock surged through his mind. The aura emanating from those 2 guards far surpassed his own. 5th tier. At least 2 terrifyingly powerful 5th tier cultivators. The youth leading them was even more unfathomable, so profound that Lin Xinyue couldn't even muster the courage to probe his aura. The youth hovered above the ruins, looking down on everyone from above. His gaze swept over Lin Xinyue, then Lin Qingyao, finally settling on Jiang Shang. Well done. He spoke, his voice gentle yet tinged with a bone-chilling coldness. You've cleared away these useless remnants of the Su family for me. Now, my lovely sacrifice dot. You can either come with me willingly, or shall I personally snap your spine before dragging you away like a dead dog? The Holy Sun's gentle yet cruel words echoed across the silent ruins like a divine decree. Chapter 37, a mere patrol officer dares to block my path. Lin Xinyue's expression darkened to its absolute limit in that instant. He attempted to channel his spiritual energy, positioning himself between his daughter and Jiang Shang. Yet, an indescribable, terrifying pressure crushed down upon the entire space. Under this pressure, he, a formidable 4th-tier mid-stage cultivator, felt as though he were a tiny insect frozen in amber. Resistance was out of the question, even moving a finger felt like an impossible luxury. Behind him, all the Lin family experts were already overwhelmed. Their faces were deathly pale, their bodies shaking violently beyond their control. Some had even collapsed to their knees. Was this the power of the Holy Son of the 10,000 Beasts cult? Merely standing there, a single word, a single glance, had utterly shattered all resistance within the Lin family. Yet, amidst this crushing, despair-inducing pressure, one figure stood as the sole exception. Roar! A roar filled with indomitable will and overwhelming battle intent erupted from Jiang Shang's mouth. The divine demonic bloodline within him surged wildly at that moment. Black gold flames surged skyward, forcibly prying open a sliver of the terrifying pressure that had enveloped him. Once more, he unleashed the emulate heaven and earth technique. Boom! A 5-meter-tall titanic ape descended upon the world once more. Though his aura was somewhat unstable from the previous battle, the domineering presence of the divine demon remained undiminished. Oh! A look of surprise flashed across the Holy Sun's face. Interesting. To forcibly activate divine abilities under my overwhelming pressure. You little sacrificial offering are more interesting than I imagined. He watched the golden giant ape baring its teeth and assuming a battle stance before him, the smile at the corner of his mouth growing more amused. Slowly, he extended a slender, pale finger and gently pointed it toward the giant ape, Jiang Shang. As if pointing out a mountain range or casually crushing an annoying ant. My SSS-tier talent is called Sovereign's Domain. Within my domain, I am the sole law. Before the words had even finished echoing, the space surrounding the giant ape Jiang Shang began to visibly distort and compress at an alarming rate.
as if an invisible hand of a creator god was violently squeezing the very space he occupied inward, intent on crushing him and his colossal divine form into primordial particles. This was not a beast-taming ability. It wasn't even any known skill. This was the innate power of the Holy Sun himself, a beastmaster whose words became law. The colossal ape Jiang Shang let out an agonized roar. His indestructible divine demon physique, under the relentless pressure of this unstoppable spatial compression force, emitted a wail of unbearable strain. Crack after crack appeared across his divine form, as if it would shatter completely at any moment. Despair engulfed the hearts of every Lin family member. Lin Qingyao watched Jiang Shang struggle in agony against the invisible force, tears blurring her vision as her heart felt torn apart. Yet she was utterly pinned down by that terrifying domain power, unable even to utter a cry. Just as that space was about to collapse completely, a cold, ethereal voice, seemingly not of this mortal realm, echoed from the heavens. The Holy Son of the 10,000 Beasts cult. To openly attack a member of the Beastmaster Association's celestial prodigy sequence within a registered city of the Federation. Do you intend to declare war on the entire association in the name of the cult? This voice seemed to carry a peculiar, almost magical power. The moment it appeared, the suffocating, sovereign domain enveloping the entire arena was forcibly torn open. Everyone instinctively lifted their heads. Above the ruins of the Su family estate, a mysterious figure had materialized clad in a moon-white robe, face veiled in gauze, form graceful and ethereal. It was none other than the inspector of the Beastmaster Association headquarters, Yuechan. In her hand, she held a seemingly ordinary token carved from ancient wood. At that moment, the token emitted gentle, concentric rings of light, as pure and luminous as moonlight. Yet within this seemingly gentle glow lay undeniable, formidable power. It forcibly tore open a corner of the Saint Sun's overbearing sovereign domain, creating an absolutely safe sanctuary that enveloped Jiang Shang and all the members of the Lin family below. The terrifying pressure, potent enough to crush space itself, vanished in an instant. Puff! The giant ape Jiang Shang could no longer hold on. His Dharma form dissipated, reverting to his small monkey form as he gasped for breath, his eyes filled with lingering terror. Just now, it was so close. The Holy Sun's expression darkened slightly as his voice grew low. The Beastmaster Association's Heavenly Patrol Order? The overwhelmingly domineering, sovereign domain surrounding him collided fiercely in midair with the gentle, clear light emanating from the token, producing a heart-stopping screech. The very laws governing this space seemed to falter under the clash of these two forces. Moments later, the Holy Sun reigned in the murderous intent threatening to spill forth, his face once again adorned with an amused smile. He stared coldly at Yuechan, his words dripping with contempt. A mere patrol officer dares to block my path? It seems the Beastmaster Association has truly grown old. Now any Tom, Dick, or Harry can wave a worthless wooden badge around and tell me what to do. Facing this blatant humiliation, Yuechan's tone remained as calm as still water. I act under the orders of the Elders' Council. The token is here, as if the Elder were present in person. Her icy gaze pierced through the veil, fixing directly upon the Holy Sun. Jiang Shang was formally inducted into the association's highest tier, celestial prodigy sequence, a quarter of an hour ago. According to the association's ironclad rules, he shall receive the highest level of protection. Holy Sun, I ask you but one question now. Do you wish to declare war on the entire Beastmaster Association, on behalf of the 10,000 beasts cult behind you? War? The Holy Sun heard these words as if they were the most laughable joke in the world, and he scoffed. You overestimate yourself. And you've overestimated this unripe monkey too. He knew full well that with the Celestial Patrol Order present, the will of the Beastmaster Association headquarters had descended. Today, forcibly taking this monkey away was utterly impossible. But who was he? The Holy Son of the 10,000 Beasts cult, the future master of the cult. How could he possibly return empty-handed to this insignificant cloud city, humiliated before the gaze of countless ants? His gaze slowly shifted. Finally, it settled upon the peerlessly beautiful girl who stood firmly behind Jiang Shang, her face etched with vigilance and fury. Lin Qingyao. Ha! A cruel curve once again formed at the corner of the Saint Sun's lips. The iron rule of the celestial prodigy sequence protects this monkey. But it can't protect its master, can it? An SSS-tier genius beastmaster if she were to perish so tragically now. It would indeed be a great pity. Chapter 38, Special Admission Order for China's Premier Beastmaster Academy. Oh no! Hearing those words, everyone present including Yuechan far away felt their hearts clench sharply. Yet the Holy Sun's actions were faster than their thoughts. Before the words had even finished echoing, a thread-thin strand of domain power, like an invisible poison-tipped needle, bypassed the protective range of Yuechan's heaven-scouring order. Its target straight for Lin Qingyao's forehead. This strike was not intended to be fatal. Yet the insidious domain energy it carried, if it struck true, would be enough to shatter Lin Qingyao's consciousness, turning her into a living dead who could never awaken. This was pure humiliation. It was the ultimate intimidation. He intended to prove one thing before the Beastmaster Association's inspector and before everyone present. No one could protect anyone the Holy Sun chose to target. Xin Yao. Young miss. Lin Jinyue and the others paled in shock, desperate to rush to her aid, yet they were pinned to the spot by the terrifying force of his domain, utterly immobilized. The invisible poison needle was about to pierce Lin Qingyao's forehead. In that split second, Jiang Shang, who had remained silent all along and was sheltered in Lin Qingyao's embrace, suddenly erupted with a blindingly brilliant golden light in his eyes. Divine Demon Annihilation Gaze. Fiercely unleashed, he forcibly squeezed out the last remnants of power from the depths of his divine soul. A black gold divine light, condensed to its absolute limit, surged forward with blinding speed. It collided mid-air with that intangible domain force. Both forces annihilated each other in the most intense confrontation. Put. Jiang Shang's body shook violently as crimson blood slowly trickled from his nostrils. Clearly, forcibly activating his pupil technique to clash head-on with the Saint Sun's domain power had pushed his limits to the absolute breaking point. But he succeeded. With his small frame, he had once again shielded Lin Qingyao behind him. This scene left everyone present stunned. Above, the cruel smile that had lingered on the Holy Sun's face finally vanished, replaced instead by an even more intense, even more frenzied greed. Interesting. To actually touch the power of my domain? Excellent. Absolutely splendid. He fixed Jiang Shang with a deep, lingering gaze. It was no longer the look reserved for mere sacrificial offerings, but rather the stare reserved for a peerless treasure capable of stirring even his own soul. I've changed my mind. The Holy Sun spoke slowly, his voice tinged with peculiar excitement. Killing you now would be utterly boring and a waste. He looked at Jiang Shang as if pronouncing an unalterable fate. I will wait for you to grow. I'll wait until you leave this small cloud city, until your name echoes across the land, until you stand upon a greater stage. Then I shall return. I shall strip you of everything, your power, your hopes, all of it. Only then will you be worthy to become the most perfect sacrifice for my ascension to the divine throne. With that, he lingered no longer and turned to leave. But as a final act of defiance. As the deity reigning over this land, his final gift before departure. The two fifth-tier black armored guards standing beside him, statuesque in their stillness, stepped forward in unison, simultaneously unleashing the terrifying aura of fifth-tier powerhouses. Boom! Two invisible mountains, bearing a terrifying momentum capable of making heaven and earth tremble, crushed down upon the Lin family members below. Put. Lin Jinyue bore the brunt of the attack. Already severely drained from the earlier standoff, he could no longer withstand the pressure. He violently coughed up a mouthful of blood, his towering frame forced to one knee. Behind him, the rest of the Lin family members were in utter disarray. Those with weaker cultivation collapsed unconscious on the spot. This was the overwhelming pressure of a fifth-tier powerhouse. Merely the sheer force of its presence was enough to completely strip fourth-tier and lower beast masters of any will to resist. Just as this terrifying pressure was about to descend upon Lin Qingyao and Jiang Shang. The celestial patrol order in Yuechan's hand flared with brilliant light. Pure moonlight energy coalesced into an incredibly resilient protective barrier, barely shielding Lin Qingyao and the most weakened Jiang Shang within its confines. Even so, the light barrier trembled violently, as if it might shatter at any moment. Above, the Saint Sun's airship slowly ascended. His cold eyes glanced indifferently at the struggling figures below, no larger than ants. The opulent airship transformed into a dark golden streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Only after it vanished completely did the terrifying pressure that had enveloped the entire scene slowly dissipate. Huff, huff. Everyone collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, their faces etched with the terror of having narrowly escaped death. Yuechan descended gracefully like a moonlit fairy. Glancing at the disheveled members of the Lin family scattered around her, she gave a slight wave of her hand. A gentle force gently guided them away. Amidst the ruins, only she remained alongside Lin Qingyao and Jiang Shang, whom she held in her arms. You are fortunate today. The 10,000 Beasts cult is a notorious evil organization entrenched throughout all of China, and indeed, across the entire world. And the man you just witnessed is one of the sect's most outstanding successors, the Holy Sun. His modus operandi has always been clear: those who obey me thrive, those who defy me perish. No sacrificial offering he has ever targeted, be it human or beast, has ever met a good end. Yuechan's words sent Lin Qingyao's heart plummeting to the depths once more. She knew that from this day forward, they would be facing a colossal force 10,000 times more terrifying than the Su family. Seeing the girl's anxious expression, Yuechan changed the subject. Of course, you needn't despair too much. Because your companion has demonstrated extraordinary potential today, enough to catch the attention of the association headquarters itself. Following my urgent report, the Elder Council of the Beastmaster Association has unanimously approved. Yuechan looked at Jiang Shang and announced with utmost solemnity. Your Beastmaster Jiang Shang is hereby formally enrolled into the association's highest tier, Celestial Prodigy Sequence, as the primary subject for observation and cultivation. From this moment onward, he shall receive the association's highest level of protection. This was news that would send any beastmaster into ecstatic joy. But Lin Qingyao felt not a shred of joy. For she knew all too well how much protection could truly offer against a powerhouse of the Holy Sun's caliber. As if reading her concerns, Yue-chan sighed. But Yunqing is too small. Yue-chan's voice carried a hint of resignation. To an existence like the Holy Sun, this city has become nothing more than a cage he can toy with at will. My celestial patrol order can shield you for a time, but not for a lifetime. He possesses countless ways to circumvent the association's rules, orchestrating all manner of accidents around you. Next time, you may not be so fortunate as you were today. Her words plunged Lin Qingyao into an icy abyss, leaving her body numb with cold. Boiling a frog in lukewarm water. Staying in Cloud City meant certain death. Watching the girl's face gradually drain of color, Yue-chan drew a badge from her bosom. Crafted entirely from spatial crystals, it shimmered with strange fluctuations. This is the only way out. She handed the badge to Lin Qingyao. A special admission order for the premier Beastmaster Academy of Huaxia. Lin Qingyao gasped in shock. It was the most prestigious academy in all of Huaxia province, the dream destination for every young beast tamer. Chapter 39, Only by surviving can there be a future. Yue-chan nodded. The academy is located in the provincial capital, Tiandu City. It's the most prosperous and safest place in the entire province, because the academy's headmaster is a Beastmaster Emperor of 7th rank or higher who personally oversees it. The Saint's son's influence doesn't reach that far. Moreover, it gathers the province's most exceptional talents, the richest resources, and the most systematic inheritance of power. Yue-chan looked at Jiang Shang with utmost solemnity and said, "It is also the only place where you and your companions have a chance to grow strong enough to confront the Holy Sun head-on. Leave your homeland and step onto a broader stage." Lin Qingyao's heart was torn by intense conflict. Leaving Yun City meant leaving her father and mother, leaving the home where she had lived for 18 years. But staying meant enduring the Holy Sun's relentless, nightmare-like vengeance. Just as she wavered, her mind in turmoil, an unwavering resolve surged from the frail figure of Jiang Sheng in her arms. "You must go. Staying here is like boiling a frog in warm water waiting for death. Only by reaching Tiandu City do we have a future." Jiang Sheng's will instantly severed all hesitation and reluctance within Lin Qingyao's heart. Yes. Only by staying alive could there be a future. Only by growing stronger can we protect those we hold dear. Lin Qingyao wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, lifted her head, and her gaze hardened once more. She looked at Yue-chan and nodded firmly. "All right, let's go." Seeing this, Yue-chan's face softened into a relieved smile. She retrieved the celestial patrol order and offered a final reminder. The academy is protected by the dean's rules. The Holy Sun cannot intervene directly. But he wields immense influence within Tiandu City. That Lei Ao you encountered in the trial tower, his Lei family is one of Tiandu City's top factions, with intricate connections. You must be mentally prepared. Only after Yue-chan's figure vanished into the horizon did the tense, oppressive atmosphere at the ruins of the Su family estate finally begin to dissipate. Lin Xinyue gazed at his daughter, who still clutched Jiang Sheng in her arms, her eyes wide with lingering terror. A mix of dread and relief washed over him, culminating in a long, heavy sigh. He knew Yue-chan was right. Yunqing was no longer safe. Upon returning to the Lin family residence, when Lin Xinyue and Lu Qingyun learned their daughter and Jiang Sheng were about to journey to the provincial capital, Tiandu City, to enter that legendary highest institution of learning, the couple's hearts were filled with profound reluctance. "Qingyao, Tiandu City, it's so far away." Lu Qingyun clasped her daughter's hand, her eyes reddening as her voice caught in her throat. "You'll be all alone there, with no family or friends. What if someone bullies you? That's just sentimental nonsense." Lin Xinyue looked at his wife and daughter, his voice deep and resolute. "Staying in this small Yun city, targeted by a venomous snake like the Holy Sun, that is the true danger. Going to Tiandu City, to the premier Beastmaster Academy in all of Huaxia, that is their only path to survival." He walked to Lin Qingyao's side, retrieved a high-grade spatial ring crafted entirely from empty Ming gold, its exceptional quality immediately apparent from his storage equipment, and solemnly placed it into his daughter's hands. "Qingyao, take this. Our Lin family cannot yet provide you with top-tier martial protection. We cannot dispatch any 5th-tier or higher experts to Tiandu City to guard you. But we can provide you with the most robust logistical support." Lin Jinyue's voice rang out with unwavering resolve, brimming with a father's sense of duty and pride. "This ring contains nearly 1/3 of our Lin family's liquid assets. Money, elixirs, intelligence, high-grade talismans, everything you could need. Once you're in Tiandu City, don't be afraid to spend money, and don't be afraid to stir up trouble." He gave his daughter a firm pat on the shoulder, his tiger-like eyes brimming with affection and expectation. "Use money to pave the way. For my daughter, I will smash open a path to the heavens." This overwhelming support, pouring the family's entire strength into her, finally broke Lin Qingyao's resolve. Tears streamed down her face. She nodded firmly, accepting the ring that carried the hopes of her entire family. News of Lin Qingyao's impending enrollment at the First Beastmaster Academy of Huaxia spread like wildfire among Yun City's elite. Everyone's attitude toward her underwent a complete reversal. The city lord's mansion promptly delivered lavish congratulatory gifts along with a personally signed pass from the city lord, guaranteeing unimpeded travel throughout the entire province. Commander Shi Gondang of the city guard personally delivered a letter of introduction, explicitly stating that Lin Qingyao could seek assistance from the local city guard in any city. The families who had once mocked Lin Qingyao and Zhang Shang before the trial tower now regretted their actions bitterly. One after another, they arrived at the Lin family's gates laden with lavish gifts, desperate for a single audience with Lin Qingyao to resolve their misunderstanding. Of course, without exception, every single one was turned away by Lin Xinyue. Meanwhile, Zhang Shang's reputation reached unprecedented heights throughout Yun City. Legends of all kinds circulated among the common folk. His identity had transformed from the worthless monkey picked up by the Lin family's eldest daughter to the mysterious powerhouse who crushed Lei Ao in the trial tower. Finally, it settled upon the guardian divine ape who single-handedly forced back the heretical sect's holy son. Though exaggerated elements abounded, no one questioned his formidable power anymore. 3 days later, Yun City Maglev Station. Lin Qingyao cradled Zhang Shang, whose injuries had healed for the most part, as she prepared to board the express maglev train bound for Tiandu City under the reluctant gazes of Lin Xinyue and his wife. This train would deliver them to the bustling provincial capital within 12 hours. Just as they were about to board the train, a guard dressed in the Lei family's uniform approached them with quick steps and respectfully stopped them. "Miss Lin, please wait." The guard's demeanor was neither servile nor arrogant, starkly contrasting with the arrogance of Lei Ao's henchmen earlier. Lin Qingyao eyed him warily. "Who are you?" "My young master, Lei Ao, instructed me to await your arrival here." The guard presented an exquisitely crafted wooden box with both hands. "My young master says this is neither a challenge nor an apology. Merely a reminder." Lin Qingyao paused, hesitating before accepting the box. The guard, having completed his task, bowed slightly and departed without a moment's delay. Lin Qingyao stared at the wooden box in her hands, her mind filled with confusion. Lei Ao? That arrogant bastard would send her something? She carefully opened the wooden box. Inside, there were no hidden weapons, nor any priceless treasures. Only a map meticulously drawn on animal hide. And a folded note. That map was none other than a distribution chart of the major factions within Tiandu City. It not only marked the locations of official institutions like the Beastmaster Association and the City Lord's Mansion, but also meticulously circled the territories of top-tier factions like the Wang Clan, Li Clan, and Lei Clan in different colored ink. It even mentioned the locations of renowned trading markets, quest halls, and black market entrances. The value of this intelligence was immeasurable. It would spare Lin Qingyao and Zhang Shang, newly arrived in Tiandu City, countless troubles and prevent them from stumbling into many unknown traps. Chapter 40, Encountering a Massive High-Tier Beast Tide. Lin Qingyao suppressed her astonishment and unfolded the note. On it, a single line of flowing, elegant script read. Tiandu City is more complex than the trial tower. The Lei family isn't your friend, but don't make us your enemy either. Reading this, Lin Qingyao's perception of Lei Ao shifted. It seemed that the life and death battle in the trial tower had truly matured that once arrogant youth. Yet, the note concluded with a few final words. Beware the Wang family. That Wang Tang you encountered in the trial tower, his older brother, Wang Xiao. He's a madman 10 times more insane than me. His greatest passion in life is crushing talent. The high-speed maglev train bound for Tiandu City sped silently through towering mountains. In the quiet, comfortable luxury private compartment on the top level, Lin Qingyao carefully unfolded the detailed map of Tiandu City's power distribution sent by Lei Ao. Zhang Shang lay sprawled across her lap, studying the note covered in warnings. Beware the Wang family. Wang Tang's elder brother, Wang Xiao. Lin Qingyao murmured the words on the note, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Who would have thought that Wang Tang, who was scared out of his wits by you in the trial tower, has such a formidable older brother behind him? Judging by Lei Ao's tone, this Wang Xiao might be even more troublesome than Lei Ao himself. Zhang Shang transmitted his thoughts to her through their mental link. We'll meet force with force, water with earth. We'll deal with it once we reach Tiandu City. He was now a 4th-tier powerhouse, armed with numerous hidden cards. He was no longer that helpless little monkey from before. No matter what beasts lay ahead, he was confident he could crush them with a single punch. Lin Qingyao nodded. Zhang Shang's confidence infected her, easing her mind slightly. Gazing out the window at the rapidly receding scenery, her anticipation grew for the highest academy that gathered the province's finest talents. But then, at that very moment, squay! A piercingly shrill metallic screech erupted without warning. The high-speed maglev train slammed on its brakes. The immense inertia caused the entire carriage to lurch forward violently. Lin Qingyao and Zhang Shang, caught completely off guard, nearly flew out of their seats. Immediately, the entire carriage began flashing with blinding red warning lights. A piercing alarm echoed throughout every corner of the train. Over the PA system, a crackling static noise filled the air before giving way to the panicked voice of a crew member. Attention all passengers. The train has encountered a massive wave of high-level beasts ahead in the Blackwind Canyon section. The tracks are completely blocked. Repeating. Beast horde ahead. All passengers must remain in your carriages immediately. Do not panic. Do not leave your compartments. No sooner had the announcement ended than distant commotion and passenger screams erupted from other carriages. A beast tide? Lin Qingyao steadied herself instantly, her pretty face instantly clouded with alertness. How could this happen? She knew full well that this express line to the provincial capital boasted the highest security measures in the entire province. Not only were high-level beast masters patrolling and clearing the route regularly, but the tracks themselves were protected by powerful beast-repelling formations. An ordinary beast tide couldn't even approach the tracks, let alone block them. Something was definitely amiss. Jiang Shang beside her didn't even need to guess. Divine Demon's shattering gaze. His gaze effortlessly pierced through the carriage's thick alloy hull. He saw hundreds of enormous, monstrous beasts sprawled across the tracks hundreds of meters ahead. But this was no chaotic beast tide. Those beasts moved with perfect synchronization, their formations orderly and disciplined. Their eyes all glowed with an unnatural, bloodthirsty red light, the mark of being controlled. This was clearly a disciplined legion of beast riders. His gaze slowly shifted upward. He looked to either side of the train, at the towering cliffs of the canyon. There, a dozen figures clad in identical black robes, their faces concealed by grotesque masks, stood watch. They coldly surveyed the halted steel dragon below. At the very front of those figures, the leader's aura was exceptionally powerful. It was none other than a formidable beast master at the peak of the 4th tier. Atop the cliffs of Blackwind Canyon, the black-robed leader watched the forced halt of the maglev train below with a cold smile. A subordinate beside him whispered, "Leader, why don't we just strike now?" "Fool!" The black-robed leader snapped coldly. "The Holy Sun has decreed it. The target has been listed in the Celestial Prodigy sequence by the Beastmaster Association. We cannot assassinate them directly on federal transportation lines that would give the association direct leverage. But..." He shifted his tone, grinning savagely. "If the target were to meet an unfortunate end amidst the chaos of a high-tier beast tide in the remote Blackwind Gorge, then it would merely be an accident. By then, the Beastmaster Association won't have a leg to stand on." The subordinates suddenly understood and hurriedly flattered, "The leader is wise. The Holy Sun is wise." The black-robed leader nodded in satisfaction, wasting no more time. A flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he issued the final command. "Move out. The target is in VIP carriage 3. Don't get bogged down in a fight, make it a one-shot kill. Get it over with quickly." Before his words had even faded, from the shadows behind him, dozens of agile, pitch-black demon wolves materialized silently. 3rd-tier demonic creatures, Shadowblade demon wolves. Their claws could easily rip through a tank's armor. Charge! At the leader's command, the Shadowblade wolves leapt from the sheer cliff hundreds of meters above. They landed on the train's roof as if traversing level ground, their feet gripping the steep rock face with ease. Inside the compartment, Lin Qingyao's heart still pounded from this sudden accident. Jiang Shang had already risen to his feet, his fur standing on end. "They're here." He transmitted an incredibly concise thought to Lin Qingyao. The next second, boom! A deafening explosion. The massive window of the private room, made of high-strength explosion-proof glass, was shattered by a tremendous force from outside. Glass shards flew everywhere. Over a dozen ferocious, bloodthirsty wolf heads, radiating a thick aura of demonic energy, pushed through the shattered window accompanied by a pungent, bloody wind. Eyes flashing with cruel crimson light locked onto the sole target within the compartment. "Lin Qingyao! Watch out!" Lin Qingyao remained calm in the crisis, her reaction lightning fast. Without a moment's hesitation, she activated several defensive talismans already clutched between her fingers. 2nd-tier Light Shield Talisman. 3rd-tier Golden Barrier Talisman. Hum. 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 Layer upon layer, 5 solid light barriers formed, like a sturdy eggshell, instantly enveloping her and Jiang Shang within its center. Chapter 41, Trying to Run Now? Too late. Clang. 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 Almost the instant the light barrier solidified, the sharp claws of over a dozen Shadowblade wolves slammed into the outermost shield, producing a series of teeth-grinding scraping sounds. "Xiao Shang!" Lin Qingyao cried out sharply. Jiang Shang understood her warning instantly. In such a confined space, activating Emulate Heaven and Earth would cause his monstrous form to instantly implode the entire train car, potentially endangering other innocent passengers. Therefore, he had no choice but to engage in close combat. He leapt out of Lin Qingyao's defensive circle, confronting the demon wolves charging through the shattered light barrier. A Shadowblade demon wolf opened its gaping maw, lunging for Jiang Shang's throat. Jiang Shang crouched low, easily evading the attack. His claws sliced lightly across the demon wolf's abdomen. Rip! No spectacular display, just a simple wound. Yet the demon wolf's agonized howl abruptly ceased. The savage glint in its eyes swiftly dimmed. Its massive body stiffened mid-air before crashing heavily to the ground, its life force extinguished. At the wound, strands of black gold demonic energy corrosion surged, frantically devouring its life force. This was the terrifying power of Jiang Shang's sacred claw. His divine demonic physique made him the natural nemesis of these demon-corrupted creatures. The battle raged on. Jiang Shang maneuvered frantically within the cramped carriage, fending off a dozen third-tier demon wolves. Each evasive maneuver inevitably sent a spray of scalding beast blood flying. Upon the sheer cliffs of the gorge, the black-robed leader watched his men fail to breach the tiny carriage despite prolonged assault, even suffering the loss of several commanders. His expression darkened. "Bunch of useless fools," he roared in fury. "Unable to take down a mere wet-behind-the-ears girl and a monkey. You've utterly disgraced the 10,000 Beasts cult." He could no longer contain himself and resolved to intervene personally. "It seems I must show you what true despair feels like." He stomped his foot violently, unleashing a terrifying aura of peak 4th tier power. "Come forth, my precious abyssal terror spider." At his command, the shadows behind him shifted and writhed, giving birth to a monstrous spider as large as a small car. Its entire body was pitch black, adorned with 8 blood-red compound eyes. The moment it materialized, it opened its massive jaws, bristling with barbed fangs and dripping with viscous slime. Put! An immense black web, coated in venomous slime, descended from above. The massive web landed with pinpoint accuracy, completely enveloping the entire VIP carriage 3 where Jiang Shang and Lin Qingyao were located. Black venom seeped through the web into the carriage interior, emitting a series of sizzling, corrosive sounds. The hooded leader surveyed his handiwork with a triumphant, savage grin. He. Within my venomous web prison, savor your despair slowly. I won't kill you immediately. I'll watch as the poisonous gas slowly consumes you, as your skin festers and rots inch by inch, until you're finally poisoned to death in endless agony. Inside the carriage, Lin Qingyao watched the rapidly seeping poisonous mist and the steadily corroding walls, her expression growing grim. "Xiao Shang, we have to break out. Staying any longer would truly trap them like fish in a barrel." Without hesitation, she pulled out the few most powerful 4th-tier attack talismans Lin Jinyue had entrusted to her. "Xiao Shang, get ready. 4th-tier Blazing Sun Talisman. Explode for me." She poured all her spiritual energy into it with frenzied intensity, then hurled it with all her might toward the ceiling of the carriage. Boom! A searing fireball, like a miniature sun, erupted violently. The terrifying flames and blinding light tore a massive gap through the resilient poison net and the train's alloy roof. "Now! Run!" Jiang Shang seized the moment, wrapping his arms around Lin Qingyao's waist as he thrust his legs forward, propelling them out of the billowing smoke and raging flames. They landed safely atop the speeding train. Yet the sight before them sent Lin Qingyao's heart plummeting once more. Hundreds of menacing beasts and over a dozen powerful cult assassins had surrounded them on the sheer cliffs flanking the train roof. A net cast from heaven and earth, no escape. Finally decided to show yourselves? The black-robed leader looked down on them with contempt, as if observing two prey already trapped in a snare. "I thought you'd hide like turtles for the rest of your lives." He believed victory was already his. Yet what he saw was the golden monkey turning back to signal the girl with a glance. "Back off." Lin Qingyao understood immediately, stepping back without hesitation, her eyes filled with absolute trust and anticipation. The next moment, amidst the mocking grin of the black-robed leader, that golden monkey, which seemed utterly insignificant to them, moved. His body swelled up like a balloon in the wind. Boom! A colossal divine demon ape, 5 meters tall, enveloped in black gold divine demon aura, stood towering between heaven and earth. Roar! A beam of light, the divine demon annihilation beam. It erupted forth. The blinding light instantly engulfed nearly half the beast tide before him, swallowing the black-robed assassins on the cliff face who hadn't had time to react. No screams. No struggle. The instant they touched the beam, they along with the rock beneath their feet were utterly vaporized. Terror. Boundless terror instantly flooded the heart of the black-robed leader, Night Crow. The smug, triumphant sneer on his face had long since frozen and cracked, ultimately transforming into terror that shook his very soul. What did he see? He saw that monkey, whose bloodline was rated no higher than B+ in his intelligence reports, transform into a colossal ape towering like a god or demon. He saw this pride enjoy an army of dozens of third-tier demon wolves evaporated by a single, god-demon annihilation beam, nearly half wiped out on the spot. This was no longer a battle. This was a one-sided dimensional assault from a higher plane of existence. Impossible, impossible. The intel was wrong. After a brief, deathly silence, Nightcrow finally snapped out of his utter shock, letting out a blood-curdling scream. Gone was the composure of a peak 4th-tier powerhouse. He had no time to consider the consequences of mission failure. Now, only one thought occupied his mind. Run. The farther, the better. While frantically sending distress signals to his superiors, he let out a blood-curdling roar at his subordinates, who had long since been frozen in terror. Retreat. Everyone, scatter and flee immediately. Retreat now. The black-robed assassins, as if granted a pardon, scrambled frantically in all directions. Yet what awaited them was the icy, utterly emotionless intent of the giant ape, Jiang Shang, sweeping across the entire canyon. You think you can run now? Too late. Chapter 42, Taste the True Power of the 5th Tier. Jiang Shang's enormous golden pupils brimmed with the detached indifference of a cat toying with a mouse. From the moment you set foot in this valley and laid your traps, you were never the hunters. You were merely my evolution points. He paid no heed to the lower tier beasts on the tracks, now in chaos after losing control. Those were merely appetizers. The black-robed assassins scattering before him, these were at least mid-tier 3rd-rank beast masters, were the real feast. Boom! His mountainous frame moved with a speed utterly incongruous with his massive size. He casually took a single step forward. That single stride covered nearly 100 meters. One assassin, having just frantically fled 100 meters, hadn't even had time to breathe a sigh of relief before darkness descended overhead. He looked up in terror, only to see a colossal hand, vast enough to block out the sky, slowly descending toward him. He didn't even have time to scream. Thud. A soft thud, like swatting a fly. The powerful late-stage 3rd-tier assassin and his beast companion were crushed into a cloud of blood mist. The other assassin, seeing no escape, desperately activated his Earth-type beast to burrow underground for a sliver of hope. However, the giant ape Jiang Shang merely glanced down. Then, he raised his mountain-like paw. Then, he gently stepped down. Boom! The terrifying force triggered a minor earthquake. The assassin, along with the solid rock within dozens of meters beneath his feet, was crushed into dust by that single stump. Dead as a doornail. A demon. He's a demon. The remaining assassins, witnessing this bloody and brutal spectacle, completely lost their minds. They fled faster, driven mad by terror. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyao had long since recovered from her initial shock. Watching Jiang Shang, who seemed like a god descended from heaven, slaughtering enemies left and right, her heart swelled with an unparalleled sense of security and pride. She knew this was her moment to shine. She refrained from using any offensive talismans, knowing they would only disrupt Jiang Shang's hunting rhythm. Instead, she locked her gaze onto an assassin fleeing for his life. 2nd-tier Swamp Talisman. A flash of yellow light erupted, transforming the ground beneath the assassin's feet into a viscous quagmire that instantly slowed him to a crawl. Before he could struggle, a golden fist descended from the sky, completely engulfing him. 3rd-tier Gravity Seal. Another assassin fleeing toward the cliff felt his body suddenly sink as if bearing an invisible mountain. His legs buckled, and he was crushed flat to the ground. What awaited him was a massive foot, descending with the casual ease of crushing an ant. This was no longer a battle. It was a one-sided hunt. Jiang Shang was the unrivaled hunter, while Lin Qingyao drove the prey toward him, sealing off every escape route. Ding! Successfully devoured a mid-stage 3rd-tier beastmaster, gaining plus 3,500 evolution points. Ding! Successfully devoured a late-stage tier 3 beastmaster. Gained plus 5,000 evolution points. Ding! Successfully devoured a peak 3rd-tier beastmaster. The system's notification chimes rang out in Jiang Shang's mind like the most exquisite symphony. Watching his elite subordinates, cultivated at immense cost, fall one after another. The leader, Night Crow, whose movements were tightly locked by Jiang Shang's terrifying aura, flashed despair in his eyes. He knew escape was impossible today. He also knew that, given the Holy Sun's style of operation, even if he somehow managed to escape back after failing the mission, his fate would be 10,000 times more terrifying than death itself. Since death was inevitable either way. Ha 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 ha. Night Crow's eyes gradually filled with a sickening, fanatical loyalty. Holy Sun. Your servant has failed. Unable to present you with this perfect offering. His voice grew hoarse, like the whisper of a demon from hell. But even in death, I shall use my final breath to offer you my last act of loyalty. He violently tore from his robe a vial filled with a special potion, one that constantly bubbled with black foam, radiating an aura of foreboding and evil. Demon God Descent Potion. An ultimate forbidden potion that, at the cost of burning away all the life force and potential of the tamed beast, could forcibly elevate its power by a major tier within a short span. He looked at the trembling beast beside him, his life-bound beast, the peak 4th-tier abyssal terror spider. My dear creature. Since we cannot escape, then use your final breath. For the supreme glory of the Holy Sun, offer this dazzling fireworks display. He let out a hysterical roar and violently plunged the vial into the abyssal terror spider's body. Demon God Descent Potion. The forbidden potion, imbued with the world's most vicious curse, detonated the instant it entered the abyssal terror spider's body. A heart-wrenching wail erupted from the abyssal terror spider's maw, echoing throughout the entire canyon. Its body began a terrifying metamorphosis. Its already car-sized frame swelled further. Its hard black carapace shattered inch by inch, only to be replaced in the next second by newly formed, even more monstrous black-red bone armor. Its 8 spider legs tore through flesh and bone, multiplying into 16 each, a razor-sharp scythe of death. Grim, bone-white spikes, each several meters long, erupted from its back, piercing straight toward the heavens. Its 8 blood-red compound eyes had now completely lost all reason and spirit, holding only the purest, most frenzied desire for the destruction of all living things. Boom! A terrifying aura, far surpassing the peak of the 4th tier and forcibly breaching the threshold of the pseudo-5th tier, erupted with a thunderous roar. This fleeting invincible power came at the cost of permanently destroying the beast's entire potential and divine intellect. Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Gazing upon his companion, now immeasurably powerful yet utterly alien, the leader, Night Crow, erupted in maniacal laughter. Pointing at the god-like golden ape, he roared like a raving madman. Come on! Monster! Think you're so tough? Come taste the true flavor of 5th tier power. Roar! The mind-shattered, frenzied terror spider responded to its master with a roar filled with the will to destroy. It possessed no tactics, no skill whatsoever. It opened its slime-covered maw and unleashed a torrent of black-purple venomous spiderwebs at the giant ape, Zhang Shang. The web carried an overwhelmingly corrosive stench. Wherever it passed, even the air hissed with a sizzling sound. The giant ape Zhang Shang's pupils contracted. He could sense that the power of this web was worlds apart from the previous ones. He chose not to confront it head-on. His massive frame leapt high to the side, narrowly evading the web's reach. Boom! The web crashed onto the canyon wall. A horrifying sight unfolded. The rock wall, hardened by millennia of weathering, melted away like butter doused in acid the moment it touched the web. It rapidly dissolved and collapsed, leaving behind a gaping hole billowing black smoke. Chapter 43. But he still lived. What a devastating poison! Zhang Shang couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. The enraged giant spider, its strike having missed, instantly changed direction. Its 16 long legs frantically scraped the ground as it charged toward Zhang Shang like an out-of-control death chariot. The situation was completely reversed in an instant. Zhang Shang, who moments before had been reaping the assassin's life like a hunter, was now forced to evade relentlessly, dodging the relentless onslaught of this fearless pseudo-5th tier monster. Woo! A piercing alarm sounded from the front of the train. Several figures clad in specialized silver power armor shot out from concealed hatches in the front, hovering midair. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a square jaw, a stern expression, and an aura as steady as a mountain. He was none other than the chief security officer of this special express train Iron Mountain, captain of the high-speed rail guard. Beside him, accompanied by the metallic creaking of shifting alloys, a 10-meter-tall humanoid mecha materialized out of thin air. Forged entirely from an unknown silver alloy, it radiated a sci-fi aesthetic and raw power. 5th tier Beast Master Alloy Titan. Heretics of the Beast Cult. How dare you! With just one glance at the rampaging giant spider wreaking havoc below and the black-robed figure, Night Crow, who seemed possessed by madness, Taizhan instantly assessed the situation. To dare launch an attack openly on the Federation's maglev line. A flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. He was about to order his alloy titan to move in and crush both the heretic and the demon spider. But at that moment, his gaze fell upon another colossal figure confronting the terror spider. That 5-meter-tall divine demonic ape, shrouded in black gold flames, radiating both sacred and unholy, contradictory auras. Tieshan's brow instantly furrowed. He could sense the overwhelmingly domineering aura emanating from that giant ape. Even the faint, elusive demonic intent made it difficult for him to discern whether it was friend or foe. Captain, that golden ape, it doesn't seem to be with those heretics. It's fighting that demon spider, one of the team members alerted him. Tieshan's gaze grew grave. Hold your fire. Observe the situation. A veteran of countless battles, he knew that in such chaotic circumstances, rash action could lead to disastrous consequences if misjudged. And in that very instant of hesitation, below, Night Crow seized the opportunity. He glanced at the powerful Iron Guard squad appearing in the sky, then at the divine demonic giant ape maneuvering against his comrade. His eyes flashed with utter madness and venomous hatred. If death was inevitable, then he would drag this monster that had ruined everything down to hell with him. My treasure. Now is the time. Kill him. Self-destruct. Use everything you've got. Use your 5th tier power. Tear him apart completely for me. Roar. Receiving its final command, the enraged terror spider's 16 crimson eyes instantly blazed with a light as fiery as a blood-red sun. Within its colossal frame, the inherently unstable pseudo-5th tier energy began to violently expand and contract in a suicidal frenzy. With reckless abandon and suicidal fury, it lunged at the giant ape, Zhang Shang. Xiao Shang. Lin Qingyao let out a piercing scream, trying to rush forward, but the terrifying energy storm held her back, preventing her from getting even an inch closer. It's too late. Mid-air, Iron Mountain, captain of the high-speed railguard, his face twisted in horror. He roared decisively. Everyone! Activate maximum power on the defensive shields. Prepare for impact. He and his team members, along with the 5th tier alloy titan, instantly erected their strongest defenses, preparing to withstand the terrifying shockwave from this pseudo-5th tier self-detonation, a blast powerful enough to level half the canyon. Meanwhile, atop the sheer cliff face, The leader, Night Crow, wore a maniacal, twisted grin brimming with vengeful satisfaction. He could already envision the golden ape and that damned maglev train being torn to shreds in the dazzling explosion. Everyone believed Jiang Shang would dodge immediately. But within Jiang Shang's enormous golden pupils, there was not a trace of fear. Instead, a gambler's fervor burned brighter than Night Crow's madness 100 times more intense. Roar! He let out a defiant roar. He charged headlong toward the sun poised to explode. He opened his gaping maw, vast enough to devour heaven and earth. The devouring power of the divine demon body was pushed to its absolute limit in that instant. A deep, dark, black gold energy vortex spun wildly within his maw. Amidst the horrified stares of Iron Mountain and the others, the colossal ape Jiang Shang seized the raging, self-detonating spider in a single bite. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. The next instant, a frantic, unprecedented alert blared through Jiang Shang's mind. Warning! 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 Host is consuming extremely unstable pseudo-5th-tier frenzied demonic energy. Energy level far exceeds host's current tolerance limit. The divine demonic physique is being torn apart. The soul is under assault. A searing agony erupted, as if it would crush his very soul into dust. Jiang Shang felt his body like a balloon inflated to its absolute limit, ready to burst at any moment. Yet, accompanying this excruciating agony came a gain so immense it drove him mad. Ding! Energy conversion in progress. Congratulations, host. Successfully converted portion of Berserk Demon energy, gaining 50,000 evolution points. 50,000 evolution points. This was merely the energy that had leaked out, equivalent to the gains from several previous major battles. This was a gamble that could prove fatal. But the crisis is far from over. Warning! Energy overload. Divine demonic physique on the verge of collapse. Host must immediately cease absorption. Yet, once the arrow is released, there is no turning back. Jiang Shang's eyes blazed crimson as he clenched his teeth, clinging desperately to the core of that energy, pushing his devouring power to its absolute limit. Outside, the apocalyptic explosion everyone anticipated never materialized. The entire world plunged into an eerie, pin-drop silence. The price paid for all this was Jiang Shang's colossal ape-like Dharma form. Crack, crack. Grim, jagged cracks spread wildly across his body. Golden blood gushed forth from countless wounds. Yet he endured it all by sheer willpower and the sheer brutality of his divine demonic physique. He had swallowed a pseudo-5th-tier self-detonation hole. Finally, when the last shred of frenzied energy was utterly swallowed by that black gold vortex, the colossal form of the giant ape Jiang Shang could no longer hold on. The divine light and demonic flames upon his body instantly extinguished. With a thunderous crash, he slammed heavily onto the train's hard roof, punching a massive dent into the alloy deck with a dull, thunderous crash. The instant he hit the ground, his colossal divine form dissipated, reverting to the blood-soaked, barely breathing form of a small monkey. Though gravely wounded and teetering on the brink of death, he was still alive. Chapter 44. This time, I'll be the one to protect you. Upon the cliff's edge, Night Crow's smile froze completely. Mid-air, Iron Mountain and his team members, along with the alloy titan, remained frozen in defensive stances, utterly motionless as if collectively petrified. Far away, passengers and attendants who had secretly witnessed this miraculous scene through shattered windows all seemed to have their souls leave their bodies. Devour. A beast-tamer had actually devoured the self-detonation of a pseudo-5th-tier powerhouse? This utterly defied their comprehension. This was no longer a matter of strength, no longer a matter of abnormality, no longer something that could be described as monstrous. Under everyone's gaze, that blood-soaked little monkey, seemingly on the brink of death, used its trembling claws to brace against the ground. Inch by inch, it began to crawl back up. Golden blood continued to flow from every wound covering its body. Yet his pure golden pupils shone with an unnerving brilliance. Ignoring Lin Qingyao's joyful cries of tears. Ignoring the stunned gazes of Taizhan and the others, filled with a mix of awe and dread. His enormous golden pupils, burning with overwhelming fury and boundless killing intent, locked onto the last enemy still standing. That Night Crow, already terrified out of his wits, his face ashen as death. Night Crow clenched his teeth, preparing to bite into the poison sac hidden deep between his molars. He would take his own life. He could not fall alive into the hands of the Beastmaster Association or the City Guard. Yet, though he was swift, Jiang Shang was faster. The instant Night Crow moved, a faint beam of annihilation, barely visible, flashed from his golden pupils. Put. A soft pop. Night Crow felt a sharp pain shoot through his jaw, causing his mouth to snap open involuntarily. A black, rice grain-sized poison sac flew from between his teeth, landing on the ground and dissolving into a pool of sizzling black venom. Even the right to take his own life had been stripped away. No. Endless, bone-chilling despair completely engulfed Night Crow's heart. The next moment, a giant hand formed of pure energy gently lifted him from the cliff's edge. Jiang Shang gave him no further chance. God-tier devouring system activated. Amidst endless terror and unwillingness, this fourth-tier peak assassin leader of the 10,000 Beasts cult, along with his final remnants of resentment, was completely devoured by Jiang Shang, transformed into the purest form of energy. The battle finally came to an end. Mid-air, Iron Mountain, the captain of the high-speed railguard, and his team members hovered motionless. Their minds kept replaying the scenes that had just shattered their worldview. Instant annihilation of the Beast King. Withstanding a suicide blast head-on. Devouring everything. Could this truly be the work of a beast tamer? After a long moment, Taishan finally snapped out of his utter shock. He barked a series of orders at his subordinates, directing them to calm the passengers, secure the scene, and contact headquarters. He himself strode directly toward the heart of the battle. By the time he drew near, Lin Qingyao had already rushed over, cradling the exhausted and unconscious Jiang Shang in her arms with heart-wrenching tenderness. Taishan halted several meters away, not daring to approach further. He stared at the small monkey clutched tightly by Lin Qingyao, covered in blood, barely breathing, appearing harmless as a lamb. No matter how one looked at it, it was impossible to connect this creature to the colossal ape that had descended like a god or demon moments before. This fourth-tier peak powerhouse, whose will was as hard as iron and who had witnessed countless battles on the battlefield, took a deep breath. Then, he rendered a flawlessly precise Federation military salute, the highest expression of respect toward the unconscious monkey. "Sir, I am Taishan. Thank you for intervening and thwarting this terrorist attack against the Federation Express. Your valor and your achievements will be reported in full and truthfully to Federation headquarters by our high-speed railguard." His voice brimmed with genuine awe and gratitude. He then turned to Lin Qingyao, who stood tearfully tending to Jiang Shang's wounds nearby, his tone instantly softening to one of utmost gentleness and deference. "Miss Lin, this gentleman's injuries are extremely severe. Please come with me immediately. The train is equipped with a top-tier fully automated emergency medical suite. Allow us to provide the finest treatment for this hero who saved the lives of thousands aboard this train." He extended the invitation with utmost sincerity. "All expenses will be fully covered by our Federal High-Speed Railguard." This was both an expression of gratitude and a gesture of goodwill. In the train's most advanced medical suite, Jiang Shang's small body floated quietly within a transparent medical pod filled with green life repair fluid. He had fallen into a deep healing slumber. Yet within his mind, the cold, metallic system alert sounded frantically. Ding! Successfully devoured the enraged pseudo-fifth-tier abyssal terror spider. Acquired massive essence evolution points plus 150,000. Ding! Successfully devoured late-stage 4th-tier Beastmaster Night Crow. Gained 80,000 evolution points. Ding! Successfully devoured 2-peak 3rd-tier demonized Shadow Wolves. Gained 12,000 evolution points. Ding! Total evolution points gained from this battle, 315,000. Host energy severely overloaded detected. Divine soul damaged. Physical functions nearing collapse. Condition assessed as critically near death. Protective mechanism activated. Entering deep sleep repair mode automatically. Estimated recovery time, 48 hours. A colossal amount of evolution points. Unprecedented critical injuries. The cold system alert sounded its final summary before falling silent. Yet, at the very moment Jiang Shang's soul was about to plunge into complete slumber, a brand new notification sounded once more. During the repair period, the host's body will enter a stable state of large-scale energy circulation, presenting the optimal window for evolution. All prerequisites for evolution have been fulfilled. Shall the next divine demon evolution be initiated during the deep sleep repair phase? The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed long and lingering within the depths of Jiang Shang's soul, which was on the verge of complete stillness. He had no strength left, nor could he respond in any way. Outside the medical bay, Lin Qingyao pressed her hand lightly against the cold wall of the medical pod, as if seeking to sense Jiang Shang's condition through it. Through that sacred soul contract, she too vaguely sensed the allure and peril of this choice. Opportunity or death? Lin Qingyao's eyes held not a trace of hesitation. She understood better than anyone else the indomitable spirit within Jiang Shang, that relentless drive to climb ever higher, that unyielding heart of a true warrior. If he were fully conscious, he would undoubtedly choose the most perilous yet dazzling path without a second thought. "Xiao Shang, you always bear all the dangers alone." Lin Qingyao's eyes reddened once more, yet her gaze grew tender and unwavering. "You've fought enough battles for me. This time, let me make the decision for you. Let me be the one to protect you." She closed her eyes, channeling every ounce of her will through the soul contract to him. Inside the medical pod, Jiang Shang, suspended in the green healing fluid, was quietly enveloped by a layer of black gold light. The aura completely enveloped his small frame. He sank into a deeper slumber. Chapter 45, Why Not Just Squeeze It Dead? 2 days later. The train's public address system broadcast the attendant's sweet, gentle arrival announcement. "Esteemed passengers, we have arrived at the final destination of this train. The provincial capital of the federal Huaxia province, Tiandu City." Lin Qingyao carefully wrapped Jiang Shang, still deep in his evolutionary slumber, in a soft blanket. She had carried him out of the medical pod earlier and now held him tightly against her chest. Taking a deep breath, she pushed open the door to her private compartment. Tiandu City Station was far grander and busier than Yunqing Station. This was the transportation hub for the entire province. The platform bustled with people. Every beastmaster who passed by her radiated a formidable aura, and she could even spot numerous 3rd and 4th tier powerhouses. This was the stage for the powerful. Yet, when Lin Qingyao emerged from the VIP exit holding Jiang Shang, she froze abruptly. The normally crowded, expansive platform had been cleared to reveal a vast open space. Within that clearing, 3 distinct groups stood, clearly separated. The moment Lin Qingyao appeared, their gazes instantly converged on her. The first group wore uniform moon-white mentor robes, each embroidered with a golden emblem depicting a tower and a sword. They were instructors from the First Beastmaster Academy of Huaxia. Leading them was a middle-aged female professor, appearing to be around 40, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. She exuded a sharp, efficient demeanor with piercing eyes. Spotting Lin Qingyao, she gave her a friendly nod. The second group consisted of only one person. Lei Ao. He stood alone, quietly outside the crowd, stripped of his former entourage and entourage. His injuries seemed to have healed, yet his entire demeanor had undergone a profound transformation. The arrogance and frivolity of the past had vanished, replaced by a steadiness as solid as a mountain and a resolve as sharp as a blade's edge. His gaze did not fall upon Lin Qingyao, but instead immediately landed on the tiny figure wrapped in a blanket in her arms. That gaze was incredibly complex. There was no hostility, nor any trace of murderous intent. The third group, however, bore no resemblance to the goodwill of the first two. Numbering 7 or 8, they were all dressed in luxurious attire, their expressions haughty and arrogant, making no effort to conceal the overbearing air of superiority characteristic of the offspring of the most prestigious families. The gaze they directed at Lin Qingyao and Jiang Shang was filled with undisguised, icy hostility. The young man leading them, around 22 or 23 years old, bore a 3 or 4/10 resemblance to Wang Tong, whom Lin Qingyao had encountered in the trial tower. Yet his entire demeanor was tenfold more sinister and ruthless than Wang Tang's. His gaze carried a cold detachment, as if appraising lifeless objects. Just as the female academy professor stepped forward to exchange the item with Lin Qingyao. This sinister youth stepped forward first, striding boldly with his men to block Lin Qingyao's path. He eyed Lin Qingyao up and down, a mocking sneer curling his lips. "You are Lin Qingyao, the one from Yuncheng?" His voice carried a condescending tone of superiority. Lin Qingyao's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she clutched Jiang Shang tighter in her arms. The young man's gaze immediately shifted from her face to the blanket wrapped around Jiang Shang, his eyes brimming with contempt and disdain. "My good-for-nothing brother, Wang Tong, it was this monkey in your arms who humiliated him, wasn't it?" He extended his tongue to lick his lips, then introduced himself with deliberate slowness. "My name is Wang Xiao." His gaze returned to the small figure, cold as if observing an ant he could crush at will. "I hear it's quite the fighter? Too bad it's asleep." The smile on Wang Zhao's face suddenly turned utterly cruel. "Why don't I just crush it first? Then we can sit down and slowly discuss all the injustices my brother suffered in Yuncheng." "What do you say?" Wang Zhao's voice, dripping with malice and cruelty, hadn't fully faded from the bustling platform. Boom! A terrifying pressure, like a hurricane sweeping through, descended from the heavens. The A+ class Storm Dragon Eagle, hovering mid-air with its magnificent form exceeding 20 meters, let out a piercing, shrill cry at that very moment. It was no longer merely an aura of intimidation. Amidst the raging pressure surged dozens of transparent wind blades, formed by the extreme compression of wind elements. These blades surged through the tidal wave of pressure, targeting Jiang Sheng defenseless and in the most critical phase of his sleep evolution, cradled within Lin Qingyao's arms. A ruthless smile of certain victory spread across Wang Zhao's face. "You dare!" However, Lin Qingyao's reaction was far quicker and more resolute than he had anticipated. The instant she sensed the deadly threat, her face drained of color, yet her eyes held not a trace of fear or retreat. She lunged forward, shielding Jiang Shang even more tightly behind her back. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy within her, that SSS-grade beast-taming talent, erupted without restraint for the very first time. A crystalline light shield, not formed by talismans but by the purest, most brilliant spiritual energy, instantly coalesced behind her. This was her unique, ultimate defense. But it wasn't over yet. While sustaining the spiritual energy shield, she crushed a third-tier top-grade defensive talisman one Lin Jinyue had entrusted to her from her spatial ring. Another layer of even denser golden light overlapped the spiritual energy shield. Dual protection. This was the absolute limit of what she could achieve at this moment. SSSH. 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 The instant the dual light shield solidified, dozens of invisible wind blades slammed viciously into the outermost golden barrier. Under the assault of the A+ Storm Dragon Eagle, the golden light barrier trembled violently, emitting a wail of strain as fine cracks began to appear across its surface. Lin Qingyao felt an overwhelming force, like a tidal wave crashing down upon her. The specially alloyed platform beneath her feet shattered inch by inch under the pressure, caving inward. A trickle of blood seeped slowly from the corner of her mouth. Yet her legs did not retreat a single step. As long as she remained standing, she would never allow anyone to harm her comrades behind her. Wang Xiao. At that moment, a furious shout erupted from nearby. This is the Academy's official reception area. Do you dare to openly attack someone here? Do you want your admission revoked immediately? It was Lei Ao. He couldn't stand by and watch any longer. Lei Ao could lose, he could be defeated, but he had his own pride. He could face Jiang Sheng on the stage in a fair and honorable duel, even if it meant fighting to the death. But he absolutely would not tolerate, nor would he stoop to, such a despicable tactic, ambushing a sleeping opponent who was utterly defenseless. This touched the very core of his principles and dignity as a true warrior. Chapter 46, Xiao Shang. You're awake. Roar. Accompanying his furious roar, the purple lightning mad lion beside him, though still wounded, its aura as formidable as ever, let out a thunderous bellow. Fierce purple lightning energy surged wildly from its body, no longer as an attack but transforming into an equally powerful counter-pressure. It collided violently with Wang Zhao's raging wind element pressure. Boom! The collision of two A-grade bloodline auras sent invisible shockwaves rippling through the air. Lin Qingyao felt the pressure on her body suddenly ease. Her nearly shattered defensive light shield gained a moment's respite, temporarily stabilizing. She glanced back at Lei Ao in surprise, her expression complex. Wang Zhao's face twisted with even more scorn upon seeing Lei Ao dare to intervene. He glanced at Lei Ao and his visibly unstable purple lightning mad lion, sneering contemptuously. A defeated underling who can't even beat a monkey dares to give orders in front of me, Wang Xiao? Get out of my way. With a thought, the storm eagle soaring above the sky let out another cry, higher pitched, more piercing, shattering the clouds and splitting rocks. The terrifying A+ class pressure intensified once more. Lei Ao's purple lightning mad lion let out a muffled groan, the electric light on its body dimming noticeably. Lin Qingyao's defensive light shield cracked under the strain, on the verge of shattering completely. The situation plunged into utter despair once more. But Jiang Sheng, whom Lin Qingyao clutched tightly to her chest, fluttered his eyelids almost imperceptibly. Then, a force beyond description. A supreme pressure far surpassing A+ rank, blending supreme divine majesty with the demonic essence of endless abysses as if transcending all bloodlines and all laws, flashed from his slumbering body. This aura the mere trace that had leaked out. Its sole target was the storm dragon eagle still flaunting its might and arrogance in the heavens. Screech! The storm dragon eagle, which had been frantically unleashing its pressure, let out a piercing cry filled with regal might. The instant it encountered this threat of aura, its proud dragon's roar instantly transformed into a shrill, terrified wail. The next moment, amidst the frozen smile on the king falcon's face, that A+ grade, immensely powerful storm dragon eagle's wings stiffened, its body went rigid, and it plummeted straight down from hundreds of meters in the air. Crash! Its massive frame slammed heavily onto the incredibly hard alloy platform. The entire platform shook violently. A massive crater appeared before everyone's eyes, sending clouds of dust flying into the air. It trembled uncontrollably, golden blood and filth flowing unchecked from beneath its body. It let out pitiful, mournful cries like a frightened chick, lacking even the courage to rise again. This blow. Not just Wang Xiao. Everyone present, including Lei Ao and the female academy professor who had come to guide them, along with the surrounding beast tamers who had gathered to watch the spectacle, froze in shock. Merely a mere trace of aura, unconsciously leaked while asleep, had caused a genuine, A+ grade powerful flying beast to panic so badly it lost control and crashed? What kind of monster is this? The arrogant grin on Wang Zhao's face froze solid. As he felt the stares from all directions, as if they were looking at a ridiculous clown, an overwhelming sense of humiliation made his entire face turn the color of liver. He, the prodigy of the Wang family, Wang Xiao. Today, he became the biggest laughingstock in Tiandu City. And at that very moment, the golden monkey, whom he had regarded as his ultimate target, its eyes tightly shut all alone. Its eyelids fluttered once more. Under the gaze of all present, they slowly opened. Jiang Sheng awoke. The divine demon evolution, a 48-hour ordeal of frantic teetering between restoration and annihilation, finally drew to a close at this very moment. Xiao Shang. You're awake. Lin Qingyao's voice, choked with tears yet overflowing with boundless joy, was the first to reach him, pulling Jiang Shang back to reality. He felt the warmth of her arm, listened to her heart beating wildly with excitement, and a wave of warmth surged through him. He paid no immediate heed to the tense, knife-edge atmosphere outside. Instead, he turned his attention to the immense reward he had gained through this life-or-death ordeal. A brand new system interface unfolded before his eyes. Race, primordial divine demon ape. Bloodline, S-rank SS rank potential. Tier, mid-4th tier. Innate divine ability I, emulate heaven and earth mastery. Innate divine ability 2, God demon annihilation gaze. Newly acquired divine ability 3, divine demon domain initial stage. Ability description, passive domain. A constant aura of divine and demonic pressure emanates from the host, absolutely suppressing all enemies below the host's bloodline tier while slowly draining the energy of all hostile targets within the domain. Simultaneously, all attributes of the host are significantly enhanced within their own domain. Success. S-rank bloodline. Mid-4th tier. Plus an additional passive domain-type divine ability. A wave of ecstatic joy surged through Jiang Shang's heart. He could distinctly sense that his life's essence had undergone a fundamental leap. If his former self had been a razor-sharp sword, then now he was a nuclear bomb capable of obliterating stars. The difference between the two was incomparable. After experiencing this transformation, Jiang Shang's consciousness finally returned to reality. He lifted his head and saw Lin Qingyao's stunningly beautiful face, streaked with tears yet radiant with joy. Not far away, he saw Lei Ao's gaze, filled with complexity, admiration, and a burning desire to catch up. And he saw Wang Xiao, whose eyes burned with endless venom and humiliation, all because his storm dragon eagle had been publicly humiliated. Jiang Shang rose from Lin Qingyao's embrace and returned to perch atop her shoulders. Then, his newly awakened, yet still unmastered divine demon domain spread out from him, enveloping the entire platform. The air thickened in that instant. Every beastmaster present, regardless of strength, felt as though an invisible giant hand had clamped down on their hearts, making breathing difficult. The flow of spiritual energy within their bodies slowed to a sluggish crawl. As for the storm dragon eagle, already cowering in the deep pit, its bowels loosening in sheer terror the instant it was engulfed by this domain force. Screech! It let out a wail even more pitiful than before. Its A+ bloodline, faced with this S-grade domain infused with divine and demonic energies, was as fragile as a firefly meeting the full moon, utterly defenseless. The last remnants of its pride and dignity were utterly crushed. Its massive body convulsed violently from utter terror, white foam foaming from its mouth as it teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. At this moment, Wang Zhao's face was no longer merely liver pink. Public humiliation. His ace beast, his pride and joy, had been scared into incontinence and unconsciousness by a monkey that had just woken up. This was more humiliating than being slapped 10,000 times in public. Enough. Chapter 47, Defeating the Other Freshman, Seizing the Scoreboard. A commanding, icy shout finally shattered the suffocating silence. The female academy professor, Lu Yen, who had been standing by observing the situation, finally intervened. She stepped forward. Boom! An aura of a 6th-rank powerhouse, profound as an abyss and vast as an ocean, yet imbued with scholarly refinement, instantly quelled the chaos throughout the arena. Wang Zhao's imposing pressure, Lei Ao's battle intent, and even Jiang Shang's overwhelmingly domineering divine demon domain all quietly dissolved in the face of this superior force. Lu Yan's gaze was as cold as ice, fixed directly on Wang Xiao, whose face had long since drained of color. Wang Xiao. This is the official reception area of China's premier Beastmaster Academy. Who gave you the audacity to openly resort to violence here, attempting to assassinate our specially recruited freshman? Dare you act out again, and I swear I'll personally escort you back to the Wang family so your father can see what kind of fine son he's raised. The authority in her voice made Wang Zhao's body tremble violently. Feeling the unfathomable pressure of Lu Yan's 6th-tier cultivation, he glanced at his own beast, now utterly terrified and completely incapacitated. He knew he had lost all face today, defeated utterly and completely. Staying any longer would only invite further humiliation. He glared fiercely at the golden monkey perched on Lin Qingyao's shoulder, which hadn't once acknowledged him with a glance. Gritting his teeth, he forced out a few words through clenched jaws. Fine. An S-class bloodline, huh? I'll remember that. He pointed at Jiang Shang and declared. 3 days from now. It's the Academy's new student qualification battle. Then, I'll make you understand what true despair really is. Having said that, he could no longer endure the surrounding stares of mockery and contempt. He forcibly summoned his spiritual energy, pulling the terrified storm dragon eagle back into his beast-taming space in a disheveled state. Accompanied by his now cowed followers, he slunk away from the scene. Lu Yan dispersed the onlookers and approached Lin Qingyao and Jiang Shang. Her stern expression softened, revealing genuine admiration and awe. Students Lin Qingyao and Jiang Shang, welcome to China's premier Beastmaster Academy. I am your freshman class's chief mentor, Lu Yan. After delivering her formal introduction, her gaze fell upon Jiang Shang with an intensity that spoke volumes. S-class bloodline, divine demonic physique. Her voice carried a warning as if she had seen through all of Jiang Shang's secrets. Your future holds boundless potential. But that also means the enemies you'll face will far exceed your wildest imaginings. That Wang Xiao you just encountered? He's nothing but a spoiled brat who bullies others with his family's influence. He doesn't even rank in the top 30 at the academy. He is merely the beginning. Lu Yan's gaze grew more serious than ever before. Within the academy, you must be doubly cautious. For throughout history, geniuses have always been the most vulnerable to early demise. At that moment, Lei Ao slowly approached. I didn't expect you to wake up so quickly. You're beast taming. No, it's you yourself who've grown stronger again. The flame of competitive spirit in Lei Ao's eyes had not been extinguished by his previous defeat. Instead, it burned even more fiercely. Seems I'll have to work even harder. Without further ado, he gave Lin Qingyao a slight nod of acknowledgement, a gesture of mutual respect between equals. Then, accompanied by his purple lightning mad lion, whose eyes held equally complex emotions, he turned and departed cleanly. He was going back to train. He was going to become stronger. Watching Lei Ao's upright figure, radiating unyielding fighting spirit, Lin Qingyao's perception of him shifted once more. This was the true bearing and temperament befitting a genuine prodigy. Keeping his composure in crisis, not bad temperament. Lu Yan stepped forward. Follow me. Lu Yan led Lin Qingyao and Jiang Sheng to a supremely luxurious aircar, powered by the latest model of energy crystals, which had been waiting nearby. The airship started silently, rising smoothly into the sky, heading toward the academy in the distance. Suspended above the sea of clouds, it resembled the dwelling place of deities. Through the windows, the magnificent panorama of Tindu City unfolded before their eyes. Countless futuristic structures pierced the clouds, while dazzling aerial highways crisscrossed the sky. Powerful and rare flying mounts soared above the city. The prosperity and might here far surpassed anything Yun City could offer. As special members directly recommended by the association headquarters and listed in the Celestial Prodigy sequence, your treatment at the academy differs from that of ordinary freshmen. Professor Lu Yan explained while piloting the hovercraft. You will be directly assigned to the academy's highest grade dormitory complex, the Celestial Pride Pavilion. The Celestial Elite Pavilion? Lin Qingyao asked curiously. Pride flashed across Lu Yan's face. Exactly. Each dormitory there is an independent courtyard equipped with its own defensive magic array. Within each courtyard, you'll find a private gravity training chamber, a simulated combat room, and a spirit energy recovery pool. Most importantly, the entire Tianjiu Pavilion is built directly above a level 3 primary spirit vein beneath the academy. The concentration of spiritual energy within is over 10 times that of ordinary student dormitories. She glanced at Lin Qingyao and Jiang Sheng, adding, that place is the cultivation sanctuary every freshman dreams of. It will be where you live and study for the next 4 years. Hearing such lavish conditions, Lin Qingyao couldn't help but marvel at the academy's extravagance. The levitating vehicle soon reached its destination. It was a cluster of exquisite courtyards nestled halfway up the mountain, shrouded in mist and enveloped in an ethereal aura. Lu Yan had arranged everything for them. Before departing, she seemed to recall something, her expression turning serious once more. She looked at Lin Qingyao with utmost seriousness and said, "There's one more thing I must tell you in advance, so you're mentally prepared. 3 days from now, your cohort of new students will face the most crucial initiation trial. The new student qualification battle." Lin Qingyao immediately sat up straight. She knew this was the real reason for the meeting. Lu Yan extended her hand and drew a light arc through the air before her. Instantly, a holographic screen unfolded. The screen displayed a vast, vibrant island. The qualification battle is a points-based competition held on the Academy's A-grade secret realm, 10,000 Beasts Island. The competition will last for 3 days. On the island, you may earn points through 3 methods. Lu Yan's finger swiped across the screen, listing the rules. First, slay energy beasts composed of pure energy within the secret realm. Second, gather various rare spiritual herbs and medicinal plants growing on the island. As for the third... At this point, Lu Yan paused slightly, her gaze growing profoundly meaningful. That is to defeat the other participating freshmen and seize the point tokens from their persons. Chapter 48, The Handiwork of the Holy Sun. Lin Qingyao's heart sank. She instantly understood this so-called qualification battle was nothing but a brutal contest designed to encourage mutual combat and plunder. The final point rankings of this qualification battle are of utmost importance. Lu Yan's expression turned utterly grave. It will directly determine your allocation of resources within the academy over the next 4 years, your priority in selecting mentors, and even your standing within the entire academy. It could be said that this single battle will determine everything. Hearing these brutal rules, Lin Qingyao's breathing grew slightly ragged. She could already foresee the bloody and fierce struggle that would unfold on Beast Island in 3 days' time. I must remind you. Lu Yan looked at Lin Qingyao, speaking slowly and deliberately. There is only one rule for this qualifying battle. That is, there are no rules. On 10,000 Beasts Island, except for deliberately killing fellow students themselves, any means, I repeat, any means can be used. Crippling opponents, disabling their beasts, or even killing their soul-bound beasts in accidents, the academy bears no responsibility. This is the tradition upheld for centuries by our Huaxia First Beastmaster Academy, a tradition forged to select the elite. Lin Qingyao's heart sank. Yet this wasn't the worst part. Lu Yan reached out again, tapping to open Lin Qingyao's personal information. Behind her name, in an unbearably glaring, bright red font, a label was displayed. And you, Lin Qingyao? Lu Yan looked at her, her eyes filled with pity. As specially recruited members of the Celestial Elite sequence, your initial points are 0. But... She pointed at the crimson annotation. Any new student who defeats you on 10,000 Beasts Island or defeats your Beastmaster Jiang Shang and eliminates you both from the competition will receive a massive one-time reward of 10,000 points. 10,000 points? Lin Qingyao gasped. Correct. Lu Yan nodded. 10,000 points is enough to propel even the most ordinary newcomer without any background straight into the top 10 of the rankings. They'd gain access to massive resources and rise to the top overnight. She shut off the holographic display, her gaze settling on Lin Qingyao, whose eyes were wide with shock, and Jiang Shang, whose expression remained impassive. Therefore, from the moment the qualifying battles begin, you needn't seek out any enemies. You too will become the public enemy number 1. She handed 2 jade tokens symbolizing status to Lin Qingyao. With these jade tokens, you may freely access most areas of the academy, including the library, mission hall, and all cultivation facilities. After finishing her instructions, Lu Yan gave Jiang Shang one last lingering look. Rest well. The true test begins in 3 days. With that, she turned and departed. In the courtyard, only Lin Qingyao and Jiang Shang remained. Feeling the incredibly dense and pure spiritual energy here, Lin Qingyao's constantly tense mind finally relaxed. Rather than admiring the courtyard's beauty, she immediately and carefully laid Jiang Shang upon the bed crafted from 1,000-year-old warm jade, allowing him to better recover from the exhaustion incurred at the train station. She herself immediately entered the study and activated the highest authority holographic computer equipped within the courtyard. Know thy enemy and know thyself, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Before the qualification battle commenced, she intended to thoroughly research every potential adversary. Lin Qingyao directly opened the most closely watched, new student comprehensive strength ranking. This ranking was compiled by the Academy's supercomputer, synthesizing data on each new student's background, Beastmaster bloodline, tier, and past battle records. Every name on the list represented the cream of the crop from major cities. Her gaze swiftly scanned the list. Soon, she spotted 2 familiar names. 3rd place, Lei Ao. Beast, Purple Lightning Mad Lion. Bloodline, a grade. Tier, early 4th tier. Overall assessment, extremely dangerous. 2nd place, Wang Xiao. Beast, Storm Dragon Eagle. Bloodline, A+ grade. Tier, mid-4th tier. Overall assessment, extremely dangerous plus. Seeing these 2 rankings, Lin Qingyao felt no surprise. Although Lei Ao had lost to Jiang Shang in the trial tower, his raw strength was undeniable. Ranking 3rd was well deserved. As for Wang Xiao, though his character was despicable, his A+ Storm Dragon Eagle was undeniably formidable. His 2nd place ranking was also reasonable. So the question arose. Who could possibly be the top-ranked individual capable of surpassing both of them? Lin Qingyao's heart sank abruptly. Her gaze fell upon the name at the very top of the rankings, bathed in golden light. 1st place, Shangguan Yun. A name utterly unfamiliar to her. Lin Qingyao was certain she had never heard of such a prodigy in Yunqing or any of the surrounding cities. She immediately clicked on the detailed profile for Shangguan Yun. Beast, Shadow Nightmare Beast. Bloodline, S rank. Tier, mid-4th tier. Ability overview, an extremely rare dual attribute demonic beast mastering both psychic and curse-based abilities. Excels in psychic assassination, creating inescapable illusions, and unleashing various bizarre, vicious curses. Its attacks are intangible and formless, rendering them impossible to guard against. S rank. And the most bizarre, most troublesome dual attribute of psychic and curse. Lin Qingyao's heart instantly plummeted to the depths. She forced herself to suppress her unease and continued reading, hoping to find more information in the opponent's background details. The record showed that this Shangguan Yun hailed from an obscure, remote town, born into an ordinary family. Until recently, he had been a completely unknown entity. But just 1 month ago, he was suddenly claimed as kin by the Shangguan family, a powerful, deeply mysterious clan from Tiandu City. They publicly declared him to be a long-lost direct descendant of the Shangguan lineage. And this Shangguan family. Lin Qingyao clearly remembered that her father had highlighted them specifically in the Tiandu City intelligence he gave her. The Shangguan family was one of the largest proxy families in Tiandu City, supported by the 10,000 Beasts cult. All the clues connected in that instant. This is no coincidence. This isn't about recognizing family ties at all. This is the Holy Sun's doing. Lin Qingyao's face turned deathly pale. The Holy Sun couldn't openly target us due to Lady Yuechan's intervention. So he schemed meticulously, recruiting the most elite, most skilled S-rank assassin to infiltrate the academy. His objective lies in the no-rules qualification battle 3 days hence. To cripple or even kill the young saint in the most above-board manner possible. This was 100 times more treacherous and vicious than Wang Xiao, that spoiled brat who only knew how to rant openly. Chapter 49, They Are the Prey. This Shangguan Yun, this shadow nightmare beasted, was the saint's son's assassin prepared for Jiang Shang. Lin Qingyao shuddered. Realizing all this, she could no longer sit still. She immediately rushed into the isolated gravity training chamber. Jiang Shang was currently undergoing the most fundamental physical conditioning and strength building exercises under 5 times gravity. Lin Qingyao relayed everything she had uncovered in her suspicions to Jiang Sheng in full detail. She had expected Jiang Sheng to grow solemn upon hearing this news, perhaps even feeling overwhelmed. Instead, she saw the crimson star within his golden pupils begin to spin with an eerie, almost frenzied excitement as he listened to her words. A blazing, fiery battle intent surged skyward. S-class bloodline? Psychic assassination? A curse? The top assassin sent by the Holy Sun? Perfect. He had been troubled by nowhere to channel his newly surging power. He needed a sufficiently powerful opponent to test his newly acquired strength. Even more crucial, a soul potent enough to fuel his next evolutionary leap. Over the next 2 days, Jiang Sheng plunged into a near-frenetic state of cultivation. He honed the deployment and control of the divine demon realm to ever greater mastery. Through relentless experimentation, he even developed a brand new assassination technique uniquely his own. He compressed the formless, intangible power of the domain to its absolute limit, condensing it into a single point. Like a poison-tipped spike, it could launch the deadliest, most silent ambush upon his enemies. He named it Divine Demon Stab. Time flew by swiftly during his cultivation. 3 days later, the qualifying battle arrived as scheduled. Thousands of this year's freshmen gathered at the massive teleportation plaza in the Academy's center. With a humming resonance, the colossal spatial portal roared open. One by one, figures were swallowed by the light, teleported to that island brimming with opportunity and slaughter 10,000 Beasts Island. The moment Lin Qingyao and Jiang Sheng materialized on a sandy beach of the island, the entire island seemed to fall silent for a second. The next moment, countless pairs of eyes locked onto them in unison. In that instant, they became the most tempting prey in the eyes of every hunter on the island. The dizziness from the spatial teleportation faded in an instant. They were randomly teleported into a primeval forest so dense it blocked out the sky. Surrounding them were ancient trees so massive it took several men to encircle them, thick vines coiled around them like giant serpents. A thick layer of fallen leaves covered the ground, soft beneath foot, concealing countless unknown dangers. Sunlight, fragmented by the dense canopy, cast mottled patterns across the forest floor, creating an eerie, tranquil atmosphere. But this stillness lasted less than 3 seconds before shattering. The moment they landed, Jiang Sheng's passively activated divine demon domain spread out like an invisible radar net, radiating outward from him in all directions. A vivid enemy distribution map instantly formed in his mind. His senses detected at least 23 teams, totaling over 100 individuals, closing in from all directions in a frenzied encirclement. The fastest group was already less than 500 meters away. "They're here." Jiang Sheng calmly transmitted this information to Lin Qingyao through telepathy. Lin Qingyao's heart sank abruptly. She knew Professor Lu Yan's warning had come true. The opening move was a lethal trap. Ha 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 ha. What incredible luck. Hard work pays off. That Lin Qingyao with the 10,000-point bounty is right in our sector. Quick! 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 Coordinates XXX. Everyone, full speed ahead. Secure advantageous positions, don't let her escape. What are you waiting for, brothers? Charge together. 10,000 points. If we take her down, our 4-man squad will skyrocket straight into the top 50, guaranteed admission to the inner academy. Don't get cocky. Intelligence says that monkey by her side is weird as hell. It scared Wang Zhao's A+ Storm Dragon Eagle into submission at the station. Bull. That was Wang Xiao underestimating his opponent. With over 100 of us, each using one skill, we'll blow them to smithereens. Don't waste words with them, and don't give them a chance to duel. Everyone focus fire, take out that woman first. No matter how strong her beast is, it's useless without a commander. A chorus of greedy, malicious shouts echoed unabashedly from the dense forest. In that moment, they ceased to be classmates. Lin Qingyao took a deep breath and gently laid Jiang Sheng on the ground beside her. In her hands, she already clutched several powerful 4th-tier defensive and control talismans entrusted to her by Lin Xinyue. Jiang Sheng extended a paw and gently patted the back of her hand, signaling her to stay calm. His small figure stood calmly before Lin Qingyao. Footsteps and whistling sounds grew louder in the forest. The first wave of full 7 or 8 teams had already appeared at the edge of the clearing where they stood. When they saw Lin Qingyao and Jiang Sheng surrounded in the center, a wild gleam of excitement flared in every pair of eyes. "We found her. Ah, she's ours now. Move in." An impatient beastmaster, unable to contain his eagerness, raised his staff, ready to claim the first kill. But then, just as tensions reached a boiling point and battle seemed imminent, a sinister chuckle echoed softly in everyone's ears. He. My fellow students, such impatience is hardly a commendable habit. The voice seemed to carry a strange, hypnotic power, causing every beastmaster poised to strike to freeze in place. All eyes darted toward the source of the sound, filled with shock and uncertainty. There, atop the canopy of a towering ancient tree closest to Lin Qingyao and Jiang Sheng, a figure had silently appeared without anyone noticing. It was a youth of extraordinary beauty, his face adorned with a gentle smile as warm as a spring breeze. He stood casually on the slender treetop, seemingly weightless. He was none other than the mysterious powerhouse ranked first on the freshman strength list. Shangguan Yun. His smile broadened as he surveyed the teams below, now stirred into restless commotion by his sudden appearance. As per our prior agreement, this student, Lin Xinyao, and her rather interesting beast companion, should be instructed by yours truly first, correct? As his words fell silent, within the shadowy mass beside him, which writhed like a living creature, two malevolent, mocking purple eyes slowly opened. The rarest rank shadow nightmare beast emitted a maniacal laugh filled with mental corruption, directed at Zhang Shang below. Chapter 50, A Bunch of Fools Used as Pawns. Shangguan Yun's sudden appearance and his words seemingly impartial yet dripping with dominance instantly transformed the tense atmosphere into something eerily strange. The freshmen from various factions, who had been poised to act, halted in their tracks. Their eyes flickered as they swiftly weighed the pros and cons between greed and apprehension. They could all see that this Shangguan Yun was an even more terrifying figure than Wang Xiao. Wang Zhao's dominance was written across his face like a bold declaration. Shangguan Yun's tyranny, however, lurked beneath a gentle smile like the most cunningly disguised venomous snake. Seeing the crowd's hesitation, Shangguan Yun's smile broadened. He spoke again, his soft voice carrying an almost hypnotic power. "Fellow students," he said, "I know you're all here for the enormous bounty 10,000 points on Lin Xinyao. But we've all witnessed that the monkey by her side is no ordinary creature. Its power is bizarre, it even managed to intimidate an A+ storm dragon eagle with a single glance." He deliberately exaggerated Jiang Shang's strength to heighten everyone's apprehension. "If we charge in now, each fighting for themselves, will likely be left battered and bruised before the outcome is decided. Only to let the real winner reap the rewards, wouldn't that be a shame?" He scanned the room, taking in every expression. "How about this, we form a temporary hunting alliance. My unworthy companion and I will take the front lines, distracting and confronting that most troublesome S-class bloodline monkey." His words rang with righteous resolve, as if he were shouldering the most perilous tasks alone. "As for the rest of you, with your numbers, you'll be responsible for taking down Lin Xinyao herself." His voice carried a cruel implication. "No matter how gifted a beastmaster she is, without her beast's close protection, she won't last long under your combined assault. Once we succeed, we'll fairly distribute the 10,000 points based on each person's contribution in the fight. This way, we avoid the risk of infighting while ensuring everyone present gets a share of the spoils. What's not to like?" This proposal instantly dispelled the reservations and hesitations of the vast majority present. Indeed, Shangguan Yun was right. That monkey was too bizarre. No one wanted to be the first to step forward and clash with it head-on, becoming the fall guy. Now, with Shangguan Yun the top-ranked powerhouse taking on the toughest challenge, all they needed to do was rely on their numbers to surround and attack a defenseless, delicate girl stripped of her beast's protection. The risk instantly plummeted to its lowest point. Yet the rewards remained incredibly tempting. They could both secure a favor from Shangguan Yun and reliably get a piece of the pie. Where in the world could there be a better deal than this? Alright. Boss Shangguan makes a good point. I'm in. Exactly. We're with Shangguan. Let's all go in together and take care of that woman first. Ha ha ha. 10,000 points. Here we come. After a moment's hesitation, greed ultimately overpowered reason. In an instant, dozens of students from different teams rallied to the call. They closed in from all sides, forming a massive encirclement that trapped Lin Xinyao and Jiang Shang dead center. Deep within the dense forest in the distance, Wang Xiao, who had also witnessed the entire scene, snorted coldly with disdain. Fools. A bunch of fools being used as pawns, and they don't even realize it. He hadn't joined that so-called hunting alliance, but he didn't leave immediately either. Instead, he concealed himself deeper within the darkness, preparing to watch the tigers fight from the mountainside. He couldn't wait for these people to fight that monkey into mutual destruction. Then he would emerge to reap the rewards: the monkey, Shangguan Yun, and everyone's points. With the alliance formed and all in place, Shangguan Yun's objective was achieved. He wasted no more time. He would establish his authority. He would utterly crush that monkey before everyone's eyes, using the method he mastered best and took the most pride in. He glanced at Jiang Shang, his face still adorned with that warm smile. "Little monkey, then allow me to be the first to witness your mastery." Before he could utter another word, without issuing any further commands, the shadowy nightmare beast beside him, writhing like a living creature, flashed a sudden crimson light in its two purple eyes. Buzz! An invisible, terrifying shockwave targeting the very essence of souls erupted from its center, instantly engulfing Jiang Xi and Lin Xinyao. S-class psionic skill, Fear Ripples. This attack ignored all physical defenses. It would directly assault the target's souls, dredging out their deepest fears and plunging them into endless illusions and madness. Ultimately, their minds would shatter, reducing them to mindless husks. Shangguan Yun was filled with anticipation, already envisioning the next moment, that man and monkey cowering in terror, begging for mercy on their knees, or even losing their minds and attacking each other in a grotesque spectacle. That would be the most fitting coronation ceremony for his reign as king. The speed of the Fear Ripple was extreme. It descended in an instant. Lin Xinyao, standing at the very front, bore the brunt of the impact first. Her lovely face turned deathly pale in an instant. In her mind, countless horrifying scenes seemed to flash before her eyes. Jiang Shang brutally murdered by the Holy Sun, her parents' tragic deaths, the Lin family's annihilation. But she was, after all, an SSS-tier talent. Her soul's resilience far surpassed that of ordinary people. She bit down hard on her tongue, the excruciating pain jolting her back to clarity. She forcibly steadied her mind, weathering the mental assault that would have shattered even a fourth-tier beastmaster. She stood her ground. The golden monkey, targeted by Shangguan Yun and bearing the brunt of the Euthir Ripple's power. After enduring this soul-shattering blow, it showed no reaction whatsoever. It remained as calm as ever, standing on that girl's shoulder. As if that earth-shattering psychic assault had truly been nothing more than a gentle breeze brushing against its face. Then, amidst the deathly silence of the entire crowd, Jiang Shang slowly opened his mouth. Then, he let out an incredibly lazy, utterly sleepy yawn. Only after finishing the yawn did he seem to notice the shadow across from him, snarling and lunging at him. His golden pupils, flickering with eerie crimson stars, glanced at the S-rank shadow nightmare beast. That gaze held nothing but undisguised contempt and disdain. This silent mockery. It rang louder than any venomous words. More piercing. More soul-shaking. Chapter 51, Is This a Domain? Shangguan Yun's stiff smile vanished within a second, replaced by his signature, gentle warmth like a spring breeze. As if that moment of utter loss of composure had never occurred. Yet a closer look revealed that the depths of those soft, feminine eyes held not a trace of amusement, only a cold, serpentine chill. Quite interesting. He watched Jiang Shang as he spoke slowly, his voice as soft as ever, yet sending a chill down one's spine. It seems your mental resilience is indeed quite impressive. He clapped lightly, as if offering genuine praise. In that case, a one-on-one duel would likely prove futile against you. His tone shifted abruptly as his gaze swept over the dozens of teams he had already united, now watching with predatory eyes. With a tone of profound regret, he declared, "Then there's no other way. I can only ask my fellow students to join me in attacking using our numbers against the few." He casually shifted all responsibility onto Jiang Shang's overwhelming strength. As if their upcoming despicable act over 100 people ganging up on two was an act of sheer necessity. His words ignited the final flames of greed within the already restless members of the hunting alliance. Leader Shangguan is right. This monkey is too strange, we can't waste any more time on him. Everyone, charge together. Don't give him a chance to breathe. Exactly. Focus our ranged skills first and overwhelm them completely. I refuse to believe he can withstand simultaneous attacks from over 100 of us. Kill them. 10,000 points will be ours. Driven by greed and swept up in the herd mentality, everyone conveniently forgot the despicable, shameless act they were about to commit. The next moment. Attack. With Shangguan Yun's command. Boom. Over 100 prodigies from the major clans of Tiandu City launched their attacks simultaneously. Their soul-bound beasts roared in unison, shaking the heavens. Fireballs. Ice spikes. Wind blades. Poison arrows. Acid. Falling rocks. Curse auras. Mental assaults. A dazzling array of skills, each at least second tier or higher, rained down relentlessly upon the two figures in the center of the forest. The entire sky was completely illuminated by the dazzling radiance of these skills. The frenzied energy violently distorted the air itself, causing it to groan under the unbearable strain. The ground trembled, and towering ancient trees were torn to shreds the moment they touched the attack's aftershocks. Xiao Shang. Lin Qingyao watched this scene unfold like a natural disaster descending, her fair face already drained of color. Without hesitation, she prepared to activate the ultimate defensive talisman her father had entrusted to her, a top-tier fourth-tier defensive spell meant as her final trump card. She knew only this might block the world-shattering strike. Yet, just as her fingers closed around the talisman to shatter it, a warm, tiny paw gently pressed against her hand. "Qingyao, don't waste it." A voice filled with absolute confidence and mastery echoed in her mind. "Watch me." Lin Qingyao's movements froze abruptly. She saw Jiang Shang give her a reassuring glance. Then, the small figure in her arms leapt down. He stepped forward on his own accord, shielding Lin Qingyao completely behind him. He advanced to the very epicenter of the raging, world-shattering storm. Jiang Shang slowly closed his eyes. As if he had given up resistance, waiting for death to come. That monkey's gone mad. He's not even dodging. Ha 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 ha. He's asking for it. He's asking for it. It's over. Yet, in the very instant before the torrential downpour of skill effects was about to completely engulf him, his tightly closed eyes suddenly snapped open. Those pure golden eyes, divine demonic pupils with crimson stars slowly rotating deep within their irises, flared with an unprecedented brilliance at that very moment. The next instant. Boom. Not a sound, but an intangible shockwave emanating from higher dimensions and primordial laws. A force field composed of mysterious black and gold energies, invisible to the naked eye, erupted outward from Jiang Shang's body. Divine Demon Domain. Activated. In an instant, the intangible domain enveloped an area 50 meters in diameter. And at that very moment, those world-shattering attacks crashed headlong into it. Then, a scene unfolded that would remain etched in the memory of every witness for the rest of their lives. Every attack entering the domain's reach, be it raging fireballs, razor-sharp ice spikes, venomous curses, or intangible psychic assaults. They all seemed to sink into the thickest, deepest muddy swamp. Their flight speed plummeted abruptly. The raging energy was being visibly eroded and dismantled by the invisible domain at a frantic pace. A massive fireball, originally as large as a house, shrank to a mere candle flame after traveling just 10 meters into the domain. A whirlwind of wind blades sharp enough to slice steel into shreds transformed into a gentle breeze caressing the face after penetrating 20 meters into the domain. A hail of ice spikes, powerful enough to freeze the earth, had become harmless shards of ice after traveling 30 meters into the field. Finally, a full 10 meters away from Jiangshang, the saturated assault unleashed by over 100 prodigies was utterly disintegrated, vanishing into nothingness. Not even a ripple was stirred. Yet, this was not the end. The true terror of the divine demon domain had only just begun to manifest. The instant all attacks were shattered, every student within the domain's reach felt a bone-chilling dread and suppression emanating from the depths of their souls and bloodlines. As if they had transformed from lofty hunters into lowly ants gazed upon by gods. The speed at which spiritual energy circulated within their bodies was instantly suppressed by over 30%. The weaker spirit beasts beneath their feet couldn't even withstand this overwhelming pressure. Whoa! Amidst waves of mournful cries, over a dozen C and D rank beasts collapsed, their legs giving way as they foamed at the mouth and fell limp to the ground, utterly incapacitated. What on earth was this? The greedy, cruel grins on everyone's faces vanished without a trace, replaced instead by utter terror and bewilderment. A domain. This is a domain? A student from a prominent family, well-traveled and knowledgeable, cried out in a trembling voice. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Only a 5th tier or higher beast master could possibly begin to master their own domain. How could a mere 4th tier beast tamer possess a domain? Chapter 52, Your Opponent is Me. Everyone was utterly stunned by this revelation. Deep within the distant forest, Wang Xiao, who had been planning to sit back and watch the two fight it out, was utterly horrified. No! He stared intently at the small figure, his voice filled with disbelief. This isn't a complete domain. It's a unique force field innate to his bloodline. But a storm of terror raged within his heart, more violent than that of anyone else. A bloodline force field from a 4th tier beast tamer, how could it be this powerful? Powerful enough to instantly shatter the concentrated attacks of over 100 geniuses of the same tier? This utterly defied his comprehension. Amidst the horrified stares of everyone present, amidst the deathly silence that gripped the entire arena, the golden figure standing at the eye of the storm, not a speck of dust on his robes, slowly raised his head. A cold, cruel curve formed at the corners of his mouth. In the next instant, his form vanished from where he stood. Everyone's heart sank. Quick! Run! Escape his domain! Get out of this hellhole! After a brief, deathly silence, the so-called hunting alliance composed of over 100 prodigies collapsed completely. Gone was the arrogance and unity they had displayed when surrounding Lin Xingyao. They scrambled desperately, fleeing madly toward the edge of the domain. However, the game is over. Zhang Shang's icy voice echoed in everyone's ears. Within the confines of the divine demon domain, his speed reached its absolute limit. His figure slowly faded from the spot before reappearing dozens of meters away, right behind a student desperately fleeing for his life. That student was a defense-specialized beastmaster. His lifebound beast, the basalt turtle, was holding up a thick rock shield, firmly protecting him within. His own body was further reinforced by 3 layers of protective spiritual light, each of a different elemental attribute. He was confident that even a late-stage 4th tier powerhouse couldn't breach his absolute defense in the short term. Yet, sensing the presence behind him, he spun around in terror. All he saw were a pair of pure golden eyes, their depths swirling with blood-red stars, gazing at him with utter indifference. And a finger, enveloped in black gold flames, slowly extending toward him. That finger carried no earth-shattering might. It merely tapped lightly upon his prideful, layered defenses. Pop. A soft pop. Rock shields, spirit energy domes, those so-called absolute defenses shattered like paper before that seemingly ordinary finger, vanishing into nothingness in an instant. The student stared blankly at the scene, his mind going completely blank. Then, a soft white light enveloped him. He was teleported out of the arena. Ding! Eliminated 1 participant, earned plus 100 points. The system notification echoed in Zhang Shang's mind. This was merely the beginning. Zhang Shang's figure, like a grim reaper walking among mortals, began his harvest within this domain he now commanded. Whether facing warriors skilled in brute force or assassins with elusive footwork, no matter how formidable their defenses. Before that seemingly ordinary finger, now imbued with the power of the divine demon domain, all defenses proved utterly meaningless. Defenses shattered in an instant. Then, a flash of white light eliminated. Ding! Earned plus 120 points. Ding! Earned plus 90 points. Ding! Earned plus 150 points. The so-called hunting alliance had now completely collapsed, reduced to a one-sided, utterly predictable slaughter. Screams of terror and cries of despair echoed in waves. Yet this stirred not a ripple in Jiang Shang's heart. From the moment these people chose to unite and bare their fangs against him and Lin Qingyao, their fate had been sealed. As Jiang Shang tore through the ranks like a tiger among sheep, ruthlessly reaping points, Shang Guanyun, who had always hovered on the periphery of the battlefield, observing coldly from the sidelines. And thousands of meters away, hidden deep within the dense forest, Wang Xiao. These two top-tier prodigies, each harboring their own dark schemes and equally ruthless, moved in unison at this very moment. They both seized the exact same opening. The moment when Jiang Shang, preoccupied with pursuing other students, had his guard down and his back completely exposed. In their eyes, this was the perfect opportunity for a decisive strike. Now! A smug, savage grin flashed across Shang Guanyun's eyes. The S-rank shadow nightmare beast beside him instantly transformed into a silent, shadowy figure, merging into the mottled shadows beneath Jiang Shang's feet, shadows torn by the branches and leaves of the trees. Like a top-tier assassin fused with the darkness itself, it prepared to launch a fatal soul-piercing backstab from within Jiang Shang's shadow. At that very instant, above, Wang Zhao's long-prepared A-plus-class storm dragon eagle let out a roar that pierced the clouds and shattered rocks. With a violent flap of its wings, it conjured a colossal tornado storm that reached from heaven to earth. Like the scourge of a divine punishment, the whirlwind descended from the heavens, laden with countless razor-sharp wind blades, sealing off every possible escape route above and around Jiang Shang. Above and below. Physical and spiritual. This was a long-planned, flawless, deadly pincer attack. Die, you accursed monkey! Shang Guanyun and Wang Zhao's faces simultaneously twisted into cruel, triumphant grins. In their eyes, no matter how bizarre or powerful this monkey might be, there was absolutely no chance of survival under the combined lethal assault of two peak-tier powerhouses. However, just as Shang Guanyun's nightmare beast was about to launch its fatal strike from the shadows, just as Wang Zhao's tornado storm was about to completely engulf Jiang Shang, boom! A furious purple thunderbolt, brimming with destructive energy, erupted from the dense forest to the side like a divine sword descending from the heavens. Its target was not Jiang Shang, nor the tornado storm in the sky, but rather the shadow beneath Jiang Shang's feet, which Shang Guanyun was about to strike. Boom! Purple lightning struck the shadow with brutal force. The ground instantly erupted into a massive scorched crater, earth flying everywhere. A piercing, agonized soul-shrieking wail erupted from the shattered shadow. The S-rank shadow nightmare beast was violently torn from its stealth state by this thunderbolt, brimming with the purest, most potent yang energy. Its illusory body, composed of shadows, now grew dim and flickered violently, clearly suffering severe damage. This sudden counterattack had rendered Shang Guanyun's decisive, sure kill strike utterly futile. Who? The savage grin on Shang Guanyun's face froze instantly, replaced by boundless shock and fury. He whipped his head around, staring toward the direction the thunderbolt had come from. There, at the edge of the battlefield not far away, a figure shrouded in purple lightning arcs, wielding a spear formed entirely of thunderous energy and possessing an icy gaze, had appeared there at some unknown moment. It was Lei Ao. He did not look at Jiang Shang, nor did he look at Wang Xiao. His gaze locked dead set on Shang Guanyun, whose face twisted in fury after his failed ambush. Slowly raising his thunder spear, he pointed it at the target from afar. In a voice that brooked no argument, brimming with boundless fighting spirit, he spoke each word deliberately. Your opponent is me. Chapter 53, Rats in the Gutter. Lei Ao. From the sky above, Wang Zhao's roar, filled with fury, echoed. He couldn't fathom how this defeated foe crushed beneath that monkey's weight in the trial tower dared to emerge and disrupt matters at this most critical juncture. Below, Shang Guanyun's handsome face, usually adorned with a gentle smile, darkened completely. Gazing at the figure holding the thunder spear, enveloped in swirling lightning and radiating fierce combat intent, he spoke in an icy tone. Lei Ao, I bear no grudge against you. Are you certain you wish to oppose me for the sake of this monkey? Facing the murderous glances from both formidable foes, Lei Ao remained utterly unfazed. The lightning spear in his hand pointed first toward Wang Xiao in the sky, then toward Shang Guanyun on the ground, finally settling on the golden figure that had begun reaping the entire battlefield. He let out a long laugh, filled with arrogance and battle intent. He and I have an unfinished wager. Until I defeat him with my own hands, fair and square. Lei Ao's voice rang out, powerful and resonant, echoing throughout the entire forest. No one shall lay a finger on him using such underhanded tactics. These words ignited the already chaotic battlefield. Fine. Very well, Lei Ao. Since you all wish to die, I shall start by dealing with you, the most irritating monkey in the way. Wang Xiao laughed bitterly in rage. Ignoring the ground battle, he commanded his storm dragon eagle to unleash the full fury of the massive tornado it had conjured upon Jiang Shang, who was slaughtering his way through the crowd. Shang Guanyun, after one last glance at Lei Ao, whose resolve was now unshakable, abandoned his plan to ambush Zhang Shang. A cold, ruthless gleam flashed in his eyes. Since you're so eager to play the hero and rescue the damsel in distress, I'll send you on your way first. Shadow Nightmare Beast, kill him. In an instant, the scene erupted into a three-way melee. Facing the tornado storm descending from the heavens, powerful enough to tear everything to shreds, Zhang Shang merely lifted his head and gave it a cold, dismissive glance. His figure moved without the slightest hesitation. After effortlessly shattering another student's defense with a single finger, eliminating them from the contest, his legs suddenly thrust off the ground. Boom! The ground instantly exploded into a massive crater. His small figure transformed into a black gold streak of light, defying the current as he charged skyward, confronting the colossal tornado head-on. He leapt onto a towering ancient tree beside him, one so massive it would take dozens to encircle it, and with agile movements, darted swiftly through the dense foliage as if walking on level ground. The storm eagle circled high above, unleashing countless razor-sharp wind blades that sliced through vast swaths of canopy, reducing them to splintered debris as wood chips flew everywhere. Meanwhile, Zhang Shang, relying on the ghostly agility of the spirit monkey technique, narrowly evaded every single attack. Like the ultimate assassin, he relentlessly exploited the complex terrain, rapidly closing the distance between himself and the sky's sovereign. Meanwhile, the battle on the ground reached a fever pitch. Lei Ao and Shang Guanyun, two prodigies ranked among the top 3 newcomers, finally clashed head-on. Overconfident fool. I'll show you that attacks on the spirit and soul are the most noble form of combat. Shang Guanyun wore a cold smile. The S-rank Shadow Nightmare Beast beside him dissolved into a silent, writhing mass of shadow, merging seamlessly with the ground. In the next instant, waves of invisible, malevolent, and ominous cursed energy along with soul-shredding mental assaults surged madly toward Lei Ao from all directions. These attacks were formless and intangible, impossible to guard against. Yet Lei Ao watched it all unfold, a cold, disdainful sneer spreading across his face. Rats lurking in the sewers deserve to be utterly purified by the resounding thunder of heaven. He thrust his lightning spear violently into the ground. Roar! The purple lightning lion beside him let out a roar filled with sacred majesty, shaking the heavens. Thunder domain. Open. Boom. Thick purple lightning bolts erupted from his body and that of his companion, spreading wildly outward to form an absolute domain over 50 meters in diameter, a realm composed entirely of pure thunderous energy. All cursed energies and psychic assaults that dared to invade the thunder domain were instantly vaporized and purified the moment they touched the supremely potent, supremely yang lightning force, like ice meeting the blazing sun without even a ripple to disturb the air. The power of thunder and lightning is precisely the greatest nemesis of these insidious and devious attacks. The two combatants and their beasts locked in a fierce stalemate upon this small battlefield, neither able to gain the upper hand for the moment. For S-rank beasts, or rather, beasts of power approaching S-rank. For supreme prodigies standing at the pinnacle of all newcomers. Within this relatively confined space, earth-shattering energy fluctuations erupted. Thunder. Storms. Divine and demonic power. Nightmarish curses. The raging energy plunged the area into utter darkness, obscuring even the sun and moon. Even the other newcomers in the distance had long since been driven far away by the terrifying aftershocks of this battle, not daring to approach even an inch. Yet, just as the 4 of them were locked in fierce combat, their battle reaching a boiling point, the earth beneath their feet began to violently tremble without warning. No! This was no ordinary tremor. The entire 10,000 Beasts Island, this colossal great as secret realm, was trembling. It was wailing. As if a primordial beast, imprisoned for eons, was about to awaken from the island's deepest depths. What's happening? The 4 combatants halted their fierce battle simultaneously, gazing around in stunned disbelief. They saw that in the distant forests, countless beasts regardless of rank had plunged into utter panic. Like headless flies, they were frantically fleeing toward the island's edges. Above, the skies darkened. The once clear heavens turned blood red within mere seconds. And right at the very center of their battlefield, the ground, already ravaged by their battle energies, began to slowly crack open. An immense, ancient stone monument, composed entirely of an unknown dark blue rock, slowly rose from the earth. Standing 100 meters tall, it resembled a silent, ancient giant, quietly towering between heaven and earth. Its surface was densely covered in ancient pictographic runes. Now, as if stirred by the frenzied battle energy unleashed by the 4, those ancient symbols began to glow with an ominous, blood-red light. As the crimson glow intensified, the entire scene of 10,000 Beasts Island, the sky, the earth, the trees, began to flicker violently. Chapter 54, That Ghostly Thing. The next instant, a cold, ancient, and strange voice echoed throughout every corner of the island. Warning! Warning! Ancient Seal Number 3, energy level below safety threshold. Seal protocol passively triggered. Initiating purification protocol. All trial participants reclassified as invaders. The moment the voice finished speaking, the massive stone monument, radiating a blood-red glow, suddenly blazed with intensified light. The ground before the steel began violently undulating and coalescing. Countless rocks, mingled with crimson light, slowly coalesced into form. A monstrous humanoid statue, standing 10 meters tall and wielding a massive axe, composed entirely of rock and light, slowly rose to its feet before the utterly horrified gazes of the four. The instant it took shape, a terrifying energy fluctuation erupted from its body, suffocating every prodigy present. That was none other than 5th tier. Whether it was the once arrogant Wang Xiao, the cunning Shangguan Yun, or the fiercely determined Lei Ao, all now felt profound insignificance and helplessness in the face of this absolute power, a sensation that shook their very souls. Their petty rivalries and grudges seemed laughably trivial and childish before this ancient guardian. Yet this terrifying demon statue, awakened by the purification program, seemed utterly oblivious to the four strongest freshmen battling fiercely beneath its feet. In its eyes, these so-called prodigies appeared no different from the ordinary students in the distance. Its enormous, single eye, composed of crimson light, slowly swept the area. Finally, its gaze locked onto a dense forest in the distance. There, a dozen or so unfortunate students, trembling in terror at this earth-shattering upheaval, dared neither approach nor flee. They huddled together, watching the battle unfold. The instant that gaze locked onto them, the hearts of those dozen students all skipped a beat. An indescribable terror, like being targeted by a natural predator, instantly gripped them. "Run, run!" A desperate scream erupted from someone among them. They cared for nothing else now, desperately summoning their beasts and turning to flee this place of trouble. But it was too late. The purifier statue slowly raised its massive axe, larger than a door panel. With a casual, light swing. Without any earth-shattering roar. Only a pure, crescent-shaped blade of white light flashed from the axe's edge. The blade's speed wasn't particularly fast. Yet every powerful being present could distinctly sense that wherever the blade passed, the laws of space underwent a subtle distortion, rendering evasion utterly impossible. The next instant, under the horrified gazes of all present, the crescent-shaped blade sliced through the dense forest. No explosion. No thunderous roar. Not even a scream. Those dozen or so prodigies from various clans, along with their prized soul-bound beasts and the vast expanse of dense primeval forest behind them, were utterly obliterated the instant they touched the blade of light. As if they had never existed at all. All that remained was a vast, mirror-smooth semicircular fault line at the site, bearing witness to the sheer terror of that single strike. Simultaneously, the identity bracelets of every surviving student on the island vibrated violently. A brand new name, radiating a blood-red glow, burst onto the leaderboard. First place, Guardian Purification Program. Points, 12,000. A single strike. It had already surpassed the combined total of all previous scores. This single blow shattered the last shred of hope for any student clinging to false optimism. This was no longer a trial. This wasn't some bull qualification battle. It was an indiscriminate purge targeting every single one of them, the invaders. I refuse to believe it. Wang Xiao watched the scene unfold, his eyes bloodshot. Pride and fear twisted his handsome features into a grimace. "You phony god impersonator. I refuse to believe this stone lump of yours is truly invincible." He roared in fury, commanding his storm dragon eagle, which had only just recovered from its earlier terror. "Attack! Use your strongest storm judgment and tear it to shreds." Screech! The storm dragon eagle let out a defiant cry. Though instinctively terrified of the demon statue, it soared skyward at its master's command. A colossal azure wind blade, channeling the full might of its A+ bloodline, descended like a blade of judgment from the heavens, slashing viciously at the purifier golem's head. Yet, facing this full power strike capable of gravely wounding a peak 4th tier powerhouse, the demon statue didn't even bother to flinch. Clang! The massive wind blade struck its body squarely. Yet it left only a faint, almost imperceptible white mark upon its ancient, rock-like form. The next instant, the white mark vanished, as if it had never been there. And this strike seemed to have thoroughly enraged the silent guardian. Its enormous single eye slowly turned toward the storm dragon hawk in the sky. Then, it unleashed a backfist strike toward the heavens. Boom! A solid, pure energy cannon instantly tore through the sky, striking the storm dragon eagle that was still flaunting its might. Screech! The storm dragon eagle let out a piercing, agonized howl. Its massive body, billowing with smoke, plummeted helplessly from the sky, one wing nearly shattered clean off by that single punch. Put! Wang Xiao coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face frozen in disbelief. Attack together. On the other side, Shangguan Yun and Lei Ao struck simultaneously. Shangguan Yun's shadow nightmare beast transformed into an intangible shadow, unleashing its most powerful soul-piercing attack upon the demon statue. Lei Ao's purple lightning mad lion unleashed its most ferocious thunderbolts, crashing into the demon statue's chest. Yet the soul attack vanished like a stone into the sea, eliciting not the slightest reaction. The furious thunder merely sparked insignificant sparks upon its surface. Their attacks proved utterly ineffective against this 5th-tier purifier golem. Just as the golem slowly raised its massive axe, preparing to purify the 4 pesky insects at its feet that kept taunting it, Jiang Shang, who had remained silent all along, his golden pupils flickering with crimson stars, was frantically calculating. Divine Demon's shattering gaze. Within his vision, the golem's seemingly impenetrable body, composed of pure energy, was not flawless. He pierced through that thick energy shell and saw the incredibly intricate network of energy channels within. Finally, his gaze locked onto an incredibly hidden energy supply line. That line connected the very core of the demon statue's chest to the immense ancient stone monument in the distance. So that was it. This demon statue was not an independent life form at all. It was merely a controlled puppet. A tool executing a purification program. And its energy source was none other than that sealed steel, activated by the energy from their previous battle. Attacking its body was utterly pointless. Chapter 55, Who will be the bait? Realizing all this, as the deathly axe swung high overhead, Jiang Shang knew there was no time left for hesitation. He held nothing back, condensing his immense, mid-4th tier spiritual power into a single beam. Then, in the most direct manner possible, he forcibly addressed everyone present, including his enemies. Stop. Attacking its body is useless. This mental roar thundered like a bolt of lightning, exploding simultaneously within the minds of Lin Qingyao, Lei Ao, Shang Wanyun, Wang Xiao, and every survivor in the distance. Its energy source is that stone monument in the distance. Everyone listen. If you want to live, do as I say. Jiang Shang's voice carried an authority that brooked no argument. We must now unite to attack that stone monument. Sever its energy linked to this demon statue, and it becomes nothing but a pile of broken stones. Otherwise, not a single soul will walk out of here alive today. These words struck like a bolt of lightning, instantly revealing the critical solution to everyone. But at that very moment, the purifier demon statue, which had been raising its massive axe to deliver a fatal blow, suddenly froze in mid-motion. Its enormous single eye slowly turned. It ignored Lei Ao, who was attacking it. It ignored the gravely wounded Wang Xiao. It ignored the treacherous Shang Wanyun. Its gaze locked dead center on the golden divine ape, the only being in the arena who had seen through all its secrets. Boom! A terrifying aura, filled with boundless killing intent and at least 10 times more powerful than before, erupted from the golem's body. A blazing red light surged within the purifier demon statue's enormous single eye. It abandoned all other intruders, channeling every ounce of its energy into a single, focused surge. The next instant, an energy beam several times more terrifying than the one fired at the storm dragon eagle tore through the air, blasting forth with a thunderous roar. Wherever the beam passed, space itself twisted violently. Watch out! Lin Qingyao let out a heart-wrenching scream. She tried to rush forward, but the residual energy ripples pinned her to the spot, leaving her utterly immobilized. Facing this inescapable, lethal strike imbued with 5th tier power, not a trace of fear flickered in Jiang Shang's golden divine demon eyes. Only calmness. To endure it head-on meant certain death. He understood clearly that the chasm between his early 4th tier cultivation and this 5th tier guardian was as vast as a natural barrier. But who said he had to endure it head-on? Roar! Just as the beam cannon was about to engulf him, Jiang Shang unleashed, emulate heaven and earth, once more. His colossal ape Dharma form once again appeared before everyone, towering as if to pierce the heavens and span the earth. But he did this not to become a larger target. Rather, it was to harness the explosive surge of power sufficient to bend the laws themselves in the instant of transformation. Divine Demon Domain. Condense. Instead of spreading the formless divine demon realm, he compressed its corrosive, warped law energy to its absolute limit. Using cunning to overcome brute force. He intended to use this insignificant singularity to leverage the terrifying light cannon capable of obliterating mountains and rivers. The next second, the energy cannon collided with that tiny singularity. There was no earth-shattering explosion. That raging beam of light, seemingly poised to obliterate everything, actually deflected at an angle the instant it touched the singularity. This minuscule deflection became the dividing line between life and death. The massive energy beam whizzed past, grazing the shoulder of the giant ape Jiang Shang. The furious energy still scorched away a large chunk of flesh from his shoulder, along with the black gold fur, vaporizing it into nothingness. Yet, he had ultimately evaded that fatal core strike. Boom! The energy cannon, deflected by his skillful maneuver, continued its unabated trajectory, crashing violently into a towering hill on Beast Island thousands of meters away. In a deafening, blinding flash of white light, that mountain, standing for untold ages, along with all its vegetation and living creatures, was utterly erased from existence. Gazing at the vanished peak, then at the giant ape figure standing unyielding despite blood streaming down its shoulder, every single person present felt a profound sense of helplessness. This was the power of a 5th tier being. This was the intellect and audacity of this monstrous being. Attacking its body is useless. Its energy source is that stone tablet. That is our only chance to survive. Jiang Shang, gritting his teeth against excruciating pain, once again projected his discovery and plan into the minds of every survivor using his psychic power. Yet, the response he received was not a united roar of fury. Follow orders from a monkey? Are you insane, or am I? Wang Xiao roared furiously, dodging the shockwaves scattered by the demon statue's attack with utter desperation. Follow the orders of a monkey he considered a target for execution? The pride of the Wang family would never permit such a thing. Meanwhile, Shang Guanyun, who had maintained an air of refined politeness, now offered a seductive smile as her soft, insinuating voice drifted over. Your plan sounds promising. But why should we trust you? She scanned the hesitant students around her, subtly sowing doubt. What if you just want us to be cannon fodder to draw fire? You, on the other hand, are just sitting back and reaping the benefits? This remark instantly struck a chord with everyone present. Indeed, no one was foolish. That demon statue was so terrifying whoever charged first to attack the stone tablet would inevitably become its primary target. Who would want to be the first to stick their neck out? Who would want to do someone else's dirty work? His method is the only one with a chance of success right now. Just as panic gripped the crowd and the alliance teetered on collapse, Lei Ao spoke with unflappable calm. Analyzing the battle situation, he cut straight to the heart of the matter. But this plan carries far too great a risk. Who will be the bait to draw the full firepower of the golem? This question silenced everyone. Indeed. Who would be the decoy? To be the decoy meant facing the 5th-tier golem's most ferocious and relentless assault alone. That wasn't a 1 in 1,000 chance of survival. It was a suicide mission. No one is willing to throw themselves into certain death, even for a sliver of hope. Watching this group of human prodigies, still scheming and acting selfishly even at the brink of life and death. Contempt flashed in the giant ape Jiang Shang's eyes. He knew he couldn't wait any longer. Every second of hesitation meant another fraction of their chance for survival slipping away. Roar! He wasted no more words. He unleashed a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, his enormous golden pupils locking onto the purifier demon statue poised to strike again. His mountain-like frame did not retreat, it advanced. Under the stunned gazes of all present, he charged headlong toward the terrifying 5th-tier demon statue. Chapter 56, waiting for you both to weaken each other. Boom! His fist slammed viciously into the statue's incredibly hard chest. The blow inflicted no tangible damage, not even leaving a white mark. But this punch was the most direct, the most blatant provocation. Sure enough, the purifier golem's enormous single eye instantly filled with boundless fury. It abandoned all other targets completely. It focused all its killing intent, all its hatred, solely on the golden ape before it. I am the bait. At that very moment, Jiang Shang's cold, resolute voice echoed in the minds of everyone present. You have only 10 seconds. Either strike now. Use your fullest strength to attack that stone monument. Or join me in waiting here for death. As the words fell, the purifier demon statue unleashed a storm of relentless attacks. A colossal stone axe, wielding power that tore through space itself, struck Jiang Shang's body again and again. Solidified energy cannons, one after another, exploded against his divine demonic body, tearing flesh and bone to shreds. The colossal ape Jiang Shang roared incessantly, wounded relentlessly by the frenzied assault. Golden divine blood spattered across the sky. Yet he did not retreat a single step. His seemingly shattered form cycled endlessly between tearing apart and healing, fueled by the terrifying self-regeneration of the divine demon body. Like an indestructible war god, standing tall between heaven and earth. Wang Xiao, Lei Ao, and Shang Guanyun stared dumbstruck at the utterly breathtaking scene before them. They watched the giant ape's back, bathed in blood yet standing firm against the relentless storm of attacks from the 5th-tier demon statue. Their hearts were struck by an unprecedented, violent shock. In that moment, they realized. The gap between themselves and this ape was not merely in the so-called bloodline and strength. It lay more profoundly in that unyielding resolve, the courage to sacrifice oneself as bait, the will to shoulder the fate of every single one of them. But they all knew Jiang Shang was right. This was their only chance. And their last chance. Move. The first to make the decision was Lei Ao. The fierce pride and battle lust of a true warrior within him had been utterly ignited by Jiang Shang's insane act of using himself as bait. He could lose, but he would never hide behind others like a coward, waiting for death. Roar! He roared with fury, channeling every ounce of his spiritual energy into his comrades beside him. The purple lightning mad lion beside him, seemingly sensing its master's resolve, let out a thunderous roar. In the next instant, man and beast merged into one, transforming into a thunderous divine spear tens of meters long, its entire form forged from the most ferocious purple lightning energy. Purple lightning spear. Shatter them. Lei Ao's voice echoed across the heavens. The thunder divine spear, trailing a long, fiery tail, pierced straight toward the massive stone steel in the distance, striking the most crucial energy connection line between it and the purifier demon statue. Damn it! High above, Wang Xiao watched Lei Ao already in action, then glanced at Jiang Shang still stubbornly withstanding the demon statue's assault. His face turned pale and green, but in the end, he gritted his teeth. He hated that monkey to the core. But he hated dying even more. He knew that if Jiang Shang fell, they would be next. Storm Dragon Eagle. He roared in frustration, used the wind god's barrier to block its perception. Create an opening for Lei Ao. In the end, he made the most rational choice. Screech. The storm dragon eagle let out a piercing cry that rent the clouds and shattered rocks. Its wounded wings flapped furiously, whipping up a colossal sandstorm that obscured the sky. The sandstorm acted as a colossal barrier, instantly severing the purifier golem's line of sight to Lei Ao. It could no longer immediately lock onto the enemy threatening its core. Well done. On the ground, Lin Qingyao's beautiful eyes lit up at the sight. Without the slightest hesitation, she unleashed all the precious 4th-tier support talismans her father had entrusted to her, as if they were worthless. 4th-tier Swiftness Talisman. Speed. 4th-tier Armor-piercing Talisman. Penetrate. 4th-tier Sharp Metal Talisman. Edge. Streams of light, each with pinpoint precision, all imbued onto the Thunder God Spear that was already nearing its target. Empowered by 3 layers of enchantment, the Thunder Divine Spear blazed with intense radiance, its speed surging once more. At its tip, a terrifying point of sharpness coalesced capable of piercing through anything. At this moment, everyone's hopes rested on Lei Ao's all-out strike. Yet none of them noticed. At the most chaotic edge of the battlefield, Shang Guanyun, who had maintained an air of refined politeness as if preparing to assist in the attack, flashed a venomous, calculating gleam deep within his soft, feminine eyes. He watched Lei Ao, whose entire focus was fixed ahead, leaving his back wide open and utterly defenseless. Then he glanced at the giant ape Zhang Shang, already at the end of his strength, enduring the demon statue's most frenzied assault. A viciously cunning plan, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, had already taken shape in his mind. Fools. A bunch of fools who only know brute force. A cruel curve lifted the corners of Shang Guanyun's mouth. When you've exhausted every ounce of strength and both sides are left battered and broken. It's me, Shang Guanyun, reaping everything. With a flicker of his thoughts, his S-rank Shadow Nightmare Beast slipped silently into the shadows behind Lei Ao. Boom! Finally! The Thunder God Spear, channeling the combined might of Lei Ao, Wang Xiao, and Lin Qingyao, slammed squarely into the crimson energy line connecting the demon statue to the stone tablet. The entire 10,000 Beasts Island shook violently. That seemingly indestructible energy line actually emitted a wail of strain under the impact, revealing a barely perceptible crack. Roar! The purifier demon statue, which had been furiously attacking Zhang Shang, suddenly halted its movements. Its enormous single eye revealed a mix of rage and agony. Its power faltered momentarily. Success! Witnessing this, every surviving student's face lit up with the wild joy of having narrowly escaped death. And at that very instant, just as Lei Ao's old strength had exhausted itself and new strength had yet to arise, in that instant of utmost vulnerability. Right now, a savage gleam erupted in Shang Guanyun's eyes. The moment he had waited for so long had finally arrived. Die! From the shadows behind him, the long-lurking nightmare beast instantly transformed into a silent, shadowy dagger. Forged from the purest essence of soul curse energy, the dagger pierced through any physical defense. It plunged toward Lei Ao's completely unguarded back. Had this strike landed, Lei Ao would not only have died instantly, but his very soul would have been dragged into an endless nightmare, doomed to eternal torment. Insidious. Vicious. Chapter 57, A Feast. However, just as the shadow dagger was about to touch Lei Ao's back, a black gold energy thread, nearly indistinguishable from the surrounding darkness, shot through the air with a speed that defied its delayed release. Divine Demon Stab. That seemingly insignificant thread of energy contained Zhang Shang's supremely domineering divine demon domain power, compressed to its absolute limit. It made no thunderous roar, nor did it blaze with dazzling light. Gently, it pinned itself onto the shadow dagger that was about to strike its target. The next instant. Pop. A soft pop, like a bubble bursting. The shadow dagger, unleashed with full force by the S-rank nightmare beast and imbued with a vicious curse, upon contact with that black gold thread, reacted as if encountering its natural enemy. It couldn't even struggle. Instantly eroded and purified by the overwhelming divine demonic power within, it dissolved into a wisp of smoke, vanishing without a trace. At the same moment, beside Shang Guanyun, the shadow nightmare beast let out a piercing, soul-wrenching wail. Staggering out of its stealth state, its ethereal form grew eerily dim, clearly suffering severe backlash. What? The smile on Shang Guanyun's face froze completely. He stared at the scene in disbelief, struck as if by lightning. His ultimate killing blow. Had it truly been countered like this? Just as shock and fury overwhelmed him, his mind reeling. A cold, piercing thought exploded directly within his mind. I told you. Don't try any tricks in front of me. I told you. Don't try any tricks in front of me. However, Shang Guanyun had no time left to ponder these words. For another aura, brimming with boundless fury and murderous intent, had locked onto him. Shang Guanyun. A roar filled with fury erupted from his side. Lei Ao finally snapped out of the shock of the previous perilous moment. He wasn't stupid. He had clearly sensed the fleeting soul fluctuation behind him, filled with malice and murderous intent. He instantly understood, while he had been fighting with every ounce of strength to secure a sliver of hope for everyone. This so-called ally of his, this hypocrite ranked first on the newcomer list, had stabbed him in the back with a fatal blow. You are asking for death. Lei Ao's eyes instantly turned red. He could accept a fair duel. Even death in battle was the glory of the strong. But he would never tolerate, nor forgive, such a despicable, cowardly betrayal striking from the shadows. Without hesitation, he abandoned his assault on the ancient stone monument. He spun violently, redirecting the thunder dragon formed from the purple lightning spear and channeling all his power to point its tip directly at Shang Wanyun, whose face had turned ashen as he prepared to retreat. Lei Ao. Have you lost your mind? Is this the time for infighting? Shang Wanyun screamed in sheer terror as the furious thunder dragon, carrying boundless rage, charged toward him. Our common enemy now is that demon statue. He attempted to bind Lei Ao, whose mind was clouded by rage, with the weight of greater justice. But just as he prepared to summon his beast mount to evade the attack, Jiang Shang, the colossal ape who had been enduring the demon statue's relentless assaults and seemed overwhelmed, suddenly moved. He raised his massive paw and slammed it down onto the ground with tremendous force. Boom! The earth seemed to come alive. Beneath Shang Wanyun's feet, the ground surged upward violently. Countless rocks and clods of earth, as if possessed by a life force of their own, instantly coalesced into an impregnable makeshift earthen prison. It trapped Shang Wanyun, who had been preparing to dodge, along with his wounded shadow nightmare beast, dead to the spot. What? Despair washed over Shang Wanyun's face. At that very moment, Jiang Shang's emotionless command reached Lei Ao, who had already closed in for the kill. A traitor has no right to share in the fruits of victory. He is yours. This was tacit approval. Lei Ao instantly grasped Jiang Shang's meaning. He let out a long, triumphant howl. Very well. He hesitated no longer. Thunder Dragon's wrath. Purify him completely. No. Amidst Shang Wanyun's howl of bitter resentment and despair, the raging purple thunder dragon, wielding world-shattering might, violently engulfed the tiny earthen prison along with everything within it in its maw. Boom! Blinding purple lightning erupted with a deafening roar at the center of the battlefield. When the light faded, only a bottomless, scorched crater remained. As for Shang Wanyun and his S-rank shadow nightmare beast, they had long since vanished into two streaks of white light, eliminated from the contest without leaving even a speck of ash behind. Cleansing the ranks. With Jiang Shang's tacit approval and assistance, Lei Ao personally eliminated this treacherous traitor harboring ulterior motives. Yet the tide of battle did not turn in their favor. Quite the opposite. It grew even more perilous. Even more deadly. Roar! The purifier demon statue, severely damaged by the energy line connecting to its core, let out a silent roar filled with agony and rage. Its movements were no longer steady and deliberate, but instead became wildly chaotic and frenzied. The red light representing reason within its single eye was being replaced by a purer, more destructive white light. It had entered its final, uncontrollable frenzy. Clang! With a thunderous crash, it deliberately discarded the equally formidable stone battle axe in its grasp. For it no longer needed such a cumbersome weapon. Snap! 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 Under the horrified stares of everyone present, the rock-hard chest armor of the golem began to crack layer by layer. Blindingly pure white light, so intense no one could look directly at it, burst forth from the cracks. Finally, its chest armor opened completely, like a lotus in full bloom, revealing an energy core pulsing violently, composed entirely of the purest, most primordial energy. The instant the core was exposed, a destructive aura far surpassing early 5th-tier power sufficient to make heaven and earth tremble began to spread wildly in all directions. It was about to self-detonate. It would use this energy core, accumulated over untold millennia, to utterly purify this region defiled by invaders along with every last one of them. Run, run for your lives. Watching this scene from afar, Wang Xiao was already terrified out of his wits, scrambling frantically to flee even farther away. It's going to take us all down with it. The sky, unnoticed, had been dyed an eerie blood red by that destructive energy. The earth groaned under the crushing weight of this unmatched pressure, cracking and collapsing relentlessly. Every surviving student, including the high-speed guard squad that had just arrived in the sky, felt profound despair at that moment. Just as everyone succumbed to despair, preparing to meet their end, Jiang Shang, the blood-soaked giant ape targeted as the primary objective of the demonic statue, gazed through his divine demon-shattering eyes. What he saw was not destruction. Instead, he beheld a feast unlike any he had ever known, one so immense it threatened to drive him mad. That core. Chapter 58, With my blood, summon the heavenly thunder. The energy contained within surpassed the combined total of everything he had devoured before, more vast, more pure. An unprecedented, ravenous desire instantly consumed his entire consciousness. If only he could devour it. His strength, his bloodline, everything about him would undergo another earth-shattering transformation. Thus, he made a decision even more insane than devouring the self-detonating entity before. The energy core swelling within the purifier's chest had reached its explosive threshold. The world-shattering energy caused the entire 10,000 Beasts Island to wail and tremble. The sky was stained a blood-red hue of utter despair. The earth cracked inch by inch under the unmatched pressure, as if it would shatter completely in the next second. It's over. Those two words echoed in everyone's mind. A calm thought transmitted itself into every mind. I can stop it. It was Jiang Sheng. This thought caused everyone to freeze in shock. Stop it? Stop a 5th-tier energy core in the midst of self-destruction? How is that even possible? But I need time.
Jiang Sheng's voice, leaving no room for doubt, continued to echo in their minds like a supreme commander's order on the battlefield.
3 seconds.
Use the strongest attack you can muster right now, at any cost, to strike that energy core in its chest.
Help me interrupt its self-destruct charge even if it only stalls for an instant. This plan sounded like pure fantasy. Are you insane?
Wang Xiao was the first to unleash a mental roar of terror and fury.
Attack an energy core mid-detonation? Are you trying to get us killed faster?
Any Beastmaster apprentice knows that would only make its energy more unstable, accelerating the explosion.
Why the hell should I listen to this monkey's nonsense and follow you to our deaths?
Lei Ao's face was also filled with struggle and hesitation.
This plan defied every combat principle he had ever known. This wasn't fighting, it was suicide. Yet,
just as these two so-called prodigies hesitated, paralyzed by fear and doubt,
one person moved. It was Lin Qingyao. She didn't even consider the plan's feasibility, nor did she understand why she was doing this.
But knowing it was Xiao Sheng's decision was enough.
That was enough. She had absolute, unreserved trust in her partner. All right. An unwavering resolve echoed in Jiang Sheng's mind.
The next moment, Lin Qingyao drew her final precious trump card from her spatial ring.
The top-tier 4th-rank offensive talisman, the Great Sunflame Dragon Talisman.
Without a moment's hesitation, she poured all her spiritual energy into it with frenzied intensity.
Then, summoning every ounce of strength, she let out a blood-curdling scream. Do as he says.
Before the words had fully left her mouth, the talisman shot from her hand, transforming into a 100-meter-long flame dragon that seemed poised to incinerate everything in its path. It roared as it charged toward the white sun.
Lei Ao and Wang Xiao both staggered violently. Damn it!
Wang Xiao stomped his foot fiercely, his eyes flashing with a maddened crimson.
Madman! You're all madmen.
Today, I'll go mad with you all. He bit down hard on his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of congealed blood that merged into his already gravely wounded Storm Dragon Eagle.
Storm Dragon Eagle! Put your very life on the line for me. Wrath of the Wind God Final Judgment.
Meanwhile, Lei Ao let out a deafening, earth-shaking roar.
All in.
He too ignited his own essence blood, merging with his purple lightning mad lion as one.
With my blood, I summon the thunder of heaven. Thunder Dragon, this is my final and most powerful strike.
3 colossal assaults, each fused with the lives and everything else staked by 3 peerless prodigies.
The Flaming Dragon. The Crimson Thunder Dragon. And the World-Shattering Storm.
At this moment, from 3 distinct directions, they simultaneously slammed into the violently pulsating energy core, on the verge of complete detonation.
Boom!
A terrifying shockwave erupted with a deafening roar. The energy core, which should have exploded completely.
Its imminent eruption actually experienced an extremely brief pause. Now!
Jiang Sheng, who had been waiting for this moment, flashed an intensely brilliant gleam in his eyes. He compressed every ounce of his power, all the might of his heaven-emulating, earth-shaping technique, every shred of divine and demonic energy within him, his very essence to its absolute limit inward. He condensed his entire being into a single point, a black gold stream of light that seemed capable of devouring all existence.
The next moment, amidst the utterly bewildered stares of everyone outside the arena,
that black gold streak of light plunged headlong into the energy core, poised to erupt once more.
He's gone mad. What was he doing? Buzz. The instant Jiang Sheng plunged into the energy core,
the purifier's colossal stone body began convulsing violently.
Within that enormous single eye, the all-consuming white light rapidly dimmed.
As if its very life, its energy, was being frantically drained from its core by some force. Using its own body as a furnace, devouring the divine. Jiang Sheng's consciousness was now immersed in an endless white ocean composed of the purest energy. The core of that 5th-tier purifier golem's self-detonation contained energy vastly more immense and far more delicious than anything he had ever devoured before. His divine demon body underwent an essential transformation under the scouring and tempering of this vast energy. The system's notification tones had long since coalesced into a joyous symphony within his mind.
Ding!
Detecting host consuming 5th-tier purifier core.
Ding! Divine demon body undergoing reshaping. Ding! Bloodline barrier is being breached. Ding!
The innate divine ability, emulate heaven and earth, is evolving toward perfection.
Ding! The innate divine ability, Demigod's Eye of Destruction, is absorbing fragments of the law of order, enhancing its might. It felt like an eternity, yet also like a mere instant. When Jiang Sheng devoured the last shred of primordial energy within that core. Boom! A domineering light of advancement erupted from his body, piercing the heavens. It was the light marking the official birth of an S-class bloodline. The light slowly dissipated. At this moment, Jiang Sheng's aura had firmly crossed the threshold into the realm of an S-class bloodline. The bloodline power of the primordial divine demon ape radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure from his entire being. At the very instant he completed his evolution. On Beast Island, the identity bracelets of all surviving students suddenly vibrated violently. They looked down in horror to see earth-shattering changes on the final ranking leaderboard. The name of the Guardian Purification Program, which had previously dominated the top spot with an overwhelmingly high score, vanished abruptly. Immediately, all the points it had accumulated were transferred to another name. First place, Anonymous. Final score, 5,888,000 points. Chapter 59, That's Calling for Trouble. 5,888,000. A staggering, earth-shattering figure that crushed all competition. This score far surpassed the combined total of all prodigies ranked from 2nd to 100th place on the leaderboard by several times over. Unprecedented in history and surely unmatched for generations to come. Before the crowd could recover from this mind-boggling figure, gentle beams of white light enveloped every surviving student on the island. The space shifted. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves back in the colossal central plaza at the heart of the academy. Tens of thousands of new and returning students had already gathered there. Without exception, every pair of eyes was fixed upon the 100-meter-tall final ranking screen at the plaza's center. As they beheld the final rankings, their numbers so numerous they nearly overflowed the screen. The entire plaza fell into a deathly silence that lasted a full 10 seconds. Then, a wave of disbelief and astonished murmurs erupted. 5,880,000? Did I see that right? Is the scoring unit wrong? Did they add 2 extra zeros at the end? Holy crap! Is this score even real? Did that guy called Anonymous single-handedly slaughter every beast on 10,000 Beasts Island? Unbelievable. Insane. How many years has it been since our nation's premier Beastmaster Academy produced such an overwhelmingly dominant prodigy? Who is this Anonymous? Quick! Look at the teleportation array. He's about to emerge. Under the gaze of the entire crowd. Under tens of thousands of gazes filled with curiosity and awe. The teleportation array at the square's center blazed with intense light. Lin Qingyao, cradling Zhang Shang, appeared in the square's center alongside Lei Ao, Wang Xiao, and the other survivors. Swish! 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 All eyes instantly focused on them. Upon the elevated platform, Lu Yan, the newborn sex chief mentor who had witnessed the entire event, found her own emotions equally unsettled for a long while. She took a deep breath, suppressing the shock within her heart, and flashed to the very front of the platform. Her gaze was incredibly complex as she looked down at the seemingly ordinary golden figure cradled in the young girl's arms. Then, infusing her voice with spiritual energy, she announced in a clear, resonant tone. I hereby declare. This year's freshman qualification battle has concluded successfully. The top-ranked participant. Her voice paused briefly, building anticipation to a fever pitch. Anonymous, the new recruit from Cloud City Zhang Shang. As the name was revealed, the entire venue erupted in excitement. Lu Yan ignored the roaring crowd below and continued announcing the champion's rewards. In accordance with the Academy's highest reward regulations, the champion of this qualifying tournament, Zhang Shang, shall receive the following rewards. First, 1 million Academy points. Whoosh! The crowd gasped at the staggering figure. 1 million points would grant any student absolute dominance within the Academy. Second, 1 A-class detached cultivation villa in the Celestial Pride Pavilion. Another wave of gasps. An A-grade villa in the Celestial Pride Pavilion was a privilege reserved solely for those ranked within the top 10 of the Qingyun rankings. Third, Lu Yan's voice rose higher. For the next month, top priority access to the 3 core cultivation facilities, the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, the Gravity Training Chamber, and the beast-taming evolution lab. Any one of these 3 rewards alone would be enough to drive every student present, new or old, absolutely mad with envy. And here they were, all 3 together. Below, Wang Xiao, Lei Ao, and the others stared at Zhang Shang, who now bore the weight of countless honors. Their eyes held only bitter resignation and a profound sense of helplessness at being utterly out of reach. They knew that from this day forward, they and that monkey were no longer of the same world. But this was not the end. Beyond that, Professor Lu Yan's gaze swept across the square, landing on the 2nd and 3rd year seniors who stood equally stunned. Finally, her gaze settled upon the massive, ancient board beside the freshman rankings, the very symbol of the Academy's highest honor. The Qingyun ranking. As the undisputed champion of this qualifying battle. You, Zhang Shang. You shall receive a privilege unprecedented for any freshman since the Academy's founding. That is, to issue a mandatory position swap challenge to any senior you see on the Qingyun ranking. This challenge cannot be refused. Victory means taking their place. Seize their rank, claim their glory, and claim all their resources. The announcement sent shockwaves through the entire hall. Especially among those whose names shone brightly on the Qingyun rankings, seniors who usually looked down their noses at everyone and basked in the adoration of their juniors. At that moment, their expressions changed in unison. All eyes turned to that small, golden figure, their gazes brimming with undisguised contempt. A freshman who had just enrolled? Daring to challenge the status they had fought for with countless blood and sweat? It was nothing short of a fool's fantasy. Under countless gazes filled with complex emotions, Professor Lu Yan slowly turned to face Jiang Shang and asked, "King of the freshmen, Jiang Shang, do you wish to exercise your right to challenge him now, before tens of thousands of faculty and students across the entire academy?" A thunderous uproar erupted across the entire central plaza. Challenge rights? A mandatory position swap challenge? Good heavens! Has there ever been such a precedent in the academy's history? A freshman challenging a senior ranked on the Qingyun list? Unheard of! This rule seems tailor-made for him. After a moment of stunned silence, tens of thousands of students, both freshmen and upperclassmen alike, turned their gaze toward the tiny golden figure perched on Lin Qingyao's shoulder. Especially among those whose names currently shown on the Qingyun rankings, seniors who usually commanded respect and admiration from juniors throughout the academy, their expressions were now a veritable spectacle. Most wore expressions of mocking anticipation, as if they were about to witness a spectacle. Oof. A freshman, no matter how gifted, just because he took first in the qualification battle, does he think he can turn the world upside down? A senior ranked 73rd on the Qingyun list sneered contemptuously at his companion. Exactly. He's only at mid-4th tier right now, while even the lowest ranked on our Qingyun list is at peak 4th tier. Not to mention those monsters ranked higher. Even if you gave him 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare challenge us true seniors in such a high-profile event. That wouldn't be a challenge, it'd be courting humiliation. Just watch. His most sensible choice is to humbly relinquish this privilege and return to solidify his cultivation first. That's what a smart person would do. The surrounding seniors nodded in agreement, their gazes toward Jiang Shang brimming with condescending disdain and indifference. Xiao Shang. Lin Qingyao also sensed the immense pressure. Feeling uneasy, she couldn't help but silently transmit her thoughts to Jiang Shang. Maybe we should hold back for now? You just completed your revolution, your power isn't fully consolidated yet. The rewards Professor Lu gave us are more than enough for our cultivation for a long time. There's no need to fight over this momentary pride. Chapter 60, I'll give you 10 seconds. In her view, Jiang Shang had already proven himself. What he needed most now was time, not more honors or risks. Yet, faced with Lin Qingyao's earnest pleas and the scornful, condescending stares from the surrounding seniors, Jiang Shang merely lifted his head calmly. His pure golden pupils, each flickering with an eerie crimson star, did not meet anyone's gaze. Instead, they swept across the towering 100-meter-high Qingyun ranking board, the symbol of the academy's highest glory. He ignored the names at the very bottom of the list, from the 100th to the 90th rank. The seniors his gaze brushed over first felt their hearts leap in terror, then secretly breathed sighs of relief. His gaze continued upward. 40th place. 30th place. 20th place. By this moment, the entire plaza had fallen completely silent. Everyone held their breath, staring blankly at the scene. They finally realized this monkey wasn't joking around. He had no intention of playing by the rules. Finally, under the gaze of tens of thousands, Jiang Shang's gaze finally came to a halt. It rested at the very top of the massive stone monument, the area representing the academy's 10 strongest individuals. Then, he extended his tiny paw. From afar, he pointed toward the name enveloped in a fiery golden glow. Seeing this gesture, Lin Qingyao's body trembled violently. But in the next instant, all her worries vanished, replaced instead by absolute trust and perfect understanding between partners. If this is your choice, then I shall be your sharpest blade. She drew a deep breath, channeling her SSS-tier psychic energy into her voice, proclaiming her partner's choice to the entire arena. We challenge the Qingyun rankings, 10th place, Senior Jean Lai. The moment those words left her lips, after 3 seconds of stunned silence, a tidal wave of murmurs erupted. He's mad. He must be mad. A freshman pointed at Jiang Shang on the stage, speechless with shock. A freshman who's barely been here a day wants to challenge the monster ranked 10th on the Qingyun list? Does he even know who Senior Jean Lai is? He's a 5th-year veteran powerhouse of our academy. A peak 5th-tier beast master. Exactly. I heard Senior Jean Lai's soul-bound beast, that a plus-grade molten gold Lion King, boasts defense unmatched among its peers in the entire academy. It once withstood the combined assault of 3 peak-tier opponents unscathed. This isn't a challenge. It's pure humiliation. He must have let that tiny victory go to his head. Not only the freshmen, but even the lofty upperclassmen were now in an uproar. The looks they shot at Jiang Shang had shifted from initial contempt to pity, as if gazing upon a complete fool. Yet amidst this clamor and uproar, a towering figure, radiating an intense aura of heat, slowly emerged from the front ranks of the seniors. His fiery red hair stood on end like flames. His entire being radiated a molten, fiery aura of overwhelming dominance. This was none other than Jean Lai, holder of the 10th rank on the Qingyun list. He pushed through the crowd onto the elevated platform, clenching his fists until his knuckles cracked audibly. Looking down from above at the tiny figure perched on Lin Xingyao's shoulder, he burst into a wildly arrogant laugh. Ha 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 ha. How amusing. Truly amusing. His laughter drowned out all murmurs in the arena. A weaned baby monkey dares to challenge a sleeping lion? Good. His laughter abruptly ceased, his eyes blazing with terrifying intensity. I accept your challenge. He extended a thick finger, pointing it at Zhang Shang. The arrogant posture was like a monarch bestowing favor upon his subject. I won't bully you, little one. I'll give you 10 seconds. If within 10 seconds, you can break through the defenses of my molten gold Lion King, then I admit defeat. Jean Lai's voice, brimming with arrogance and contempt, echoed across the entire central square. This was no ordinary wager. It was a humiliation from the 10th-ranked powerhouse of the Qingyun list toward a newcomer. It signified that, in Jean Lai's eyes, Zhang Shang didn't even possess the qualifications to approach his comrade and engage him in a fair fight. He's gone mad. Senior Jean Lai is way too arrogant. Arrogant? No, it's confidence. Absolute confidence in his own strength. That monkey is really going to hit a brick wall this time. Break the defense in 10 seconds? Don't be ridiculous. I'll bet that monkey won't even leave a scratch on that shield, even if he gives it his all. This is going to be a show. Let's see how this so-called most arrogant freshman in history ends up. The atmosphere in the entire arena was pushed to a fever pitch by this audacious 10-second challenge. Countless necks craned forward, waiting to witness how Zhang Shang, the newly crowned freshman king who just pulled off a miracle, would be brutally crushed and humiliated by the seasoned veterans. From the elevated platform, Professor Lu Yan fixed Zhang Shang with a piercing gaze. She saw no anger or retreat in those golden pupils. She asked no further questions. Since both challengers had agreed, she was the perfect arbiter. The challenge is accepted. Activate Academy Battle Chamber 1. As her words fell, a dazzling beam of teleportation light instantly enveloped Zhang Shang, Lin Xingyao, and Jean Lai atop the platform. In a flash, the three vanished from their positions. The next second, when they opened their eyes again, they found themselves standing within an ancient Roman Colosseum, a structure of unimaginable grandeur and vastness. Here lies the premier Beastmaster Academy in all of Huaxia, the highest grade, most fortified combat chamber. It can withstand the full force of a 6th-tier powerhouse's battle without a scratch. Above the arena, a massive holographic screen broadcasts everything happening here in real time to tens of thousands of students and faculty gathered in the outer plaza. Roar! Jean Lai wasted not a single second. The moment he stepped onto the arena, he summoned his proud companion. Come forth, my sovereign, molten gold Lion King. A colossal golden summoning array unfolded before him. A majestic golden lion, its form a full circle larger than Lei Ao's purple lightning mad lion, strode forth from within. Its entire coat wasn't solid fur, but rather resembled flowing golden magma, radiating an unbearably scorching aura. Merely standing there caused the temperature on the entire battle platform to soar by 100 degrees. The terrifying aura of an A+ bloodline at the peak of the 5th tier was fully revealed. Maximum defense. Jean Lai issued the command without hesitation. Molten gold holy shield. Chapter 61, 10 seconds are up. You lose. Roar. The molten gold Lion King roared to the heavens, unleashing an endless torrent of golden flame energy from its maw. This energy rapidly condensed and compressed before its body, ultimately forming a colossal shield 3 meters tall, incredibly thick, with layers of golden magma slowly flowing across its surface. Engraved upon the shield were countless ancient and intricate defensive runes, emanating an aura of indestructible, impenetrable fortitude. This was Jean Lai's ultimate shield. It was also his greatest asset, securing his firm hold on the 10th rank of the Qingyun list. Having completed this, Jean Lai crossed his arms, a cruel, mocking smile playing on his lips. He flicked his finger dismissively toward the tiny figure still perched motionless on Lin Xingyao's shoulder. The countdown begins. At his command. A colossal, oppressive 10-second countdown abruptly materialized on the holographic screen above the arena. 10. Time began to tick away. Yet the golden monkey, the focus of everyone's gaze, remained frozen in place. As if it hadn't heard Jean Lai's provocation at all, nor seen the countdown that had already begun to tick. 9. Mockery began to rise in waves from the crowd. What's wrong? Did that monkey get so intimidated by Senior Jean Lai's aura that it froze up? Looks like it. Can't even move. Ridiculous. And this is the king of freshmen? Not even the guts to attack? What a joke. 8. Jean Lai's smile grew broader and more contemptuous. In his eyes, this farce could be declared over prematurely. He was already contemplating how he would make an example of this arrogant monkey who dared challenge him. 7. Lin Xingyao's heart was pounding in her throat. Her palms were already drenched in nervous sweat. She couldn't understand what Xiao Shang was waiting for. Time was running out. 6. 5. 4. The countdown is already halfway through. The jeers from the crowd have reached a fever pitch. Everyone believed that Zhang Shang, this so-called most arrogant freshman in history, had proven himself nothing more than a colossal joke, a fool intoxicated by victory. But the moment the countdown hit 3, Zhang Shang leapt down from Lin Qingyao's shoulders and landed on the ground. Then, under the gaze of tens of thousands of onlookers filled with bewilderment and doubt, slowly, he raised his right paw. It was just this simple gesture. Yet in that instant, the pupils of every true powerhouse present, whether Professor Lu Yan on stage or Lei Ao in the audience, suddenly contracted. For they could sense it. All the energy within the entire combat space began to converge madly toward a single point. That point was the tip of Zhang Shang's slowly raised right claw. There, within his formless and intangible divine demon domain, all its corrosive and suppressing forces were compressed to their absolute limit. Two supreme primordial forces, both born of innate divine abilities. At this instant, they fused perfectly upon his tiny, seemingly fragile fingertip. Finally, they coalesced into a single, imperceptibly small point of black gold cold light that seemed capable of swallowing light itself. Divine Demon Law-Piercing Spike. This was his ultimate single-target attack, created by fusing all his abilities of power uniquely his own. Countdown remaining. 2 seconds. In the very last instant before the countdown reached 0, the golden figure that had stood motionless vanished. When his figure reappeared, he had already traversed hundreds of meters, arriving before the colossal, molten gold sacred shield. His diminutive frame, barely half a man's height, stood in stark contrast to the towering, 3-meter-tall shield of immense weight. This sight sent the jeers from the crowd soaring to a new peak. Ha 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 ha. What's he trying to do? Teleport right in front of the shield to get himself killed? I thought he had some earth-shattering move up his sleeve, but it was just bluffing. Time's up now, he's lost for sure. On the combat platform, Jin Lai watched Zhang Shang, now mere inches away, his face twisted into an increasingly mocking grin. His mouth opened, the triumphant sneer already rising to his throat. But at that very moment, he saw that tiny golden figure raise its seemingly slender right claw, aiming it at the shield before him, the one hailed as unmatched among its peers. Gently, it tapped against it. No sound. No explosion. Jin Lai's triumphant laughter, which had been on the verge of bursting forth, could no longer be contained. But the next second, the expression on his face froze completely. He saw, at the point where Zhang Shang's slender fingertip touched his impenetrable, molten gold holy shield, a pinpoint-sized black dot appeared. That very dot. The instant it appeared, it began spreading outward with unstoppable force. Countless jet-black, spiderweb-like cracks radiated outward from that tiny black dot. Within mere fractions of a second, they had completely covered the entire molten gold holy shield. These cracks were not physical fractures. They represented a deeper annihilation, one at the very level of fundamental laws. Crack. A bone-chilling sound of shattering echoed through the air. Immediately. Bang. Before Jin Lai's horrified and disbelieving gaze, the mountain-thick, indestructible, molten gold holy shield crumbled like fragile glass weathered for eons. It did not explode, but silently dissolved into a swirling cascade of golden sparks. The entire process, from the moment Zhang Shang's fingertip touched the shield to its complete disappearance, lasted less than a second. Roar! Wah! The once mighty, arrogant molten gold Lion King, in the instant the shield shattered, seemed to sense a terrifying force emanating from the deepest recesses of its bloodline, a force potent enough to utterly annihilate its very soul. The proud fighting spirit of an A-plus class king was replaced by sheer terror in that instant. Tucking its tail between its legs, it let out a pitiful, wretched whimper. Its massive frame shrank back in terror. The entire central plaza fell into a deathly silence. All the voices that had been mocking wildly vanished. Instead, waves of gasps echoed through the air. 10 seconds? He didn't even last a single second. That so-called unbreakable holy shield crumbled like paper before a single finger. On the battle platform, Zhang Shang slowly retracted his claw. He didn't even glance at the molten gold Lion King, cowering in the corner, trembling in terror. In his eyes, that so-called A-plus grade beast had lost all merit of his attention. He slowly raised his head. His gaze fell upon Jin Lai, whose face was drained of color, as if his very soul had left his body. 10 seconds. It's over. You lost. Chapter 62, Student Council President. This silent verdict proved more deadly than any violent assault. It utterly shattered every shred of pride from the so-called strong. Jin Lai's body convulsed violently. As if drained of all strength and soul, he staggered backward several steps. His face drained of color as he stared at his life-bound beast, cowering in the corner, trembling so violently it dared not even glance in his direction. That was an A-plus grade molten gold Lion King. Its ultimate defense, its molten gold sacred shield, had failed to block even a single finger of the opponent. He lifted his head again to look at the golden monkey, calm and composed. From start to finish, the opponent hadn't even activated emulate heaven and earth. Under the stunned and pitying gazes of tens of thousands of teachers and students, this once mighty veteran powerhouse, ranked 10th on the Qingyun list, this lion who moments ago had boasted arrogantly of making the freshman taste despair, finally bowed his proud head. 3 words squeezed out from between his teeth, dry and raspy. I concede. Those 3 words seemed to drain every ounce of his vitality, making him appear instantly aged by a decade. Buzz. The instant his words fell, the Qingyun ranking board, symbolizing the Academy's highest honor, erupted with a dazzling golden light, a radiant declaration of the old champion's abdication and the new champion's ascension. Under the gaze of all present, the name that had shown in 10th place belonging to 5th year Jean Light was slowly erased by an invisible force. Replacing it were 4 brand new characters, brimming with boundless sharpness and dominance. Freshman Jiang Shang. Simultaneously, the identity jade tokens of Lin Qingyao and Jiang Shang both trembled violently. A colossal torrent representing authority and resources instantly completed its transfer. Every privilege and resource belonging to the 10th ranked position on the Qingyun list now fell under the new champion's name. The first day of the new era. Challenge the 10th rank of the Qingyun list. Success! The entire academy erupted in excitement. Within the battle space, a flash of light erupted. Jean Lai, already in a daze, was teleported out by the tower spirit. Ignoring the thunderous roar of celebration outside, Jiang Sheng simply returned to Lin Qingyao's shoulder, gently nuzzling her cheek. Lin Qingyao, too, snapped out of her profound shock. She gazed at her companion, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder. Let's go home. Holding Jiang Sheng close, she was teleported back to the Celestial Pride Pavilion, under Professor Lu Yan's gaze, filled with both complexity and admiration. Upon their return, they discovered their former Grade A villa had vanished. In its place stood an South-class standalone estate that far surpassed the previous one in size, opulence, and spiritual energy concentration. This was the supreme privilege reserved solely for the top 10 powerhouses on the Qingyun rankings. Within the estate, not only did an independent spirit vein converge like a waterfall into a spring of spiritual energy, it also featured a high-tech simulated cultivation ground capable of replicating extreme environments like volcanoes, icefields, and thunder domains at will. Wonderful! Xiao Shang. With these resources, your strength will surely consolidate and advance much faster. Lin Qingyao felt genuine joy for Jiang Shang. She had already begun strategizing how to utilize these top-tier resources to tailor the most perfect cultivation plan for Jiang Shang. However, just as they were preparing to thoroughly explore this brand new estate that now belonged to them, ding dong! A crisp doorbell chime sounded at an inopportune moment. An uninvited visitor arrived. Lin Qingyao and Jiang Shang exchanged glances, both seeing the same confusion in each other's eyes. They had only just moved in, who could be knocking on their door so soon? Lin Qingyao stepped forward and opened the estate's gate. Outside stood a stunningly beautiful senior student, dressed in the pure white custom uniform of the student council. She exuded a gentle and elegant demeanor, her face adorned with a perfectly soft smile. Her beauty differed from Lin Qingyao's ethereal, otherworldly charm. Hers was the kind of beauty befitting a lady of refinement, intellectual and dignified. Yet behind the gentle facade, Jiang Shang keenly sensed an unfathomably powerful aura. This person was incredibly powerful. Greetings, both of you. The newcomer offered a warm smile to Lin Qingyao and Jiang Shang, a smile as refreshing as a spring breeze. She introduced herself with grace and poise. My name is Luo Bingyao, and I serve as the president of the student council here. She paused briefly before adding, I'm also your senior, currently ranked 3rd on the Qingyun ranking. Student council president. 3rd on the Qingyun rankings. Either of these titles alone was enough to make any freshman look up to her in awe. And now, they both belonged to one person. Lin Qingyao's heart suddenly grew heavy. She knew that the student union president personally paying a visit was no trivial matter. Hello, Senior Luo, Lin Qingyao responded with measured composure. May I ask what brings you here today? Luo Bingyao's gaze slowly shifted away from Lin Qingyao, settling on Jiang Shang, who stood calmly observing her with his pure golden eyes. Her smile remained as gentle as ever. Yet her eyes held an unmistakable intensity, a mix of scrutiny and pressure. Junior Jiang Shang, first, congratulations on your triumphant debut. You've made a name for yourself in one battle, truly doing our freshmen proud. Her initial words of affirmation and praise were flawless, leaving no room for criticism. Then she changed the subject. However, her voice remained gentle, yet beneath that gentleness, the authority of a superior began to emerge. Today, as a freshman, you challenged the 10th ranked student on the Qingyun list and succeeded. While this feat is truly inspiring, it has shattered a rule that has remained unchanged for nearly a century since our academy's founding. It has caused a significant disruption to the established ecosystem of the entire Qingyun rankings. Lin Qingyao listened, her brows gradually furrowing. She could sense the hidden meaning behind the words. Sure enough, Luo Bingyao looked at her, her smile unchanged as she continued. Therefore, the entire student council, along with several ministers from the discipline department, are quite curious about you, Junior Jiang Shang. We'd like to invite you to come to the student council headquarters immediately to have a proper chat with us vice presidents and our colleagues from the discipline department. The 3 words "have a chat" rolled off her tongue with extreme softness and gentleness. But anyone could hear it. This was no friendly invitation. This was clearly a summons and interrogation from the highest echelons of student power, targeting the newly crowned champion. Lin Qingyao's heart sank abruptly. She knew trouble had finally come knocking. She tucked the seemingly fast asleep Jiang Sheng closer to her chest, then stepped forward. With neither humility nor arrogance, she met Luo Bingyao's scrutinizing gaze. Senior Luo, I'm afraid you and the student council members have made this trip in vain. Chapter 63, truly, her reputation is well deserved. Lin Qingyao's tone remained polite, yet carried a detached firmness. Jiang Sheng has just endured a life or death battle on 10,000 Beasts Island and immediately faced Senior Jin Lai's challenge. Both his spiritual energy and mental fortitude are severely depleted. Moreover, he has just completed a crucial evolution, and his body is still adapting to its new tier. It would truly be inconvenient for him to attend the student council meeting at this time. She looked at Luo Bingyao and smiled faintly. It served as both an explanation and a tactful refusal. If it's something important, perhaps we could reschedule for another day? Once he's fully recovered, we'll personally pay a visit to seek guidance from you, senior, and the other student council officers. How does that sound? Her words were flawlessly crafted, preserving the other party's dignity while clearly stating her own position. However, as the president of the student council at Huaxiao's premier Beastmaster Academy and a top-tier powerhouse ranked third on the Qingyun list, the word rejection had long vanished from her vocabulary. Hearing Lin Qingyao's words, the smile on her face remained utterly unchanged, still as gentle, still as elegant. Yet deep within her beautiful eyes, the last vestige of warmth abruptly turned to ice. An invisible, frigid domain force radiated outward from her body, enveloping the entire living room. Crack! A thin layer of frost crystallized on the tea table crafted from top-grade spiritual wood. The air itself seemed frozen in that instant. The temperature in the entire room plummeted to freezing point. This force did not possess the overwhelmingly destructive might of the Holy Sun's sovereign domain. It felt more like an all-pervasive, icy law filled with a sinister, feminine energy and absolute control. Lin, you're too tense. Luo Bingyao lifted the teacup before her, gently blowing at the non-existent vapor, her voice soft as she spoke. My useless S-rank beast, the Ice Soul Empress, doesn't have any other skills. What she excels at most is teaching others the meaning of discipline. Her words were spoken with a casual, almost dismissive tone. Yet the blatant threat hidden within instantly turned Lin Qingyao's face an ugly shade of pale. I told you, I only wish to invite junior brother Jiang Sheng for a cup of tea and a chat. That's all. A cold smile flickered in Luo Bingyao's eyes. You're so nervous, making all these excuses. Do you think our student council would bully a freshman who just enrolled and already accomplished something great? As she spoke, she channeled her formidable domain power with pinpoint precision, bypassing Lin Qingyao who stood at the forefront. Every ounce of it, without reservation, descended upon Jiang Sheng, who was sprawled on the sofa, eyes closed in rest. This was a warning shot. She wanted to see if this monkey rumored to be supremely arrogant, even capable of intimidating an A+ storm dragon eagle with a single glance. Before her, the third-ranked powerhouse on the Qingyun list, could it still maintain its so-called composure? She anticipated seeing this monkey tremble in fear beneath her domain power, reduced to groveling on the ground in utter humiliation. However, 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. 3 seconds passed. The scene she had imagined, the monkey frozen into an ice sculpture or shrieking in terror, did not materialize. That tiny golden figure remained as calm as ever, sprawled on the soft sofa. Not even a single golden hair on its body trembled. The faint yet ever-present divine demon domain, long passively activated within him, stood as immovable as ancient reefs in the abyss. Let the frigid currents of the deep sea wash over it, let them erode it. I remain unshaken. Luo Bingyao's heart jolted in shock. How could this be? Even some early 5th-tier powerhouses wouldn't dare underestimate her Ice Emperor domain. How could a Beastmaster who had only just ascended to Tier 4 show no reaction whatsoever? Just as doubt and alarm filled her mind, and she prepared to amplify her domain's power to completely strip away his disguise. The golden monkey, which had kept its eyes closed the entire time, finally stirred. As if just waking from a deep slumber, it stretched its claws and gave a long, comfortable yawn. Then, it opened its mouth and let out a yawn brimming with infinite laziness and drowsiness. That single yawn struck like a resounding slap across Luo Bingyao's face, which had maintained its elegant smile throughout. A crack finally appeared in Luo Bingyao's flawless smile. She was about to completely drop her facade and unleash her true power to teach this arrogant monkey a lesson. But at that very moment, Jiang Sheng made his move again. Instead of unleashing his domain to counterattack, he leapt from the sofa onto the coffee table, now coated with a thin layer of frost. Then, he extended his claw. He tapped lightly against the teacup before him, still wafting wisps of cold mist. Tap. A sound incredibly crisp and faint. Yet it caused the expression of Luo Bingyao, the lofty student council president across from him who was about to erupt in anger, to abruptly change. Because, at the very instant Jiang Sheng tapped the cup, a force of divine demon thorns, compressed to its absolute limit, silently spread across the tabletop and crept toward her feet. Danger! Luo Bingyao's body reacted in an instant, almost instinctively driven by her formidable strength. Without a moment to think, she frantically channeled her entire body's defensive spirit energy, forming a shield of frigid ice crystals beneath her feet. Pop! A faint, almost inaudible sound of annihilation, audible only to her, echoed. That treacherous and vicious divine demon thrust, capable of gravely wounding any unprepared 5th-tier powerhouse, was narrowly deflected by her. Though she remained unharmed. But that slender, jade-like hand holding the teacup began to tremble uncontrollably. She, Luo Bingyao, president of the student council at China's premier Beastmaster Academy. The third-ranked prodigy on the Qingyun list. In today's silent confrontation, he actually suffered a hidden setback. Jiang Sheng calmly withdrew his claw. As if the silent clash had nothing to do with him. He leapt back onto Lin Qingyao's shoulder, gently nuzzling her cheek to signal reassurance. Lin Qingyao forced her wildly beating heart, filled with excitement and joy, to settle. The weight on her chest finally lifted completely. She knew her companion had grown to a height even she now looked up to. Meanwhile, after 10 seconds of intense internal struggle, Luo Bingyao had finally regained her flawless, impeccable grace. Slowly, she set down the slightly trembling teacup in her hand, lifted her head, and once again wore that gentle, warm smile. It was as if the earlier exchange, where she had been subtly outmaneuvered, had never occurred. Very well. She looked at Jiang Sheng, her red lips parting to utter a single word. Well done, Junior Jiang Sheng. Her voice remained as soft and melodious as ever. Truly, your reputation precedes you. Chapter 64. This puts us in a tough spot. She rose to her feet, smoothing the hem of her pure white uniform skirt. Without revisiting the earlier topic, she shifted her tone. With an air of unquestionable authority, yet in a manner that left no room for criticism, she smiled and said, "In that case, it seems your injuries aren't as severe as Lin mentioned. Then I'll wait here for a moment. Once you've rested, we'll head to the student council together, shall we?" Without a moment's hesitation, she sat down elegantly on the living room sofa. She picked up the long cold cup of tea and took a gentle sip. Her stance made it abundantly clear, even if she had to wait until nightfall, she would invite Jiang Sheng to the student union today. This was an open strategy. She no longer relied on the pressure of her domain power. Instead, she used her position as student council president to outmaneuver them with this polite approach. Refusal now would spread rumors that Jiang Sheng disregarded the student council and that Lin Qingyao was arrogant and overbearing, relying solely on her talent. Lin Qingyao's brows furrowed tightly once more. Meanwhile, Jiang Sheng let out a cold laugh within his heart. Hide? When had he ever said he intended to hide? He simply disliked being invited to attend with such a condescending air. But since the other party had gone to such lengths to make it easy for him, refusing to go would only make it seem like he truly feared them. Qingyao. He silently addressed Lin Qingyao through his thoughts. Let's go. See what they're really up to. Half an hour later. The headquarters of the student council at Huaxia's premier Beastmaster Academy. It was an immense, majestic structure, entirely crafted from white marble, resembling an ancient temple. Situated at the very heart of the academy, where spiritual energy was most concentrated, it symbolized the supreme authority and status it held in the minds of all students. Led by an indifferent-looking female secretary, Lin Qingyao and Jiang Sheng traversed heavily guarded corridors until they reached a massive 10-meter-tall door. The president, the 3 vice presidents, and the head of the discipline department are all waiting for you inside. The secretary stated expressionlessly before pushing open the incredibly heavy doors. Beyond the threshold lay the Supreme Council chamber, vast, empty, and perfectly circular. At its center sat an enormous circular table, similarly carved from a single block of premium obsidian. At that moment, only a few figures were sparsely seated around the circular table. Each emanated an aura of power so overwhelming it made Lin Qingyao's heart race. Seated at the head of the table was none other than Luo Bingyao, the student council president whom she had just met moments ago. Seated to her left was a burly man whose presence jarred with the hall's solemn atmosphere. Built like a towering iron pillar, his body was covered in bulging, terrifying muscles brimming with explosive power. Even as he sat casually, a savage, aggressive fighting intent radiated from him, overwhelming the space around him. He was Xiang Tiange, one of the 3 vice presidents of the student council, renowned for his fiery temper and belief in crushing all opposition with raw, absolute power. Ranked 5th on the Qingyun list. Seated to Luo Bingyao's right was a strikingly different figure, a scholarly young man who appeared utterly frail, his complexion even slightly pale. In his hand, he held a white jade folding fan, gently fanning himself as a faint, almost imperceptible smile played on his lips, a smile that seemed to pierce through one's very soul. He was none other than the student council's strategist Sima Qing. Ranked 7th on the Qingyun list. His S-rank beast is the Thousand Machinations Illusion Fox. Most skilled in strategy and illusion techniques, he serves as the mastermind behind all the student council's external operations. At the far end of the round table sat a young man who appeared somewhat unkempt. He was bent over, intently fiddling with a peculiar alchemy furnace in his hands. He seemed utterly indifferent to the outside world, yet the occasional dangerous energy fluctuations emanating from him made it clear his strength was absolutely not to be underestimated. He was Yabu Ran. Ranked 9th on the Qingyun list. A reclusive alchemist obsessed with his craft, he held no interest in combat rankings. Yet his masterful alchemy and those unfathomable poison pills ensured no opponent dared underestimate him. These are the few individuals at the pinnacle of student power within the present-day Huaxia's premier Beastmaster Academy. The moment Zhang Shang and Lin Xingyao stepped into the council chamber, 4 pairs of eyes instantly turned toward them. Some scrutinizing, some curious, some amused, and others brimming with unmasked, savage fighting intent. Boom! A thunderous crash. Xiang Tiange slammed his palm down hard on the sturdy circular table crafted from obsidian. The entire table shook violently. A savage, blood-soaked killing intent surged toward Zhang Shang. You're the new guy? Heard you're a real hothead? On your very first day as a freshman, you took down the 10th ranked student on the Qingyun list. Don't you know what respect for your seniors means? This was classic muscle-bound brute tactics. First, overwhelm you with sheer force. Put you on the defensive from the very start of this trap-laden banquet. Yet, faced with his savage fighting intent enough to make any 4th-tier Beastmaster tremble in fear, Zhang Shangli didn't even acknowledge him. He didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. He merely leapt lightly from Lin Xingyao's shoulder onto the massive black obsidian round table. Then, casually plucking a single spirit fruit from the platter reserved for the guildmasters, a rare delicacy, he began munching away, crunch, crunch, oblivious to all else. That utter disregard. That composure. That sense of ease, as if strolling through his own backyard garden. It enraged Xiang Tiange more than any verbal rebuttal could ever do. You damn monkey. Xiang Tiange's face instantly turned the color of liver, and he lunged to his feet. Brother Xiang, calm down. Just then, Sima Qing, standing nearby, spoke up with a smile, fanning himself. He gently pressed down on Xiang Tiange's shoulder, which was about to explode with rage, signaling him to calm down. Then, he turned those fox-like eyes, sharp and calculating, toward Zhang Shang, who was still munching on the spirit fruit. Hee, junior brother Zhang Shang, don't misunderstand. His voice was gentle and warm, filled with genuine concern, as if he truly had Zhang Shang's best interests at heart. Our student council harbors no ill will toward you, a genius who shattered the academy's records and brought glory to our freshman class. He began by showering praise, leaving no room for rebuttal. Then, he shifted his tone. It's just that. He gently closed the folding fan in his hand and tapped it against his palm. Your emergence, or rather, your refusal to play by the rules, has disrupted the long-established balance of resources within our academy, particularly among the top ranks of the Qingyun list. You should know that the top 10 S-class estates on the Qingyun rankings, the highest priority access to core facilities, and the vast quantities of cultivation resources distributed monthly by the academy have always been coordinated and allocated internally by our student union. This is an unwritten rule long accepted by all senior students. Yet you, a freshman who just enrolled, suddenly inserted yourself into this arrangement, shattering the established order. Sima Qing watched Zhang Shang smile remain unchanged, yet every word he spoke was like a dagger, each syllable cutting deep. This puts us, the student council responsible for maintaining order in the academy, in a very difficult position. Chapter 65, Xiang Tiange, sit down. His words seemed gentle, as if he were simply stating the facts. Yet, in an invisible way, it placed Zhang Shang in opposition to all the academy's higher-ups and the entire senior student body. In an instant, the previously somewhat relaxed atmosphere in the council chamber turned tense and charged with hostility. Xiang Tiange's explosively muscular frame leaned forward slightly, as if poised to devour him whole in the next second. Meanwhile, President Luo Bingyao held her teacup with elegant grace, taking a delicate sip. Her face still bore the gentle smile, but deep in her eyes lay a detached indifference, as if she were watching a spectacle unfold. Even Yao Buran, who had been lost in his own world, oblivious to the outside, paused the fidgeting of his fingers. He lifted his head, his eyes brimming with curiosity and scrutiny, studying this new king who had ignited the fury of the crowd. They waited. Would he act like a normal person, trembling with fear, then bow his head in apology, meekly handing over a portion of his gains to earn their forgiveness and acceptance? Or would he act like a fool, fly into a rage, only to be brutally pinned to the ground by Xiang Tiange in the most savage manner, learning the true meaning of discipline? Lin Xingyao's heart leapt into her throat. This was a united crackdown from the entire academy's highest echelon of student power circles. Almost instinctively, she stepped forward, ready to pull out the academy's regulations to argue Zhang Shang's case. But just as she was about to speak, a small, furry paw pressed against the back of her hand, halting all her movements. It was Zhang Shang. He shot Lin Xingyao a look that radiated utter reassurance. Xingyao, it's unnecessary. There's no need to reason with a bunch of thugs who are out to rob you. Lin Xingyao froze in surprise. He took the final bite of the incredibly rare spirit fruit in his hand, a treasure that would drive any third-tier beastmaster outside this place mad with desire. Then, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, he casually wiped his claws on the massive circular table crafted from the finest obsidian. That composure, that ease, that utter disregard and contempt for everyone present caused the corner of Xiang Tiange's eye to begin twitching violently and uncontrollably. Only after completing all this did Zhang Shang finally lift his head. It was the first time since entering the room that he had properly acknowledged the people seated around the table. His pure golden divine demon eyes, with crimson stars slowly rotating deep within their pupils, carried an aura that seemed to pierce through souls. They swept slowly over every person present. His gaze finally settled upon Luo Bingyao, seated at the head of the table. The next instant, a cold, arrogant intent filled with supreme domineering power and utter disdain exploded like a mental storm within the mind of every person present. Rules? The voice dripped with scorn. I defeated the 10th ranked fighter on the Qingyun list in under a second with my own strength. I won. I stand here. My ranking is the Academy's new rule, certified by its own justice. Resources? The mockery in that voice grew even thicker. That was spoils of war I seized fair and square from Jean Lai's hands, right before the eyes of tens of thousands of teachers and students across the entire academy. As for your laughable, make-believe rules played behind closed doors. Jiang Shang's thoughts suddenly grew icy. What business is it of mine? These words struck like a series of resounding slaps, landing hard across the faces of every senior student council member present. They tore their hypocritical, sanctimonious excuses to shreds. How dare you? Xiang Tiange was the first to completely lose his temper. He slammed his palm onto the table, the rock-hard obsidian surface cracking with vicious fissures under his force. He leapt to his feet, unleashing the overwhelming, frenzied battle intent of a peak 5th-tier cultivator, crushing down upon Jiang Shang. You reckless beast! How dare you insult our student council like this? It seems you've grown tired of living. Junior, your words are misguided. By his side, Sima Qing's smile had long vanished, replaced by a cold, grim expression. The academy is a unified whole. Its rules exist for the benefit of all. Cut the nonsense. Before they could finish, Jiang Shang's even colder, more domineering presence cut them off completely. He leapt up from the table, his small figure now standing right in the center of the round table. Alone, he stood confronting the entire power structure of the student council. You all just think that my existence, a newcomer beyond any of your control, has suddenly snatched the slice of the pie that should have belonged to your little clique. I've touched your status and harmed your interests. Stop spouting your sanctimonious bull here, lecturing me about some ridiculous balance. His demonic pupils blazed golden, unleashing an aura that seemed to look down on the entire world. You want me, Jiang Shang, to abide by your rules? Fine. Then prove your worth. His intent pierced through every person present like an indestructible divine blade. Everyone here, including you, President Luo Bingyao. Who dares to defy me? Who thinks my 10th place ranking is undeserved? Who thinks the resources I've taken are too hot to handle? Now, immediately, right this instant. Step forward. Challenge me to a position swap. Win, and my 10th place spot on the Qingyun rankings along with that South Class estate and all future resources will be yours. Lose. Jiang Shang's voice froze the entire council chamber. Shut your mouths forever. Jiang Shang issued this challenge to every single member of the student council's high command. The air in the entire assembly hall froze solid. Everyone was stunned speechless by Jiang Shang's audacious declaration, turning the tables and shifting blame with such brazen arrogance. In all their years, they had never witnessed such an audacious freshman. Fine. 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 Xiang Tiange laughed bitterly through gritted teeth, every muscle in his body trembling with fury and battle-ready intensity. You damned beast. Since you're so eager to die, I, Xiang Tiange, will grant your wish right now. He lunged forward, ready to accept what he saw as a humiliating challenge. But then, Xiang Tiange. A cold, utterly emotionless voice cut through the air. Sit down. It was Luo Bingyao. Xiang Tiange turned in disbelief, staring at the president who had remained silent all along. But what he saw was Luo Bingyao's gaze, a complex mix of boundless fury and a hint of apprehension. She had stopped Xiang Tiange. Because she understood better than anyone else that every word Jiang Shang had spoken was absolutely true. Challenge. This was the ironclad rule of the academy. The supreme law that no one could trample upon. They could use their status, resources, and every underhanded or overt scheme to suppress a newcomer. But they couldn't stop a position swap challenge initiated by the other side, one that followed all the rules. Chapter 66, they haven't played themselves to death yet. None of them could have imagined. A freshman who just enrolled dared to be so arrogant. Dared to be so reckless. Accept the challenge? What if they lost? The 5th, 7th, even 3rd ranked on the Qingyun list defeated by a freshman who just enrolled? They couldn't afford that kind of embarrassment. The entire student council couldn't afford it. But if they refuse, then their so-called warning and discipline today would become a colossal joke. The 4 presidents of the student union, 4 elite powerhouses ranked among the top 10 on the Qingyun rankings, had been driven into a corner by a mere freshman. The entire power structure of the student union fell into an unprecedented, unbearably awkward silence. Xiang Tiange's face, already flushed a liver-like shade of purple, shifted between crimson and indigo. His chest heaved violently as he fought to suppress the raging battle intent surging within him, yet the fury threatened to burst through his very body. He wanted to strike. He yearned to punch the damn monkey into a bloody pulp. But he couldn't. He knew all too well that if he accepted the challenge, regardless of the outcome, he and indeed the entire student council would be utterly disgraced. A 5th-ranked veteran powerhouse from the 5th year on the Qingyun rankings engaging in a position swap challenge with a freshman who had barely been enrolled for a day? If word got out, it would be a colossal laughingstock. Win, and it would be a victory without honor. If he lost, it would be utter ruin, becoming a laughingstock not just for the entire academy, but for all of Tiandu City. The signature, knowing smile that had graced Sima Qing's face had long since vanished, replaced by a cold, grim expression. He had miscalculated. He had calculated every possible outcome, yet failed to anticipate that this newcomer was a madman who defied all logic. Finally, it was Luo Bingyao, the top-ranked president, who broke the suffocating silence. She rose slowly from her seat. Very well. Junior Jiang Shang, truly a hero, emerges in youth. We were rather abrupt today. She actually bowed her head in acknowledgement. Let us conclude today's tea gathering here. We shan't disturb you any longer as you consolidate your cultivation. With that, she cast no further glances at anyone, not even acknowledging the 2 vice presidents whose faces were twisted in displeasure. She turned resolutely and strode straight out of the council chamber that had left her feeling utterly stifled. Seeing this, Sima Qing immediately rose and hurried after her. Only Xiang Tiange remained standing in place for a long while. He glared fiercely at Jiang Shang, but in the end, he could only let out a cold snort of resentment and rage. With a kick, he overturned the chair beside him and stormed out, flinging his sleeves angrily behind him. What should have been a banquet of suppression and discipline aimed at the new king. In the end, it dissolved in an atmosphere of profound awkwardness and sheer absurdity. Every high-ranking member of the student council knew all too well that from this day forward, they would have to reassess this new king of the freshmen. Jiang Shang, naturally, had no interest in the thoughts of those defeated underlings. His sole objective now was clear: to grow stronger at any cost. The threat of the Holy Sun and the looming shadow of the 10,000 beasts cult weighed upon him like 2 crushing mountains, leaving him no room for complacency. He leapt down from the obsidian round table and landed back on Lin Qingyao's shoulder. Let's go, Qingyao. To that place. Lin Qingyao understood immediately. Using the supreme privilege they had just acquired, the 10th rank on the Qingyun list, they headed straight for the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, one of the Academy's 3 core cultivation facilities. It was an immensely grand and ancient tower reaching to the heavens. The entire structure was not built from any mundane materials, but rather formed from a single, mysterious crystal stone that emitted faint spatial fluctuations. This was the true hall of knowledge and power, passed down for centuries at China's premier beast-taming academy. The moment Jiang Shang and Lin Qingyao stepped through the gates of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion with their identity jade tokens, it felt as though they had entered another world. Before their eyes stretched rows upon rows of towering bookshelves, crafted from 1,000-year-old spirit wood, their heights lost to the ceiling. Upon these shelves lay the Academy's vast collection, tens of thousands of cultivation techniques, combat arts, and insights into beast-taming and cultivation gathered over centuries since its founding. The air was thick with the ancient, wisdom-infused scent of ancient texts. Amidst the shelves, memory crystals floated like stars, each emitting a unique glow. Within them were sealed the precious battle footage and cultivation insights left behind by countless generations of the Academy's powerful predecessors. This place was a treasure trove of power. Xiao Shang, let's go upstairs. Lin Qingyao's face brimmed with excitement. With the privileges granted by their 10th place ranking on the Qingyun list, they were authorized to ascend directly to the 5th level of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion. The treasures stored there were top-tier combat techniques and secret arts that could drive any 4th or 5th tier powerhouse from the outside world mad with desire. However, just as they prepared to cross the hall toward the teleportation array leading to the upper levels, a lazy, sleepy voice drifted leisurely from a bookshelf behind them. Newcomers. Lin Qingyao and Jiang Shang's footsteps halted abruptly. They turned to look. There, in the shadows of a nearby bookshelf, a disheveled young man with messy hair leaned casually against the shelf. Instead of books, he held a peculiar alchemical flask that still bubbled and gurgled. He looked at Jiang Shang and Lin Qingyao, his face devoid of hostility, his eyes instead filled with intense curiosity. It was none other than Yao Bu Ran, one of the 3 vice presidents of the student council. Ignoring Lin Qingyao, he walked straight up to Jiang Shang. He crouched down, leaning in close to scrutinize Jiang Shang, even taking a moment to gently sniff at him. Interesting. Truly fascinating. He marveled as if he'd discovered some priceless treasure. Your body, no, rather, this beast you command is quite unique. A gleam of profound insight flashed in Yao Bu Ran's eyes, as if he could pierce through all superficial appearances to reach the very essence. Your bloodline seems to be evolving at an unnatural, frenzied pace. But this evolution is like a castle in the air, its foundation is extremely unstable. Moreover, your body contains at least 3 energies of completely opposing nature's energies that are violently clashing within you. He looked at Jiang Shang, speaking each word deliberately, as if stating an undeniable truth. Tisk, tsk. Truly a perfect, contradictory amalgamation. A walking energy bomb, ready to detonate at any moment. Lin Qingyao's face drained of color at these words, her heart churning with overwhelming turmoil. How could he know this so clearly? Jiang Shang's divine demon body was his deepest secret, no one else knew of it except himself. This seemingly mad alchemist had, merely by looking and smelling, instantly discerned the very essence within Jiang Shang's body? Yao Buran seemed oblivious to Lin Qingyao's stunned expression. He continued speaking to Jiang Shang as if lost in his own thoughts. Kid, you're lucky to have survived this long without killing yourself. But if you keep this up, the energy conflicts within you will eventually spiral out of control. By then, even a great immortal descending from heaven won't be able to save you. Chapter 67, The Most Perfect Material. With that, he seemed to lose all interest, yawning lazily. Then, he pulled a small, exquisitely carved jade bottle made from top-grade warm jade from his robe and tossed it casually to Lin Qingyao. Take it. Lin Qingyao caught it instinctively. An incredibly refreshing and pure fragrance of elixir wafted out from the jade bottle. Just one whiff, and she felt her weary spirit exhausted by all the recent upheavals suddenly perk up. What is this? Inside are 3 9-turn purifying heart pills. Yao Buran's tone remained as casual as ever, as if what he tossed out wasn't a priceless sacred medicine capable of driving any high-tier alchemist mad, but merely 3 ordinary candy beans. Just something I concocted for fun when I had nothing better to do. They should help this little monkey of yours sort out the chaotic energies within him for now, stabilize his foundation, and prevent him from burning himself out too quickly. Lin Qingyao was utterly speechless. Holding the jade bottle in her hands, she found herself at a loss for words. She couldn't fathom why this alchemy-obsessed fellow vice president of the student council would help them. As if reading her confusion, Yao Bunai waved his hand dismissively, turning lazily to leave. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not cut from the same cloth as those 2 schemers, Luo Bingyao and Sima Qing. I have no interest whatsoever in your petty squabbles. He glanced back at Jiang Shang, those eyes once again filled with fervor and scrutiny. I'm simply intrigued to see what form this perfect experiment of yours will ultimately evolve into. So before you get broken beyond repair, I don't mind giving you a hand. Consider it. He flashed an enigmatic smile. A small, preliminary investment in a perfect work of art about to be born. Investment. Investment? Lin Qingyao stared at Yao Buran's eyes, wild with the fervor of a madman, brimming with research and exploration. She lowered her gaze to the 3 priceless 9-turn clear mind pills in her hand, treasures so rare they were practically priceless. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. This vice president of the student union, this top prodigy ranked 9th on the Qingyun list, was simply too peculiar. He possessed none of Sang Tiange's fury, none of Sima Qing's cunning, and certainly none of Luo Bingyao's hidden dominance and control beneath her gentle exterior. He seemed utterly indifferent to power, status, and conflict. He was like a pure madman living in his own world. Why, help us? Lin Qingyao finally voiced the question weighing heaviest on her mind. Aren't you with President Luo Bingyao and the others? All in the same boat? Upon hearing this phrase, Yao Buran snorted as if he'd heard the most ridiculous joke imaginable. He waved his hand dismissively, his tone dripping with contempt. Don't get the wrong idea. Don't ever get the wrong idea. I've never been on the same page as them. That woman Luo Bingyao, her mind is filled with nothing but so-called power and balance. She's utterly hollow and tedious. Sima Qing, a scheming little villain who hides in the shadows plotting against others. Just looking at him makes me sick. As for Xiang Tiange, he curled his lip. Nothing but muscle-bound brute who solves everything with brute force. He actually disparaged the other 3 student council presidents to Lin Qingyao's face, reducing them to utter worthlessness. This arrogance stood in stark contrast to his unkempt, lazy exterior. I have absolutely no interest in their so-called power games. He pointed to his head, then to the vast sea of ancient texts deep within the 10,000 Laws Pavilion. Only 2 things interest me. First, to refine the most perfect, legendary elixir in this world. Second, to study every peculiar, powerful, and even forbidden beast-taming bloodline in existence, seeking the ultimate secrets of evolution. A near pathological, fanatical light flared in his eyes. He fixed his gaze on Jiang Shang once more, like the most ravenous glutton who had laid eyes on the world's most exquisite delicacy. And you monkey. He circled Jiang Shang twice, his nose sniffing the air incessantly, as if analyzing every energy signature emanating from him. You are the most fascinating, the most perfect material I have ever encountered. He ultimately defined Jiang Shang with the word material. Well, that's all I have to say. Yao Buran suddenly seemed to lose all interest, yawning lazily. The pills are yours. Whether they're real or fake, poison or medicine, believe it or not, use it or not, that's entirely up to you. With that, he lingered not a moment longer. Waving his hand dismissively, he hummed a strange, off-key tune and swayed unsteadily out of sight at the far end of the bookshelves. Only Lin Qingyao remained, holding the bottle of pills that emitted a peculiar, refreshing fragrance, standing motionless for a long time. Back at the S-Class Manor of the Celestial Pride Pavilion, Lin Qingyao immediately activated the estate's highest-level defensive and isolation formation. Still uneasy, she personally cast several counter-surveillance talismans. Only after completing all this did she finally place the small jade bottle crafted from top-grade warm jade, smooth and warm to the touch upon the central table in her cultivation chamber. Xiao Shang. Her voice trembled with tension. Please examine this. Is there anything wrong with this pill? Though Yabu Ran appeared genuinely harmless toward them, one must never lower their guard. Especially after everything they'd been through, Lin Qingyao was no longer the naive young lady she once was. Jiang Shang remained silent. He leapt from Lin Qingyao's arms and landed on the table. Unlike last time, he did not reach out to touch her directly. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes. The next moment, when he opened his eyes again, the demonic crimson star within his pure golden divine demon eyes began spinning wildly. Divine demon shattering gaze. Piercing through illusion. Reaching the very source. In that instant, his gaze pierced through the top-grade warm jade bottle wall, directly seeing the 3 pill-sized elixirs lying quietly inside. On the surface, these 3 pills were nothing short of perfect. Their bodies were plump and rounded, radiating a gentle, refreshing fragrance that soothed the soul. Upon their polished surfaces, 9 profoundly mystical patterns had naturally formed patterns that seemed to embody the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. Streams of incredibly pure, incredibly gentle life energy and spiritual essence circulated endlessly within the pills. Without a doubt, these were indeed the legendary supreme elixirs, the 9 transformation purifying heart pills, capable of driving any high-tier alchemist mad with desire. Its efficacy, just as Yabu Ran had stated, was the most suitable and precisely targeted sacred remedy for healing injuries and stabilizing cultivation for Jiang Shang, who was currently experiencing internal energy conflicts and unstable foundations. Chapter 68, Such kindness shall never be forgotten. But not a trace of joy stirred in Jiang Shang's heart. His gaze began to penetrate layer by layer, peeling back the seemingly perfect energy shell of this pill. He saw the very core of the pill. The source of all its medicinal power and energy. Within that oceanic core, composed of the purest, gentlest life energy. Jiang Shang saw it. A familiar energy, utterly incongruous with all the pure energy surrounding it. The essence of that energy, he would never forget it. It was the primordial force of the sovereign realm, belonging to the holy son of the 10,000 beasts divine cult. The instant he saw that thread of energy, Jiang Shang understood everything. What a saint's son! Well done, beast god cult! A murderous intent colder than ice surged through Jiang Shang's eyes. This 9 transformation purifying heart pill was genuine. Its effects were also genuine. It could indeed help him sort through the chaotic, conflicting energies within his body, energies that had become wildly disordered and conflicting due to multiple forced evolutions. It could help him solidify the foundations of that S-grade bloodline he had only just stepped into. But the moment he swallowed this pill and fully refined it within his body, that thread of primordial domain power belonging to the Holy Sun would also lie dormant like an imperceptible seed, lurking in the deepest recesses of one's divine soul and bloodline, awaiting the next moment of evolution, the weakest hour. From thousands of miles away, the Holy Sun could use this thread of primordial energy to instantly detonate the unstable divine demonic power within his body, causing him to lose control, shatter his divine soul, and explode to death. What a vicious scheme! What a masterful, invisible assassination, a broad daylight scheme! As for that medicine knot, either he is the most cunning and adeptly disguised pawn planted by the Holy Sun within the academy, or he is a fool, exploited by the Holy Sun without a clue. Jiang Shang stared at the 3 pills on the table, treasures beyond price in anyone's eyes. Play along with his scheme? Pretend to swallow the pills, then use his own power to slowly erode the thread of primordial energy? No. Too passive. He glanced at Lin Qingyao beside him, her face filled with worry, still uneasy about the authenticity of the pills. He transmitted his utterly insane plan to her word for word through his mind. Swallow it? When Lin Qingyao received the plan, she was completely dumbfounded. The next second, she exploded in fury. Xiao Shang, are you insane? You want to eat it? She screamed, her voice sharp with sheer terror. We already know it's deadly poison. It's a vicious trap set by the Saint's Son. How could you willingly walk into it? This is 10,000 times more dangerous than when you faced that 5th-tier demon statue's self-destruction on Beast Island. She understood clearly that no matter how powerful an external attack might be, it remained an external force. But this pill once swallowed would plant a bomb from the Holy Sun inside her own body, ready to detonate at any moment. By then, even immortals couldn't save you. Qingyao, trust me. Facing Lin Qingyao's near collapse, Jiang Shang's thoughts remained as cool as ever. In this world, there's no such thing as a free lunch, nor is there poison one can swallow without consequence. The Holy Sun schemed tirelessly, using Yabu Ran's hand to deliver this gift to me. How could I refuse to grant his wish? His thoughts carried a mocking smile. My god-tier devouring system has over a 90% chance of not only refining the elixir but also devouring and refining the demon seed itself, transforming it into nourishment for me. But his tone grew profoundly grave. This process of devouring and refining will inevitably trigger a violent clash between the already extremely unstable divine demonic power within my body and that thread of domain power from the Holy Sun. The peril of this process rivals that of a minor internal explosion. I require an immense, utterly pure external physical pressure to forcibly suppress my physical form and bind every bone and joint. Only then can I prevent my body from exploding and perishing in the chaos of that energy runaway. He looked at Lin Xingyao, his eyes brimming with absolute confidence. And the perfect place to apply that pressure happens to exist right here within our Huaxia First Beastmaster Academy. Listening to Jiang Shang's logical explanation, as if everything were already under his control, Lin Xingyao's chaotic and fearful heart miraculously began to settle. She gazed into Jiang Shang's golden pupils, which held no room for doubt, seeing within them that familiar confidence and dominance, as if he could pierce a hole through the heavens themselves. She knew she couldn't stand up to him. She also knew that the only thing she could do was choose to trust him once more. All right. She took a deep breath, as if making a monumental decision, and nodded firmly. I trust you. The fear vanished from her eyes, replaced by the absolute trust shared between partners. Speak, Xiao Shang. What do you need me to do for you? A relieved smile flashed across Jiang Shang's eyes. Moments later. On the internal forum of Huaxiao's premier Beastmaster Academy, a platform boasting over 100,000 users and perpetually saturated with information. A strikingly bold new post automatically highlighted in bold red by the system appeared out of nowhere. The poster's ID was none other than the one who had just climbed to 10th place on the Qingyun rankings, now at the peak of his fame. Freshman Jiang Shang. The post's title overflowed with gratitude and reverence toward his seniors. Gratitude, heartfelt thanks to Vice President Yabu Ran of the Student Council for his kindness and guidance. This title alone instantly captured the attention of thousands of students who were already glued to the newsfeed. But when they clicked to read the post's contents, everyone was stunned by what they found. I, Jiang Shang, a mere freshman, am utterly unworthy of such honor. Yet Vice President Yabu Ran graciously bestowed upon me the legendary Supreme Elixir, the 9-turn Purifying Heart Pill, personally delivering it to the 10,000 Laws Pavilion to help solidify my foundation. This kindness is something I will never forget. To live up to senior brother Yabu Ran's high expectations and to contribute to the Academy and Student Council as soon as possible. I hereby declare that 1 hour from now, within the highest grade 10-fold gravity chamber of the Gravity Training Room, I shall publicly consume this pill. All seniors are cordially invited to observe and offer guidance. The moment this post went live, the forum, already abuzz with excitement over the freshman challenging the 10th rank of the Qingyun list, fell into a brief, deathly silence. Completely exploded. Holy. What the hell am I seeing? Am I dreaming? 9-turn Purifying Heart Pill? Isn't that a legendary 7th grade sacred medicine only found in textbooks and legends? Rumored to revive the dead, mend broken bones, purify souls, and solidify foundations. Senior Yabu Ran, actually, gifted such a divine artifact to a freshman? Chapter 69, truly a role model for us all. Good heavens! Senior Yabu is so incredibly generous. And he must have such high hopes for this Jiang Shang. This favor is higher than the heavens and deeper than the seas. This freshman will probably have to serve Senior Yabu like a slave for the rest of his life. Hey, you guys! You're missing the point. The real focus is what comes after. It's the 10-fold gravity chamber. Exactly. The 10-fold gravity chamber. That's a masochistic sanctuary only dared entered for minutes by 5th-tier peak body cultivating fanatics specializing in physical refinement. For a 4th-tier cultivator to go in there, isn't that courting death? And the kicker? He's going to eat a pill in there? And try to refine it? Holy crap! The pressure on his body under 10 times gravity is insane. Trying to multitask like that, one slip up and his body and the pill's energy explode together. That's not just getting eliminated, that's a death sentence. This king of freshmen is insane. He's so ruthless with himself. He's using this self-mutilating method to prove his loyalty to Senior Yabu Ran and the entire student council. This post was both a publicly displayed token of gratitude that drew everyone's attention. It was also a backhanded compliment, placing Yabu Ran the gift-giver high upon the sacred pyre of morality, drawing everyone's gaze toward him. Within the alchemist division of the academy, nestled in an isolated valley perpetually filled with the scent of alchemy, Yabu Ran hummed contentedly, admiring the fresh pill nearing completion within the alchemy furnace before him. His mood was excellent. He knew the pawn he had placed would soon take root and sprout. Just then, his bracelet vibrated slightly, receiving a forum link sent by a subordinate of his student council. HM? What kind of mischief is that monkey up to now? With an amused smile, he lazily clicked the link. When he saw the title and content of the post, the smile on his face faltered slightly. 1 hour later, the entrance to the Gravity Training Chamber, one of the Academy's 3 core facilities, was already packed shoulder to shoulder with students, completely swamped. Every student who'd heard the news had come to witness what was arguably the craziest, most suicidal public training session since the Academy's founding. The public viewing area outside the training chamber was packed with onlookers. Among them stood Xiang Tianga, his face dark and sullen, and Sima Qing, his eyes darting about as if lost in thought. Amidst this intense scrutiny,
Lin Qingyao accompanied Zhang Shang as they calmly made their way through the crowd, arriving before the massive door. The door, crafted from a special alloy, bore an enormous, oppressive 10 engraved upon it. Lin Qingyao cast one final glance at Zhang Shang. Though concern flickered in her eyes, it was overshadowed by trust. Zhang Shang returned her gaze with a reassuring look. Then, amid the gazes of the crowd, some mocking, some sympathetic, he pushed open the heavy door and stepped inside. Boom! The heavy alloy doors closed slowly, emitting a deep, muffled thud. It completely sealed off all the clamor and prying eyes from the outside world. Within the 10G gravity chamber, absolute silence descended. This was a cube-shaped chamber, approximately 50 meters on each side, constructed from a special high-density alloy. Walls, floor, and ceiling were all engraved with intricate and powerful gravity array runes. This was the most physically taxing and dangerous location in the entire academy. Outside the training chamber, the enormous public viewing area was already packed to capacity, every seat occupied. Every pair of eyes was fixed intently on the massive holographic projection screen. The screen broadcasted every movement within the gravity chamber in a 360-degree, unobstructed live feed. He really went in. That freshman king. Good heavens, this is a 10-fold gravity chamber. I heard even that senior from the physical cultivation department, ranked over 30 on the Qingyun list, couldn't last a minute in there. He's only a mid-stage 4th-tier beast master. Going in there is suicide. No, look. He hasn't activated the gravity yet. What is he planning? Amidst the crowd's murmurs of confusion and bewilderment. On the screen, the tiny golden figure moved. Zhang Sheng calmly walked to the very center of the cultivation chamber. Then, he retrieved the exquisitely crafted little jade bottle made from top-grade warm jade. He unscrewed the stopper. He poured the 9-turn purifying pill, a radiant orb with 9 natural patterns on its surface, exuding a refreshing fragrance, into the palm of his hand. Good heavens! He's actually going to eat it! When the viewing area screens clearly displayed this scene, everyone let out an incredulous gasp. What sheer audacity! I take back what I said earlier. Regardless of whether he lives or dies this time, just for this courage alone, he truly deserves the title of newborn king. Exactly. Swallowing and refining a sacred medicine of this caliber in a 10-fold gravity chamber? This isn't cultivation, it's courting death. What impresses me even more is senior brother Yaobu Ran. Such a divine treasure, given away so freely. That magnanimity, that spirit of nurturing juniors, truly a model for us all. The crowd buzzed with awe at Zhang Sheng's audacity and admiration for Yaobu Ran's generosity. Only within the VIP viewing section did student council members Xiang Tianga and Sima Qing furrow their brows. Something's off. Xiang Tianga muttered in a deep, muffled voice. That guy Yaobu Ran? I've known him for 5 years. He's never gotten out of bed without a profit, a pure, unadulterated, self-serving opportunist. When did he become so generous? 9-turn purifying heart pill. Humph, Sima Qing beside him flicked his folding fan, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. Even for him, brewing a batch of pills this great would drain immense effort, even risk damaging his core essence. Why would he freely give them to a freshman he'd only met once, who'd even talked back to him? There must be some underhanded deal we don't know about. Sima Qing declared his conclusion. Meanwhile, in another location, a private alchemy chamber filled with the fragrances of rare medicinal herbs. Yaobu Ran reclined comfortably in his rocking chair, leisurely sipping fragrant tea. Before him, a massive crystal screen broadcasted the live feed from the gravity training chamber. Watching the monkey, Yaobu's lips curled into a cruel and satisfied sneer. Fools! A bunch of idiots who only know how to gawk at the spectacle. He took a sip of tea and murmured slowly to himself. My elixirs, do you lowly mortals even comprehend their true nature? Watch closely. Open your eyes wide and watch. Watch as the so-called new king in your eyes, that miracle-creating monster. How, under my petty kindness, he turns into a pile of rotten flesh. Chapter 70, Swallow It. Gravity Training Chamber. Zhang Sheng stared at the pill in his palm, his eyes showing not a hint of hesitation. He knew this was a high-stakes gamble. Lose, and his soul would be annihilated, doomed to eternal torment. But if he won, he would gain boundless potential, truly possessing the capital to stand toe-to-toe with those top prodigies, even with that holy son himself. He slowly raised his head, as if able to pierce through the wall's barrier and see the girl outside who was anxiously waiting for him. He smiled. Then, with a flicker of his thoughts, he issued a command to the cultivation chamber's AI core. Activate 10-fold gravity mode. Boom! The instant his command was issued, an invisible, crushing pressure descended so immense it felt as though it might collapse the very fabric of space. The air within the entire chamber seemed to transform into liquid mercury in that instant. Zhang Sheng's divine demon physique, reinforced countless times and long since unbreakable, still sank downward under this crushing force. The high-density alloy floor beneath his feet groaned under the unbearable strain, cracking with a series of fine fissures. But that was not enough. A flash of golden light erupted from Zhang Sheng's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he flicked the 9-turn purifying heart pill from his palm into his mouth and swallowed it whole. Boom!
Almost the instant the pill entered his stomach, two distinct yet equally terrifying energies exploded within his body. One was the pill's own essence, vast and pure as the mighty Yangtze River. This medicinal power surged toward his limbs and bones, repairing the latent injuries he had sustained, sorting out the chaotic energies within his body, and solidifying the foundation of his newly advanced S-grade bloodline. The other, the insidious, malevolent seed of the Holy Sun planted deep within the pill's core, a seed brimming with the will to control and destroy. This force, like the most vicious demon, shed all pretense the instant it entered Jiang Shang's body. The two forces collided violently within him. Jiang Shang's body instantly became the most brutal battlefield. A brilliant golden light, representing the pure medicinal power, flared across his skin's surface. Yet in the next instant, it was engulfed by an eerie, sinister black light representing the Holy Sun's demonic seed. Golden and black, two utterly contrasting lights, frenetically intertwined and flickered across his form. His aura became utterly chaotic and unstable. This scene was clearly displayed on the light screen for all outside observers to see. The viewing area erupted in an instant. What's happening? What's going on with the light on him? What is that black mist? It feels so sinister. So ominous. The elixir. It must be the elixir. Senior Yao Bu ran, oh my god. He seems unable to control that terrifying potency. He's going to lose control. Everyone was frozen in shock. They couldn't fathom how a noble act of mentoring juniors could suddenly spiral into a cultivation accident, spiraling out of control. Inside the cultivation chamber, Jiang Shang endured unimaginable, hellish agony. His body felt as though it were being torn apart inch by inch from within by those two raging energies. The system's warning alarm had long since gone berserk in his mind, turning everything blood red. Warning! Warning! The demon seed of the Holy Sun is entering malignant resonance with the host's own divine demonic power. Energy is spiraling out of control. Energy loss rate has reached 98%. Host is about to explode and die. Detecting intense external physical suppression. Emergency protocol be activated. Utilizing external gravity to forcibly compress runaway energy. Auxiliary systems initiating targeted separation and absorption. Gravity. That tenfold gravity, powerful enough to crush anything, now became his sole lifeline. Rorga. Jiang Shang unleashed a roar suppressed to its absolute limit, filled with endless agony. His skin had long since cracked inch by inch. Drops of strange blood, a mix of black and gold, seeped from the wounds only to evaporate instantly under the terrifying heat and pressure. From the outside, his entire body appeared to be violently expanding and contracting. Like a bomb poised to detonate at any moment. In the viewing area, Lin Qingyao watched the unbearably gruesome scene on the light screen, tears streaming down her face as her heart twisted in agony. Her body swayed dangerously. Had Lei Ao not caught her in time, she might have fainted from sheer terror. Her hands clenched into fists so tightly that her fingernails dug deep into her palms, drawing blood she didn't even notice. Meanwhile, in that quiet alchemy chamber, Yao Bu Ran watched the figure writhing in agony on the crystal screen. He lifted his teacup and took one final sip. Fool! How could the heaven-defying prowess of the Holy Sun be fathomed by a lowly creature like you? It's all over. In his eyes, this arrogant monkey was already a dead man. No one could survive the 9-turn purifying pill he had personally concocted, laced with potent ingredients. Especially not in a suicide mission like the tenfold gravity chamber. Within the viewing area, all the observing students let out sighs, some filled with regret, others with schadenfreude. Ah, he was simply too young and hot-headed. Indeed. What good is extraordinary talent when such reckless arrogance leads one to court death? It was nothing but a fleeting moment. Well, that's that. He's gone mad, his body exploded. Not even a god could save him. Our academy has lost a future top-tier powerhouse. Lin Qingyao, watching the horrifying scene unfold on the light screen, was already weeping uncontrollably. Her heart felt like it was being torn apart, and she nearly fainted on the spot. Everyone believed Jiang Shang was about to fail. Yet, in the very instant his consciousness was about to be utterly consumed by endless agony and raging energy. That demonic seed of the Holy Sun, raging wildly within him, ceaselessly detonating his own divine and demonic power. The very source of all his crises today. In his golden pupils, already blurred by agony, a sudden shift occurred. Under the cold judgment of the God-tier devouring system. This was nourishment. The most supreme, most delicious nourishment he had ever encountered. An overwhelming craving for higher power, born from the very core of his bloodline, instantly drowned out all pain. The will to survive crystallized in that instant into an unyielding, overwhelming battle intent. I cannot die. I must grow stronger. Roar! Within the cultivation chamber, the golden figure that seemed to have reached its limited size, which had remained tightly shut, suddenly snapped open. Divine demon shattering gaze. A blinding light erupted. Two crimson stars spun wildly within the depths of his pupils, unleashing a supreme power capable of piercing through the very essence of all things. Devour. Chapter 71, thanks to Vice President Yabu Ran. With the issuance of this command, ding! Host's will to survive has reached its peak. God-tier devouring system, maximum permissions activated. Emergency protocol B, execute at full force. That intangible, terrifying external physical pressure held Jiang Sheng's body on the verge of exploding firmly in place. The system finally seized its chance. Within Jiang Sheng's chaotic energy core, raging like a primordial star sea, it pinpointed with absolute precision the Holy Sun's demon seed, that very seed now frantically unleashing waves of destruction and corruption. Then, a bottomless micro-black hole, formed by the devouring law, roared open. With overwhelming force, it tore the demon seed of the Holy Sun deeply entangled with Jiang Sheng's own energy and on the verge of complete detonation from the raging energy storm, and forcibly stripped it away. Without mercy, it was then dragged into the system's core furnace for decomposition and devouring. Boom! The instant the Holy Sun's demon seed was torn away, all the crises within Jiang Sheng abruptly ceased. That black demonic energy that had plagued him, corrupted him, and threatened to detonate him completely vanished without a trace in an instant. In its place surged a torrent of pure, golden medicinal power, unfathomably refined, boundlessly vast, and even carrying a sacred aura. This was the 9 transformation purifying heart pill itself, a colossal, ownerless energy capable of transforming any beast tamer beyond recognition. Now, it had finally found an outlet. It surged madly toward Jiang Sheng's already shattered limbs and bones, repairing every inch of his damaged meridians and nourishing every parched cell. His foundation, weakened and unstable from multiple forced evolutions. At this moment, it was repeatedly washed, cleansed, and tempered by this vast yet gentle medicinal power. Ultimately, it became as solid as rock, as stable as a sacred mountain. Though his cultivation level remained unchanged, yet the aura emanating from his every movement, the very density and purity of his energy, had grown exponentially stronger than before. This was a qualitative leap. Huff! Jiang Sheng slowly exhaled a breath of murky air tinged with faint black mist. He rose slowly from the ground stained crimson with his own blood. Then, under the gaze of tens of thousands of spectators, their eyes long since frozen in shock. In that terrifying tenfold gravity environment where even 5th-tier powerhouses struggled to move, he stretched with effortless ease and utter contentment. His posture, his expression, it seemed not as though he stood in a gravity-shattering abyss capable of crushing all. Rather, it was as though he had just awakened in his own backyard, leisurely taking a stroll. Within the viewing area. Holy! What did I just see? He succeeded? He's not dead. Not only is he not dead, but it looks like he absorbed that evil black energy? You've got to be kidding me. That's a raging energy that even 10 times gravity couldn't contain. And he actually took it head-on with his own body? Is this even a monkey? This is insane. It's like a humanoid primordial beast. Every student, new or old, male or female, went completely mad at that moment, utterly overwhelmed by the miraculous scene before them that shattered every belief they held. Inside the alchemy chamber, Yabu Ran's smug grin had long since frozen on his face. He stared blankly at the figure on the crystal screen, leisurely stretching its limbs, as if struck by lightning, his mind going completely blank. Impossible. Impossible. My demon seed, the one I planted with my own hands, the Holy Sun's demon seed, how could it possibly? At that very moment, the crystal sphere before him, used for surveillance, shattered. It couldn't withstand the overwhelmingly pure S-grade divine demonic aura that Jiang Sheng had inadvertently released. Crack. A faint sound. A minute crack appeared on the crystal ball's surface. It spread in an instant, until finally, the sphere shattered completely, scattering into a cloud of fine dust. Inside the gravity training chamber, Jiang Sheng finished stretching his limbs, feeling the unprecedented, abundant, and powerful force within his body. His gaze seemed to pierce through the walls of the training chamber, through the barriers of the observation area, and through the distance of space itself. It settled upon the miniature surveillance camera within the observation area, dedicated to internal monitoring. He knew Yabu Ran must be watching. He stared at that lens. A smile slowly curled the corners of his mouth, cold and mocking. When Jiang Sheng's meaningful smile appeared clearly on the massive holographic screen in the viewing area through the surveillance lens, the entire viewing area fell into an eerie silence once more. Everyone understood. This smile isn't for them. It was meant for one specific person, someone lurking in the shadows, watching everything unfold. Inside the alchemy chamber, Yabu Ran stared at the monkey face on the light screen, magnified to the extreme and brimming with provocation, feeling a chill run straight up his spine. He knew. This monkey knew from the very beginning that the elixir was tainted. Everything it had done, this insane spectacle of swallowing the elixir in the tenfold gravity chamber, watched by all, had nothing to do with solidifying his foundation. And certainly wasn't about pledging loyalty to the student union. This was a blatant, full-blown scheme, a calculated plot targeting none other than Yabu Ran himself. Bastard! 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 Yabu Ran could no longer maintain the composure of a pill-obsessed maniac. Like a raving demon, he swept every bottle and jar before him to the ground. He'd been played. by a monkey he'd treated as an experimental subject and sacrificial pawn who had just humiliated him in front of the entire academy. Boom! The heavy alloy doors of the gravity training chamber slowly swung open. Jiang Shang emerged from within, his stride steady and his expression serene. Every wound on his body had been completely healed by the immense potency of that 9 transformation purifying heart pill. Not only that, but his foundation, once slightly unstable from repeated forced evolutions, was now thoroughly solidified, becoming more stable and powerful than ever before. Now, he truly stood as a genuine S-rank bloodline powerhouse, his foundation as unshakable as a divine mountain. Xiao Shang. Lin Xingyao was the first to rush forward, wrapping her arms tightly around him. Feeling his steady yet powerful aura, the weight that had been hanging over her heart finally lifted completely. The surrounding students instinctively parted to the sides, creating a wide passageway. Their gazes had transformed from initial scorn and disdain into fervent admiration and reverence. Too powerful. Is this our freshman king? Refining pills under tenfold gravity, not only did he survive, but he turned misfortune into fortune, greatly advancing his foundation. What terrifying control and physical strength. I've made up my mind. From today onward, I'm Jiang Shang's #1 fan. Just as Jiang Shang prepared to leave with Lin Xingyao surrounded by the crowd, he suddenly halted his steps. He transmitted an incredibly clear thought to Lin Xingyao. Lin Xingyao froze for a moment before instantly understanding. Clearing her throat, she addressed a student council officer nearby, one who appeared exceptionally well connected and knowledgeable, in a tone brimming with gratitude and excitement. Senior, we are truly grateful for Vice President Yabu Rant's miraculous pill today. If not for him, who knows how our Xiao Shang would have resolved the cultivation within his body. Please, you must help us contact the administrators of the Academy's internal forum. We need to post a message, a heartfelt letter of gratitude. Chapter 72, He was disabled. Moments later. The internal forum of Huaxia's premier Beastmaster Academy, already in an uproar over Jiang Shang's numerous feats, was once again set ablaze. A post personally drafted by Lin Xingyao and published using Jiang Shang's account, the one bearing the title of 10th on the Qingyun rankings, was instantly pinned, highlighted, and marked in red. The title was both strikingly bold and utterly shocking. Shocking. Senior brother Yabu Ran is a living bodhisattva. His divine pill not only fortifies foundations but also devours inner demons, helping others break through and rebuild. The content itself was eloquently written and deeply moving. Written in Lin Xingyao's voice, it detailed Jiang Shang's agonizing struggle against the heart demon that had taken root within him due to his rapid evolution after consuming the 9 transformation purifying heart pill. It depicted how, on the brink of being consumed by his inner demons and succumbing to madness, and how, with the aid of senior brother Yabu's miraculous pill, he staged a desperate counterattack, subduing the terrifying heart demon and transforming it into a weapon of his own. The entire post was filled with gushing praise for Yabu Rant's selfless dedication and his nurturing of younger generations. At the post's conclusion, it humbly concludes with an expression of boundless gratitude. Senior Yabu's life-saving grace is beyond our ability to repay. We must find a time to personally thank senior brother Yabu for saving our lives. And dare to seek his guidance in person. How was such a divine pill forged? What profound alchemical truths lie within it, granting it the miraculous power to transform decay into wonder and refine inner demons? Every word in this post was like a blade coated in sugar. Each word cut to the bone. It twisted Yabu Rant's vile poison into a miraculous elixir that heals the dying and saves the dying. His covert sabotage was spun into a trial and blessing for the younger generation. Now, Yabu Ran was utterly roasted over the fire. Admit the pills were tainted? Fine, then you are an accomplice to murdering a heavenly prodigy sequence member and colluding with heretical cults. Awaiting you will be the Academy's most severe punishment. Implicitly admit the pills are miraculous? Even better. Then publicly reveal the formula for this miraculous pill that could rewrite the history of alchemy. If you cannot produce it, you are a fraud who deceives the world. More importantly, how will you account for this to the Holy Sun, who resides far beyond the horizon? This is an inescapable dead end. Almost the moment this post exploded across the forum, causing an uproar. Beep beep. 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 Yabu Rant's personal communicator began ringing frantically. One message came from Student Union President Luo Bingyao, demanding in icy tones that he report immediately to the Student Union headquarters to explain the transmission about this divine pill. The other was an official summons from the disciplinary committee, the most powerful authority in the academy, delivered in stern, formal language. Upon seeing these two messages, Yabu's body jerked violently. The alchemical flask in his hand slipped from his grasp, shattering into pieces on the floor. The last trace of color drained from his face. He knew it was over. He had become nothing more than a sacrificial pawn to the Holy Sun, a disposable piece to be cast aside at will. In the depths of endless terror and despair, only one thought remained in his mind. Escape! Escape this academy! Escape Tiandu's city! Flee to the ends of the earth! He cared for nothing else, frantically stuffing his most precious pills and materials, accumulated over years, into his spatial ring.
Then, stumbling and staggering, he reached the deepest recesses of the alchemy chamber, a spot hidden behind an inconspicuous wall.
He activated the mechanism.
The wall slowly slid aside, revealing a pitch-black secret passage leading to the outside world. This was his last escape route, prepared long ago. Gazing into the pitch-black passage, he saw a glimmer of hope for survival. Without hesitation, he was about to dive headfirst into it. But just as he was about to step into the passageway, squeak! A faint creak of a door opening sounded leisurely behind him. His body froze instantly, as if plunged into an ice cave, and he turned his head stiffly. There, at the doorway of his alchemy chamber, which should have been empty,
that small golden figure was leaning lazily against the doorframe.
Those pure golden divine demon eyes, adorned with a gentle smile, watched him silently.
Senior alchemist.
Jiang Shang's voice was incredibly soft.
So late at night, rushing about like this, where are you headed?
He waved his empty claws, his smile growing even kinder. Unfortunately, the divine pill you gave me proved far too potent.
Before I knew it, I'd absorbed every last bit of its potency.
But senior, I haven't had the chance to repay this immense favor you've done me. He slowly, step by step, approached Yabu Ran, whose face had long since turned ashen. Tell me, he said, before you go.
Shouldn't this great benefactor of mine allow me to properly repay this debt?
How did you get here?
Yabu Ran's voice, sharpened and hoarse with utter terror, had completely lost the usual composure and laziness of the alchemy enthusiast. He couldn't comprehend it.
This was his most secret alchemy chamber, his final refuge. How had he slipped in here silently, without triggering a single spell array or guard outside?
Yet Jiang Shang had neither interest nor obligation to answer that question.
After a brief, deathly silence, the instinct for survival finally overpowered the fear that had seeped into his very bones.
A mad resolve flashed in Yabu Ran's eyes. You beast! You think you've won? Die! He let out a hysterical roar. He violently tore a precious 4th-tier top-grade teleportation talisman from his robe, one pulsing with intense facial fluctuations, and without a second thought, prepared to activate it immediately. He had to escape. Even if it meant burning his essence blood and paying a tremendous price, he had to escape this demon that filled him with endless terror at this very moment. Yet, the moment his hand rose, a slender, black gold cold light, as fine as a cow's hair, had already struck first. Divine demon thorns. Put. A faint sound.
Yabu Ran felt a sudden numbness in his wrist. A terrifying force, brimming with destructive and corrosive energy, instantly shattered all the protective spiritual light shielding his hand. His motion to activate the teleportation talisman froze abruptly. Immediately after, another divine demon spike silently embedded itself into his Dantian Chihai. Boom! Yabu Ran felt as though his Dantian had been struck by an invisible sledgehammer. The vast spiritual energy he adjusted belonging to a peak 4th-tier powerhouse was utterly shattered in that instant. He was crippled. Two seemingly effortless, silent strikes had utterly shattered all his power to resist. Having eliminated the deepest mole within the academy, Jiang Shang felt a weight lift from his shoulders. As for the other student council members, they merely disliked him and wouldn't go so far as to kill him. They were no real threat. After returning to the villa, Jiang Shang explained their current situation to Lin Xingyao. She breathed a huge sigh of relief. Both knew their days ahead at the academy wouldn't be smooth sailing, but as long as they stood together, no obstacle could stand in their way.